Chu Yi, an alpha who has navigated the treacherous depths of the red light district, cherishes the Omega scion of the Bai family as a priceless treasure due to a single act of kindness. Ultimately, against the skepticism of all, he manages to bring his beloved home, believing he can finally bask in the clarity of a bright future. However, one fateful day, he stumbles upon a devastating secret. His wife has been unfaithful. Enraged, he vows to exact revenge on the man who dared to lay hands on his Omega, only to find himself frozen in place upon encountering the man, Qin Chuan Ci, the powerful heir of the Qin family and a friend of his superior. Chu Yi, a black sedan sped by, splashing muddy water on Chu Yi, who was crouched by the roadside smoking. He froze momentarily as the cold, grimy liquid soaked through his clothes, the remnants of a morning rain mingling with the filth. The cigarette between his fingers was extinguished by the spray, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Tossing the soggy cigarette aside, he lifted the hem of his shirt to inspect the damage, revealing dark stains spreading across the fabric, a testament to his disheveled state. "Rich people have no decency," a familiar voice echoed behind him. Turning around, he relaxed slightly upon seeing his brother, Su Meng, who was glaring at the taillights of the car that had vanished into the night. "Brother," Chu Yi acknowledged, noticing the tall figure in a suit that was clearly ill-fitting, failing to disguise the aura of a street tough. Su Meng, frustrated, sighed as he took in Chu Yi's drenched appearance. "Come on, let's get you changed in the car. I'm taking you to meet someone important tonight, and you can't go looking like this." Without further questions, Chu Yi nodded and followed Su Meng to a nearby black sedan. As they passed a group of well-dressed men and women, he felt their disdainful gazes, a palpable judgment that deepened his irritation. He climbed into the car, shedding his soaked clothes for a fresh suit handed to him by Su Meng. The fabric was of considerably better quality, a welcome change. "Who are we meeting today, brother? Why come to this place?" Chu Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. Su Meng's expression softened slightly at the question. "You know my business has connections, and the man we're meeting is a big boss." "Big boss," Chu Yi echoed, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. "Exactly," Su Meng replied, managing a strained smile. "Our boss's surname is He, and I believe he hails from the He family in the capital. I'm not entirely sure of his exact status within the family, as I've only met him a few times." After parking, Su Meng instructed, "Just follow my lead, keep your mouth shut, and observe. I brought you here to make an impression." Chu Yi nodded, having followed Su Meng for years. He was aware of a powerful figure behind the scenes, yet the boss remained an enigma to him. "I wonder what he wants with us today," Su Meng mused, his voice tinged with unspoken anxiety. "Let's not keep him waiting," he urged, exiting the car, with Chu Yi promptly following suit. Entering the opulent Shengshin Club, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of overwhelming luxury. The polished marble floors, towering crystal chandeliers, and a heady mix of fine wood and exotic fragrances created an almost suffocating ambience. Despite their attempts to appear composed, Chu Yi and Su Meng felt like crows in a swan's gathering, their roots in the gritty underbelly of the red light district starkly contrasting with the elegance surrounding them. Chu Yi lowered his head, obscuring his features with tousled hair, and hurried into the elevator behind Su Meng. The gilded elevator walls reflected their anxious expressions as they ascended rapidly to the top floor. Awaiting them was a female Omega attendant, her professionally sweet smile guiding them through the corridors to a room at the end. As the door swung open, they found a handsome man lounging on a grand leather sofa, his left arm draped around a stunning woman, fingers wandering suggestively along her waist. His gaze shifted lazily towards the newcomers without a hint of discomfort. Su Meng immediately bowed, showing deference. "Boss He." The man ignored him, his attention drifting to Chu Yi, his eyes casual, almost indifferent. Su Meng's heart raced, and he stepped aside to present Chu Yi fully. "Boss, this is Chu Yi, the one I mentioned regarding the old debt with Old Man One. He's the one who's been pursuing it." At this, Su Meng nudged Chu Yi gently. Understanding the cue, Chu Yi stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Greetings, boss." A faint smile graced the man's lips, his voice smooth and languid. "All right, don't just stand there. Take a seat." Relieved, Su Meng ushered Chu Yi to a corner of the sofa. Bossy released the woman from his embrace, lighting a cigarette, the smoke curling elegantly from his lips. I called you here today not for my own affairs, but on behalf of a friend of mine, surnamed Qin. He should be arriving shortly. The mention of the surname Qin caused Su Meng's eyes to flicker with surprise. While not uncommon, in the context of a man of Bossy's stature, it stirred a sense of foreboding. In contrast to Su Meng's unease, the name stirred no ripples in Chu Yi's heart. His attention was entirely captivated by the vibrations emanating from his phone nestled in his pocket. Buzz. Chapter 2. The Qin surname friend. The mobile phone vibrated with an urgent frequency. Chu Yi discreetly clenched the fabric of his trousers, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Su Meng's entire focus was on the imminent arrival of the Qin surname friend that Bossy spoke of, his expression fluctuating unpredictably. Meanwhile, Bossy continued to flirt with the beautiful woman beside him, tracing circles on her smooth back with his fingertips, eliciting peals of laughter from her. The dim lighting in the private room concealed Chu Yi's peculiar demeanor in the corner from everyone's notice. He surveyed the surroundings, realizing that no one was paying attention to him. In that moment of contemplation, he ultimately suppressed the impulse to pull out his phone. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly locked eyes with another pair. Bossy turned his head at some point, watching him with keen interest. The gaze did not carry much pressure, even holding a lingering smile from the flirtation. Yet that single glance rendered Chu Yi utterly paralyzed. Alphas are at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, but even within that apex, there exists a stark distinction. Xianqin did not deliberately release his pheromones. Yet the instinctual dominance of a superior over an inferior rang alarm bells in Chu Yi's mind. The other party's rank was evidently superior to his own, an exceptionally dominant alpha. Observing Chu Yi's sudden rigidity, a broader smile crept onto Bossy's lips, as if finding the situation amusing. What is the matter? Are you in a hurry? Upon his inquiry, Su Meng immediately pulled himself from his thoughts, anxiously shifting his gaze between Chu Yi and Xianqin. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, forcing himself to avoid Xianqin's eyes, and shook his head. No. His sullen demeanor prompted a low chuckle from Xianqin. He turned to Su Meng, teasingly dragging out his words. Your little brother is quite different from you. Isn't rather taciturn. Su Meng quickly responded with a smile. Boss, please forgive him. My brother simply doesn't talk much, but when it comes to work, he is absolutely reliable. Xianqin raised an eyebrow non-committally, choosing not to respond. Seeing this, Su Meng continued to sing Chu Yi's praises, hoping to earn a few more favorable impressions. Chu Yi sat in silence, only managing to force an awkward smile and a few stammered agreements during Su Meng's chatter. Watching his older brother ingratiate himself with a beaming face, a wave of guilt washed over Chu Yi's heart. He had wandered into the red light district before reaching adulthood. Prior to meeting Su Meng, his small stature had often subjected him to disdain and bullying. Due to his stubborn nature, he refused to yield, resulting in frequent brawls that left him battered. Eventually, Su Meng took him in, shielding him and ensuring he had enough to eat, gradually helping him build up his strength. He was inept with words and reserved in demeanor. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he often resorted to physical confrontations, with Su Meng always there to help him clean up the mess. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Now a married man, he still had not learned how to humble himself or engage in polite conversation. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, which was pushed open from the outside as a waiter entered, carrying drinks. Su Meng's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he quickly nudged Chu Yi. Ah, the wine has arrived. Chu Yi, it's your first meeting with the boss. You should raise a toast. Chu Yi immediately understood, rising to accept the wine bottle and glass from the waiter. He arranged the glasses on the table, pouring one for Mr. He before filling his own. He lifted his glass, presenting it humbly before Mr. He. A toast to you, boss. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the fiery liquor in one swift motion. The pungent liquid scorched his throat, yet he did not so much as flinch. Mr. He chuckled, raising his own glass and taking a leisurely sip. At that very moment, the door to the private room swung open once more. A gust of frigid air, mixed with the fragrant aroma from the corridor, swept inside. After finishing his drink, Chu Yi instinctively turned to look. At a single glance, his fingers around the glass involuntarily tightened. The newcomer was tall and composed, adorned in a perfectly tailored dark suit, devoid of any wrinkles. If Mr. He resembled a roguish scion of a wealthy family, this man appeared to be a true aristocrat perched atop the social pyramid. He simply stood there, and his air of dignified elegance rendered the opulent room somewhat unworthy of his presence, accentuating how out of place the freshly attired Chu Yi and Su Meng appeared. This was the first time Chu Yi had encountered someone of this caliber. Throughout his life, he had met many powerful and influential individuals, yet the man before him exuded an aura from an entirely different realm. "Ah, you've arrived, mister." He greeted the newcomer languidly. The man did not respond, striding forward with long strides. He brushed past the still-standing Chu Yi, ignoring him entirely as if he were merely a wisp of air. He then settled onto the sofa next to Mr. He. Unfazed, Mr. He smiled and introduced, "This is the person I mentioned to you, Mr. Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci." Su Meng's gaze flickered. He had not heard this name before, but anyone close to Mr. He surely held an extraordinary status. He silently noted the name and quickly stood up, bowing slightly. "Ah, Mr. Qin, I'm Su Meng, and this is my brother Chu Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let us raise a glass in your honor." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi hurriedly picked up the wine bottle, pouring 3 glasses once more, and together with Su Meng, they raised their glasses. To Mr. Qin. Both men tilted their heads back, draining their glasses entirely. The liquor disappeared without a trace, yet Mr. Qin maintained a polite smile throughout, showing no inclination to touch the glass before him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Meng was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Yi laughed heartily. "My friend here doesn't particularly enjoy drinking." Yes, we were presumptuous." Su Meng quickly nodded in agreement, bowing slightly. Leaning back on the sofa, Mr. He languidly remarked, "He has summoned you both because he is in search of someone. This individual can be confidently located within the red light district. Despite an extensive search, he remains elusive. I ponder that you are familiar with that area. His professional team may not be as effective as you. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance." Su Meng immediately expressed his stance. "It is not merely a favor. It is our privilege to serve Mr. Qin." Bossy chuckled. After a period of silence, Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke, his voice cool and clear, akin to the sound of jade striking against jade. "He has taken my belongings." As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his suit pocket, delicately holding one corner between his slender fingers before placing it on the table. "I hope the search can proceed swiftly." Su Meng promptly stepped forward, cautiously picking up the photograph, and readily agreed. He refrained from inquiring further about its contents. Chapter 3. The little people the matter was settled. Bossy clapped his hands and summoned several beautiful omegas into the private room. The atmosphere within became lively once more. When one of the omegas attempted to sit beside Chu Yi, he raised a hand to stop her. His voice was somewhat stiff, yet audible to all present. "Both alphas and omegas. I have a wife." Upon hearing this, even Qin Chuan Ci lifted his gaze, casting a glance in his direction. Su Meng hastily smoothed things over. "My brother is quite strict with his spouse. If he dares to return with any foreign scent, there would be chaos at home." He Xianqian smiled at this remark, an expression of envy crossing his face, although the glimmer in his eyes betrayed no genuine longing. He too was a married man, albeit in a loveless business union, where each party pursued their own interests. It would not raise an eyebrow if he were to bring someone home. Indeed, it was likely that his wife entertained more visitors than he did. The room soon filled with laughter and cheer once again. Chu Yi quietly sat in the far corner, an incongruity amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Qin Chuan Ci was equally silent, having also declined the Omega's company. He maintained an impeccable elegance throughout, responding only occasionally when Bossy engaged him in conversation. During the rest of the time, he merely held a glass, bringing it to his lips for a gentle sip. Every gesture exuded his nobility. Although both he and Chu Yi seemed out of place, Chu Yi understood their differences well. Qin Chuan Ci was akin to a celestial body observing all from above, while he himself was merely a creature in the muck gazing up at the sky. Perhaps due to the clarity of his gaze, Qin Chuan Ci sensed something, lifting his eyes to meet Chu Yi's steady gaze. In that brief moment, Chu Yi pierced through the veneer of politeness. Having navigated the complexities of the red light district from a young age, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the emotions of others. The essence of that politeness revealed the aloofness and disdain of those in power towards those beneath them. This encounter was likely not one that Mr. Qin had sought. Chu Yi averted his gaze, lowering his head, and quietly clenched his fist. The vast disparity rendered him incapable of even feeling anger, leaving only an unsettling sense of powerlessness. Had it not been for today's encounter, he might never have had the chance to meet someone like Qin Chuan Ci in his lifetime. Now that he had, he felt it would have been better had they never crossed paths. Chu Yi took a deep breath. He yearned to return home. Fortunately, this suffocating meeting did not last long. For the most part, Su Meng accompanied Boss He in drinking, while Chu Yi occasionally raised his glass when his name was called, engaging in brief exchanges. Throughout, Mr. Qin merely cradled his glass, sipping gracefully. When they finally departed, out of the corner of his eye, Chu Yi noticed that the glass of wine he had poured for Qin Chuan Ci remained untouched, still full upon the table. The room was left with only Boss He and Qin Chuan Ci. As the atmosphere quieted, the mood shifted, and with a smile, Boss He dismissed the two omegas. Turning to face Qin Chuan Ci, "You truly have a knack for killing the mood." Qin Chuan Ci sat on the sofa. The polite smile he wore while dealing with Su Meng and Chu Yi had completely faded, his lips forming a cold, straight line. Upon hearing Boss He's words, he finally spoke, his voice chilly and tinged with displeasure. "He Xiang Chun, did you summon me merely to meet those two?" The use of his full name indicated his genuine annoyance. He Xiang Chun raised an eyebrow, lazily reclining into the sofa. "Don't be upset," he chuckled. "I merely noticed you had been searching for so long without success, and I thought to lend you a tip." Qin Chuan Ci did not even bother to lift his eyelids, raising his glass as the liquid within swayed gently. "Just them? Ah, you might be surprised." He Xiang Chun laughed lightly. "As I mentioned, in the red light district, your suited professionals may not be as effective as those locals." Qin Chuan Ci took a sip of his drink, remaining silent. He Xiang Chun continued, "Come on, stop pretending. Your current situation is far from favorable. If that person truly escapes, your troubles will multiply." The crude words of Yi Xiang Chun caused Qin Chuan Ci to furrow his brow slightly. However, this displeasure was quickly overshadowed by the subsequent statement. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Setting down his glass, he spoke in a calm tone. "He cannot escape the red light district." Yi Xiang Chun shrugged noncommittally. Under Qin Chuan Ci's arrangement, the red light district had become a veritable web, and as long as that person remained within, finding him was merely a matter of time. However, the longer the night stretched on, the more complications could arise. It was preferable to resolve matters swiftly. With this thought, a cunning smile curled Yi Xiang Chun's lips, resembling a wily fox. To him, Su Meng and Chu Yi were merely insignificant minnows, hardly worth consideration. Yet unlike Qin Chuan Ci, he occasionally found amusement in toying with such minor figures. After all, one should never underestimate those who thrived in the muck. As soon as they exited the gilded doors of the Shengxin Club, the frigid night air hit them, and Su Meng seemed to come alive, exhaling a long breath of exasperation. He spat towards the exquisite flower bed beside him. "Dumb, em suffocatin'." Su Meng cursed under his breath as he fished out his phone from his pocket, using the light from a nearby street lamp. He quickly typed the name Qin Chuan Ci into his browser. Earlier, in the private room, he had mentally reviewed all the prominent figures with the surname Qin in the capital, but none seemed to match. Now, he had to rely on technology. The moment the search results popped up, Su Meng's pupils constricted slightly. The screen displayed little in the way of sensational news. Almost all were official financial reports. Qin Group completes a billion-level acquisition. Chairman Qin Chuan Ci states, Annual Economic Figures Summit. Qin Chuan Ci as the youngest attendee. Cover story of Federal Weekly. A glimpse into the iceberg that is Qin Chuan Ci, the head of the illustrious Qin family. As he read through the headlines, Su Meng felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes narrowing into slits. "My goodness," he quickly elbowed the nearby Chu, his voice taking on a different tone. "Hey, Xiao, we've truly encountered a living legend." He knew that anyone who could be on such familiar terms with Boss, he was certainly no ordinary individual. But he never expected it would be someone of such towering stature at the pinnacle of power. Consequently, his perception of Boss he also shifted. It seemed that Boss he was far more formidable than he had imagined. However, his string of astonishment received no response. After nudging for a while, he realized that the person beside him remained completely still, and he turned his head in confusion. He found Chu Yi fixated on his phone screen, the dim light casting a somber shadow across his face, his expression remarkably grave. "What's going on?" Sumang et hut, they said, instinctively leaning over to glimpse Chu Yi's screen. Chapter 4. Suspected green pastures. The screen illuminated a chat interface. The profile picture belonged to one of Chu Yi's subordinates, a young man named Sun Miao, whom Su Meng recognized. The chat history revealed that Sun Miao had sent numerous messages to Chu Yi, evidently eager to get in touch. Su Meng's gaze was firmly riveted to the last message, which contained a photograph. In the image, a handsome man with a gentle demeanor was stepping out of a sleek black luxury car. It was evident from his build and features that he was an Omega, slightly tilting his head with a bashful smile as he looked at the person beside him. Standing next to him was a tall man, who was courteously opening the car door for him. The camera captured only the man's elegant back, but judging by his refined suit and the broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, he was undoubtedly an alpha. The Omega exuded beauty, while the alpha displayed gentlemanly care. Under normal circumstances, Su Meng would have whistled at the sight of such a photograph, playfully remarking on their striking compatibility. However, the crucial detail remained. The Omega in the photo was not just anyone. He was Chu Yi's wife. The words Su Meng had been about to utter were abruptly stifled, leaving him utterly speechless. Chu Yi's knuckles turned pale from gripping the phone too tightly. "Sun Miao, Iga, this is the only shot I managed to take." The alpha had bodyguards nearby, preventing anyone from getting close. Another message popped up on the screen. Chu Yi stared at the screen in silence for a moment. Ultimately, he stiffly lifted his finger and typed 3 words. "Got it." Subsequently, he turned off the screen and tucked the phone into his pocket. Su Meng clicked his tongue, his throat dry and scratchy. He wanted to curse, but as the words lingered on his lips and he saw Chu Yi's desolate expression, he swallowed them back. Su Meng was acutely aware of how much Chu Yi cherished the wife he had painstakingly brought home. Frankly speaking, in Su Meng's eyes, Chu Yi resembled a devoted admirer at that time. He had advised and scolded him before, but now the situation had changed. The woman was already home, and any further discussion would only serve to stab at Chu Yi's heart. After a long pause, Su Meng managed to force out a dry suggestion. "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. You should clarify things when you get back." Chu Yi slowly nodded, his lips pale. He looked up at Su Meng, his voice hoarse. "Brother, I'll head back now." "Anzai, Su Meng not that." He wanted to take Chu Yi out for a drink to vent his frustrations. But then he reconsidered. They had done that before, and the results were always the same. It was better to let Chu Yi calm down alone. Watching Chu Yi's retreating figure, Su Meng furrowed his brow, grasped his head, and ultimately could only mutter a curse under his breath. What piece of work! Though Chu Yi was leaving, his pace was brisk. He pulled open the car door, slid into the driver's seat, and the engine roared to life, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The veins on his hands bulged ominously as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Outside the car window, the golden world symbolizing wealth and power was left in a frenzy behind him. The dazzling neon lights and soaring skyscrapers twisted and elongated, ultimately dissolving into a blur of light and shadow, receding into the distance. The surrounding environment changed rapidly, plummeting from the glamorous amber district into the familiar, chaotic world steeped in desire. He had returned to the red light district. At the intersection ahead, the red light illuminated. With a screech, the tires protested against the rough pavement, leaving a charred mark as the car came to a halt just before the crosswalk, bathed in the dim, desolate glow of the roadside lights. Chu Yi caught sight of his own grim visage in the rearview mirror. His chest heaved violently, each suppressed breath magnified within the confined space of the car. In the next moment, he could no longer contain it. A low growl erupted from the depths of his throat. "Damn it! A fist struck heavily against the steering wheel. The car finally came to rest beneath a dilapidated apartment building. Chu Yi did not exit immediately. He tilted his head to gaze at the familiar window on the 5th floor. The light was on. Someone was home. Chu Yi's expression darkened. About 10 days earlier, on a night much like this one, he had returned home and caught a whiff of an unfamiliar pheromone on his wife. It was faint, a scent of snow, chilly, yet paradoxically aggressive. That pheromone could only belong to an alpha. In retrospect, that scent matched perfectly with the man in the photograph. His wife merely laughed and claimed it was a stain from work. He believed her. However, just a few days later, a subordinate informed him that he had seen his sister-in-law shopping and dining with a wealthy alpha driving an extravagant car. He dismissed it as unfounded. Yet, over the next few days, an elusive scent of unfamiliarity lingered, and today, a photograph sent by Sun Miao pieced together a disquieting answer he dared not contemplate. Anger surged within him, but upon arriving at his doorstep, ready to confront her, Chu Yi found his courage to question her dissipating. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding? He repeatedly reassured himself. Exiting the car didn't necessarily imply anything. Dining together could be innocent, after all. Chu Yi lingered downstairs for an extended period, until a cigarette burned down to its end, before finally mustering the strength to ascend the stairs. Reaching the threshold of his home, he faced the familiar door that symbolized his entire world. He extended his hand to input the code to unlock it. Click! The door suddenly swung open from within. A delicate face unexpectedly collided with Chu Yi's line of sight. His pupils flickered. She, too, seemed taken aback by his presence, a look of clear surprise crossing her exquisite features. Ai! Upon hearing her voice, Chu Yi struggled to lift the corners of his mouth, forcing out 2 words from his throat. Qi. By Qi. This was his wife's name, the source of all his happiness in the first half of his life. His gaze, uncontrollably, traced the figure of the Omega before him from head to toe. Bai Qi had evidently dressed with care. A finely crafted cream cashmere sweater accentuated his translucent complexion and pure aura. The Omega's soft hair framed his face, his eyes like paintings, and he emanated a sweet citrus scent mingled with an expensive fragrance. Once the Bai family was at the pinnacle of society. As the cherished Omega heir of the Bai family, Qi's ingrained elegance had never waned, even after their fortunes declined. After marrying him, Chu Yi had ensured Qi wanted for nothing. At that moment, Bai Qi stood quietly in the warm glow of the doorway, appearing far removed from the chaotic underbelly of the red light district. He resembled those carefully nurtured Omega heirs of true high society. And indeed, he was. Chu Yi's fingers curled subtly at his sides, the sharp sting at his fingertips bringing back a sliver of rationality. He managed to force a smile. It's quite late, and you look stunning. Where are you off to? Really? Do you think I look good? Upon hearing his words, Bai Qi's eyes instantly brightened, transforming into 2 beautiful crescents. His smile was pure, radiating joy from the compliment of his beloved, devoid of any hint of guilt or pretense. Chapter 5. Time to work. Observing Bai Qi in this manner, the tension that had gripped Chu Yi throughout the night began to ease. He gazed at Qi's face, nodding in agreement, his smile becoming increasingly genuine. Yes, particularly beautiful. You merely flatter me. Bai Qi shot him a glance, her tone laced with a playful charm. I merely tried something on, yet in your words, it appears exceptionally beautiful. He turned to the side, allowing Chu Yi to enter, while he changed into his shoes. Xiao Huan is going to sing at moonlight tonight and invited me to join. Since I have no other plans, I shall accompany him. Jehu yi nodded. Xiao Huan, mentioned by Bai Qi, is also an Omega, a friend she met after marrying him, and they often venture out together. Allow me to escort you, Chu Yi offered. When you return tonight, call me, and I shall pick you up. Bai Qi pondered for a moment before smiling and nodding. Certainly, the route to Moonlight KTV is not far. Yet the atmosphere within the car was tinged with a subtle silence. Chu Yi gripped the steering wheel, occasionally stealing glances at Bai Qi in the passenger seat. The Omega was engrossed in her phone, seemingly engaged in a lively chat, a smile gracing her lips, her profile illuminated by the glow of the streetlights, strikingly beautiful. The car halted at the entrance of Moonlight KTV. "I'm heading in." Baijiqi unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned over, and pecked Chu Yi on the cheek. "You return home early to rest." The soft touch was fleeting, leaving behind a trace of sweet orange fragrance. Chu Yi watched as Baijiqi's figure vanished behind the revolving door of the KTV. His lips pressed tightly together. If he could, he would have loved to accompany her inside. However, Baijiqi had stated that this was an Omega gathering, and it would indeed be inappropriate for an Alpha to be present. Leaning back in his seat, Chu Yi sat in the car in silence for an extended period. The night breeze wafted through the partially opened window, carrying with it the distinct scent of cheap perfume and culinary grease from the red light district. Yet it could not dispel the agitation brewing within him. Ultimately, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. "Yige." A voice came from the other end. "It's me." Chu Yi's tone was heavy. "Is Ziqi with Xiao Huan at Moonlight?" "Hold on, let me check." A cacophony of noise resonated from the other side, and after approximately half a minute, the voice returned. "Igo, I found out sister-in-law is here along with Xiao Huan. In room 803. Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, his heart thudding heavily within his chest. He licked his dry lips and posed the pivotal question. "Is it all Omegas inside?" "Yes, entirely." The response came without a hint of hesitation. It was just them few OS, no one else. Receiving the affirmative answer, Chu Yi felt as though all his strength had been sapped away, releasing a long, relieved sigh. Understood. He hung up the phone and reopened the chat with Sun Miao. That glaring photo dominated the screen once more. Chu Yi stared at the image for an extended duration, long enough for his eyes to begin to ache. Eventually, he lifted his finger, pressed, and held, then selected delete. He sent Sun Miao a message. "Do not follow Ziqi any longer." Having completed these actions, Chu Yi returned his phone to his pocket. In a marriage, trust is paramount. The most detrimental element is unfounded suspicion. Baijiqi is not that kind of person. He must have faith in his Omega. Chu Yi buried this matter deep within his heart, resolving to first extend his trust, despite the lingering traces left by that photograph. Akin to an unhealable scar, he endeavored to refrain from touching it or delving too deeply into contemplation. Presently, life offered him little time to grapple with such entanglements. The tasks assigned by Qin Chuan were of utmost importance to Su Meng. The following day, in the office of the hall, Su Meng slammed a photograph onto the table. Chu Yi looked up. In the dim light of the private room at the Shengxin Club, he had barely discerned the features of the person in the photograph. Now, he was granted a clearer glimpse of the visage. The image depicted a young man in his early 20s, with refined features and a faint smile, exuding an air of innocence, reminiscent of an undergraduate yet to graduate. He was a beta. Upon inquiry, his name was revealed to be Su Jin. Su Meng lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his expression grew serious. This young man was no ordinary individual. Although the nature of what he had procured from Mr. Qin remained unclear, it was undoubtedly something significant. As Bossy stated, Mr. Qin's associates had been searching for him for several months, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Su Meng exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled softly. Now, this matter had fallen into their hands. He turned to Chu Yi, asking if he had any leads. In Su Meng's eyes, this was akin to a windfall. If successful, their future endeavors would surely flourish. Chu Yi picked up the photograph, gently caressing the young man's face with his fingertip. Finding individuals in the red light district was his forte. Over the years, he had successfully tracked down debtors wishing to escape and delinquents seeking to hide, regardless of how deeply they hid. It was ultimately he who returned them to their rightful place. He gazed at the innocuous face in the photograph, pondering for a few moments before finally speaking. 3 days. Su Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that for real? Chu Yi nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the photograph. Witnessing Chu Yi's demeanor, Su Meng's face broke into a broad smile as he clapped Chu Yi on the shoulder. That's what you said. I'll leave it to you. Alright, che Yi nodded. Tucking the photograph away. Moonlight Street. This name sounds elegant, yet at its core, it is the most renowned pleasure district, a street lined with pink, suggestive signs. Along the road, Beta individuals dressed in revealing attire were prevalent, leaning against weathered walls or resting against old doorframes, their gazes sticky, occasionally casting alluring glances towards passersby. As Chu Yi's figure emerged at the street's entrance, the atmosphere of this bustling thoroughfare seemed to undergo a subtle suspension. His expression remained impassive, flanked by a few robust subordinates, as he strode steadily down the center of the sidewalk. The once boisterous vendors, who had loudly beckoned customers, instinctively lowered their calls, daring only to steal glances at this formidable procession. The betas, who had previously been preening and posing, now resembled chickens with their throats constricted, their gazes fixated on Chu Yi, eager to wave yet hesitant to do so, resorting instead to feigned laughter with those beside them. Chu Yi, the living emblem of the red light district and the proprietor of more than half the establishments on Moonlight Street, was a face known to all in the vicinity. He had long grown accustomed to the shifting atmosphere around him, not even lifting an eyelid in response. Eventually, a group halted before a bar named Starry Night. Standing at the entrance was a muscular alpha, his face a mask of brutishness, exuding an intimidating aura. From afar, he spotted the imposing presence of Chu Yi and, with a smile plastered on his face, he hastily approached, offering a cigarette with an air of familiarity. "Ah, isn't this brother Yi? What brings you here today?" Chu Yi raised a hand, nonchalantly brushing aside the cigarette offered to him. He got straight to the point, his tone devoid of warmth. "Where's Sister Tao?" Chapter 6. A swift resolution. The alpha, unperturbed by the rejection of a cigarette, maintained his smile. Looking for Sister Tao? Is there something you need, brother Yi?" Chu Yi nodded slightly. "Please ask Sister Tao to come out." His words were polite, lacking any hint of threat, his gaze calm and unwavering. Yet, he and his entourage stood firm at the bar's entrance, showing no intention of departing. This posture conveyed a sense of pressure more potent than any veiled threat. He was there to inquire about a matter, and a swift resolution was preferable. Entering the bar, sitting down, sipping tea, and engaging in trivial pleasantries would only complicate matters and disrupt Sister Tao's business. Waiting outside seemed a fitting tribute to Sister Tao's stature. Noticing Chu Yi's silence, the alpha dared not utter another word and quickly nodded, scurrying inside. He did not keep Chu Yi waiting long. In just over a minute, a rich aroma of grape-scented pheromones wafted from within. Soon after, a woman of striking allure emerged, standing at over 7 meters tall, adorned in crimson high heels that nearly brought her to eye level with Chu Yi. She wore a perfectly tailored black gown that accentuated the voluptuous curves unique to a mature woman, though fine lines graced the corners of her eyes. They did not diminish her charm. Instead, they added a touch of worldly wisdom. She was Tao Hong, the proprietor of this bar, in a district teeming with alpha males. She was one of the few female alphas of note, appearing to be in her 30s while nearing 50 in reality. Upon seeing Chu Yi, her lips curved into a smile. "Little Yi, what brings you here today? Come to visit your sister?" Chu Yi ignored the subtle teasing in her tone and directly retrieved a photograph of Su Jin from his pocket, presenting it to her. "Sister Tao, I want to waste time with pleasantries. I have no other intentions but to inquire about an individual." He fixed his gaze into Tao Hong's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. "Have you seen this beta?" Upon hearing this, Tao Hong lowered her eyelids and casually glanced at the photograph before lightly shaking her head. "I have never seen him." Chu Yi's gaze remained fixed as he inquired once more. "Are you certain? You truly have not seen him?" Tao Hong lifted her head, as if amused by something, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Shoutly, what do you mean by that? If I had seen him, would I keep it from you?" Chu Yi clicked his tongue in acknowledgement. He reclaimed the photograph, his tone resolute. 2 months ago, he drank here with you." The smile on Tao Hong's face faltered for a brief moment before swiftly returning to normal. "I genuinely do not recall. How many people come and go in this establishment daily? It is impossible to remember each one." Observing her face, which was etched with innocence, a heavy breath escaped Chu Yi's chest. He raised his hand to sweep back the stray locks that had fallen over his forehead, revealing a smooth, full brow and sharp eyes. In a soft voice, he called out, "Sister Tao." The tone was gentle, almost a whisper. His gaze was intensely fixed on her face as he subtly gestured with his chin towards a dark, deep alleyway. The subordinates behind Chu Yi remained perfectly still, while the burly alpha behind Tao Hong tensed, instinctively stepping forward. "Ollie," Tao Hong calmly halted him. Her smile remained intact, showing no signs of anxiety. Casting a glance at Chu Yi's retreating figure as he turned towards the alley, she followed him leisurely in her high heels. The alley was dimly lit, exuding a musty odor. A beggar, curled up in a corner, suddenly widened his murky eyes upon seeing Chu Yi approach. Previously sprawled on the ground, appearing pitiful without the lower half of his body, he abruptly grew legs, clutching a tattered bowl, scuttling away with an agility that belied his earlier state. Chu Yi furrowed his brows and shouted at the fleeing beggar, "Damn it, if I see you again, just try me." In his earlier days, he was naive, radiating a clear, yet foolish sincerity, having once fallen prey to such professional deceivers. Thus, he harbored a deep disdain for them. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would have pursued that individual to render him truly disabled. Tao Hong, following behind, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Our Xiao Yi hasn't changed a bit over the years. Even when you were just a little rascal, you detested these people, and now that you've grown up, it's still the same." Chu Yi shot her a sidelong glance, leaning against the cold wall, his patience wearing thin. "Sister Tao, there is no need to reminisce about old times or build camaraderie with me. This person, you must hand him over today. I know he is with you, so stop pretending." The smile on Tao Hong's face gradually faded, inch by inch. Crossing her arms, she regarded the young man before her, who was now capable of standing on his own. "Our Xiao Yi has truly made a name for himself. The police require evidence to act. Do you expect me to hand over someone I do not even know based solely on your word?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Xiao Yi, this is not how things should be handled." Chu Yi fixed his gaze upon her and suddenly spoke. "Sister, this person is currently with your younger brother, isn't he? I can swiftly send a message to my associates to pay a visit to your brother's residence." Upon hearing this, Tao Hong fell silent, observing her expression. Chu Yi waited for a considerable time before a suppressed chuckle escaped his throat. This laughter, oddly enough, eased the tense atmosphere. Tao Hong looked at the softly laughing Chu Yi, her furrowed brow relaxing somewhat as she let out a long sigh. Realizing that Chu Yi was not as certain as he claimed regarding Su Jin's presence in her grasp, her silence inadvertently confirmed this. At this juncture, to continue the pretense would indeed render them a laughingstock. "I must concern myself with my brother," she said. Chu Yi nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. From a moment he clearly discerned Su Jin's face in the photograph to his direct visit to seek out Tao Hong, no more than 2 hours elapsed. He hardly conducted any extraneous investigations in between. This was not due to any remarkable foresight on his part, but rather a fortunate coincidence. He had encountered Su Jin before, right in Tao Hong's bar. 2 months prior, he had come to retrieve by Ji Qi, who was drinking with Xiao Huan there. While waiting, he had gone to the restroom, coincidentally running into Su Jin as she hurriedly emerged from a stall, adjusting her clothing. Truth be told, the red light district was rife with such encounters. It was a commonplace occurrence, and Chu Yi could stumble upon such scenes multiple times a week without a second thought. The only reason he remembered her face was that the other male protagonist involved with this Ms. Su was someone he knew well, Tao Hong's own younger brother, Tao Lu. It was precisely for this reason that Su Jin's delicate features lingered in his memory. However, at that time, he could never have fathomed that this seemingly innocent beta would dare to pilfer from someone like Qin Chuan Ci. Those from the capital had been searching for Su Jin for months without even a trace. When this information surfaced, a vague understanding settled in Chu Yi's mind. It was an old tactic. Without a doubt, she must have hidden herself away in a residence home, and that person was likely complicit in assisting Su Jin's concealment. To evade the extensive net cast by Qin Chuan Ci without leaving a single hint was no feat for an ordinary individual. This indicated that Su Jin's protector possessed considerable skill and influence within the red light district. The name that immediately sprang to mind for Chu Yi was Tao Hong's. It was highly probable. This was also the reason why he felt confident in resolving the matter within 3 days. To him, it seemed like a task handed on a silver platter. Chapter 7. The unwanted snow, Tao Hong gazed at Chu Yi and gently sighed. He's my only brother. It took him considerable effort to settle down, and he has pleaded with me so earnestly. As a sister, I must lend him my support. Chu Yi expressed his understanding, but remained resolute. You are aware that someone is searching for Su Jin, correct? I am aware. Tao Hong nodded slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of disdain. Having come from the capital, she had already inquired extensively. However, in the red light district, I believe safeguarding oneself is not exceedingly difficult. Sister Tao, Chu Yi suddenly called out, turning to face her completely. Shadows in the alley cloaked half of his face, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. You must deliver the person today. His tone shifted to a calm demeanor. I am not threatening you. I am looking out for your well-being. In his mind flashed the image of Qin Chuan Ci, whose seemingly gentle and polite facade concealed a latent sharpness. The trouble this young man had attracted was far graver than one could imagine. He had taken something he ought not to have, and while you may be able to protect him temporarily, such safety cannot endure indefinitely. The chaos of the red light district may provide cover, but being uncovered is merely a matter of time. When that time comes, Sister Tao, I cannot predict your fate. However, taking that person home will undoubtedly seal your doom. He emphasized the final 3 words heavily. Tao Hong's expression finally shifted. She gazed at Chu Yi, her countenance devoid of intimidation, merely stating the facts, her eyes quivering. Chu Yi continued, Sister, you ought to be grateful that this matter has fallen into my hands, for it grants me the opportunity to converse with you here. If you hand over the person now, there remains a chance for a more favorable resolution. This statement proved to be the final straw. Tao Hong's pupils constricted slightly as she met Chu Yi's gaze, fully aware that he would not deceive her regarding such matters. Is it truly that serious? Tao Hong inquit. Indeed, it is exceedingly serious, Chu Yi affirmed. At this juncture, there was little room for hesitation. Tao Hong momentia. It seemed that what she had been safeguarding these days was not merely her brother's stability, but rather a genuine ticking time bomb. I will deliver the person directly to Su Meng, she declared. A flicker of amusement crossed Chu Yi's face, the tension in his jaw softening. Very well, thank you. Sister Tao, you cheeky fellow. Tao Hong shook her head, observing Chu Yi, and then suddenly asked, what makes you so certain? What if the person is not here? Chu Yi laughed, a roguish glimmer in his smile. The red light district has its ways of concealing individuals so thoroughly, it is merely a handful of them. I will search them one by one, and if I find none, then we shall speak of it. Among these individuals, I believe you, Sister Tao, are the most formidable, hence the first to seek you out. At this point, Chu Yi's demeanor grew serious. However, once the person is handed over, it is possible that this matter will not conclude so simply. I will do my utmost to distance you from the repercussions, but you may still need to pay a price afterward. Tao Hong remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. At this stage, there was no alternative but to proceed as such. The two emerged from the shadowed alley, the previous tense atmosphere dissipating, replaced by an amicable demeanor. Upon reaching the bar entrance, Tao Hong patted Chu Yi's arm. All right, I will remember this favor. Next time, I shall treat you and your wife to drinks. Sounds good, Chu Yi replied with a smile. Once in the car, he departed with the individual in tow. Reclining in the back seat, he sent Su Meng a message. It's settled. I will deliver the person to you shortly. The response was almost instantaneous. Bro, so soon. Is that true? Didn't they say 3 days? Chu Yi gazed at the screen, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Relatively smooth. The 3-day time frame was a precautionary measure, though he felt confident it would not take that long. Should the person truly not be at Tao Hong's location, he would indeed have to spend 3 days visiting the various old-timers in the red light district. Nevertheless, the outcome was highly favorable. Chu Yi shifted his slightly aching neck and raised his eyes to the outside world, traffic, neon lights, and the myriad of people along the streets. Suddenly, his gaze froze. A familiar figure intruded upon his vision. The relaxation that had settled in his mind due to the successful resolution of the matter evaporated in an instant. Chu Yi abruptly turned his head, fixating on the silhouette outside the window. Baijiqi. What was he doing here? This was one of the most chaotic areas of the red light district, and it was perilous for an Omega to be alone in such a place. A tightening sensation gripped Chu Yi's heart, and his actions outpaced his thoughts. "Stop the car," he commanded his subordinate, who promptly pulled over. Chu Yi then flung open the door and stepped out briskly. Not far away, Qi was walking along the roadside, oblivious to Chu Yi's presence. As Chu Yi observed him, an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he was about to stride over when. At that moment, the green light turned red. The pedestrian signal illuminated. Suddenly, a sleek, black luxury car, its engine growling in a deep rumble, sped smoothly past Chu Yi. His body froze instantaneously. His gaze followed the car uncontrollably. The sleek lines of the vehicle were certainly out of place in this tumultuous neighborhood. The photograph sent by Sun Miao exploded in his mind. In the picture, there was also a black luxury car. Chu Yi's eyes moved rigidly, ultimately returning to Qi, who stood not far away. He pressed his lips together, suppressing the tumultuous waves stirred by the vehicle, and quickly approached Qi. Qi was focused on his phone when he suddenly sensed a shadow fall before him. Raising his head, he was taken aback to see Chu Yi, his beautiful eyes widening slightly. "Ai, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to take care of some matters," Chu Yi replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. His gaze swept around Qi, noting the absence of anyone else, before casually inquiring, "What about you? Why are you here alone?" Qi blinked, then revealed a flawless and gentle smile. Xiao Huan was just eating nearby and left his phone behind. The restaurant couldn't reach his husband, so they called me to help pick it up since he couldn't come himself. The explanation seemed reasonable. As Chu Yi listened, he met Qi clear, sincere eyes, managing a strained smile in return. Qi exuded a refreshing aura, only carrying the sweet citrus scent of his pheromones, devoid of any other odor. However, Chu Yi's gaze fell upon the handbag Qi was holding. A faint yet penetrating scent wafted from it, one that carried a damp chill. Once a sensation arises, it crawls from the fingertips, permeating the skin and brushing against every pore, causing Chu Yi to involuntarily break into goosebumps. The snow is the pheromone of an alpha, and indeed, is the essence of an exceptionally superior alpha. Chapter 8. Doubt Chu Yi has long forgotten how he returned home with Qi. Throughout the journey, his mind was elsewhere. He did not wish to doubt Qi. Yet perhaps the events of the evening were too coincidental. That car, the lingering scent of snow on Qi's bag, felt like a sharp ice shard piercing his heart, exceedingly bothersome, rendering it impossible for him to disregard. He found himself on the brink of speaking several times, wanting to inquire but lacking the courage to voice his thoughts. Upon arriving home and opening the door, Chu Yi remained in a daze. "Ai, what is wrong with you?" Qi finally noticed his unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Chu Yi moved his lips, gazing at the face he adored to the core, yet all words were ultimately lodged in his throat. He forced a smile. "I'm a bit hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Qi glanced at him, refraining from probing further, and turned to open the refrigerator. "Let us have scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried greens. The meat from yesterday can just be reheated." "All right," Chu Yi replied and stepped into the kitchen. Behind him, Qi observed his tall silhouette, the gentle smile on his delicate face gradually fading, eventually forming a straight line. His hands, which hung by his sides, slowly clenched into fists. Late at night, Chu Yi lay on his side in bed, his body as rigid as stone. The city's neon lights pierced through the curtain's seams, casting a pale beam upon the dark wall. He lay still, fixating on the light, his gaze seemingly anchored there, while his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Qi lay beside him, breathing steadily, evidently deep in slumber. In the air lingered the sweet scent of oranges that had once captivated Chu Yi's soul, weaving through his senses. This fragrance had been his solace, yet now, as he inhaled it, all he could conjure was the chilling scent of snow. That aroma seemed to linger in his nostrils, bearing an air of haughty aggression, incessantly assaulting his once proud self-control. He suddenly realized he was far from as rational as he had believed, though he professed trust in Qi. Seeds of doubt had evidently taken root in his heart, flourishing into a thicket of thorns. The sleek black luxury car, by Jiqi's perfectly timed explanations, and that accursed, inescapable scent of snow from his bag. Chu Yi's lips involuntarily curled downward, forming a bitter arc. After a long pause, he subtly reached out to grasp the phone on the bedside table. The screen illuminated, painfully bright against his eyes. He navigated through his contacts until he found Sun Miao's name, his fingertip hovering above the screen, hesitating to descend. Yet ultimately, he opened the conversation. The incessant buzzing of his phone roused Chu Yi from a shallow slumber. He jolted upright, his eyes parched and weary. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Su Meng. Frustration surged as he raked his fingers through his hair. After being tormented by trivial matters until past 3 in the morning, he now felt his mind was a muddled mess. "Hello, brother. You finally answered." Su Meng's gruff voice boomed through the receiver. "Hurry up, it's time to get to work." Chu Yi stifled a yawn, his tone laden with fatigue. "Brother, haven't we already sorted everything out? You can simply take your men to find Boss He. There's no need to involve me." "That's out of the question," Su Meng retorted, his voice rising. "You captured him. The credit belongs to you. How could I shamelessly claim all the glory for myself?" "Stop dawdling, get over here." With a resigned sigh, Chu Yi acquiesced, massaging his temples. "I'll be there shortly." "Make it quick," Su Meng commanded before promptly ending the call. Chu Yi set down his phone, lingering at the edge of his bed for a considerable time. Initially, he had contemplated simply handing the individual over to Su Meng and disengaging from the ensuing matters. Yet, it seemed he had no choice but to go in person. His thoughts drifted back to the two men at the Shengxin Club. Xiangqin's flippant demeanor and Qin Chuan's aloof detachment. Their contrasting styles, yet emanating a shared air of superiority, irked him. At least Xiangqin feigned a modicum of interest, indulging in jest with those he deemed beneath him. In stark contrast, the man surnamed Qin couldn't even be bothered to pretend. One stood lofty, the other disdainful, both repugnant in Chu Yi's eyes. Admittedly, given their status, they had no obligation to feign civility towards him. Yet, the combative nature inherent to alphas ignited within him an instinctive aversion and resentment in the presence of these two who surpassed him in both pheromones and power. With a deep exhale, he quelled the churn of emotions as he glanced at Baijiqi, still lost in slumber beside him. A plethora of trivial matters loomed ahead. Upon reaching the roadside, Chu Yi stepped out of the car, immediately spotting Su Meng seated on a stone block across the street, engrossed in his phone. "Brother," he called out. Su Meng looked up at the sound of his voice, his face breaking into a smile as he sprang to his feet. "Here I am. Come over." Crossing the road, Chu Yi approached him and surveyed the building before them. Fanjin. This establishment, while respectable within the red light district, paled in comparison to Shengxin Club's grandeur. "What brings you here?" As soon as the person arrived, I reported to the boss, Su Meng elucidated. I intended to find a moment to escort him over, but the boss insisted on coming personally. "Coming personally?" Chu Yi echoed, his gaze sharpening. "They're all here?" Su Meng note that. Indeed, it appeared that the belongings pilfered by the beta named Su Jin were far more significant than Chu Yi had anticipated, compelling those two to venture into such a disreputable locale. His expression darkened. Su Meng observed the unease on his companion's face and chuckled softly, giving a firm pat on his shoulder. "Rest assured, our sole responsibility is to locate individuals. The intricacies of this matter do not concern us." "I hope so," Chu Yi replied, feeling a sense of resignation. Assisting those at the upper echelons of society has never been solely beneficial. The deeper one becomes entangled. The more susceptible one is to being unwittingly drawn into a vortex, ultimately becoming a mere pawn, or worse, a discarded piece in someone else's game. This apprehension, beyond personal feelings, is the fundamental reason Chu Yi preferred to keep his distance from such individuals. The two men followed the attendant to a room on the second floor. The door was not particularly soundproof, and Chu Yi could faintly hear muffled groans accompanied by the dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh. Before long, the sound ceased, and the door swung open. A bodyguard clad in a black suit stood stoically at the entrance, silent and expressionless, merely stepping aside to grant them passage. Su Meng and Chu Yi entered in succession. Chapter 9. Chu Yi. Is the Supreme Alpha truly that remarkable? The room was brightly lit. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows remained unadorned, allowing the unfiltered daylight to flood in, illuminating the entire space. Xianchen and Qin Chuan Ci sat side by side on the sofa. A breeze wafted through the open window, stirring the dark red velvet curtains, creating a scene reminiscent of a meticulously crafted cinematic shot. However, Chu Yi found no inclination to admire the striking features of the two top-tier alphas. His gaze immediately fell upon the figure sprawled on the floor, Su Jin. It appeared that his time in the red light district had not treated him kindly. In the photographs, he had seemed relatively clean, but now he looked utterly disheveled. He had lost considerable weight, his hair matted against his forehead, and his clothing was marred with disarrayed footprints, clearly having been subjected to rough treatment. Upon seeing their arrival, Xianchen's eyes lit up, and his smile broadened. "Ah, you're here." Su Jin lacks resilience. After a few blows, he merely whimpers, and not even melodiously. I'd already found it dreadfully tedious. Your presence has finally piqued my interest. You two are impressive. There's something about you, Xianchen remarked, his tone unabashedly admiring. Has it not even been 2 days, and you've managed to unearth him already? He nudged Qin Chuan Ci with his elbow, raising an eyebrow. See? Aren't they far more effective than your lot? At this, Qin Chuan Ci, who had been keeping his eyes lowered, finally lifted his gaze. His eyes passed over Xianchen and landed on Su Meng, who was leading the way. Noticing this, Su Meng promptly smiled and pulled Chu Yi forward, presenting him. "Boss, Mr. Qin, this is all thanks to my brother here. You might not remember, but his name is Chu Yi." Qin Chuan Ci's gaze shifted to Chu Yi, who instantly felt a wave of stiffness wash over him. That look, devoid of any discernible emotion, bore down on him with an almost tangible weight, making it difficult for him to breathe. He could feel his own alpha pheromones stirring uncomfortably, as if encountering a formidable adversary. Is this the ultimate alpha? Qin Chuan Ci gazed at him, a calm and even refined smile gracing his lips. "Chu, is it?" His voice was soft, deliberate, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "I dispatched numerous individuals to locate you for months, yet not a trace could be found." He paused, his gaze still fixed on Chu Yi's face, and slowly inquired, "How did you manage it?" The moment those words escaped his lips, both Chu Yi and Su Meng's expressions subtly shifted. The anticipated moment had arrived. This was precisely the question that had gnawed at Chu Yi's mind. A man like Qin Chuan Ci was evidently not easily deceived. Though Sister Tao had ultimately revealed the truth, it was implausible that Qin Chuan Ci would simply let the matter rest after having invested so much time. If he were to speak the truth and betray Tao Hong, the consequences from Sister Tao's side were entirely unpredictable. Yet, if he chose to lie, could he possibly evade detection? Once the deception was unveiled, the repercussions would only worsen. Chu Yi felt a dryness in his throat as his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. He silently endured the scrutinizing gaze, a breath of tension rising in his chest as he meticulously considered his words, preparing to speak. Just as he opened his mouth, ready to utter a sound, a faint groan escaped Su Jin, who lay prostrate on the ground. The sound was not loud, but in the eerie silence of the room, it stood out starkly, instantly capturing everyone's attention, including Qin Chuan Ci. Su Jin had just awakened from a brief stupor, his mind still clouded. He shifted slightly, a wave of agony coursing through his body, causing him to gasp. As he lifted his head, his blurred vision scanned the surroundings. Upon realizing his predicament, his muddled consciousness abruptly sharpened. Su Jin's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Silence enveloped the room until Xianchen raised an eyebrow, crossing his legs, and broke the stillness with a tone laced with mockery. "Oh, you're awake? I thought you were braver than this. It seems that after a mere beating, you've lost your voice." Su Yin's tremors intensified. His frantic gaze darted among the crowd, ultimately locking onto Qin Chuan Ci. In that instant, Chu Yi detected a flicker of fervent affection within Su Jin's fearful eyes. Subsequently, to Chu Yi's astonishment, Su Jin, despite his battered state, mustered the strength to crawl on all fours, resembling a humble dog, timid yet audacious, inching closer to Qin Chuan Ci. He stammered, "Mr. Qin, I did all this for you. I just want to stand by your side." Stealing a glance at Qin Chuan Ci, Chu Yi noted that throughout Su Jin's awakening, his demeanor had remained unchanged. There was no anger, no disgust, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. He maintained an air of composed detachment, as if the man who had expended months of effort searching for Su Jin was not he at all. As Chu Yi observed Su Jin inching closer to Qin Chuan Ci, the hues of blue and purple mingling on his face revealed an obsessive affection that gradually overshadowed his fear. This inexplicably sent a chill through Chu Yi's heart. Madness indeed. In the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the room. Startled, Chu Yi raised his gaze to see Su Jin, who had been fervently crawling, suddenly curl up about a meter away from Qin Chuan Ci, collapsing heavily onto the ground, his mouth erupting with anguished cries. It was as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, or an unseen force was crushing him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained unchanged, merely observing the grotesque scene before him with a detached calmness. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yi's eyes, but he quickly grasped the situation. The suppression of pheromones. This formidable figure from the capital possessed an astonishing mastery over pheromones, targeting only Su Jin without revealing the slightest trace of his power. Consequently, the others present, aside from the subdued Su Jin, felt no disturbance whatsoever. To onlookers, it appeared as if Su Jin had inexplicably gone mad, screaming and collapsing in a fit. Could an alpha of such caliber truly achieve this? After watching Su Jin struggle on the ground for a while, Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke. His voice remained flat, as if discussing the weather. "I do not wish to hear this. Tell me who compelled you to act thus." Alone, Su Jin lacked the courage for such audacity. Clearly, someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Merely retrieving the item was far from sufficient. A mere Su Jin did not possess the standing to conclude this matter. The true outcome he sought was to make the mastermind pay a grievous price. Chapter 10. Pheromone Chaos as Qin Chuan Ci's words fell. The invisible pressure weighing upon Su Jin seemed to ease. His convulsions gradually subsided, yet his complexion remained as pale as paper. Half closing his eyes, he lay on the ground, gazing up at Qin Chuan Ci's expression, which was chillingly indifferent, a flicker of deep-seated hatred surfacing in his gaze. However, that hatred was soon eclipsed by a more tumultuous obsession. He parted his lips, emitting a hoarse sound, calling out Qin Chuan Ci by name. Those present, save for Qin Chuan Ci himself, were momentarily taken aback. Su Meng's expression shifted, and even He Xiangchan raised an eyebrow, his mouth agape. Chu Yi's heart raced, but not merely due to Su Jin's audacity in naming Qin Chuan Ci. It was the glint of madness in Su Jin's eyes that enveloped him with a profound sense of foreboding. Indeed, in the next instant, a nauseatingly sweet and cloying scent erupted from Su Jin. It was the pheromones emitted during an omega's heat. That overpowering sweetness swiftly invaded every inch of air in the room, compelling all the alphas present to respond to their most primal instincts. A crack finally appeared on Qin Chuan Ci's otherwise impassive face, his brows furrowing in discontent, as he felt the subtle stirrings of restlessness within him. A distinct expression of displeasure and disgust emerged on his handsome visage. He was not alone in this sensation. Everyone present, except for Su Jin, were all alphas. The pheromones of an omega in heat were akin to a droplet of water splashed into boiling oil, igniting an explosive reaction throughout the room. "Damn it," Chu Yi muttered under his breath, retreating hastily to distance himself from the source of the pheromones. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Wasn't Su Jin a beta? How dare he, even if he weren't, surrounded by so many alphas? Did he wish to be ravaged? As Chu Yi cursed inwardly, he clamped his mouth and nose shut. However, the pheromones released during an omega's heat never merely permeated through the sense of smell. They imbued the air with a sensory saturation. At that moment, Su Jin's presence became overwhelmingly potent. Chu Yi even began to perceive a peculiar beauty in Su Jin's battered countenance. The instinct to claim surged wildly within him. A rich scent of roses uncontrollably emanated from his glands, mingling conspicuously with the pheromones of the surrounding alphas. Yet, Su Jin seemed entirely unfazed by these ravenous alphas. The Omega transformation agent, a strictly regulated and taboo substance in the capital, was easily procured by him in such a red light district. Though its effects were fleeting, they sufficed to meet his desires. He had been under the wing of Qin Chuan Ci since university, and now 5 years had elapsed. During this time, he had amassed wealth that many could only dream of. Initially, he was content with his situation, but as his understanding of Qin Chuan Ci deepened, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with merely being a bedfellow. He yearned for Qin Chuan Ci, not solely for the power and riches behind him, but for the man himself. Su Jin was aware that the affluent elites of the capital change partners as frequently as they change clothes. Thus, in Su Jin's eyes, Qin Chuan Ci keeping him around for so long indicated genuine feelings. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could shed the identity of a mere companion and become Qin Chuan Ci's true partner. If only that damned Omega hadn't appeared. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce expression crossed Su Jin's face. He had secretly encountered that Omega, and there was nothing remarkable about him. The only advantage he seemed to possess was his gender. Why should it be so? After following Qin Chuan Ci for so long, how could he be cast aside due to something as trivial as gender? Now that the barrier represented by that Omega had been lifted, there were no longer obstacles between him and Qin Chuan Ci. In Su Jin's vision, once he transformed into an Omega, Qin Chuan Ci would undoubtedly choose him. He raised his head, suppressing the unfamiliar turmoil coursing through his body, and fixed his gaze intently in the direction of Qin Chuan Ci. He understood that alphas were fiercely possessive and combative. An alpha like Qin Chuan Ci would never allow another alpha to share what was rightfully his. He fought for himself, and for himself alone. Suhin Sadendihotif. His expression of madness and anticipation gradually solidifying. He had clearly discerned the countenance of Qin Chuan Ci. The fantasies of desire and struggle that once filled his mind dissipated entirely. There was not a trace of the influence of Omega pheromones on Qin Chuan Ci's visage. He was even looking at Su Jin. Instead, he frowned, directing his gaze toward another direction. Trembling, Su Jin stiffly followed Qin Chuan Ci's line of sight, only to lock eyes with a pair filled with lust induced by Omega pheromones. The pheromones emanating from the owner of those eyes penetrated every pore of his being. It was the scent of roses. Qin Chuan Ci despised the fragrance of roses. Was this the reason? Su Jin's expression contorted in an instant. He whispered no. It shouldn't be like this before he could finish. His pupils abruptly constricted to a pinprick. Su Jin was a beta. He fantasized about becoming an Omega, but was utterly ignorant of the agonies associated with Omega arousal. The emptiness and heat ignited by the medication transformed into a sharp blade that ruthlessly pierced his nerves at that moment. Reason was obliterated in an instant. A plaintive, hollow moan reverberated throughout the room. Chu Yi, upon hearing the sound, involuntarily took a step forward, only to have his will abruptly pull him back. Know the game, know the game. He shook his head, a flicker of clarity surfacing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. The others were not so composed. Some alphas had begun to encircle, and the scene was on the brink of chaos. Yet, amidst the sweet tempest created by Omega pheromones, the influences on Qin Chuan Ci and He Xiang Shun appeared minimal. The elegance of Qin Chuan Ci's countenance was devoid of any trace of a smile. He made no effort to intervene. The impending grotesque farce, driven by desire, was unworthy of his interference. Regardless of his motives, since Su Jin chose this path, he must bear the consequences of his actions. Qin Chuan Ci stepped forward, making his way directly to the door. He Xiang Chan's expression was equally grim as he followed Qin Chuan Ci, preparing to leave. However, as they passed by Chu Yi, Qin Chuan Ci's peripheral vision suddenly swept over him. Perhaps the situation had become too awkward. He no longer maintained a facade of decorum, and when he glanced at Chu Yi, his eyes reflected unmistakable displeasure. Not a single word was exchanged as Qin Chuan Ci brushed past him. Chapter 11. The rose Chu Yi froze. Yet, he had no time to ponder this sudden disdain. Get away. Beside him, Su Meng's eyes burned crimson, his reason swept away by the cloying scent as he charged recklessly towards Su Jin. The wicked fire ignited within Chu Yi remained unextinguished. He gritted his teeth, clutching Su Meng's waist tightly. Brother, snap out of it. We need to go. Get away. Su Meng had begun to lose all recognition, retaliating with an elbow that struck Chu Yi's chest. A dull thud echoed. Chu Yi gasped in pain, the forced suppression of the rose fragrance overwhelming him even more fiercely after the sudden blow. Ignoring his discomfort, he held his breath and summoned all his strength to drag Su Meng towards the door, finally managing to push him out of the room. Fortunately, Su Meng retained a final shred of rationality, resisting fiercely but not resorting to lethal force. In the corridor, several bodyguards who had also rushed out wore flushed faces and were gasping for air. Chu Yi turned back for one last glance at the scene inside the room. Su Jin was completely unconscious, emitting broken, enticing moans, his hands instinctively tearing at his already disheveled clothing, revealing large patches of skin marred by the marks of violence. A few alphas, utterly consumed by desire, had surrounded him, pressing down upon him. By the time Su Jin regained consciousness, he would likely be unable to confront the aftermath. With an impassive expression, Chu Yi extended his hand and, with a click, closed the door. The door effectively cut off the pheromones that could drive an alpha to madness. After completing this action, Chu Yi finally exhaled, leaning his back against the cold door, attempting to calm the turmoil still raging within him. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Chu Yi abruptly looked up, only to see Xiangchen leaning against the wall nearby, arms crossed, watching him with a half-smile. That gaze made Chu Yi's cheeks instantly flush with embarrassment. He was a normal, healthy alpha, yet the intense omega pheromones had affected him. Even if the scent was of poor quality, it still elicited a response. He didn't need to think to know how disheveled he must appear at that moment. To make matters worse, Su Meng, whom he had just dragged out, was still agitated, making soft noises and repeatedly reaching for the doorknob, his eyes filled with restlessness. Acting purely on instinct, Chu Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, having to grasp Su Meng's wrist time and again to pull him back. How humiliating. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but the moans from behind the door seemed to grow louder. The sounds penetrated the door, resonating clearly in the quiet corridor, each syllable strikingly distinct. In any other setting, Chu Yi's thick skin would have allowed him to brush off any discomfort. Yet, in this particular situation, before Qin Chuan Ci and Xiangchen, two alphas of far superior status, he felt his own disgrace laid bare. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him, wishing he could just disappear into the ground. He instinctively bent slightly, trying to conceal his embarrassment in that posture. But his peripheral vision betrayed him as he couldn't help but steal another glance at the two top-tier alphas. After a brief look, he quickly averted his gaze. A ludicrous thought bubbling up in his mind regarding their reactions. Were these two fellows impotent? How could they remain so composed in the face of the omega pheromones onslaught? Clearly, Qin Chuan Ci was not one to eavesdrop. He adjusted the perfectly pressed cuffs of his shirt, turned around, and strode toward the elevator with the bodyguards who had rushed out behind him, not glancing back. His tall silhouette exuded an air of aloofness and nobility. Xiangchen observed Qin Chuan's departure, a deeper smile blooming on his face. Instead of following, he turned his gaze toward Chu Yi. "Roses, are they not?" he remarked, his voice laced with a hint of languid amusement. Chu Yi paused for a moment, realizing that the other was referring to his pheromones. He nodded stiffly, yes. "Huh." Xiangchen chuckled softly, giving Chu Yi's shoulder a light pat. "Well, it's quite pleasant." With that, he turned and, accompanied by his entourage, departed with effortless grace, leaving Chu Yi standing alone in a state of perplexity. In any context, pheromones are profoundly private and ambiguous. Complimenting another's pheromones is nearly tantamount to flirtation. However, Chu Yi did not perceive Xiangchen's words as flirtatious. After all, they were both alphas. Frowning, he struggled to comprehend the deeper meaning behind those words, feeling that the two individuals were increasingly enigmatic. At that moment, Su Meng finally regained his composure. He shook his heavy head, gazing at the closed door before him and recalling his recent disgraceful behavior, which ignited a surge of embarrassment and anger within him. Was his mind muddled? Engaging in such antics in this setting. Chu Yi halit softly. He recalled Su Jin's gaze directed at Qin Chuan, filled with a mix of affection and obsession, and his eyes flickered. Perhaps it was indeed a sign of overwhelming affection. Love can truly render a person irrational, he murmured. What nonsense! Su Meng, upon hearing this, froze in disbelief. He turned to scrutinize Chu Yi's profound expression, his rugged features contorting in confusion. Oh, I forgot. You're one of those with a muddled mind, too. Chu Yi's body stiffened momentarily. The chilling sensation of icy air resurfaced vividly in his memory. He fell silent, refraining from rebuttal. This meeting, initially intended to garner accolades, was thoroughly derailed by Su Jin's pheromone bomb. Su Meng and Chu Yi exchanged only a few words, but their embarrassment was palpable. Nevertheless, they had reaped substantial benefits. Xianchen had been generous, and both Su Meng and Chu Yi had gained much. Yet, where there are profits, there are costs, even though their conversation had been interrupted, preventing them from revealing the truth at that moment. Chu Yi later reported the role that Tao Hong had played through Su Meng, albeit with slight embellishments. In his depiction, Tao Hong became a tragic figure, deceived by her brother, selflessly devoted to her family, only to find herself ensnared in murky waters. In hindsight, this narrative proved effective. Inevitably, Tao Hong faced suppression and incurred significant losses, while Tao Lu endured hardships, ultimately finding refuge in the hospital. Yet, the situation unfolded as Chu Yi had anticipated. Tao Lu survived, and several lucrative enterprises held by Tao Hong in the prime area of Yuehua Street managed to endure as well. Chapter 12. The phone bombardment in the dimly lit bar. The liquor refracted shards of light. Chu Yi sat at the counter and took a sip. Contrary to its rich appearance, the drink was horrifically sour, causing his entire face to contort in discomfort. Laughter echoed nearby. Chu Yi looked up to meet Tao Hong's gaze, who was smiling joyfully. With a hint of resignation, he called out, "Sister Tao." "Oh dear, who would dare let you call me sister now?" Tao Hong deeply, holding her glass with a teasing tone. "Mr. Chu, it's more appropriate for me to call you brother." Chu Yi shook his head, choosing not to respond to her jest. He turned to the bartender and requested, "Please, change this drink. It's unpleasant." "Don't change it for him." Tao Hong interjected immediately. The bartender froze, looking at Chu Yi in confusion. Tao Hong felt a surge of frustration. She knew that Tao Lu would face a harsh reprimand. Yet she had not anticipated the severity of the situation. When she visited Tao Lu in the hospital, he was swathed in thick bandages, resembling a mummy, with only his eyes and a mouth visible. The doctor had informed her that both bones and internal organs were damaged, and he would need to stay in the hospital for an extended period. With a sigh, Chu Yi set down his glass. "Sister, I have done my utmost." His voice was soft. Given the circumstances, this outcome was already a pleasant surprise. The true aristocratic families of the capital would never regard the denizens of the red light district as worthy of their attention. If an insect were to inconvenience them, they would simply crush it underfoot without a second thought. To be honest, this outcome was entirely unexpected for Chu Yi. He raised the overly sour drink once more, taking another small sip, allowing the tartness to jolt his senses as his thoughts spiraled. Judging by the events in the private room that day, it was unclear what Xianchen's stance was, but Qin Chuan's disdain for him was glaringly evident. With his and Su Meng's standing, they could never hope to command enough respect to elicit mercy from the exalted Mr. Qin. Most likely, it was he, the boss, who had intervened on their behalf. Chu Yi lowered his gaze, a vague irritation settling between his brows. He simply could not comprehend what had earned him the ire of the esteemed Mr. Qin. He could only hope that the Qin family would forget him entirely and that this matter would reach a conclusion, allowing him to return to his capital with his people. Never to return. Noticing the furrow in Chu Yi's brow, Tao Hong assumed he was still upset over her earlier remarks. She waved to the bartender, signaling for him to prepare a different drink for Chu Yi. "All right, I was just teasing you. Don't wear such a stern expression." Chu Yi paused, then understood, and smiled at Tao Hong. "Sister Tao, please don't misunderstand. I was merely lost in thought, nothing more. You know well that as long as you don't strike first, I won't harbor any resentment toward you. When he had first emerged into this world, had it not been for Tao Hong taking him in for 2 months and providing him with a warm meal, he might have perished in some dark corner, far removed from today as circumstances. Though he did not voice it, he carried this gratitude in his heart. Tao Hong gazed at him, her expression somewhat dazed. Deep within her eyes, the shrewdness and strength she had maintained for years now revealed a hint of undeniable fatigue. She settled beside Chu Yi, her slender fingers weaving through her hair as she exhaled a long breath. I am growing older, with less ambition, she murmured. In the past, I fought for territory and business, hoping to shield my brothers and sisters from being bullied. Now, nearing 50, all I seek is stability. The increasing power of Chu Yi and Su Meng left her feeling increasingly powerless, and she had unwittingly begun to live by their whims. Although the loss of so many enterprises pained her, it was not to an exaggerated extent. Chu Yi nodded, I understand. Tao Hong turned her head, scrutinizing the man beside her. The bartender had already replaced his drink with a new one. The amber liquid glistened as he took a sip, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The light outlined the rugged contours of his profile, and for a fleeting moment, the wounded 17-year-old boy she once knew merged with the man before her. Sensing her gaze, Chu Yi turned his head in confusion. What is the matter, sister? Tao Hong regarded him in silence for a few seconds, her eyes, having witnessed too much of life's complexities, revealing a tangle of emotions. Since you still call me sister, she began slowly, enunciating each word, I must tell you something you must heed. This truly puzzled Chu Yi. Yet, Tao Hong did not look at him again, her gaze returning to the myriad bottles behind the bar. You've been married to Bai Ziqi for 3 years. Haven't you? At the mention of Bai Ziqi's name, Chu Yi's fingers trembled slightly around his glass. What do you think of him? Tao Hong Yin Guit. Noticing his silence, she continued, it seems you still hold affection for him. Yes, he is good, Chu Yi replied in a low voice. Good? Tao Hong scoffed as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Instantly, her smile vanished, and her tone turned cold and flat. What nonsense! Don't cling to him. Divorce him. Doya. Chu Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Tao Hong abruptly turned her head, her piercing gaze locking onto his. My people have seen him in the same alpha as car more than once. The car hasn't changed, nor has the person. He has cheated, Chu Yi. For a moment, Chu Yi's breath hitched. He fell silent, his lips pressed tightly together. It's a misunderstanding, he finally managed to utter, his voice as light as a feather. Tao Hong observed his demeanor and instantly grasped the truth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Then a surge of even greater anger erupted within her. Huh, she laughed coldly. So you were aware? She nodded repeatedly, pointing at Chu Yi, her hands trembling. Well, you truly are something else, Chu Yi. You really know how to ruin your own life. When her subordinates reported to her, she had pondered whether to inform Chu Yi. She understood all too well the infatuation he had for Bai Ziqi and feared that mishandling the situation might sour their relationship. And yet, it seemed he needed no such warnings. He was all too aware. Tao Hong felt a surge of frustration boiling within her, rendering her utterly disinclined to engage in conversation any further. She turned away, indulging herself in her drink. Chu Yi, too, refrained from speaking. The raucous music of the bar failed to overshadow the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Upon returning home that night, the house was enveloped in darkness, desolate and cold. Bai Ziqi had yet to return. Chu Yi first took a shower, cleansing himself of the lingering scent of alcohol. As he emerged, towel drying his hair, he glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand pointed to 11, and the house remained devoid of life. He subsequently picked up his phone and dialed Bai Ziqi's number. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Chu Yi hung up and called again, met once more with the indifferent voice of the automated system. In the past, he would have ceased his attempts at this point, always reluctant to appear bothersome or overly clingy to Bai Ziqi. Yet today, perhaps spurred by Tao Hong's earlier words or the effects of alcohol, he felt particularly obstinate. If Bai Ziqi did not answer, he would persist in calling. The 3rd, the 4th, the 20th. When the 50-something call was met with the same familiar tone, Chu Yi finally conceded defeat. He despondently tossed his phone onto the sofa, sinking deeply into its cushions. He felt utterly humiliated. His eyes betrayed him, welling with unshed tears. An alpha, reduced to this state over the question of whether his partner would return home, felt woefully inadequate. Thus, he sat in the darkness, awaiting Bai Ziqi's return. Click! The sound of the door unlocking pierced the silence. Chapter 13. Chu Yi, catch the mistress. Bai Ziqi entered, ushered in by the chill of the late-night wind. Upon stepping inside, he was startled to find a shadow seated on the living room sofa. Once he recognized Chu Yi, he quickly placed a hand on his chest, exclaiming, "Why are you still sitting here so late?" Chu Yi did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he confronted him with a weighty tone that reflected the emotions he had stifled all evening. "Why did you return so late? I called you, yet you did not answer." Bai Ziqi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a tone from Chu Yi. He slowly slipped into his slippers, speaking in a hushed voice tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. "I told you yesterday, didn't I? I was going to concert with friends, and I might be late." As Chu Yi pondered, a vague recollection surfaced in his mind, confirming the truth of Bai Ziqi's words. Observing the cautious expression on Bai Ziqi's face, his tone softened. "I'm sorry, I forgot. But you should ignore my calls." His voice lowered further. "I called you many times." Upon hearing this, Bai Ziqi's face brightened with realization. "Oh, I'd set my phone as silent during the concert, and when I came out, I discovered it had died, so I didn't notice," he explained, raising his phone before Chu Yi, pressing the power button repeatedly to demonstrate. The black screen remained unresponsive. Chu Yi fell silent. Noticing his demeanor, Bai Ziqi approached, gently caressing Chu Yi's cheek with his soft hand, his voice tender. "Darling, what troubles you? Feeling an unusual aura emanating from you today. Have you encountered any disheartening matters?" As Chu Yi met the clear and concerned gaze of Bai Ziqi, he saw his own reflection within those eyes, weary and disheveled. He raised his hand, gently placing it upon the back of Bai Ziqi's hand, feeling the coolness of that skin. "Ziqi," he said after a prolonged silence, his voice strained. "My sensitive period seems to have arrived a bit early." This was a deception, yet at this moment, Chu Yi felt compelled to assert something. Upon hearing the underlying implication, Bai Ziqi's hand, which had been caressing Chu Yi's cheek, halted. He appeared momentarily taken aback, and a heavy silence enveloped the space between them. Moments later. Under Chu Yi's gaze, he discreetly withdrew his hand. "I apologize, Yi." The concern in his eyes transformed into guilt. "It's quite late, and I'm truly exhausted." Upon hearing these words, the color drained from Chu Yi's lips, not merely due to the veiled rejection, but because he once again caught a whiff of the cold, snowy scent that lingered about the other. It seemed as if it had been treated with pheromone spray, rendering it faint until they were in close proximity, where he could finally detect that subtle essence. Yet, even this delicate aroma was imbued with possessiveness and provocation. Chu Yi's lips curled downward. What does this alpha mean? Is he no longer pretending? Bai Ziqi appeared to sense the tumultuous shift in Chu Yi's emotions. After a moment's reflection, he released his calming pheromones towards him. The gentle essence enveloped Chu Yi softly, while Bai Ziqi adopted a submissive demeanor, lowering his posture significantly. "I'm sorry, perhaps next time? I'm really too tired." Chu Yi remained silent for an extended duration, long enough for Bai Ziqi's expression to nearly falter. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. Seeing this, Bai Ziqi immediately broke into a tender smile. "Then I shall take my leave to bathe." As Chu Yi observed Bai Ziqi's retreating figure into the bathroom, his countenance darkened with uncertainty. It had been ages since he and Bai Ziqi had shared such intimacy. The last occasion was nearly 6 months prior. Bai Ziqi's libido appeared rather subdued, and Chu Yi himself had never been driven by strong desires, which had resulted in an infrequent frequency between them. However, the absence of intimacy for a full half-year stirred thoughts within Chu Yi that he could not deny. Now that he had mustered the courage to reach out, Bai Ziqi had rebuffed him, rejected him while enveloped in the pheromones of another alpha. Chu Yi's grip tightened around the fabric of his sleepwear, his knuckles turning white. An unprecedented fury, intermingled with humiliation and heartache, erupted within his chest. He did not wish to direct his ire at Baijiqi, but found himself helplessly targeting that damned alpha who dared to encroach upon another's omega. The audacity had escalated. He could no longer endure this. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to confront the source of that icy essence. Yet, reality often contrives to thwart one's intentions. In moments of indifference, he could easily encounter that snowy scent, but now, when he sought it, it eluded him. In the red light district, at a 15-year-old hot pot establishment, Chu Yi sat across from Sun Miao. His career was soaring these days, yet the pursuit of his quarry proved exceptionally arduous. Recently, Baijiqi had been remarkably subdued, almost never venturing outside. Chu Yi found himself unable to seize the opportunity to confront that alpha. An accumulation of frustration weighed heavily upon him. Yet he could find no outlet for his pent-up emotions. Each night, as he closed his eyes, visions of a blurred figure entwined with Baijiqi invaded his dreams. The chilling aura of snowstorming through his subconscious, rendering him sleepless. Even the spicy hot pot before him lost its appeal. Yige, Sun Miao, having slurped a mouthful of vermicelli, glanced at Chu Yi's grim expression and could no longer restrain himself, lowering his voice. About your sister-in-law. Chu Yi's hand, poised to grasp the tripe, froze mid-air. He lifted his gaze, his eyes heavy with contemplation as they bore into Sun Miao. Focus on your meal. Sun Miao, feeling the weight of his stare, instinctively recoiled, falling silent. Yet the fire within him could not be quelled. He felt indignation on behalf of Ege. Everyone in the red light district knew of Ege's heartfelt devotion to Baijiqi. Given Ege's current standing, he could command respect in this realm. Any alpha of similar stature would be surrounded by admirers, indulging in pleasures without restraint. Yet, Ege seemed bewitched, pouring his entire heart into Baijiqi, giving him everything. And what was the outcome? That Bai had the audacity to betray Ege. How utterly shameless. Sun Miao's expression of righteous anger was unmistakable, and Chu Yi discerned his thoughts with a single glance. He remained silent, simply continuing his meal. After finishing the last drop of soup, he wiped his mouth. Sun Miao, still consumed by his grievances, continued eating as Chu Yi leaned back in his chair, his mind swirling with plans on how to draw out that alpha. In this moment of relaxation, Chu Yi's gaze unconsciously drifted outside, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. On the sidewalk, a familiar figure flashed past. Baijiqi. With a sudden jolt, Chu Yi sprang from his seat, causing his chair to topple backward with a loud crash. He fixated on the figure outside, grabbed his coat draped over the chair, and dashed out. Hey bro. Sun Miao, startled as he was deeply engrossed in his meal, looked up only to find Chu Yi had vanished, leaving behind the lingering words, "You head back first." Chapter 14. A historic encounter. Chu Yi now had but one objective. He watched as Baijiqi hailed a taxi, immediately following suit and leaping into his own vehicle. The car sped off. Like a seasoned hunter, he leaned forward, his eyes piercing through the gaps in the traffic, fixated on that fleeting yellow hue. His mind raced, replaying 100 grim scenarios of how he would methodically break every bone of that alpha. The taxi wound through a labyrinth of streets before finally halting at a rather secluded lane. Baijiqi exited the vehicle, but instead of departing, he lingered by the roadside, exuding an air of elegance, clearly awaiting someone. Chu Yi parked at a nearby corner, cleverly obscured from Baijiqi's view by other cars, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Even from a distance, he could discern that Baijiqi had taken great care in his appearance today. The pristine white turtleneck sweater accentuated his delicate complexion, exuding an aura of purity and submissiveness. Chu Yi's gaze remained fixated, his heart pounding within his chest. After a considerable time, a sleek, obsidian sedan, akin to a phantom in the night, silently glided from the end of the street and came to a steady halt before Baijiqi. It had arrived. That very car. There was no other luxury vehicle like it in the red light district. Chu Yi clenched his jaw, blood rushing to his head. He unfastened his seatbelt, and pushed the door open. Today, he was determined to discover which audacious scoundrel dared to encroach upon his territory. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, and charged forward with fierce determination. However, when the car door swung open and the figure emerging from the driver's seat came into view, Chu Yi's footsteps were instantly anchored in place, unable to advance an inch. That face, one that, once seen, could never be forgotten. Qin Chuan Ci. Clad in a well-tailored dark gray coat, he stood tall with an air of noble elegance. Unlike the aloofness of their previous encounters, he now bore a gentle and refined smile. From the passenger seat, he gracefully retrieved a grand bouquet of tulips in full bloom, Bai Ziqi's favorite flower. Qin Chuan Ci presented the flowers to Bai Ziqi, who received them with a radiant smile that transformed her already gentle and lovely visage into something breathtakingly brilliant. They stood together, one tall and graceful, the other slender and demure. Their perfect height difference and harmonious aura made them appear as if they were a pair destined by the heavens. In comparison, Chu Yi felt like a mere jester. How could it be Qin Chuan Ci? Chu Yi had envisioned countless scenarios, considering the possibility that the individual might be a wealthy tycoon or perhaps a privileged scion with some influence. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, determined to reclaim what was his. Yet, the moment Qin Chuan Ci's face appeared, all his preparations became a farce. Wealth, power, appearance, even societal status, he was utterly outmatched. He might even find himself needing to beg for scraps beneath the other's grace. Chu Yi stood, frozen, immobile. He watched helplessly as Qin Chuan Ci, with impeccable, gentlemanly demeanor, opened the car door for Bai Ziqi. He observed as Bai Ziqi, with a bashful smile, took her seat inside. Chu Yi's hands clenched into tight fists, his knuckles turning white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as Qin Chuan Ci was about to close the car door, he seemed to sense something, casting a casual glance in Chu Yi's direction from a not-so-distant distance. That glance, light and devoid of emotion, struck Chu Yi like the sharpest of swords, piercing through his chest. Instinctively, he turned his head away, turning on his heel and hastily departing. He walked briskly, almost fleeing in disarray. Yet, the anger within him only intensified. It was undeniably Qin Chuan Ci's shamelessness and Bai Ziqi's betrayal. But why was it he who felt like the one in flight? Qin Chuan Ci gazed at the swiftly vanishing figure, his expression unruffled as he withdrew his gaze and entered the car. Bai Ziqi was delicately placing a bouquet of tulips in the back seat, cautious not to damage a single petal. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. The flowers are exquisite. I'm glad you like them," Qin Chuan Ci replied with a smile. Yet the scene he had just witnessed lingered in his mind, particularly those eyes filled with resentment, jealousy, and fury. What was the name again? Chu Yi. Despite having met Chu Yi twice, Qin Chuan Ci still could not recall his name. However, one detail remained clear in his mind. With an air of casualness, Qin Chuan Ci softly remarked, "It seems you carry a hint of rose fragrance." He paused briefly and added, "Is it from a friend?" Bai Ziqi froze momentarily. The next second, he raised his sleeve to take a whiff, and then a gentle smile returned to his face as he explained, "Oh, really? Perhaps I encountered an alpha in a drunken stupor on my way here, and I might have inadvertently picked it up. Is that so?" Qin Chuan Ci nodded, choosing not to inquire further. In truth, Bai Ziqi bore no scent at all. So, they are acquainted. The car departed from the chaotic and cacophonous red light district, finally halting before a towering edifice in the heart of the capital. Qin Chuan Ci exited the vehicle, walked to the other side, and opened the door for Bai Ziqi. Embracing the tulips, Bai Ziqi gracefully stepped out, naturally extending his hand to link with Qin Chuan Ci's arm. The two walked side by side into the brightly illuminated lobby. "Good evening, Mr. Qin." A waiter, who had been waiting, immediately approached with an appropriately respectful demeanor. He clearly recognized Qin Chuan Ci, requiring no inquiry, as he slightly bowed and led the way. The private elevator ascended smoothly, the numbers flashing rapidly. When the elevator doors opened, they revealed the restaurant's highest level. The entire floor was graced by a solitary dining table at its center, surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling glass walls that showcased the vibrant nightscape of the capital in all its glory. Standing there felt like floating above the city. Guided by the waiter, Bai Jiqin took his seat, maintaining a calm and elegant smile, though his heart raced violently within his chest. When the Bai family had not yet fallen from grace, he had been a frequent patron of this restaurant. Therefore, he understood the unspoken rules better than anyone else. The capital was notorious for its ability to stratify individuals into hierarchies. Even if one were immensely wealthy, upon entering this pinnacle restaurant, one would still be classified according to rank. The restaurant spanned 20 floors, with dining levels strictly regulated by one's financial means, power, and status. The higher the floor, the more esteemed the position. The former Bai family had enjoyed a respectable standing, yet even his father could only secure a reservation on the 7th floor. Those who dined at the very top were a mere handful. Chapter 15. Bai Jiqin had often fantasized about the splendor of the top floor, yet he never envisioned arriving in such a manner on this very day. He gazed out the window, where the flow of traffic and the towering buildings appeared as mere grains of sand. Everything seemed so diminutive. The sensation of towering over the entire city stirred an involuntary excitement within him. Yet, in an effort to maintain his composure before Qin Chuan Ci, he exerted great restraint. He merely exhaled softly, sincerely exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Qin Chuan Ci, standing beside him, smiled faintly in response. "If you like it, you are welcome to visit often." Upon hearing this casual remark, Bai Jiqi's gaze toward Qin Chuan Ci brightened even more. Their dinner extended late into the night. Qin Chuan Ci escorted Bai Jiqi back to the vicinity of the entrance to the red light district. As Bai Jiqi alighted from the car, he glanced at Qin Chuan Ci through the window, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. From any angle, this alpha was nothing short of perfection. He waved goodbye, and only when the black sedan had completely vanished into the night did the gentle smile on his face gradually fade. He retrieved his phone and summoned another vehicle. Bai Jiqi refrained from disclosing his true address to Qin Chuan Ci. Until he achieved complete success, he could not allow Qin Chuan Ci to encounter Chu Yi. With this thought, a question Qin Chuan Ci had posed to him earlier that afternoon suddenly flashed through Bai Jiqi's mind, causing his expression to darken. He then took out a pheromone-blocking spray from his bag and meticulously applied it all over his body. After raising his wrist to sniff and confirming that no trace of another's pheromones remained, he returned the spray to his bag. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan Ci drove slowly through the red light district. The bustling nightlife was filled with numerous vehicles, and a cacophony of honking horns echoed incessantly. Not far along, the road ahead became completely obstructed. It appeared there had been an accident, and a section of the road was closed, forcing all vehicles to navigate slowly along a narrow side path. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Chuan Ci's gaze remained sharp, unfazed by the chaos around him. Amid the standstill, an incongruous image of the man from the street corner earlier that evening emerged in his mind. The unmistakable glimmer of unwillingness and jealousy was evident in those eyes. Was it affection for Bai Jiqi? Qin Chuan Ci's expression betrayed no hint of disturbance. He held that alpha in little regard, barely bothering to remember the name, let alone concern himself with the other's envy. It was merely the pheromones that had left a fleeting impression. Roses. Qin Chuan Ci's eyes flickered. He had no fondness for roses. In every conceivable aspect, he found them unappealing. The thorny stems, the vibrant colors, the overpowering fragrance. It is often said that roses symbolize love. Thus, throughout the capital, including his relatives and the Qin family, it was customary to present large bouquets when expressing sentiments to someone. However, this did not hinder their subsequent infidelities. For every lover and partner, there was a bouquet of roses to match. The multitude of roses did not signify an abundance of love, but rather an excess of hypocrisy. Qin Chuan Ci harbored no romantic illusions about love, yet he truly abhorred insincerity. Just then, a faint scent of snow unexpectedly wafted through the car. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. This sudden turn of events interrupted his musings about the rose, compelling him to forcefully suppress the surge of pheromones. Ever since Su Jin made off with stolen goods, he had not experienced such a sensation for quite some time. After a prolonged absence, the pheromones had begun to stir restlessly. His expression turned grim as he recalled Bai Ziqi. Bai Ziqi was an Omega he had fortuitously encountered in a cafe in the capital. Unlike the typical Omegas influenced by melodramatic romances, Bai Ziqi had not doused him with coffee, but rather engaged him with clever and direct conversation. The faint scent of citrus pheromones emanating from him, which should have been disregarded, instead drew Qin Chuan in, for he sensed a commendable compatibility with Bai Ziqi's essence. At that time, with Su Jin still around, he did not lack for companions to manage his pheromones. However, he did not mind the prospect of exploring connection with this compatible Omega as a potential alternative. After Su Jin's departure, he found himself spending increasing amounts of time with Bai Ziqi. Bai Ziqi possessed a gentle appearance and graceful demeanor. Though he harbored a few secrets, they were harmless. Initially, Qin Chuan merely scrutinized him, but upon further observation, other thoughts began to surface. Perhaps it was time to seek a partner suitable for public display, and Bai Ziqi's gender, appearance, and eloquence were perfectly aligned. Given the rising frequency of his pheromonal unrest, a decision was indeed warranted. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan picked up his phone, intending to message his assistant to prepare for subsequent plans and gifts, aiming to bring this matter to a swift conclusion. However, just as he unlocked the screen, a message unexpectedly popped up. Assistant Jiang, Mr. Qin, we have discovered some discrepancies in Mr. Bai Ziqi's previous records. Upon re-examination, it appears that Mr. Bai has intentionally concealed and modified his personal information. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. In a red light district, a somewhat shadowy past was entirely normal. Should one wish to attach themselves to him, employing tactics to embellish their history was entirely reasonable. To successfully deceive him was, in itself, a certain skill. Thus, his evaluation of Bai Ziqi rose slightly. He sought a polished facade, a decorative piece suitable for public display, not an immaculate saint. As long as Bai Ziqi could perform his role well in front of the public and fulfill his obligations, he would not only be indifferent to any alleged misdeeds, but might even assist in erasing them entirely. Just as he was about to reply, another message from his assistant swiftly followed. Assistant Jiang, Mr. Bai is already married. His legal partner is an alpha. Here is a photo and details of his husband. An image appeared, accompanied by a document. Qin Chuan did not open the document, but simply gazed at the photograph. Qin Chuan, Chapter 16, Men Cry, Not Tears. Qin Chuan examined the photo. The man in the image, clad in a black suit, appeared slightly less mature than he did now, smiling awkwardly at the camera. In the twilight hours, the individual at the street corner, who gazed at him with eyes brimming with envy and resentment, appeared to be a completely different person. Yet undeniably, it was the same individual. Qin Chuan's fingers lightly tapped the cold screen, extinguishing the image before him. So this was the truth. He had contemplated numerous possibilities. An Omega with nothing to his name, striving to maintain dignity in the chaotic milieu of the red light district, must inevitably have resorted to some disreputable means. Perhaps he had committed crimes or engaged in even more sordid transactions. However, these considerations held no significance for Qin Chuan. He was devoid of moral scruples and had no notions of chastity. The past was inconsequential. Adherence to his rules was all that mattered moving forward. Yet, the current revelation was one he had not anticipated. Married, his alternative turned out to be a married Omega. No wonder. Qin Chuan's brows furrowed slightly. No wonder that Alpha regarded him with such a piercing gaze. He recalled the unwavering smile on Bai Ziqi's face when answering his questions earlier in the evening. Unable to suppress a scoff, it was far beyond mere acquaintance. Qin Chuan's gaze returned to his phone as he opened the document his assistant had sent. Chu, email. 27 years old, ordinary alpha, pheromone. Rose, the information was scant, merely fitting the archetype of a petty criminal in the red light district. Yet one detail caused Qin Chuan's fingers to pause. He had observed the smooth expanse of Bai Ziqi's nape, devoid of any marks of a mating bond. An Omega, who was already married to an Alpha, had not been permanently claimed. Qin Chuan lowered his eyes, but chose not to dwell excessively on this matter. Whatever the reason, a marriage certificate could not be fabricated. The corners of Qin Chuan's mouth tightened, a slow simmer of indignation rising from within. Thus, he had unwittingly become the third party in the marriage of a lowly thug. Absurd. Outside the car window, the traffic had finally ceased its congestion. Qin Chuan expressionlessly extinguished the phone screen. The interior of the vehicle dimmed, leaving only a pair of pitch-black eyes glinting with a cold light in the darkness. Thoughts swirled within him. This revelation had sparked some discontent towards Bai Jiqing. Yet, the remarkable compatibility of their pheromones brought Qin Chuan into a brief reverie. Due to his unique circumstances, finding an omega whose pheromones harmonized well and who met his aesthetic and conversational standards was no simple task. Although this situation left him dissatisfied, Bai Jiqing remained the most optimal choice thus far. Moments later, he lifted his gaze, the ripple of offense on his face having completely vanished, restoring his usual aloofness and nobility. Very well. It was ultimately not an insurmountable issue. Being married did not preclude the possibility of divorce. What Qin Chuan desired, whether it be a person or an object, was not defined by whose label it bore. What truly mattered was to whom it would ultimately belong. Upon returning home, Bai Jiqing was greeted by a profound darkness and silence. The house was empty. He cast a glance at the wall clock, which had already surpassed midnight. Chu Yi had yet to return. Bai Jiqing furrowed his brow slightly, retrieving his phone to find a pristine contact list devoid of any missed calls or messages from Chu Yi. After a moment's contemplation, his slender fingers tapped the screen, adeptly switching to a tone of concern and tenderness. "My dear, it's so late. When will you be back?" The message was sent successfully. Buzz. His phone vibrated on the table, illuminating the screen. Chu Yi sat in his office, his gaze fixed vacantly on that line of text. On the desk, empty bottles lay haphazardly scattered, the pungent scent of alcohol mingling with floral pheromones, saturating the air. This man, who had clearly strayed, could still nonchalantly send him such a message, crafting an illusion of continued affection. Is it laughable? Indeed. Yet, tragically, Chu Yi found himself unexpectedly warmed by those few words. A flicker of humble solace breaching the hardened shell forged from alcohol and anger. He stared for an interminable time, long enough for the screen to dim automatically. Ultimately, he refrained from replying. Instead, he picked up his phone, located Sun Miao's profile, and sent a message. "Do not investigate Bai Jiqing's affairs." He paused, adding, "Those who know about this, keep it to yourselves." Having completed this, he placed the phone face down, pressing it firmly against the table. His crimson face was etched with distress. This matter was one he could not share with anyone, for Bai Jiqing's affair involved Qin Chuan Ci. And who is Qin Chuan Ci? A friend of Boss He, a man at the pinnacle of the capital's social hierarchy. As for Chu Yi, he was but an insignificant subordinate under Boss He. What could he possibly do if someone coveted his wife? Nothing at all. Could he shout about the man being a male mistress? Certainly not. The more he pondered, the more suffocating the pressure in his chest became, as if a colossal stone were weighing him down, robbing him of breath. "Bai Jiqing, why do you treat me this way?" A wave of scalding tears welled in his eyes, only to be forcefully suppressed. Chu Yi seized an unopened bottle of strong liquor, brutally twisting off the cap and tilting his head back to gulp the contents. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, cascading down into his stomach. He drank through the night. The following morning, Su Meng hummed a tune as he sneaked into the office. Passing by Chu Yi's office, he instinctively peered through the crack in the door, then abruptly halted. He pushed the door open in disbelief. Good heavens! The floor was strewn with bottles, the air thick with the stench of alcohol, nearly overwhelming Su Meng. Covering his nose, he hurriedly opened the window before turning to the man slumped in the boss's chair, unconscious. "Hey, Chu." Su Meng approached and gently shook him. "Did you spend the entire night drinking? What happened?" Chu Yi was jolted by a sudden motion, gradually lifting his head, his bloodshot eyes clouded with confusion. He gazed at Su Meng, as if recalling something, and shook his head repeatedly. "I'm fine, brother, truly fine." Su Meng furrowed his brow, intending to assist him from the chair, but Chu Yi abruptly stood up, swaying precariously, and began to shout at Su Meng with all his might. "At this moment, I have no interest in anything else. I want to work. I want to earn money. A great deal of money. I want to climb higher and higher." His voice was hoarse, resembling a broken gong. imbued with a sense of grievance and stubbornness. Su Meng was taken aback by his outburst, ready to scold him, when suddenly, Chu Yi's expression shifted, and in the next moment, he leaned over and vomited on his Su Meng's chest. Su Meng's face darkened, his temples throbbing, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet, witnessing Chu Yi's ghastly state, he ultimately refrained from losing his temper. "What bad luck I have," he grumbled as he dragged the inebriated man to the nearby sofa. "What a disgrace. I'll call by Qi and have him take you back." Su Meng pulled out his phone, preparing to dial. Just as he finished speaking, the previously drunken Chu Yi sprang up like a cat with its tail stepped on, shouting, "No, do not call by Qi." He lunged to snatch Su Meng's phone. No one is allowed to call. Su Meng was caught off guard by the suddenness of his action. Hey, are you out of your mind?" Chapter 17, the eve of the meeting. Chu Yi, naturally stronger than him, became even more formidable in his frenzy. Su Meng found himself unable to withstand the force, taking a hard hit to his chest that sent his phone flying. Damn it! In the next moment, he crashed back against the filing cabinet, the impact drawing a sharp breath of pain. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he noticed Chu Yi had slumped down, half on the sofa and half on the floor, motionless once more. After a long moment of silence, Su Meng could only curse under his breath, "Crazy." He rubbed his lower back, retrieved his phone, which had sustained a slight crack on the screen, and shot a displeased glance at Chu Yi. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. Given Chu Yi's earlier overreaction, he could surmise the situation to a degree. It seemed that Bai Qi had indeed placed a rather colorful hat upon his good brother. Su Meng snorted coldly, ready to tuck his phone away, when suddenly the screen flashed with an incoming call, causing him to straighten up instantly. "Bossy." Su Meng answered immediately, his tone shifting to one of respect. "Bossy." As he listened to the voice on the other end, a smile gradually spread across his face. "All right, boss." After the call ended, Su Meng looked down at the unconscious Chu Yi, his gaze laden with complexity. He approached him, repositioned him comfortably on the sofa, and draped a jacket over him. "All right, when you wake up, forget about those trivial matters. With Bossy as our backing, brighter days await us. When the time comes, brother will find you someone 100 times more beautiful than Bai, and 1,000 times wealthier." After that, Chu Yi busied himself completely, immersing in his work at the company. For several consecutive days, he attended to all his needs within the confines of a small break room. His exchanges with Bai Qi were confined to terse messages on the phone screen. "Qi, rest early." "Qi, don't tire yourself too much," Chu Yi would respond. Yet he was acutely aware that a chasm had formed between them. Bai Qi's infidelity involved Qin Chuan Ci, leaving Chu Yi at a loss for words. In every conceivable aspect, the latter overshadowed him. Presently, he resembled a laboring ox, diligently plowing through work, while harboring a secret thought that even he found ludicrous. "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." This phrase rolled through his mind, only to be crushed by his own derisive laughter. He knew full well that, even if he toiled to the point of exhaustion, he would likely never reach the heels of Qin Chuan Ci. Such ungrounded emotions were merely the remnants of his fragile self-esteem. Ultimately, he simply wished to avoid returning home, fearing the confrontation with Bai Qi. He dreaded the possibility of hearing the two words he most wished to avoid: divorce. As his thoughts spiraled, Chu Yi leaned against the weathered wall, a cigarette held between his fingers, the swirling smoke obscuring the hard lines of his face. He discarded the cigarette, but on the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering noises echoed from the depths of the stairwell. Several figures stumbled out from a room, their faces marred by fury and fear. Almost immediately, a corpulent man brandishing a watermelon knife emerged. His visage twisted in rage as he swung the blade wildly, hurling profanities. Yet, he quickly realized that those around him had fallen eerily silent. The few subordinates he had intimidated now appeared frantic, but their gazes were not fixed on him. They were transfixed by something beside him. A chill coursed through the stout man as he hastily turned his head. At the corner of the staircase stood the man who regarded him with a sidelong glance. Chu Yi. The color drained from the fat man's face, as if all his bones had been extracted, leaving him utterly deflated. His grip on the knife trembled, and he found himself retreating uncontrollably in the opposite direction. "Yi, brother E," he stammered, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Chu Yi remained silent, and his subordinates fell into a hushed stillness. They were all aware that brother E had been in a foul mood lately, and they too felt a sense of trepidation. Now, with Chu Yi's silence, none dared to utter a word. The stout man quaked like a leaf in autumn. He had not anticipated that Chu Yi would personally confront him. In his mind, figures like Su Meng and Chu Yi, those of such high caliber, would scarcely concern themselves with his petty debts. He only needed to frighten off the debt-collecting lackeys to gain a moment's respite, allowing him to prepare for a swift escape. Unbeknownst to Chu Yi, the fat man's thoughts were racing. He merely regarded the man with a voice devoid of emotion. "Where is the 300,000? The portly man swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Brother E, please, grant me a little more time. I will quickly gather the money." Chu Yi, icy and unyielding, replied, "Just a few days ago, did you not possess funds to gamble?" The man's countenance stiffened, caught off guard by the revelation. Stammering, he tried to justify himself. I thought it was a fluke, that I could recover my losses." Chu Yi's patience for his excuses had evaporated. He stepped forward, one foot after another, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the concrete floor like the ominous drumbeats of death. The fear in the man's eyes escalated exponentially, and as Chu Yi approached within 3 steps, he succumbed to panic. "Stay back. Don't come any closer," he shrieked, his sanity consumed by terror. He brandished a watermelon knife, summoning every ounce of strength to swing it at Chu Yi's head. Without so much as a blink, Chu Yi simply sidestepped, allowing the blade to whistle past him. In the next moment, he raised his long, powerful leg and delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The impact was thunderous. The man's hefty frame flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground, curling up and unable to rise for quite some time. Several underlings witnessed this and rushed forward, dragging him into a vehicle that sped away in haste. Sun Miao approached, dusting off his hands, cautiously assessing Chu Yi's expression. "Brother E, that wretched fat man in the car is shouting, claiming he will use his daughter as collateral." At this, Chu Yi's gaze shifted. "His daughter? Omega?" Sun Miao shook his head. "No, she's a beta." Chu Yi scoffed derisively. What value does a beta hold? How dare he utter such nonsense? Sun Miao remained silent. Apprehensive, Chu Yi furrowed his brow, irritation bubbling within him, and inhaled deeply, inquiring, "Where's his daughter?" "Upstairs," Sun Miao promptly replied. Chu Yi remained silent for a few moments. "Let's have a look." Chapter 18. The entrance. Sun Miao led Chu Yi up the stairs. The aged corridor was suffused with a musty odor, corners cluttered with decaying refuse. They arrived at the entrance of the man's residence on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, an even more potent stench assaulted them. The room was a veritable mountain of garbage, scarcely leaving room to stand. Chu Yi's brows knitted tighter. In the corner of the bedroom, he beheld the so-called collateral, a frail little girl. As he gazed upon her, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Still just a child, he murmured, incredulity lacing his tone. The girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, clad in a tattered and filthy dress. Cowering in the corner, gazing timidly at the 2 unfamiliar men who had intruded upon her space. Upon hearing Chu Yi's disdainful remark, she seemed to be ignited by a spark of courage, biting her lip and summoning her bravery. I will sing, and when I grow up, I will become a great star. At that time, I will repay her." Her voice was delicate and soft, tinged with a slight tremor. Yet her gaze emanated an indomitable spirit, as if she had already foreseen her fate. Sun Miao glanced at her in surprise, finding the little girl intriguing, then turned to observe Chu Yi's reaction. Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged. He did not respond to the child's words, merely inquired, "Where is your mother?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, her voice becoming somewhat forlorn. "My mother was sold by my father." Well, that truly exemplified the quintessential background of a child from the red light district. As Chu Yi contemplated how to handle this little girl, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He pulled out the screen flashing 2 words, Big Brother. Chu Yi answered the call. Hello, brother? Su Meng's booming voice immediately resonated through the receiver. Hey, Chu Yi, don't forget about tonight's affair. Be there on time, and for heaven's sake, don't keep me waiting. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi instinctively glanced at the time displayed on his phone. 17:03. He replied, Understood, I'll head over right away. All right then, Suman Gondin. Remember to spruce yourself up. This is a high society gala, personally arranged by Boss He. We cannot bring shame upon him. Chu Yi responded solemnly. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, he cast one last glance at the little girl in the corner, exhaling an irritated click of his tongue. He tossed a remark to Sun Miao. I have something to attend to. Clean her up, she's filthy. Sure thing, Ego, Sun Miao promptly replied. Without further ado, Chu Yi turned and left. He got into his car, initially intending to drive directly to meet Su Meng, but then recalled Su Meng's earlier words. Looking down at his attire, a hint of annoyance crossed his face. In the next moment, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, redirecting the car towards the largest shopping center in the red light district. After changing into a brand new outfit, he drove to the rendezvous point with Su Meng. By the time he arrived, night had completely fallen. The capital city, under the cloak of darkness, sparkled with lights. The gala was set in a luxurious villa nestled on a hillside. Surrounding it, expensive luxury cars glided in silently. Chu Yi stepped out of his vehicle, the evening breeze carrying a slight chill. He raised his eyes towards the brightly lit villa not far away, his gaze shifting. That day, when Su Meng excitedly informed him that Boss He had invited them to this gala, he had actually wanted to decline. He despised such places. Whenever he frequented them, the upper-class individuals would invariably cast disdainful glances, as if preordained to do so. Most importantly, Chu Yi knew he might encounter Qin Chuan Ci here. That evening, at the street corner, he was not the only one to have seen Qin Chuan Ci. She had seen him as well. Yet, Su Meng, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted he attend, and he could not reveal the true reason to this older brother. A wave of irritation surged within Chu Yi. The mere thought of a potential face-to-face encounter with Qin Chuan made him feel a pang of headache, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette in his pocket, only to suddenly remember the inappropriate setting, halting his movement. Ultimately, he merely slipped his hand into the pocket of his trousers, maintaining a cold demeanor as he stood still. In stark contrast to his agitation, Su Meng beside him was practically brimming with excitement. He adjusted his ill-fitting tie, his face aglow with enthusiasm. In the past, he had loathed attending gatherings filled with ostentatious, wealthy individuals. However, tonight's banquet was of an entirely different nature. Although he could not escape the disdainful gazes of the arrogant elite, this time they had been invited by none other than Boss He. This signified that Boss He was making a statement to the entire circle, declaring them as his protégés. Consequently, those wealthy individuals he had once scorned transformed from being the upper echelon of disdain into walking opportunities and money-making machines. Let us proceed and meet Boss He, Su Meng urged, a sense of triumph lacing his tone as he patted Chu Yi on the shoulder. Chu Yi responded in a subdued manner, trailing behind Su Meng. The attendant at the entrance had noticed the two men from a distance. His gaze lingered momentarily on Chu Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, before shifting to Su Meng. Although Su Meng was clad in designer attire, the air of a scrappy survivor from the lower echelons was unmistakable. The attendant's eyes darted between the two, and understanding dawned upon him. Ah, yet another nouveau riche bringing along a kept companion to the soiree. How extravagant. Both are alphas indeed. The attendant internally clicked his tongue, yet his professional smile remained unaltered. Even though Su Meng did not appear to be a figure of high status, his demeanor was impeccably respectful. As Su Meng and Chu Yi approached, the attendant bowed slightly, addressing them in a gentle tone. Good evening, gentlemen. May I kindly request your invitations? Su Meng retrieved the invitation from his pocket and handed it over. The attendant accepted it with a smile. But as he opened the card and his gaze fell upon the embossed name, Xianshan in gold at the bottom right corner, his expression shifted dramatically. The smile on his face transformed into genuine humility. He returned the invitation to Su Meng with both hands, bowing even lower, having memorized the names inscribed on the card. His respect reaching unprecedented heights. Mr. Chu, please enter, he said. Su Meng distinctly sensed the change in the attendant's demeanor, the shift towards obsequiousness and reverence filling him with elation. He reclaimed the invitation, feeling every pore in his body expand with confidence as he strode through the villa's grand entrance, head held high and a broad smile plastered on his face. Chu Yi followed closely behind, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the attendant as he passed. The attendant instinctively looked up, locking eyes with a pair of deep, indifferent orbs. The gaze was devoid of emotion, yet it felt like a blade tempered in ice, causing every hair on the attendant's body to stand on end, rendering him utterly frozen. In the next moment, Chu Yi averted his gaze and stepped into the banquet hall. Until Chu Yi completely stepped inside, the attendant finally sighed in relief, unable to suppress the frantic beating of his heart. How can this person be so intimidating? Chapter 19, Qin Chuan Ci, 50. The villa exuded opulence. In the spacious hall, the crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow. Elegantly dressed men and women held their wine glasses, gathered in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations. Su Meng, feeling elated at the joyful occasion, wanted to share his delight with Chu Yi upon entering. However, turning around, he found Chu Yi maintaining his usual stern expression. Hey you, Su Meng said with irritation. It's one thing to be glum at the office, but why are you still like this here? Cheer up. We're in the presence of Boss He. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi merely shook his head in response. Su Meng paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and glanced towards the attendant by the entrance, unable to contain himself, letting out a laugh. Ha ha, I told you. Our little Lee has an impressive appearance. With just a bit of grooming, he looks like a big star. Chu Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, rolling his eyes at Su Meng. Such incidents were not novel. Years ago, when accompanying Su Meng on business, he was often mistaken for Su Meng's kept man. Rumors even circulated that Su Meng had a peculiar penchant for alphas. Naturally, those gossiping tongues had been silenced by Chu Yi's fists. After establishing his reputation in the red light district, few dared to utter such nonsense in his presence. Yet, he had encountered such experiences so frequently that even without a word from the attendant, Chu Yi could discern the unsavory thoughts swirling in his mind. On the second floor, in the circular corridor, He Xianchen leaned against the intricately carved railing, watching the scene below with keen interest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he clicked his tongue. Oh, I noticed earlier, my little brother truly has a remarkable appearance. Beside him, Qin Chuan Ci followed his gaze downward. Chu Yi, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, standing tall like a pine tree. Perhaps he had groomed himself intentionally before arriving. His hair was slicked back, revealing a full forehead. His features were sharply defined, with a high nose and a chiseled jawline, exuding an untamed wildness akin to a black panther, its claws temporarily sheathed, lurking in the shadows. This visage stood out starkly among the pampered alphas in the banquet hall. Since his entrance, Qin Chuan Ci had noticed several omegas and betas casting glances, both intentional and accidental, in his direction. Qin Chuan Ci remained expressionless. He had encountered many handsome men and beautiful women. It was merely a facade, and no matter how striking, it could not alter the barrenness within. Moreover, in his eyes, Chu Yi's face was merely passable. He diverted his gaze back to He Xianchen, his voice icy. What did you summon them for? He Xianchen shrugged nonchalantly. Don't say that. They did help you after all. Besides, it's quite interesting to bring them over to broaden their horizons. I senti it? He Xianchen chuckled softly, propping his chin with one hand as he continued to observe Chu Yi downstairs, a hint of undisguised regret flickering in his eyes. He had never been intimate with someone of that ilk before. Alas, he was married. He held no interest in married men. Otherwise, this evening, the young lad might not have returned home. Qin Chuan Ci, having grown up alongside He Xianchen, could discern the mischievous thoughts swirling in his friend's mind with just a glance. He furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. Depraved. Unperturbed by the remark, He Xianchen took it as a badge of honor, raising an eyebrow at Qin Chuan Ci and languidly retorting, "It's in my genes. I'm merely adhering to my nature. Unlike you, who pretends to be virtuous and tortures yourself daily." Qin Chuan Ci chose not to respond further, seemingly unwilling to remain entangled in such a trivial conversation with He Xianchen. He turned away, making his way towards the lounge within the banquet hall, leaving behind a single remark, "It's about to begin." He Xianchen acknowledged him and redirected his gaze downstairs. As if sensing something, Chu Yi, with Su Meng's arm draped around his shoulders, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes traversed the bustling crowd, landing on the second floor. He Xianchen did not shy away, boldly waving in their direction. Su Meng, following Chu Yi's gaze, spotted He Xianchen above and immediately donned a proud smile, responding enthusiastically. After exchanging greetings, He Xianchen maintained his cheerful demeanor before turning away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Su Meng, somewhat exhilarated, rubbed his hands together, eager to coax Chu Yi upstairs for a proper introduction. "Come on." However, Chu Yi did not budge, firmly grasping his arm. His gaze swept across the lively crowd in the hall as he spoke in a low tone. "It's about to start. Let us wait." Su Meng Bao said, quickly realizing the situation. Charging up now would seem too deliberate. Since Bossy had summoned them, there would surely be a formal introduction in due time. "Hey, you're right," Su Meng chuckled, dismissing his earlier thoughts. Indeed, before long, the lights at the front of the hall converged, and a sprightly elderly gentleman clad in traditional robes emerged, leaning on a cane. The venue fell into an instant hush. "Old Master Lu." Whispers of greetings rippled through the crowd. Old Master Lu smiled and waved his hand, his voice resonant. "Thank you all for gracing us with your presence tonight to celebrate my precious granddaughter, Chengwei's 18th birthday. I ask for nothing more than her future peace and joy, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves this evening." As his words faded, a young lady in a pristine white princess gown timidly emerged from backstage, lifting her skirt. The girl was Lu Chengwei, her features delicate, skin fair, and her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of innocence. The quintessential softness of an Omega made her appear as a naive little sprite. "Thank you all for attending my birthday party," she said in a sweet, soft voice, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Su Meng and Chu Yi, mingling in a corner of the crowd, joined in the applause. The birthday celebration segment concluded swiftly, and the banquet transitioned into a time of free socializing, which, for the vast majority present, was the true highlight of the evening. Su Meng stealthily pulled Chu Yi towards the long table piled high with gifts on one side of the hall. The table was adorned with an impressive array of exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. Su Meng scratched the back of his head, his expression somewhat awkward. As commoners, he and Chu Yi were utterly clueless about the preferences of a wealthy young lady. Prior to their arrival, they had scoured the internet and discovered a ranking of luxury gifts that an Omega would most desire, so they had each purchased the top 2 items. Initially, they believed their choices to be quite respectable, but in comparison to the lavish display before them, they now appeared rather meager. With a quick glance around to ensure no one was watching, he discreetly moved aside a few of the more opulent gift boxes, shoving his and Chu Yi's modest offerings into the farthest corner beneath them. He then meticulously covered the other gifts back up. After completing this covert operation, he let out a long sigh, as if he had accomplished a formidable task. Chu Yi, observing his fluid maneuvers from the side, silently gave him a thumbs up. Just as the two were preparing to vacate this treacherous place, a well-dressed gentleman approached them, holding a glass of wine. The man was handsome and exuded a gentle demeanor, eventually stopping in front of Chu Yi with a perfectly measured smile. "Good evening. I am Fong Lin from the Fong family." Chu Yi remained composed, immediately discerning that the man was a beta. He responded politely, "Hello, I am Chu Yi." Su Meng remained silent, having recognized the underlying intent behind the man's approach, and he disdainfully curled his lip. Fong Lin's gaze lingered on Chu Yi, his smile widening. From the moment Chu Yi entered, he had taken notice of him. Although the Alpha's behavior was somewhat inappropriate, his striking appearance was precisely to Fong Lin's taste. After observing for a moment, he felt that the two did not resemble the typical sugar daddy and boyfriend dynamic, so he decided to probe further. I don't believe I've seen you two in the circles of the imperial capital, Fong Lin remarked, his tone laced with curiosity. Chu Yi nodded, responding with candor and directness. No, we are not from the imperial capital. Fong Lin's curiosity piqued further. Then where are you from? The red light district. The red light district? Fong Lin's smile abruptly froze. Wasn't that a notorious slum adjacent to the imperial capital? How could a lowly inhabitant of such a place find themselves in this setting? The admiration and intrigue in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a veneer of detachment. Oh, really? Haha. He forced a couple of hollow laughs, his tone growing dismissive. I know, it's quite a lively place. He hastily exchanged a few more pleasantries, then, citing the need to reunite with friends, he turned on his heel and departed without looking back. Su Meng observed the scene, rolling his eyes dramatically. He lowered his voice and remarked to Chu Yi, damn. Do these wealthy folks all share the same script? How can their attitudes be so uniformly condescending? Chu Yi shrugged, already accustomed to such encounters and indifferent to the slight. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hall. Chu Yi and Su Meng turned towards the sound, where Xianchen and Qin Chuan were descending the staircase from the second floor side by side. The moment these two individuals made their entrance, they instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. They possessed a striking beauty that eclipsed even the most prominent stars of the moment. Not to mention the formidable influence they wielded, capable of stirring the very winds of the capital. Almost immediately, they found themselves surrounded by an eager throng of people seeking to engage in conversation. Chu Yi's gaze fell upon Qin Chuan Ci. The man wore a subtle smile, gracefully responding to each person who approached him, maintaining an impeccable poise that preserved a sense of distance while ensuring no one felt the sting of neglect. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a low, cold curse from his throat. Feigning death. What? Su Meng, unable to catch his words, turned to look at him. Chu Yi shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. In the crowd, Xiangshan seemed to have noticed him in the corner, smiling as he raised a hand in greeting. Su Meng's face instantly lit up with joy, and he hurriedly pulled Chu Yi along. Boss he, Mr. Qin. Xiangchun smiled as he patted Su Meng's shoulder, then glanced at Chu Yi, introducing them to those around. Allow me to introduce Su Meng and Chu Yi. Observing Xiangchen's demeanor, the astute individuals present quickly grasped the implication. He was paving the way for the two men. In an instant, the gazes directed at Su Meng and Chu Yi transformed, shifting from scrutiny and disdain to curiosity and enthusiasm. Xiangchun, having made his point, soon waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Su Meng greeted Chu Yi before promptly raising his glass and immersing himself in the realm of connections and opportunities. Though his appearance was rugged, he was remarkably smooth in social settings, far more adept than Chu Yi in navigating the complexities of interpersonal relations. Chu Yi watched Su Meng blend seamlessly into the crowd, surveying his surroundings in search of a secluded sofa where he could sit until the banquet concluded. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. It was the beta, Fong Lin, who had turned to leave moments earlier. Chui posit beautifully. Fong Lin now wore a smile that was 100 times more sincere than before, eagerly engaging him in conversation. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. My friend called me away abruptly, and I didn't get the chance to speak with you properly. Is this really genuine? Chu Yi thought to himself, stifling a dry chuckle as he observed the other's exuberant expression, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. You've misjudged this treasure. Given the trivial matters between me and Qin Chuan Ci, I hardly seem a worthy investment. Just as Chu Yi prepared to offer a few perfunctory remarks to extricate himself, his attention was suddenly drawn to another direction. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a servant carrying a tray. After having navigated the treacherous paths of the red light district, his brain had developed an almost primal instinct for danger. This person, Chu Yi furrowed his brow. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He saw the evening's guest of honor, Lu Chengwei, walking toward them, laughing and chatting with friends, utterly oblivious to the servant at her side. Meanwhile, the servant hurried along, equally unaware of Lu Chengwei's presence. Bang! With a muffled thud, the two individuals collided with force. The red wine on the tray splashed everywhere, staining Lu Chengwei's pristine white princess dress with a shocking crimson hue. Lu Chengwei gasped, losing her footing and tumbling to the ground. She gazed at her now disheveled dress, casting a look of dismay towards the attendant. However, her expression turned ashen as she fully comprehended the scene before her. The attendant lay sprawled on the floor, a sharp dagger slipping from his pocket and clattering against the marble surface. His countenance shifted dramatically, and, with a clenched jaw, he seized the knife, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he lunged viciously toward Lu Chengwei. This sudden turn of events left Lu Chengwei utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind blank, as she could merely watch the glinting blade rapidly enlarge before her. It was over, yet the anticipated excruciating pain never arrived. Instead, she felt a blur before her eyes, a tremendous force at her waist, and her world spun dizzyingly. When she finally opened her eyes again, she found herself enveloped in an unfamiliar embrace. The crisp fragrance of roses surrounded her, imbued with a sense of reassuring strength. Meanwhile, the attendant had crumpled on the ground not far away, writhing in agony. A piercing scream shattered the silence, plunging the entire banquet hall into chaos and panic. Guests shrieked and scattered, the shouts of security personnel echoing around. Lu Chengwei regained her senses, only to realize she was cradled by an unfamiliar tall alpha. She lifted her gaze, but he did not meet her eyes. Upon hearing of the incident involving the granddaughter of the esteemed Lu family, Qin Chuan Ci rushed to the scene. His brow furrowed tightly at the sight of the tumult. Chu Yi released Lu Chengwei, standing tall. He turned to regard the fallen attendant. Several security guards had rushed in, pinning the assailant firmly to the ground. The crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief upon witnessing the perpetrator subdued. However, just as the guards attempted to confiscate the weapon, the attendant seized a fleeting opportunity, wrenching his restrained hand free, and before the guards could grasp the knife, he lunged, viciously stabbing it into the instep of one nearby guard. The guard cried out in pain, instinctively loosening his grip. In that fleeting moment, the attendant broke free, springing up from the ground like a wild beast. A chill coursed through Chu Yi's heart. In his earlier attempt to save, he had not exerted full force. Yet this man still possessed such vigor to resist. The attendant, seemingly in a frenzied state, wildly swung the knife, injuring several guards who tried to approach, his bloodshot eyes scanning the crowd maniacally. Finally, his gaze zeroed in on a particular direction. "You, Qin, shall die," he roared, charging forth, the blade slicing through the air with a lethal shimmer aimed at Qin Chuan Ci's heart. The turn of events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. Qin Chuan Ci's pupils constricted as his body instinctively responded before his mind could catch up, sidestepping just in time to narrowly evade the fatal blow. The blade sliced through his expensive suit jacket, leaving behind a long gash. The attendant, thwarted in his initial attempt, twisted his wrist and swung another strike, aiming to sever Qin Chuan Ci's neck. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes. He immediately summoned his pheromones, preparing to subdue this reckless madman with a swift, decisive force. However, just as the pheromones were on the verge of bursting forth, they suddenly faltered, as if caught by some unseen force. The power he had always commanded with ease had inexplicably dissipated at the most critical moment. Qin Chuan Ci's expression changed. He could only retreat again, but the dining table behind him blocked his escape, leaving him with no avenue to evade. The blade was poised to slice through his throat. Yet, mere centimeters from his neck, the gleaming knife was abruptly withdrawn. Chu Yi yanked the attendant back by his collar, pulling him away from his target. The attendant, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, became enraged at the thwarting of his attack. With a fierce howl, he retaliated by lunging at Chu Yi. Chu Yi deftly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the strike, and delivered a decisive blow to the attendant's wrist. Crack! The attendant winced in pain, loosening his grip, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly retrieved a backup knife from his waist and lunged at Chu Yi. Chu Yi dodged to the side, but the proximity of the attack still left a gash on his arm. Yet, he did not flinch, seizing the opportunity to grasp the attendant's hair, lifting him as one would a chick, and then forcefully slammed him onto the hard marble floor. Thud! The dull sound was chilling. With that impact, the attendant fell silent. Chu Yi released his grip and stood upright. Chu Yi. Su Meng tore through the throng, finally reaching the forefront. His gaze immediately fell upon the wound on Chu Yi's arm. Blood continued to trickle down, each drop splattering onto the marble floor, creating a vivid scarlet stain. Chu Yi was examining his arm. Fortunately, the cut was not deep. Upon hearing Su Meng's voice, he lifted his head. Brother, Su Mang Zhu set over. His eyes widening at the sight of the injury, ready to scold Chu Yi, but swallowing his words at the last moment. Instead, he spat on the unconscious attendant lying on the ground and kicked him for good measure. Xiang Chun had just emerged from the restroom and was momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene before him. The banquet hall was in disarray, guests were in shock. Security personnel were scrambling, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The smile vanished from his face as he hurried to Qin Chuan Ci's side. What on earth happened? Qin Chuan Ci did not glance at Xiang Chun, his gaze fixed on Chu Yi, his expression inscrutable. I don't know. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Old Master Lu, having received the news, rushed down with a group of people, heading straight for Lu Chengwei. Wei, are you all right? Are you hurt? Upon seeing her grandfather and parents, Lu Chengwei's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, yet she held back the flood, shaking her head and pointing towards Chu Yi not far away. Grandfather, I'm fine. It was he who saved me. He is injured. Old Master Lu then noticed Chu Yi by his side and immediately approached him, his face reflecting genuine gratitude and apprehension. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Just as he was about to instruct someone to summon a doctor, a voice suddenly interjected. Come with me, Qin Chuan Ci said. I have brought a doctor. Upon his words, a momentary silence enveloped the room as everyone cast bewildered glances at Qin Chuan Ci. Was he truly such a benevolent person? Old Master Lu also shot a curious look at Qin Chuan Ci, observing his calm demeanor, which suggested he was not joking. He then turned and headed toward the lounge. Chu Yi, however, appeared rather uneasy, remaining still and unwilling to move. Xiangchen, noticing this, stepped forward and patted Chu Yi on the shoulder, his tone lighthearted. What are you waiting for? Go on. Chu Yi awkwardly responded with an "oh," and, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, took a step forward to follow Qin Chuan Ci. Su Meng also wished to accompany them, but was blocked by Xiangchen. Hey, you're not injured. Why are you trying to join the fray? Su Meng was flustered, his expression troubled. But my brother, Xiangchen chuckled. It's fine. Unlike Su Meng's worries, the perceptive individuals present were quite aware of the situation. They had just witnessed everything clearly. The servant's final target was Qin Chuan Ci. This young man named Chu Yi had effectively saved both the Lu and Qin families in one breath. This country bumpkin had just stepped onto a ladder to success. Xiangchen watched as the two figures disappeared down the corridor, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. This was indeed becoming intriguing. Chapter 22. Void. The corridor was so silent that only the sound of two pairs of footsteps could be heard. Chu Yi followed Qin Chuan Ci at a distance of 3 steps, neither uttering a word. The wound on his arm throbbed painfully, the blood soaking through the fabric, creating an unpleasant stickiness. He felt utterly miserable, frowning as he glanced at Qin Chuan Ci's back. He would have preferred to drive himself to the hospital. Before long, Qin Chuan Ci arrived at a door, opened it, and ushered Chu Yi inside. This was a lounge specifically designed for distinguished guests, adorned with dark red velvet sofas and a soft, spacious bed. A few plates of freshly cut fruit lay on a coffee table, exuding a subtle air of understated luxury. Once inside, Qin Chuan Ci remained silent, directly seating himself on the sofa, his long fingers holding a cigarette, which he lit. The smoke obscured his face, rendering his emotions unreadable. Chu Yi glanced around. He could not possibly sit on the same sofa as Qin Chuan Ci. Sitting on the bed felt equally inappropriate. Thus, he was left standing awkwardly in place, the atmosphere thick with silence. Fortunately, the doctor arrived promptly. A knock echoed, and a middle-aged beta man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered, carrying a medical kit. He glanced at the smoking Qin Chuan Ci, noting that the latter seemed disinclined to move. Ultimately, the two had no choice but to sit awkwardly on the carpet. The doctor cut open Chu Yi's sleeve and began disinfecting and bandaging the wound. The alcohol swab brushed against the exposed flesh, causing a sharp sting that made Chu Yi's muscles tense up instantly, yet he remained silent. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. He was advised to avoid water for the time being and to apply the ointment twice daily to prevent scarring and infection. The doctor continued to administer treatment while imparting these instructions. Understood. Thank you, Doctor, Chu Yi replied. Once the bandaging was complete, the doctor rose but did not immediately depart. Instead, he cast a hesitant glance at Qin Chuan Ci, who was seated on the sofa. Mr. Qin, your pheromone, before he could finish. Qin Chuan Ci raised a hand slightly. The doctor promptly fell silent, swallowing the remainder of his words, bowed respectfully to Qin Chuan Ci, and hastily exited with his medical kit. Chu Yi observed the doctor's departure and then turned his attention back to Qin Chuan Ci, who remained wordless, gazing at him through the swirling smoke with a heavy expression. Under such scrutiny, Chu Yi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, upon reflection, he found it absurd. It was Qin Chuan Ci who was the third party, not him. Why should he feel apprehensive? With a deep breath, he stood up and forced a perfunctory smile of gratitude toward Qin Chuan Ci. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I shall not disturb you any further. With that, he prepared to turn away. What do you want? Qin Chuan Ci's voice echoed behind him. Chu Yi halted, pivoting to face Qin Chuan Ci. He understood the implication behind Qin Chuan Ci's words. Having saved his life, this gentleman was inclined to offer a token of gratitude. A disingenuous smile crept across Chu Yi's lips. No need, it was merely a moment's effort. In truth, he had not intended to save Qin Chuan Ci. It was merely instinct that had propelled him into action when he saw the attendant lash out again. Now, he regretted not allowing that madman to stab the third party a couple of times beforehand. Qin Chuan Ci scrutinized the insincere smile on Chu Yi's face, his brow furrowing slightly, and his voice grew colder. Speak. The single word carried an air of command. Upon hearing that tone, the frustration Chu Yi harbored toward Qin Chuan Ci surged forth uncontrollably, his fists clenching unconsciously at his sides. The fresh bandage on his wound seeped with crimson as his muscles tensed. Ultimately, he could not hold back, letting out a cold laugh. Then I would like you to keep your distance from my omega, if that is all right, Mr. Qin. At these words, Qin Chuan Ci's fingers, which held the cigarette, paused momentarily. He lifted his gaze, seemingly taken aback by Chu Yi's request, and then let out a low, amused chuckle. The sound was soft, even pleasant, yet it frayed at Chu Yi's nerves. Watching Qin Chuan Ci laugh, the corners of Chu Yi's mouth straightened. His jawline taut with a desire to land a punch on that infuriatingly handsome face. Yet, Qin Chuan Ci suddenly lifted his gaze, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. Very well. The smile had not entirely faded from his face. Is there anything else you desire? Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. He regarded Qin Chuan Ci, momentarily at a loss to decipher his intentions. Had he acquiesced? Was it genuine? After a moment, he finally regained his voice, turning his gaze aside with a stiff tone. It is a blessing if you can adhere to the rules. Qin Chuan nodded noncommittally, then extracted another cigarette from the pack, offering it to Chu Yi. Chu Yi gazed at the cigarette without making a move. Not smoking? Qin Chuan inquired. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, observing Qin Chuan's demeanor, and ultimately raised his hand, preparing to accept it. However, just as he grasped the cigarette, Qin Chuan did not release it. Chu Yi shot him a bewildered glance. Qin Chuan remained unmoving, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Yi. Finding this behavior peculiar, Chu Yi impatiently withdrew his hand. In that instant, a fleeting sensation washed over him, as if he caught a whiff of an ethereal, snow-like fragrance. In his ears, Qin Chuan's deep voice resonated. Bite. A hazy veil gradually enveloped Chu Yi's vision. Obediently, he lowered his head, slightly parted his lips, and bit down on the cigarette still held between Qin Chuan's fingers. Qin Chuan produced a lighter, the click echoing as he leaned in to ignite it. The orange glow illuminated the unnaturally close distance between them. By the time Chu Yi regained his senses, he found himself standing outside the lounge door, the corridor deserted. He still had the lit cigarette clamped between his lips. Frowning, Chu Yi removed the cigarette from his mouth, examining it between his fingers. Turning back, he glanced at the closed door behind him. When had he exited? Standing there, his mind was a haze. Before he could recollect what had just transpired, a sharp pain radiated from the wound on his arm, prompting a grimace. He cast one last look at the door, dismissing further thoughts, and turned to leave. He did not discard the cigarette. Qin Chuan was a scoundrel, but the cigarette was not to blame. Not long after, as he rounded a corner in the corridor, he collided with He Xianchen. Chu Yi immediately straightened up. "Boss." He Xianchen smiled and nodded, about to speak, but his gaze suddenly halted. He scrutinized Chu Yi for a second, then glanced at the cigarette held between Chu Yi's fingers, and a smile spread across his lips. He retrieved a small spray bottle from his suit pocket. A scent wafted through the air as he sprayed it. Chu Yi, puzzled, instinctively raised his arm to his nose to catch a whiff. Was it an overly strong, antiseptic smell? However, before he could inhale, He Xianchen had already sprayed him from head to toe with the bottle. All done. He Xianchen tucked the spray away, clapping his hands together. "You may leave now. Given the circumstances, the party is over. Su Meng is waiting for you downstairs. You should probably head to the hospital for that injury." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi did not inquire further, nodding before turning to descend the stairs. Watching Chu Yi's retreating figure, He Xianchen's smile slowly faded, transforming into a faint scoff. He turned to the nearby door, languidly muttering to himself, "With such behavior, how can he still accuse me of being sordid?" Chapter 23. The Unfeeling. Inside the lounge, the door's barrier isolated them from all external sounds. Qin Chuan's demeanor remained unchanged as he leaned against the sofa. As the smoke dissipated, his handsome visage bore a cool and serene expression, devoid of any discernible turmoil. No one could glean from his countenance that the pheromones within him were on the verge of spiraling out of control, reaching a critical threshold. They clamored desperately, battering against the dam of reason, yearning for unrestrained release. Yet, this inner restlessness and longing did not betray itself on his face. He merely lifted his hand to extinguish the spent cigarette, but in the ashtray. Slightly tilting his head back, he reclined against the sofa's back, closed his eyes, and murmured softly. The delicate yet distinct fragrance of roses lingered at the tip of his nose, accompanied by a long-awaited moment of tranquility. Although pheromones are primarily released through glands, they permeate the entire body. That scent resides in every part of him, including his blood. At the moment when Chu Yi, in an act of salvation, had his arm grazed by a servant's blade, he sensed that rose fragrance, mingled with the scent of blood, rushing eagerly into his nostrils. The aroma was faint, merely seeping through the flow of blood, yet it momentarily quelled the violent pheromones within him. What once made him feel nauseated now brought an almost euphoric comfort. It might seem heartless to think this way, but at the moment Chu Yi was bleeding, he felt no concern for his savior's injury. Instead, he was consumed by an impulse to strip this person bare before the crowd and then ravage him thoroughly. Following that, he would ferociously bite at Chu Yi's glands, rendering them incapable of control, compelling them to release the floral scent for his indulgence. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, intense desire churned silently. Chu Yi would never know that during every minute they silently confronted each other in that still room, Qin Chuan was calmly contemplating a singular question, whether to act upon his primal urges right then and there. Ultimately, however, upon gazing at the bandage on Chu Yi's arm, Qin Chuan resolved to let him go home. After all, this individual had recently witnessed his Omega in his company. Now, having been injured while saving him, it would be rather pitiable if he were to, well, it was indeed somewhat unfortunate. Of course, this was not solely due to a sudden surge of misplaced compassion. More significantly, there lay the enigma surrounding Chu Yi's pheromones. Judging by today's encounter, the compatibility of Chu Yi's pheromones with his own should surpass that of Bai Jiqi. Yet, It was perplexing why he felt nothing when he first detected Chu Yi's pheromones. The same pheromone elicited two entirely different reactions from his own body, which defied logic. The issue lay either with Chu Yi or within himself. Qin Chuan did not intend to seek the cause within himself first. He retrieved his phone and dialed his assistant. He instructed them to conduct a thorough investigation into Chu Yi, particularly regarding any recent associations or acquaintances he may have had. The response from the other end of the line was immediate. Qin Chuan Ci ended the call, his fingertips gently tapping on the cold surface of his phone. His approach towards Chu Yi would hinge upon the results of the forthcoming investigation report. In the moving vehicle, Chu Yi suddenly shivered. Su Meng, who was driving, noticed this and glanced at him through the rearview mirror, smiling as he inquired, "What is wrong? Cold?" Chu Yi shook his head, his voice somewhat muffled. "No." He cast his gaze downwards at the wound on his arm, where the bandage was faintly stained with blood. Memories of his conversation with Qin Chuan Ci in the lounge played in his mind. Although Qin Chuan Ci had promised to keep his distance from Bai Ji, Chu Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Qin Chuan Ci did not strike him as someone who would express gratitude or repay favors. Yet, upon reflection, given Qin Chuan Ci's stature, he seemed too indifferent to lie to someone as inconsequential as himself. After all, even if he had outright rejected him, there would have been nothing Chu Yi could do about it. After much contemplation, he still couldn't identify the source of his unease. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to his inherent distrust of Qin Chuan Ci, fearing that he might go back on his word. He took another glance at Chu Yi, noticing the somber expression on his face, which resembled that of a grumpy old man. "What is wrong with you? You've had that expression since you got in the car. It's not like you." Su Meng's grin was wide, his mood buoyant. While Chu Yi went upstairs to attend to his wound, Su Meng had already gathered the details of the situation. Chu Yi's actions had effectively placed both of the capital S top aristocratic families in his debt. The injury he sustained had yielded substantial gains. Just moments earlier, while waiting at the entrance of the banquet hall, several executives who had previously ignored him were now eagerly approaching him, vying to exchange contact information. Chu Yi looked at the barely concealed excitement on Su Meng's face, hesitating for a moment before speaking up. "Brother, I think I'll skip the next event with Mr. Qin." Su Meng says, "What? Why?" Chu Yi carefully chose his words, attempting to make his reasoning sound more credible. "Mr. Qin doesn't seem to like me. He doesn't want to see me." Su Meng et brau for un instante. "How do you know that? Did he say something to you?" Chu Yi blinked, pausing before vaguely responding. He didn't say it outright, but it was implied. Upon hearing this, Su Meng's expression darkened considerably. The good mood he had from securing several cooperative intentions plummeted. He paused, tentatively suggesting, "Did you perhaps upset him earlier? Should we find an opportunity to apologize? A real man can bend and stretch. You can't let that blow go to waste." He glanced sympathetically at Chu Yi's arm, tightly wrapped in bandages. Chu Yi chuckled dryly at his words. He thought to himself that if Qin could indeed distance himself from Bai Ji, it wouldn't be a fruitless endeavor. However, he couldn't share this thought with Su Meng. Instead, he feigned a look of resignation, saying, "It's fine, brother. After this, he won't bother me anymore. To be honest, I don't wish to meet him either." As Su Meng listened, he felt increasingly uneasy. He abruptly turned his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Chu Yi. "Damn, you up there, you wouldn't have taken it upon yourself to strike him, would you?" Chu Yi appeared utterly speechless. "Without me, would he be out of his mind? If I were to strike, it would have been that evening when I saw him with Bai Ji, not waiting until today." Su Meng let out a great sigh of relief. That is good. But what on earth is going on?" Chu Yi rubbed his temples, displaying a weary expression. "Brother, please don't ask. Regardless, if I go, he will certainly be displeased, and we cannot afford that to affect our business." Seeing that Chu Yi was reluctant to elaborate further, Su Meng reluctantly fell silent, nodding his head. However, he resolved to seek out Xianshan to probe for information later. Upon achieving his objective, Chu Yi felt a notable uplift in his spirits. Chapter 24, Love-stricken minds. Afterward, they became exceedingly busy. Su Meng's relentless efforts to ingratiate himself with Xianshan were undoubtedly motivated by a deeper purpose. Despite having established their company, in the eyes of those in the capital, they remained mere local ruffians from the red light district, a gang that could not ascend to respectable status. Gaining genuine access to the elite circles of the capital was a Herculean task. However, with Xianxian as their formidable ally, the gates of the capital seemed to swing wide open for them. Su Meng and Chu Yi were incessantly occupied, scarcely finding a moment to rest. One day, after securing a significant project, Su Meng returned to the office and collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly exhausted as if his very soul had been siphoned away. After a brief interval, he found himself uncontrollably grinning. It was a pain, yet a pleasurable one. Chu Yi laughed as he poured a glass of water for Su Meng. He too had been busy, albeit not as consumed as Su Meng, who practically lived at the office. Chu Yi still spent his days driving about. Hearing the commotion, Su Meng lazily glanced over, meeting Chu Yi's gaze, and was about to utter something when suddenly Chu Yi's phone buzzed. The sound reverberated sharply in the tranquil office. Their expressions froze simultaneously. Chu Yi retrieved his phone, and the screen displayed two characters, Ziqi. The smile on Su Meng's face vanished entirely as he directed his gaze at Chu Yi, clearly having deduced the identity of the caller. Chu Yi traced the edge of his phone with his finger, staring at those two characters in silence for a few seconds before ultimately swiping to answer. "Hello." Ziqi's voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of excitement. "Hey, are you busy?" "No, what is up?" Wu Yi responded. "I'm outside, and it seems it's going to rain. Could you come pick me up?" Ziqi's tone conveyed just the right amount of dependence. Chu Yi paused for a moment in silence. "All right." After hanging up, Ziqi's message popped up, providing a location. Chu Yi gazed at his phone, maintaining an impassive expression, though a lingering sense of frustration brewed within him. Su Meng sat up from the sofa, scrutinizing him, unable to resist a jibe. "So he remembers you now. Why not let that scoundrel come fetch him, brother?" Chu Yi sighed in response to the unvarnished remark. "Huh." Su Meng let out a cold snort and cast a glance at Chu Yi, choosing not to continue his dialogue with Ziqi, but instead shifting the conversation. "Stop wasting my time with trivialities. Let us get to the point. When do you intend to divorce him?" Chu Yi fell silent. Observing his lack of resolve, Su Meng's frustration surged. He abruptly stood up, his voice rising in intensity. "Every time we discuss this, you sit there mute, and it infuriates me. I thought you had some awareness of the situation. Yet here you are. How pathetic. You're practically a sheep waiting to be led to slaughter, and still, you refuse to leave. What exactly is so special about that guy? Is he truly worth your devotion?" With a sigh, Chu Yi spoke softly. "Brother, you know that I know." Su Meng immediately interrupted, as if ignited by a fuse, and once Chu Yi spoke, he could not contain his tirade. "How many times must you dwell on that trivial matter? You think treating me to a bowl of spicy hot pot is a grand gesture? I was embarrassed to mention it before. The Bai family was wealthy back then. A spoiled rich heir treating you to a mere bowl of hot pot. I can't fathom why you're still clinging to this." Chu Yi pressed his lips into a straight line, remaining silent for an extended period before he finally felt compelled to defend himself, and that passed. "It's not about the hot pot." His voice was low, tinged with an unrecognized stubbornness. At that time, he was the only one who believed in me. Su Meng inhaled sharply, his chest heaving, and the fire of anger transformed into deep resignation as he earnestly advised him. "Xiaoyi, one cannot live solely on memories. You've practically turned this one incident into a relic. When you were pursuing him, aside from this, can you recall any other joyful memories you shared?" There was a half-formed thought Su Meng withheld. Had the Bai family not fallen from grace, will Ziqi have married you? But he refrained from voicing it, even unspoken. Chu Yi was well aware of this truth. After Su Meng's outburst, Chu Yi felt utterly deflated. He knew Su Meng could never comprehend. No one could. During the darkest days of his life, Ziqi was like the moon in the sky, pure, beautiful, and unattainable. Now that he had finally grasped the moon, even upon discovering its imperfections, he could not bear to let go. He opened his mouth, ultimately uttering just a few words. "Brother, let me think." Su Meng rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. Don't call me brother. Go to your precious darling." With that, He turned sharply away from Chu Yi, taking a large gulp from the cup of water he had just picked up. Chu Yi gazed at Su Meng's back, saying nothing as he picked up the car keys from the table and walked out. The door to the office closed softly behind him. Hearing the sound, Su Meng immediately turned back, glaring at the now-closed door. Damn it, he really left. He cursed under his breath, shouting into the air, "You just keep being obstinate." Breathing heavily, Su Meng's eyes brimmed with a sense of frustration for Chu Yi's stubbornness. His brother possesses many admirable qualities. Handsome, capable, loyal, but alas, he is afflicted with a romantic fixation that seems incurable, a source of immense frustration. Su Meng grumbled as he sank back onto the sofa, his phone vibrating in his hand. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Xianchen. Gradually, the anger on his face dissipated and Su Meng rose, retrieving his coat and documents before striding out the door. Never mind, he thought. It was foolish to engage with someone so muddled in their thoughts. He had work to do. Outside, a gentle rain was falling. Chu Yi soon picked him up at the location White Jiqi had mentioned, and they drove home together. Throughout the journey, White Jiqi animatedly chatted with Chu Yi, sharing amusing anecdotes from his day. Chu Yi responded with laughter, and the atmosphere in the car felt warm and harmonious. Upon arriving home, White Jiqi changed into his slippers. Just as he bent down, his phone chimed, causing him to pause momentarily. Chu Yi observed this and inquired, "So late? Who could it be?" With a smile, White Jiqi shook his head. "Oh, just a notification," placing his phone atop the shoe cabinet. In that fleeting moment, a shadow flickered in his eyes. He promptly shed his coat and said to Chu Yi, "I got caught in the rain. I'll take a shower first." Chu Yi watched him enter the bathroom, still clutching his phone tightly, and nodded silently. Chapter 25. No answers. Once White Jiqi closed the bathroom door, the facade of calm he had maintained began to fade. Since Qin Chuan Ci had promised to distance himself from White Jiqi, he had soon moved back home. During this time, the vexatious scent that once lingered around White Jiqi had noticeably dissipated. However, there was a new development. White Jiqi's phone usage had markedly increased. On one occasion, White Jiqi left his phone unlocked by the bedside. In the past, Chu Yi had respected White Jiqi's privacy and never checked his phone. But that day he succumbed to temptation and took a glance. Deep down, he knew he would not find pleasant revelations. Yet, when confronted with the stark reality, a wave of anger and sorrow washed over him like icy seawater, drowning him instantaneously. Among White Jiqi's contacts, he immediately spotted Qin Chuan Ci, an unavoidable sight given his pinned position. Although there was no label, the content of their conversations made it abundantly clear that this individual was indeed Qin Chuan Ci. True to his word, Qin Chuan Ci had not sent a single message to White Jiqi since that day. Thus, the ensuing exchanges were entirely one-sided, a monologue from White Jiqi. "Mr. Qin, are you busy? The weather is lovely today. How are you feeling? I saw the cutest cat today and took a picture for you. Why don't you respond to my messages?" The entire sequence was a solitary performance by White Jiqi, enthusiastic, humble, and tinged with a cautious desire to appease. Not to mention the previous interactions when Qin Chuan Ci had acknowledged him. It stung Chu Yi's eyes painfully. With a long sigh, he gazed out the window. The cold raindrops striking the glass reflected his blurred visage, steeped in despair and gloom. In truth, even without Su Meng's words, he was well aware that it was time for him to divorce. Qin Chuan Ci honored his promise and withdrew from this farce. Yet it left Chu Yi feeling a humiliation far more profound than being caught in infidelity. It became evident that the situation could not simply be dismissed because Qin Chuan Ci chose to keep his distance. His heart belonged to Bai Jiqi. But what of Bai Jiqi? Chu Yi could not provide an answer, or perhaps he had never known the answer from the very beginning. Inside the dimly lit private room of the club, the air was thick with the intoxicating blend of sultry music and pheromones, fermenting into a scene of hedonistic revelry. Su Meng reclined on a plush sofa, flanked by two charming omegas who giggled as they fed him drinks. A look of blissful intoxication graced his face, yet his gaze occasionally darted to the side. This gathering was orchestrated by Xianchen, attended by the notorious scions of the imperial city, each indulging in wild abandon. Su Meng had initially presumed it to be a business affair, only to discover that it was purely a revelry of pleasure. However, it mattered little, for he boss was footing the bill, and he merely regarded it as a means to entertain his employer. Yet, amidst the merriment, one figure stood out as particularly incongruous. Su Meng's gaze cautiously slid back to the adjacent sofa, where Qin Chuan Ci sat, claiming the entire piece of furniture for himself. His long legs were crossed. A glass of amber liquid cradled delicately in his hand, swaying gently at his fingertips. He wore a stoic expression, silent, enveloped in an invisible barrier that seemed to repel those around him. Everyone instinctively kept their distance, forming a vacuum around him that severed his connection from the surrounding revelry. Xiangqin's playful nature, even wielding considerable power, found delight mingling with these forsaken heirs, seeking mere amusement. In contrast, Qin Chuan Ci was different. His visage and demeanor were entirely unbefitting of such a venue. Judging by the reverent yet distant reactions of those nearby, it was clear they were not well acquainted with him. Suman in wali segop. He recalled that this Qin fellow held a disdain for Chu Yi, as if he were particularly likable. What was he doing here? With that stern expression, resembling a judge? Did he not notice how everyone was more restrained in his presence? Most importantly, why was he sitting next to me? He bosses over there. Su Meng's mind raced with indignation. Logically, Qin Chuan Ci would have no interest in mingling with someone like him. Yet, upon entering, he had chosen to take the seat beside him without hesitation. Had he known better, he would have thickened his skin and squeezed in with the other heirs, rather than feeling out of place now. Moreover, the crowd's aversion to Qin Chuan Ci inadvertently affected him as well. Contemplating a conversation with Qin Chuan Ci proved futile, as the latter couldn't even be bothered to raise his eyelids. In resignation, he turned his attention back to the two omegas beside him. Just as Su Meng prepared to withdraw his gaze, he found Qin Chuan Ci suddenly lifting his head, their eyes locking. The chill in that gaze was devoid of any warmth. With a sudden jolt, Su Meng felt a chill run down his spine from that piercing gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, feigning busyness, and clinked his glass with the omega beside him. Just then, the sofa next to him sank as Xiangqin unexpectedly settled down beside him, wearing a cheerful smile. Su Meng's heart tightened, but he also felt a wave of relief. He promptly greeted boss as he attempted to rise and offer his seat to Xiangqin. Instinctively thinking he wished to converse with Qin Chuan Ci, he was pressed back down by Xiangqin's hand. "Stay seated," Xiangqin drawled lazily, prompting the two omegos to discreetly vacate their seats. Thus, Su Meng found himself sandwiched between Xiangqin and Qin Chuan Ci. "What is this situation?" "Suman juka akwadili, boss." This, however, before he could finish, Xiangqin casually interjected, "You used to bring Chu Yi along, but I haven't seen him these past 2 times. What's up with that?" Su Meng was taken aback, not expecting Xiangqin to suddenly mention Chu Yi. He responded vaguely, Xiao Yi has been quite busy with work lately." "I see." Xiangqin nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. Just as Su Meng thought the conversation would conclude, Xiangqin leisurely added, "Has he finished his work now? Have him come over and join us." "Huh?" Su Meng instinctively voiced his confusion, feeling a wave of unease wash over him as he observed the smile on Xiangqin's face. Noticing Su Meng's apprehensive demeanor, Xiangqin clicked his tongue and sighed, leaning slightly forward. "All right, let me be honest with you. It's not that I'm looking for Chu Yi. He has some matters that require attention." Su Meng followed Xiangqin's gesture and met Qin Chuan Ci's gaze, causing his heart to sink. This did not bode well. He is looking for Xiao Yi. Chapter 26. Seeking a bodyguard? Seeing the distinctly displeased expression on Qin Chuan Ci's face, Su Meng's mind raced with countless thoughts. "Oh no, Xiao Yi hasn't actually gotten into a fight, has he? This is a trap. Today feels like a feast of the vultures." Su Meng could feel cold sweat forming, forcing a smile that resembled an awkward grimace. This, after a prolonged silence, Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke, his voice icy. "He can fight? This is bad. It must have escalated." Su Meng felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, struggling to swallow hard, his smile stiffening. He's well, not too bad." Suddenly, Xiangqin burst into laughter. "Look at you all tense. It's not what you think. He patted Su Meng's shoulder. He just needs a bodyguard. And he noticed Chu Yi's skills the other day at the Liu family. He thought it might be a good fit and merely wanted to inquire. Su Meng eyed him suspiciously. Really? Am I deceiving you? Xiangchen raised an eyebrow. With that, Su Meng finally let out a sigh of relief. Almost immediately, a sense of inexplicable pride surged within him. Of course, Xiao Yi's prowess speaks for itself. Yet he still feigned modesty. Oh, he just practices haphazardly, being Mr. Qin's bodyguard. He's not quite up to par. Disregarding his modesty, Qin Chuan Ci stated directly, "Have him come over." Su Meng gazed at Qin Chuan Ci, feeling reluctant to make a phone call. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed there were no alternatives. Ultimately, he dialed Chu Yi. The phone rang for an extended period before it was answered. Chu Yi, lost in thought while gazing at the curtain of rain outside, was jolted back to reality by the ringing of his phone. Upon seeing Su Meng's name on the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. "Hello, brother?" The cacophony of blaring music resonated from the other end, prompting Chu Yi to furrow his brow. "Why is it so noisy over there?" "I'm with Boss He and the others. You need to come over right away." Su Meng's voice boomed, attempting to drown out the music. "Now, Chu Yi hesitate." Considering the late hour, enough with the small talk. "Mr. Qin is looking for you." The mention of Mr. Qin made Chu Yi's temples throb involuntarily, and he instinctively thought to refuse. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he realized this was not a matter of choice. He had no option but to comply. After hanging up, Chu Yi grabbed his car keys, preparing to leave. Bai Qi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe with droplets of water still cascading from his hair. Noticing Chu Yi's impending departure, he inquired, "Where are you off to at this hour?" Chu Yi's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment before he calmly diverted his eyes. "There's an urgent matter at the company. I may return late." "All right. Be careful on the road," Bai Qi replied gently, nodding. Once the door closed behind Chu Yi, the warmth faded from Bai Qi's expression, replaced by a flicker of anxiety. He picked up his phone, opened the pin contact, and sent a message. "Mr. Qin, do you have a moment?" Inside the private room, the phone vibrated. Qin Chuan Ci glanced down, noting the message from Bai Qi, but his expression remained impassive, as if he had merely received a trivial spam text. He silenced the phone, placing it on the table, and looked up at Xiangchen, who was merrily enjoying himself with others. Unlike Qin Chuan Ci, Xiangchen preferred mingling with individuals of lesser repute, which was why he never attended gatherings organized by he. However, in the fortnight following the Liu family's birthday celebration, he had attended twice, both times in pursuit of Chu Yi. The efficiency of the Qin family's assistance was commendable, and Chu Yi's detailed investigative report had long been compiled, ruling out the possibility of a deliberate setup. Thus, the course of action regarding Chu Yi had become abundantly clear. Yet both times he had left empty-handed, with only Su Meng arriving in high spirits. Regardless of whether Chu Yi was genuinely occupied or intentionally avoiding him, Qin Chuan Ci was decidedly displeased. 40 minutes later, Chu Yi arrived. He parked his car, unfurled an umbrella, and stepped into the rain, glancing up at the flickering sign of the club to confirm he was at the correct location. He retracted the umbrella, shaking off the droplets, and proceeded inside. After reporting his room number at the front desk, he was escorted by a server to a door. As the door swung open, the collective gaze of everyone in the room shifted towards him. Chu Yi quickly spotted Qin Chuan Ci among the crowd. "Xiao Yi, you made it," Xiangchen exclaimed, waving warmly at him. Upon hearing the affectionate address, Chu Yi's eyes flickered momentarily, but he managed to maintain a smile as he stepped further inside. "The boss, Mr. Qin, and brother." He greeted them in succession. Xiangchen gestured to the adjacent seat with a smile and said, "Come out to play. Don't be so reserved. Take a seat." Chu Yi glanced over, wishing to sit next to Su Meng, only to find Su Meng's sandwich between Xiangchen and Qin Chuan Ci, leaving no space for him. He settled for the next best option, attempting to sit on Xiangchen's other side, but discovered that Xiangchen occupied 2 seats by himself, showing no intention of moving. At this moment, he could not simply relocate elsewhere. As his gaze swept across the sofa, Chu Yi was astonished to find that the only available spot was next to Qin Chuan Ci, which had a substantial amount of space. Was this some sort of prank? He felt a sense of dissatisfaction internally, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he sat beside Qin Chuan Ci, with a noticeable gap between them. Buffed. Xianqin couldn't contain his laughter. Chu Yi was somewhat perplexed. After enjoying his amusement, Xianqin cleared his throat and addressed Chu Yi, saying ahem, "The reason I called you here today is that Chuanzi would like to request your assistance." Chu Yi's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze instinctively shifted to Qin Chuan Ci. The man remained indifferent, fingers delicately gripping his wine glass. Upon sensing Chu Yi's gaze, he slightly lifted his eyes to meet his. "Mr. Qin requires my assistance?" Chu Yi's voice was tinged with caution. Xianqin seemed oblivious to this undertone, continuing to beam, "He has been looking for a bodyguard lately. The other day at the Liu family gathering, he noticed your impressive skills and thought you would be a good fit." "Bodyguard?" Chu Yi frowned slightly. "You're looking for me to be a bodyguard? Is the Qin family facing bankruptcy?" Instinctively sensing something amiss, he opened his mouth to refuse. "Bossy, you jest." Chu Yi forced a stiff smile. "I'm just a self-taught amateur, unworthy of serving as Mr. Qin as bodyguard." "Oh, don't be so modest." Xianqin waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a trial. If it doesn't work out, he'll let you go." Chu Yi pressed his lips into a thin line. At this juncture, to refuse would be ungrateful. He lacked the authority to decline. He was Su Meng's subordinate, and Su Meng was under Xianqin's command. A mere word from Xianqin could determine whether they soared to great heights in the capital or plummeted into obscurity. He forced a smile to mask his reluctance, his voice hoarse. "It is my honor." Once the matter was settled, Xianqin no longer paid him any mind, turning to engage Su Meng in a drinking game. Chu Yi sat in the corner of the sofa, holding his wine glass, responding intermittently to Su Meng's occasional comments. While his mind was in disarray, what was Qin Chuan Ci truly after? Given his status, what kind of bodyguard could he not find? Why did he specifically seek out Chu Yi? Did he value his ability to fight? Such a rationale would hardly convince a ghost. Chapter 27. Chu Yi, a curious behavior. Chu Yi anxiously swirled the liquid in his glass, completely unaware of the gaze lingering upon him from beside. At that moment, a mobile phone screen on the table beside him suddenly illuminated. Buzz. A faint vibration. Chu Yi instinctively glanced over. The profile picture appeared somewhat familiar. In the next instant, his breath hitched. He abruptly lowered his head, fixating intently on the wine glass in his hand, feigning ignorance of his surroundings. Bai Jiqi's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, a tumult of anger, embarrassment, and a sharp sense of shame flooding over him like a relentless tide. A light laugh reached his ears, soft, yet it pierced through the cacophony of music, striking directly at his eardrum. "Bastard!" Before he could turn to identify the source of the laughter, a faint scent of snow began to waft from beside him. This aroma was all too familiar. Bai Jiqi had, on numerous occasions, returned home carrying its essence. It was Qin Chuan Ci's pheromone, though previously it had been subtle and delicate. Now, however, it exuded an oppressive dominance from a higher status, laden with provocation. Chu Yi's grip on the wine glass tightened, his knuckles whitening as he felt the tension rising within him. He dared not lift his gaze, fearing that a mere glance at Qin Chuan Ci's face would send him into a frenzy, compelling him to lash out with a punch. Yet, his restraint did not prompt any moderation from the other party. Instead, the scent of snow became increasingly brazen. It transformed from a mere enveloping presence into a series of icy threads, stealthily advancing, eventually beginning to graze the most sensitive skin at the nape of his neck, the location of the glands. With a thunderous crack, the last thread of restraint in Chu Yi's mind snapped. He shot to his feet suddenly, the forceful motion causing the wine to spill all over his trousers, leaving dark stains, yet he seemed oblivious to it. The raucous atmosphere of the private room appeared to be paused at that moment, all eyes converging upon him once more. Su Meng and Xianqin ceased their activities, turning to him. Chu Yi's chest heaved violently as his gaze bore into the instigator beside him. Qin Chuan Ci reclined gracefully on the sofa, leisurely sipping his drink. Sensing Chu Yi's glare, he glanced up slightly, his dark pupils reflecting Chu Yi's furious visage, followed by an elegant smile. "Curse you!" Chu Yi inwardly seethed, his tightly clenched fist radiating a force capable of breaking through concrete walls, swinging vehemently towards that infuriatingly handsome face. The punch whistled through the air, connecting squarely with the bridge of Qin Chuan Ci's nose. The latter was propelled backwards by the immense force, crashing to the ground with a muted grunt, struggling momentarily before falling silent. Yet all of this was but a figment of his imagination. In reality, as Qin Chuan Ci's smile blossomed, Chu Yi inhaled sharply. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the onlookers, he mustered a strained smile and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "I apologize. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he turned and exited the private room. His footsteps echoed hurriedly in the corridor. Chu Yi rushed into the restroom, the glaring lights illuminating his disheveled state with stark clarity. He leaned against the counter, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were reddened, his breathing rapid, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The source of all this turmoil was that sensitive skin at the nape of his neck, where his glands were slightly swollen, sending waves of unfamiliar pain coursing through him. Chu Yi raised his hand, his fingertips trembling as he sought to make contact with that particular spot. Yet the instant his fingertip grazed the skin, an electrifying jolt of sensation caused him to instinctively retract his neck, drawing in a sharp breath. This moment ignited the smoldering fury within him. The gland, undeniably, a sacred territory that remains inviolable for any gender. Words such as marking, bonding, and the release of pheromones are imbued with an exquisite ambiguity. The omega's gland, needless to say, is so sacred that even a mere touch from an outsider could warrant a call to the authorities. As for the alpha's gland, while not as extreme, it equally symbolizes dignity and boundaries. It represents the source of an alpha's pheromone release, a declaration of strength, a realm that must remain untouched by anyone other than their most intimate partner. Qin Chuan Ci's earlier actions transcended mere provocation. They constituted a grave insult. No, even if it were an insult, it could not manifest in such an eccentric manner. Confrontations between alphas are traditionally characterized by clashes of pheromones. To scrape another alpha's gland with pheromones? Unheard of, utterly insane. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. Feeling as though his lungs were on the verge of explosion, he clenched his jaw, abruptly twisting on the faucet to splash cold water on his face. The biting chill finally offered him a modicum of tranquility. He raised his head, droplets cascading down his chiseled jawline, his reflection still radiating fury. Yet he managed to regain a semblance of composure. Chu Yi pulled out a few tissues, carelessly wiping his face, then glanced down at his pants, dampened by the spilled drink, frowning as he contemplated how to address the situation. At that moment, a commotion arose at the restroom entrance. Two men, jovially linked, staggered in, their steps unsteady and their faces flushed, clearly having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. They meandered towards the urinals, oblivious to Chu Yi, who was preoccupied with the stain on his trousers. Once they finished, as they approached the sink, one of them suddenly halted, his bleary eyes fixated on Chu Yi's face. The unreserved gaze soon caught Chu Yi's attention. Sensing the scrutiny, he lifted his head, returning the stare with icy indifference. It was an alpha. Even when caught in the act, the alpha showed no intention of averting his gaze, instead breaking into a grin. Chu Yi, wishing to avoid trouble, resolved to ignore the drunken fool and turn to leave. "Ah, you're the one sitting next to Qin Chuan Ci, aren't you?" the other suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing that unfortunate name, Chu Yi's expression grew even colder. Clearly, one of the privileged heirs from the private room. Remembering He Xiangqin's presence, he paused, intending to offer a few dismissive words before departing. However, the man did not afford him the chance to speak, instead pointing at him and loudly exclaiming to his companion, "Ha, I knew it. He's an alpha." Chapter 28 restrained his companion, a beta, squinted through bleary, alcohol-fueled eyes and leaned in to scrutinize Chu Yi. The dim lighting in the private room made it difficult to discern faces. Upon entering, Chu Yi had made a beeline for He Xiangqin, and none of them could clearly see his features. However, as he sat beside Qin Chuan Ci, their curiosity bubbled over in hushed speculation. Now, under the bright lights, His tall figure and sharp features unmistakably revealed him as an alpha. Upon realizing this, the beta let out a derisive snicker, exchanged a knowing glance with the alpha beside him, and then displayed a lewd grin. Ah, no wonder Qin Chuan Ci doesn't prefer omegas. Turns out he enjoys playing with alphas. Who would have thought? With that, they erupted into raucous laughter. Though Qin Chuan Ci was of similar age to them, he possessed a power and capability that rendered them envious, coupled with an aloofness that set him apart from their circle, inevitably inciting jealousy. Behind his back, they resorted to slandering his private life and sexual orientation, a rare outlet for these privileged scions. They were aware that both Chu Yi and Su Meng were mere underlings elevated by his Xiangxin from the seedy underbelly of society, hence they dismissed them entirely. Under the influence of alcohol, they spoke recklessly, unafraid of the consequences. Hearing their words, Chu Yi opened his mouth to respond but ultimately fell silent. His expression remained impassive as he regarded the two men who were laughing uncontrollably, his lips gradually forming a straight line. In the next moment, an intoxicating scent of roses erupted with unparalleled intensity, transforming into a tempestuous storm that swept furiously towards the two. The laughter ceased abruptly. The beta, caught off guard, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Although he could not detect the scent of pheromones, an invisible force descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Unable to utter sound, the alpha, instinctively releasing his own pheromones in a futile attempt to resist, found his efforts utterly inadequate against the overwhelming wave of roses. His pheromones barely emerged before being obliterated like a mere ripple against a tidal wave. With a crash, he too fell to the ground, trembling and incredulous. Both he and Chu Yi were ordinary alphas, yet there existed a vast chasm between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Chu Yi cast a cold gaze upon the two prostrate figures and slowly turned away, reopening the faucet. The sound of rushing water in the otherwise silent restroom served as the sharpest form of humiliation for those on the floor. He could not resort to physically assaulting the individuals his Xiangxin had brought. That would show a lack of respect for his superior. However, using his pheromones to jolt them into awareness was entirely permissible. The foolish remarks made by these two were undoubtedly the most venomous challenge to his abilities and dignity as an alpha. It was necessary for him to ensure they experienced the consequences firsthand. After washing his hands, Chu Yi turned off the faucet and carefully dried his fingers with a paper towel, one by one. Turning her face slightly, she caught a glimpse of the two trembling figures on the ground out of the corner of her eye. Casually, she tossed the crumpled piece of paper that had brushed against her hand onto their heads. "Fools," she remarked, retracting her pheromones and turning to leave. The oppressive force that surrounded her dissipated abruptly, allowing the two to move once more. The paper rolled off their heads and fell at their feet, humiliation and rage overwhelming their reason. "How dare you?" one of them exclaimed, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he scrambled to his feet, fury propelling him towards her. Sensing the commotion behind her, she merely shifted slightly, evading the alpha's reckless charge. The force of his fist whistled past her ear, ruffling her damp hair. In that moment, the embers of her own anger ignited. Since the adversary had initiated the confrontation, she saw no reason for restraint. With a chilling gaze, she executed a swift kick to the alpha's abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped him as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the cold tiled wall before crumpling to the ground, curling up in pain and groaning. Observing this scene, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her. She had exerted hardly any effort in that kick. If she had, this pampered young master would have found himself regurgitating last night's meal, sent directly to meet his ancestors. The beta companion, half awakened from his drunken stupor, gazed at her with terror-stricken eyes, his voice quavering as he shouted, "You dare to strike? Do you even know who he is? You, a wretch from the red light district, are doomed. We will not let this go." The alpha echoed his threats. "Just wait. I'll make sure you can't survive in the capital." She let out a cold snort, her irritation mounting at such pretentious fools who relied on their status to intimidate others. She had already devised a plan. When he Xiangxin inquired later, she would simply tell him that these two had insulted Qin Chuan, and she had stepped in to defend him. With that thought in mind, she approached the alpha, still groaning on the floor, ready to silence him completely. However, before she could take 2 steps, a hand unexpectedly reached from behind her, grasping her nape with an unsettling grip. The warmth of the palm settled precisely on her slightly swollen gland, akin to a searing iron. An unprecedented sensation of tingling pain surged from the gland, radiating throughout her entire body. Her eyes widened in shock. She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristling as instinct urged her to fight back. Yet at the moment she struggled, the grip tightened significantly. The rough calluses of the palm grazed against her exceedingly sensitive skin, causing her body to stiffen abruptly. It was as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Her attempts to resist ceased instantly. She felt as though destiny itself had seized her, rendering her immobile and making even breathing a laborious task. A familiar voice resonated near my ear, carrying a hint of elusive mirth. "What are you doing?" The beta, who had been fervently clamoring moments before, paled drastically upon catching sight of the newcomer. His lips trembled, the timbre of his voice altered. Qin Chuan Ci." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci shifted his gaze from Chu Yi to the 2 disheveled individuals on the floor. A courteous smile graced his face, yet his eyes radiated an icy detachment devoid of warmth. In nothing, faced with that benign smile, the 2 trembled as if struck by fear. The beta hastily assisted the fallen alpha, frantically fleeing the scene of turmoil. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, he could not resist glancing back. That single glance left him breathless. Qin Chuan Ci's hand rested firmly on the nape of Chu Yi's neck, an intimate posture imbued with a sense of dominance. In an instant, his fingers stirred slightly. The beta observed clearly as Qin Chuan Ci's thumb slowly pressed against Chu Yi's gland. Alarmed, he quickly turned away, daring not to look further. Though he had previously spoken harshly, those words had merely stemmed from jealousy. He had never imagined that Qin Chuan Ci would truly be entangled with an alpha emerging from the underbelly of the red light district. Yet, that recent scene, filled with possessiveness and flirtation, sent a chill coursing through him, saturating his back with cold sweat. Chapter 29. Habits. Meanwhile, at the moment Qin Chuan Ci's finger grazed the gland, Chu Yi could no longer restrain himself, a muffled groan escaping his throat. His body swayed, toppling forward. Qin Chuan Ci instinctively released his grip on Chu Yi's neck. Free from Qin Chuan Ci's hold, Chu Yi stumbled a few steps, bracing himself against the cold sink to regain his balance. He gasped for breath, the skin at the back of his neck ablaze with a searing pain, waves of discomfort coursing through him. Trembling, he reached for the source of the persistent ache at his nape, yet before his fingertips could make contact, the sharp sting halted him in his tracks, leaving him hesitant to advance further. Standing behind him, Qin Chuan Ci regarded the disheveled reflection of Chu Yi in the mirror with a languid gaze, leisurely adjusting his slightly wrinkled cuffs as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Chu Yi, observing this action through the mirror, trembled with fury. He abruptly turned, his reddened eyes fixated fiercely on Qin Chuan Ci, a tempest of anger and humiliation raging within him, nearly consuming him whole. "I can no longer endure this." "You." Before he could finish, a wave of floral fragrance surged forth, hurtling directly towards Qin Chuan Ci. Yet, in the face of Chu Yi's volatile and aggressive pheromones, Qin Chuan Ci remained utterly unperturbed, not even a flicker of his brow betraying his composure. He gazed into Chu Yi's eyes, which glistened with tears due to the manipulation of his glands, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips, elegant and composed, yet imbued with a hint of cruelty. In the next moment, the crisp, domineering scent of snow radiated from him, enveloping and consuming the wild fragrance of roses with a mere brush. Then, with an unmatched intensity, it pressed back against Chu Yi. Chu Yi's expression shifted. He was aware that Qin Chuan Ci was an exceptionally superior alpha, and that there existed a disparity in their ranks. Yet, he had never fathomed that his pheromones would falter in a confrontation, unable to withstand even a single exchange. The world around him dimmed, a crushing pressure rendering him breathless. His legs weakened, and he slowly slid down against the wash basin. Thud! He collapsed onto the cold tiles, gasping for breath. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead in disarray. Upon witnessing his fall, Qin Chuan Ci withdrew his oppressive pheromones. In the restroom, only the crisp scent of snow lingered, accompanied by a faint trace of the conquered rose fragrance. The sudden absence of the pheromonal suppression afforded Chu Yi considerable relief, though his body remained weak and powerless. Raising his head, through his blurred vision, he saw Qin Chuan Ci retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, leisurely placing it between his lips. Then, that lofty man slowly crouched down to meet him at eye level, his handsome face appearing somewhat surreal under the harsh lighting, yet undeniably malevolent. Chu Yi regarded him and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What have I done to incur Mr. Qin's disdain, that you would treat me in such a manner?" From the moment he first encountered Qin Chuan Ci, the man's disdain and dislike had been unmasked. Whether it was before or after the incident involving Bai Ji, he questioned himself, having never proactively provoked Qin Chuan Ci. Instead, he found himself repeatedly subjected to humiliation at Qin Chuan Ci's hands, relentless oppression and merciless insults. Today, however, had reached an unprecedented extreme. The glands at the back of his neck throbbed painfully. Just moments ago, as he was suppressed by Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones, he could distinctly sense that this madman was still using his damned pheromones to further irritate that very organ. The sensation was 100 times more unbearable than receiving a direct blow. In response to Chu Yi's inquiry, Qin Chuan Ci remained silent, merely observing him with a profound gaze, as if admiring a rare artifact destined to be branded. In the next instant, Chu Yi felt Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones once again. This familiar scent of snow wafted forth, but this time devoid of aggression. It enveloped him like a gentle mist. Chu Yi's vision wavered. The rage and rationality within his mind began to numb and dissolve under the influence of this aroma. A hint of confusion surfaced in his eyes, gradually losing their spark, and the face that had been aflame with anger softened. Subsequently, Chu Yi fished a cheap lighter from his pocket. Click! A flicker of flame leapt forth. He extended his hand, bringing the flame close to Qin Chuan's lips, igniting the cigarette for him. Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on Chu Yi, observing his hazy eyes and obedient gestures, until the cigarette tip glowed with a crimson fire. He pinched the cigarette, inhaling deeply, then slowly exhaled a plume of white smoke towards Chu Yi's face. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chu Yi's eyes remained unfocused, devoid of any reaction. Yet, Qin Chuan was indifferent. He lifted the hand that had just touched Chu Yi's gland to his nose, inhaling gently. Having made contact with the source of the pheromones, that hand felt as if it had been submerged in a sea of roses, intoxicatingly fragrant. He scrutinized Chu Yi for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Then, he gently raised his hand, using his fingertip to brush aside the damp strand of hair clinging to Chu Yi's forehead, as if to respond to the anger-laden inquiries that filled the air. "I do this for your own good." Alphas occupy a superior position in society, and their glands seldom experience touch, primarily serving to release pheromones. In a sense, their glands are even more untouchable than those of omegas, as the unfamiliar sensation can provoke instant fury. They are sensitive in every conceivable way. However, Qin Chuan slowly stood, looking down from his elevated position at the crumpled figure of Chu Yi on the ground. The circumstances had changed. That flesh, he would not only touch but also bite in the future. He must learn to acclimate. Chapter 30. Superpower? His mind was a chaotic blur, thoughts dulled and sluggish. The haze in Chu Yi's eyes gradually faded, his pupils slowly refocusing. Coming to his senses, he found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor, facing a heavy private room door. He paused for a few seconds, instinctively glancing around. The corridor was empty, silent enough to hear a pin drop. He looked up at the doorplate, confirming it was the private room opened by Xianchen. His brows furrowed instantly. What was going on? He distinctly remembered being in the restroom. That madman, Qin Chuan, had gripped the nape of his neck. A change swept over Chu Yi's expression, responding to his memory. The sensation of swelling skin became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a slight sting, reminding him that everything that had transpired was no mere illusion. Yet the current situation left him utterly bewildered. Where was Qin Chuan? Where had that rascal gone? How had he moved from the restroom to this place in an instant? With a face full of suspicion, Chu Yi forced himself to calm down, meticulously recalling the events that had just unfolded. He remembered Qin Chuan touching his gland. He remembered being thoroughly enraged and retaliating with a release of pheromones. As a result, he had been suppressed by Qin Chuan's pheromones, collapsing helplessly to the ground. And then, what happened next? Chu Yi's expression darkened as he oddly realized that he had no recollection whatsoever of what occurred afterward. His memory seemed to have been severed at that point, as if cut by a pair of scissors. Just as Chu Yi's expression fluctuated uncertainly, the private room door before him was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Su Meng leaned out, startled to find Chu Yi standing stiffly at the doorway. "What on earth are you doing standing there? Why don't you come in? I thought you had fallen into the toilet. I was just about to fish you out." With that, he seized Chu Yi's arm and pulled him inside. Following Su Meng's lead, Chu Yi stumbled into the private room. His mind still a muddled haze as he returned to his previous position, where Qin Chuan Ci sat quietly nearby. He Xiangchun, holding glass, cast a sidelong glance at him, teasingly remarking, "Oh, you're back?" Chu Yi forced a chuckle, opening his mouth to say something, yet found himself at a loss to explain his recent absence. However, Xiangchun seemed indifferent to his silence, turning to clink glasses with Su Meng, exchanging a few words before dragging Su Meng to another corner for a drinking game, leaving Chu Yi alone with Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi sat stiffly on the sofa, desperately trying to recollect the missing fragments of his memory. This strange sensation felt oddly familiar, as if it were not the first time. Where had it happened? Suddenly, his eyes widened with realization. The Liu family. In that lounge at the Liu residence. He had similarly emerged from the room in a daze, a cigarette dangling from his lips. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but in retrospect, did he really take a cigarette from Qin Chuan Ci? A chill raced down his spine. His mind felt like a rusty cog, slowly turning to the side, only to discover that Qin Chuan Ci had been watching him intently for some time. That gaze was calm and focused, devoid of any emotion. It had sent shivers down Chu Yi's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. When he turned his head, Qin Chuan Ci did not avert his gaze. He continued to observe Chu Yi in silence, then leisurely raised his hand to sip from his glass. His Adam's apple moved gracefully as he swallowed. Then, those fathomless black eyes curved slightly, the corners of his lips forming a subtle arc. He was smiling. In the late hours of the night, the gathering finally concluded. Chu Yi stepped out of the club alongside Su Meng. The cold wind hit them, sharpening the haze of intoxication that had enveloped them. They stood by the roadside, awaiting their designated driver. Su Meng had consumed quite a bit, swaying slightly as he walked, yet his mind remained relatively clear. He glanced sideways at the unusually silent Chu Yi, unable to contain himself any longer. "What is up with you today? Acting all strange. Is it because of that brat Bai Ziqi?" Chu Yi's brow furrowed tightly, his expression appearing particularly grave under the streetlight. He had drunk much. Initially, sitting beside Qin Chuan Ci, no one dared approach him for drinks. However, he eventually could no longer bear being in the same space as Qin Chuan Ci and force his way into another group, regardless of their willingness to accept him. This unusual behavior naturally caught Su Meng's attention. Noticing Chu Yi's silence, Su Meng impatiently nudged him with his elbow. "Spit it out. Holding it in can't be comfortable, can it?" After much hesitation, Chu Yi finally turned to Su Meng, carefully choosing his words as he tentatively spoke. "Brother, do you think there exists any form of extraordinary abilities or superpowers in this world?" Su Meng paused in his ear cleaning, regarding him with a look of incredulity. "What nonsense is this?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Yi, no longer wavering, lowered his voice yet spoke with utmost seriousness. "Qin Chuan Ci, he seems a bit off, almost as if he possesses superpowers." Su Meng stared at the gravely serious expression on Chu Yi's face for a full 3 seconds, then, with an exasperated demeanor, reached out to check Chu Yi's forehead. "You're not feverish, are you? You must be thoroughly intoxicated." "I am not drunk. This is real, brother. Chu Yi exclaimed in frustration. Seizing Su Mang Shahen. Every time I spend time with him, I inexplicably lose fragments of my memory. It happened again today in the restroom, just like last time at the Luo family. Observing Chu Yi's agitated and confused state, Su Mang could only think one thing. This guy has truly lost his mind from drinking. He sighed, attempting to placate him with a dismissive tone. Sure. Everything you say is correct. President Qin has superpowers. He can fly. Satisfied now? Chu Yi could easily discern the insincerity in Su Mang's words. A wave of helplessness and frustration surged within him. He released Su Mang's hand and fell silent. He was aware of how absurd his claim sounded. Had it been before today, if Su Mang had told him that Xiangqian could teleport, he too would have thought Su Mang was merely rambling under the influence. However, Chu Yi pressed his lips together firmly. Based on Qin Chuan Ci's reaction when he sat on the sofa and looked at him, something was undoubtedly amiss. When the designated driver arrived, Chu Yi settled into the car, still pondering the matter. The notion of superpowers was indeed far-fetched. Could it be that he had been drugged when he least expected it? Chu Yi furrowed his brow, but that didn't seem right either. Why would Qin Chuan Ci secretly drug him? What could he possibly gain from it? The entire situation was so bizarre that Chu Yi even forgot about Bai Jiqi sending a message to Qin Chuan Ci while he was away. The following day, as the hangover subsided and his mind cleared, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Gazing at the beam of light, Chu Yi recalled the events of the previous day. His speculations regarding superpowers and drugging seemed increasingly ridiculous and laughable under the bright sunlight. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, opened a web browser, and entered keywords such as temporary amnesia and memory fragments. The screen displayed various medical explanations: excessive stress, mental stimuli, effects of alcohol. Fixating on the screen, he eventually rose to change his clothes and headed straight to the hospital. He made an appointment with the neurology department. In the consultation room, the doctor, clad in a white coat, listened to his vague description and adjusted his glasses, issuing a series of examination orders. After completing a myriad of tedious tests, Chu Yi returned to the consultation room with the results. The doctor, examining the CT scans and various data, inquired further about his recent lifestyle and work conditions. Finally, the doctor penned a diagnosis in his medical record. Chapter 31. The first day of work, Chu Yi gazed at the words on the medical record, lost in thought. Chu Yi, 27 years old. Diagnosis: amnesia. He had always believed that such an ailment was reserved for the elderly, never anticipating that he would fall victim at such a young age. Yet, in comparison to the fantastical speculations that had plagued his mind, this diagnosis seemed relatively plausible. Holding the thin piece of paper, he felt an indescribable emotion surge within him, ultimately resigning himself to this reality. The doctor had prescribed a medication to regulate his nerves and enhance his memory. With the medication in hand, Chu Yi stepped out of the hospital. Squinting against the glaring sunlight, he settled into his car and started the engine, intending to return home directly. However, just as he was about to merge into the traffic, a thought struck him. The tires screeched against the pavement as he abruptly turned the steering wheel, his expression darkening as he redirected the vehicle away from home and onto the expressway leading to the bustling center of the imperial city. In the most thriving district of the city, skyscrapers loomed in clusters. The headquarters of the Qin group stood tall, like a sword piercing the heavens, its dark glass facade reflecting a cold and imposing light under the sun. Chu Yi stood before the building, gazing up at this edifice of power and wealth with a furrowed brow before stepping inside. The opulent lobby, with its polished floors, was suffused with the scent of affluence. The receptionist, clad in an exquisite professional outfit, greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yi replied, Which floor is Mr. Qin on?" The receptionist paused, a flicker of recognition crossing her face as she deduced the identity of the Mr. Qin he mentioned. Yet her smile remained intact. "May I ask if you have an appointment? Or could you please provide your name?" After a brief silence, Chu Yi responded, "No, but he sent for me. My name is Chu Yi." Upon hearing this, the receptionist picked up the phone at her desk and whispered a few words. Moments later. She set down the phone, her smile transforming into something more genuine. Mr. Chu, President Qin has requested that you go up. This way, please. She led Chu Yi to a private elevator and pressed the button for his floor. As the elevator doors slowly closed, it ascended smoothly. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. As the doors opened, a man in a suit awaited outside. Mr. Chu, greetings. I am Jiang Feng, President Qin's assistant. He's expecting you. Chu Yi shook his hand and followed him down a quiet corridor to a door. The assistant knocked gently. President Qin, Mr. Chu has arrived. A voice from within called out, let him in. Chu Yi entered the office, discreetly surveying the minimalist decor that mirrored Qin Chuan's persona. Calm, restrained, and exquisitely simple, with each item exuding an air of expensive elegance. Click! The assistant closed the heavy wooden door, isolating them from the outside world and enveloping the office in silence. Qin Chuan Ci sat behind his desk, his gaze firmly fixed on the documents before him, not bothering to look up. Sit, he uttered a single word, his tone indifferent, as if the arrival of Chu Yi was merely an inconsequential event he had anticipated. Chu Yi, recalling the events of the previous evening's gathering, felt a mixture of anger and a peculiar intrigue. Hearing Qin's words, he did not hesitate but walked directly to the guest area and settled onto the sofa. Time ticked by slowly. Qin Chuan Ci remained silent, the only sound being the scratch of his pen against the paper. Chu Yi too was quiet, his sharp gaze fixed on the man immersed in work. It was somewhat amusing, aside from the fact that Qin Chuan Ci was his employer. There was nothing inherently dissatisfactory about the job. His own company, in collaboration with Su Meng, had taken on security operations, and he occasionally participated personally. However, serving as a bodyguard for someone of Qin Chuan Ci's stature was a first for him. This should have been a prestigious addition to his resume. Yet, Chu Yi harbored doubts. Beijing was home to many renowned security firms with exceptional capabilities. Why would Qin choose their ragtag team, which emerged from the underbelly of the red light district? Furthermore, given Qin Chuan Ci's outwardly affable yet inwardly proud demeanor, it was unlikely that he would find interest in a company of their caliber. There must be an ulterior motive. Was it because of Baijiqi? Was he seeking to provoke him in some way? As Chu Yi's thoughts swirled, a voice, laced with a gentle smile, suddenly broke the silence. I can almost hear the gears turning in your mind. Chu Yi looked up, meeting Qin Chuan Ci's gaze. The man wore an impeccably timed smile and glanced at his wristwatch. It's time for a meal. Do you have any preferences? His demeanor was casual, his tone warm, leading anyone to perceive him as a cultured and easygoing individual. Yet, Chu Yi had already witnessed the true nature lurking beneath this facade and was not deceived by the illusion. Mr. Qin, you may dine as you wish. I will manage on my own, he replied, his tone stiff. Qin Chuan Ci was not surprised by Chu Yi's guarded reaction and seemed unconcerned. Suit yourself. Without allowing Chu Yi a moment to respond, he pressed a button on the desk's intercom. Shortly after, a knock echoed at the office door, and an assistant entered, pushing a dining cart laden with an array of exquisite dishes, which he meticulously arranged on a coffee table in the guest area. Throughout the process, the assistant remained oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the office, quietly setting everything up before retreating, gazing at the neatly arranged, aromatic dishes before him. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Qin Chuan Ci's intentions. In the next moment, Qin Chuan Ci had risen from behind his desk and strolled over, seamlessly taking a seat beside him on the sofa. The distance between them was instantly diminished. Seemingly unfazed by any awkwardness, Qin Chuan Ci slid another set of utensils toward Chu Yi. I thought you wouldn't come. I was prepared to personally invite you. Chu Yi turned to regard the elegantly poised man beside him. With a cold snort in his heart, he realized that he had no choice in this matter. After enduring for a few seconds, he could no longer hold back and straightforwardly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Qin Chuan Ci paused momentarily in his action of picking up food, turning his head to look at him. The emotions concealed within his smiling eyes were inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. "Why do you ask?" "It's just a meal," he replied, slightly raising an eyebrow. "Didn't your previous job include meals?" Chu Yi took a deep breath, unwilling to engage in riddles with Qin Chuan Ci. What is your real purpose in having me as your bodyguard? He fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan Ci's eyes and, after a moment, declared his bottom line, I will not give up on Ji, no matter what you do. Chapter 32. Family members. Qin Chuan Ci halted his eating. He turned to look at Chu Yi, his handsome face still adorned with a smile. Did you see that message yesterday and think I intended to snatch Bai Ji from you? His voice was soft, yet carried an air of condescension. If I truly wanted to take him, you would have no chance to resist. The last sentence seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Chu Yi's body instinctively stiffened. He sensed danger, yet the provocation in Qin Chuan Ci's words ignited his inherent stubbornness. A breath caught in his throat. He glared at Qin Chuan Ci defiantly, like an infuriated wildcat ready to pounce. Observing his demeanor, Qin Chuan Ci suddenly chuckled, his imposing aura diminishing. He turned away, no longer looking at Chu Yi, and resumed his meal. What I desire, you cannot provide at this moment. So feel free to eat. Can you truly feel at ease? Chu Yi silently fumet. Pressing his lips into a thin line, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Qin Chuan Ci's words seemed to suggest that his entanglement with him was not due to Bai Ji. Yet that phrase, what I desire, loomed like an even deeper enigma, amplifying the unease within Chu Yi. He wished to press further, but recalling the look in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes earlier, he understood that silence was the wisest choice. Ultimately, Chu Yi suppressed his myriad of doubts and anger. He stared at the delicious lunch before him, and his stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Nevertheless, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat alongside Qin Chuan Ci. The office was filled only with the occasional clinking of utensils. Just as Chu Yi was about to finish the rice in his bowl, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A figure burst in. Chu Yi's nerves jolted, and he instinctively looked up. Upon recognizing the visitor, his tense body relaxed slightly. It was a slender male Omega, remarkably beautiful, with captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled, appearing quite youthful. At the doorway, Assistant Jiang wore an awkward expression as he looked at Qin Chuan Ci, ultimately bowing in apology. I apologize, Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. He merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling Assistant Jiang to take his leave. Assistant Jiang, as if granted a reprieve, promptly exited and carefully closed the door behind him. The Omega, upon entering, had fixated his enchanting peach blossom eyes on Chu Yi, his gaze brimming with astonishment. Chu Yi felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny, instinctively attempting to rise. However, just as he moved, Qin Chuan Ci, who had been silently dining beside him, unexpectedly reached out and grasped his wrist, gently yet firmly pulling him back onto the sofa. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Omega, witnessing this scene, slightly raised his elegant brows and then broke into a subtle smile. He approached with measured strides, his gaze flitting between Qin Chuan Ci and Chu Yi before cheerfully addressing Qin Chuan Ci. Brother? Chu Yi glanced at the Omega, noting the faint resemblance in their features, which bore a striking similarity to Qin Chuan Ci. He seemed somewhat familiar. Upon hearing the term brother, Qin Chuan Ci finally lifted his head, his expression neutral as he regarded the Omega. What brings you here? The Omega's smile widened, yet he refrained from answering the question, redirecting his attention to Chu Yi with the enthusiasm of a child discovering a new toy. Brother, who is he? Qin Chuan Ci remained silent, merely observing his younger sibling with a gentle smile. The Omega, under his gaze, instantly lost his earlier exuberance, pouting with a hint of boredom. He leaned closer to Qin Chuan Ci, half pouting, half complaining. All right, if you won't say anything, I'll let it go. So stingy. He paused before playfully shifting the topic. Hey, brother, I'm here about that matter we discussed before. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci did not even raise his eyelids, simply placing a piece of meticulously deboned, tender meat into his bowl. His voice remained flat and unyielding. You'll have to fend for yourself. The smile on the Omega's face instantly faltered, his beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with grievance. He dragged out his tone, inching closer, his voice soft and plaintive. Oh, brother, witnessing this exchange, something clicked in Chu Yi's mind. He finally recalled why the Omega seemed so familiar. Wasn't he the popular actor who had been making waves all over the internet recently? What was his name again? Oh, Qin Yuan. Chu Yi had never taken much interest in entertainment gossip, but he had watched a few dramas featuring Qin Yuan while spending time with Bai Ziqi, who was fond of such shows. To his surprise, this renowned actor was actually a member of the Qin family. Chu Yi's gaze darted between Qin Yuan and Qin Chuan Ci, an increasing sense of strangeness welling up within him. Yet, Qin Yuan's playful demeanor did not sway Qin Chuan Ci in the slightest. He set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and finally looked at his brother. His expression still warm, but his words laced with firmness. Qin Yuan, do not waste my time here. Furthermore, do not barge in unannounced next time. For a brief moment, the expression on Qin Yuan's face froze. The vibrant energy that once filled the air dissipated in an instant. He cast a rather aggrieved glance at Qin Chuan Ci and murmured softly, "Fine, if you won't help, you won't help." A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind, and a playful grin returned to his face. "By the way, brother, have you found a partner for that charity gala? Scion has been inquiring about it incessantly." Upon saying this, Qin Yuan playfully winked at Qin Chuan Ci, embodying an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. Qin Chuan Ci's smile remained unchanged as he listened. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with amusement as they met Qin Yuan's, and lightly remarked, "I've always had a partner, haven't I? Isn't Su Jin that person?" Huh? Qin Yuan instinctively gasped, his eyes widening momentarily, but he quickly masked his surprise with an awkward smile. "Haha, really? I see. I noticed you attending several galas without a date. I thought Su Jin had left." Qin Chuan Ci remained silent, simply observing his younger brother. The smile on his lips persisted, yet his eyes seemed encased in a thin veil of ice, devoid of warmth. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably thin as a result. Unfazed, Qin Yuan shrugged and decided to change the subject. "All right then, it seems I've spoken out of turn. You don't appear to welcome my company, so I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Just before exiting, his gaze inadvertently met Chu Yi's. He offered a slight smile before completely leaving. Chapter 33. The invitation the office door closed once more, leaving only Qin Chuan Ci and Chu Yi in the room. As Qin Yuan departed, Chu Yi observed Qin Chuan Ci, who reverted to his tranquil, dining demeanor. Qin Chuan Ci sensed the scrutiny and raised his eyes, smiling gently as he initiated the conversation. "What is it?" Chu Yi quickly averted his gaze, his voice stiff. "Nothing." Though their exchange appeared to be a typical brotherly banter, Chu Yi was no fool. He sensed the undercurrents of tension beneath the surface. Noticing Chu Yi's reluctance to inquire further, Qin Chuan Ci chuckled lightly, choosing to clarify the matter in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. "There's no need to find it strange. He is the child of my stepmother, an Omega, and perhaps he harbors some resentment." Chu Yi furrowed his brow. He couldn't comprehend why Qin Chuan Ci felt compelled to share this with him, yet he deemed it prudent to remain uninformed about such matters. It seemed Qin Chuan Ci merely mentioned it in passing, offering no further elaboration. He lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Yet his expression grew slightly frigid. After being brought back, Su Jin had been quietly taken away once again. This incident was so discreet that even He Xiangchun remained oblivious. His younger brother, however, was rather well informed. The first day of work proceeded remarkably smoothly, save for a peculiar interlude during lunch. After that, Qin Chuan Ci did not, as Chu Yi had anticipated, subject him to incessant criticism or seek out conflicts. The man quietly attended to his duties, while Chu Yi silently lingered in the corner of the office. There was no exchange between them, a calmness that felt almost surreal to Chu Yi. As evening descended, the setting sun bathed the entire city in a warm orange hue. Qin Chuan Ci completed the last document. "That's it for today." Chu Yi perked up at the words, relieved that he had finally endured to the end. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, preparing to bid farewell to Qin Chuan Ci and exit this place that made him feel utterly uncomfortable. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan Ci lifted his head, looked at Chu Yi, and with a smile, delivered a shocking announcement. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Today was merely a meeting between us, not formal work." Chu Yi was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Indeed, the very next moment, Qin Chuan Ci leisurely continued. Starting tomorrow, for the sake of convenience, you will need to reside with the other bodyguards of the Qin family, just like them. What? Chu Yi thought he had misheard. Yet, on Qin Chuan Ci's smiling face, there was no hint of jest. He had no intention of repeating himself. He simply stood up gracefully, fastened the buttons of his suit jacket, and walked directly toward the elevator. Upon reaching the company entrance, he did not utter another word to Chu Yi, instead boarding the Qin family's private car without delay. The vehicle merged into the traffic and vanished from sight. Chu Yi was left with no opportunity to respond, ultimately having to drive himself. The journey from the heart of the metropolis to the red light district was marked by alternating red and green lights, the traffic bustling. Yet, Chu Yi's mind was a blank slate, the car almost navigating by muscle memory. Residing in the Qin family, in previous jobs, he had occasionally stayed at his employer's residence for security's sake. But this was Qin Chuan Ci, perhaps subconsciously unwilling to confront this possibility. Chu Yi had never considered living under the same roof as that man. Moreover, due to Bai Qi, their relationship was rather delicate. Sharing a space with this individual, was he not concerned about potential revenge? Lost in thought, he had unknowingly arrived at his own building. The remnants of the sunset had been completely swallowed by the night. Upon returning home, he opened the door, his mind still troubled by the events of the day, and began to change his shoes. Ai! Ai! A familiar voice pulled him back from his distant musings. Chu Yi turned to see Bai Qi standing nearby, a hint of concern etched on her face. "What's wrong?" Chu Yi inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Bai Qi shot him an annoyed glance, her tone laced with playful reproach. "I said I was going to have dinner with Xiaohuan, so I want to be home for dinner. I've been calling you for ages, and you've completely ignored me. What is going on with you lately? You seem strange." Hearing this, Chu Yi forced a thin smile, his lips curling in a dry attempt at cheerfulness. "It's nothing, just thinking about work." "Really?" Bai Qi stepped closer, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. "Nothing else?" Chu Yi shook his head, but suddenly froze mid-action. He gazed at Bai Qi's delicate features, recalling today's conversation with Qin Chuan Ci in the office, as well as the glaring news from the previous night. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Chu Yi heard himself speak in an unusually calm tone. "However, I may not be residing at home for a while. A significant client at the company requires a bodyguard, offering generous remuneration, but it necessitates living in." Bai Qi paused, instinctively probing a significant client. Chu Yi's gaze fixed intently on Bai Qi's eyes, scrutinizing every nuance of emotion. "Yes, the Qin family from the imperial capital." He deliberately paused, then articulated each word distinctly, revealing the name. "My elder brother mentioned that individual is called Qin Chuan Ci. He had been contemplating the matter of his marriage with Bai Qi. Bai Qi had been raised as a cherished young master, accustomed to luxury and beauty, and as one of the rare omegas. He had always been the object of admiration at school. Following the fall of the Bai family, it might indeed be a compromise for him to be in such circumstances. Thus, it was somewhat understandable that he would be tempted and swayed by someone like Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi was uncertain whether Bai Qi still harbored feelings for him. Yet he loved Bai Qi. Therefore, at this moment, he was willing to take a step back. "I can't forgive." After all, Qin Chuan Ci had promised not to intrude further. "So as long as you're honest with me now, even if there's just a hint of hesitation or a trace of guilt, I can forgive." Clutching onto this last glimmer of hope, Chu Yi fixated on Bai Qi's face. However, he was met with disappointment. At the instant the name Qin Chuan Ci was uttered, there was no trace of guilt or wavering on Bai Qi's face. His eyes widened in surprise, quickly bursting forth with pure delight. "Ah, the Qin family from the imperial capital. You are truly remarkable. They are a genuine, super-rich family. Can you believe they sought out your company?" Bai Qi's tone was infused with prideful admiration. "I knew you were extraordinary. They finally recognized your worth." He smiled, stepping forward to embrace Chu, his expression flawless without a hint of flaw. The last remnants of Chu Yi's hope gradually faded, inch by inch, in the wake of Bai Qi's joyous and sincere praise, leaving only coldness. He nodded, his throat feeling constricted. Yes. Bai Ziqi continued to speak for a few moments before glancing at his phone to check the time. It's almost time. I must hurry to find Xiao Huan and not keep him waiting too long. Go ahead. Chu Yi forced a smile, watching him. Bai Ziqi waved goodbye and briskly turned to leave. Chu Yi watched the slender figure until the elevator doors closed, and Bai Ziqi's silhouette vanished completely. The smile on his face gradually faded. He turned, closed the door, and returned to his room. The bedroom walls still displayed their wedding photo, where both smiled sweetly. Chu Yi stared at that photograph, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, shaking one out and lighting it. One. Another. Chapter 34. Bai Ziqi. Little panicked, Bai Ziqi hurried down the stairs, the smile on his face vanishing without a trace the moment he turned the corner. The night breeze tousled his hair, leaving only a somber expression on his exquisite face. He strode directly toward an inconspicuous black sedan parked by the roadside, opened the door, and settled inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and a figure in the driver's seat stirred slightly. Are you certain there are no issues with the information? Bai Ziqi's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of the slightest softness she had shown in front of Chu Yi. The driver, a masked male beta, flinched at her words. He pulled his mask down slightly, revealing a pale and handsome visage. Why, yes, there should be no problems. If Qin Chuan Ci had discovered anything amiss, he wouldn't be so quiet. Then why hasn't he replied to my messages? Bai Ziqi's voice sharply escalated, her beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with fury and anxiety. And he has even found Chu Yi's company. Do you think this is normal? In Bai Ziqi's view, the small company run by Su Meng and Chu Yi in the red light district could hardly attract the attention of someone like Qin Chuan Ci. With so many top-tier security firms in the imperial capital, why would Qin Chuan Ci neglect them and seek out Chu Yi in such a disreputable place? It was most likely due to herself. Even if Qin Chuan Ci hadn't unearthed anything substantial, he must have begun to harbor suspicions. The beta, shaken by her outburst, quickly attempted to soothe her. Please don't be angry. This must be a coincidence. He nervously explained. Didn't I mention before that Su Meng seems to have connections with the He family? Qin Chuan Ci has been getting close to He Xiangshan over in the imperial capital. It's possible he found this place through him. I have been monitoring Qin Chuan Ci. Should they investigate Chu Yi's movements, I will ensure that any traces are concealed. After speaking, the beta cautiously gauged Bai Ziqi's expression. Her furrowed brow showed no signs of easing. Observing the beta's ingratiating demeanor, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed Bai Ziqi's eyes, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. He turned his gaze towards the window, where his somber and indifferent face was reflected in the glass. He took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of white mist that wafted against the cold window pane. Coincidence? Let's hope so. The following day, Chu Yi was busy packing his belongings. This sudden bodyguard job was suffused with an air of peculiarity, and he did not anticipate its longevity. Thus, he casually gathered a few changes of clothes. Bai Ziqi sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the serene profile of Chu Yi as he quietly organized his belongings. Having spent an entire night without sleep, his handsome visage bore the marks of weariness, with faint shadows under his eyes. Last night, when Chu Yi announced his intention to work at the Qin family, the shock of that name left Bai Ziqi momentarily preoccupied with maintaining the facade of the perfect partner. Yet, as time passed, the sense of panic intensified. No matter how adept Luo and was as a hacker, he could only alter traces of data online. But what about in reality? What about face-to-face encounters? Chu Yi and Qin Chuan Ci. One was his nominal husband, and the other the target he had meticulously sought to align himself with. Now, these two individuals would be under the same roof. The mere thought of Chu Yi unwittingly mentioning, "My partner is Bai Ziqi," in front of Qin Chuan Ci could shatter all of his plans in an instant. The mere possibility of such a scenario left Bai Ziqi restless. He observed as Chu Yi neatly folded a shirt and placed it into his suitcase, his lips twitching slightly before he could no longer contain himself. His voice soft as he spoke. "Yi, is it dangerous for you to work at the Qin family?" Chu Yi paused momentarily in his task. Without turning around, his back to Bai Ziqi, his voice was devoid of emotion. "Perhaps." He resumed his actions, his tone flat as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. But I won't be there long. I'll be back soon. As Bai Ziqi listened to his detached tone, his unease deepened. Rising from bed, he walked behind Chu Yi, wrapping his arms gently around his waist. His cheek pressed against Chu Yi's broad back, his voice imbued with a hint of softness. But I can't help but worry. In a true aristocratic family, the private struggles can be perilous. Why do you insist on going alone? Surely, there are others at the company who can take your place? Bai Ziqi paused, tightening his embrace as if drawing strength from him. Lowering his voice to a barely perceptible whisper, he added, "Moreover, it seems my heat cycle is approaching." At that moment, a faint yet distinctly sweet scent of oranges emanated from Bai Ziqi's glands, wafting toward Chu Yi's nostrils. This was both a test and a weapon, the most primal and effective tool an Omega could wield before an Alpha. The familiar scent of oranges delicately infiltrated his senses. Chu Yi's grip on the clothing suddenly tightened. Bowing his head, his broad shoulders subtly rose and fell, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. Constricting his breath, the sweet, citrus aroma stirred him gently, yet this time, the scent that had once captivated him did not evoke the slightest flicker of desire within his heart. From a vantage point unseen by Bai Ziqi, Chu Yi's eyes began to redden gradually. He was acutely aware. He understood precisely why Bai Ziqi behaved this way. It was simply a manifestation of his concern that, upon arriving at the Qin family, he might inadvertently reveal their secret in front of Qin Chuan Ci. Yet, Chu Yi had contemplated numerous methods through which Bai Ziqi could thwart his visit to the Qin family, but he had never imagined it would be in this manner. How absurd! It had been over 6 months since he and Bai Ziqi had shared bed. Not long ago, he had pleaded for her affection under the pretense of being in a vulnerable phase, but she had still rebuffed him. Now, in light of this particular matter, Bai Ziqi had taken the initiative to invite him. He inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and haphazardly stuffed the last few articles of clothing into his suitcase. With a sudden motion, he zipped it shut, pried Bai Ziqi's arms from around his waist, and stood up abruptly. Bai Ziqi was taken aback by his unexpected action. Gazing up at him in shock, "Aye?" Chu Yi averted his gaze from her. Sorry, Ziqi. This work is crucial. I must go." With that, he gave her no further opportunity for response, grabbed the suitcase by his feet, and without glancing back, rushed out the door, leaving Bai Ziqi's bewildered exclamation and the lingering scent of oranges behind. Chapter 35. An encounter. The car sped down the highway, with Chu Yi gripping the steering wheel. His expression ashen. A suffocating pressure pressed against his chest, prompting him to slam the accelerator, the engine roaring in response as he attempted to outrun his vexations. However, at the next intersection, the vehicle jolted violently, accompanied by a series of unsettling clanks, and the speed plummeted. Chu Yi was momentarily stunned before he could react. The car stalled entirely, gliding a short distance before coming to rest by the roadside. Damn it! A curse erupted within the confines of the cramped car. Irked, Chu Yi unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. He moved to the front, lifted the hood, and was met with the acrid scent of burnt oil. Unfamiliar with car repairs, he stared at the chaotic engine, feeling utterly lost. Everything seemed to be going awry. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he delivered a forceful kick to the tire. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the air. After venting his anger, Chu Yi felt no relief. Instead, he was engulfed by a deeper fatigue. Leaning against the car, he retrieved his phone and, with a blank expression, dialed the insurance company. After providing his address and license plate number, he rummaged through his contacts for Assistant Zhang's information and sent a message. The car broke down on the way. "I will be late." The reply came swiftly. Assistant Zhang, location. Chu Yi glanced at it, then forwarded his location before stowing the phone back into his pocket. Too apathetic to read the response. It mattered little. If he was late, then so be it. Ideally, Qin Chuan would be so displeased that he would dismiss him outright. That would indeed be gratifying. He opened the trunk, retrieved his suitcase, and leaned against a nearby utility pole. Before long, the tow truck arrived, efficiently hauling away his broken-down vehicle. Chu Yi observed the passing cars on the highway, his expression devoid of emotion. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette. only to find it empty. It then dawned on him that in his haste that morning, he had left the cigarettes on the coffee table. TSK. His mood soured further. Chu Yi exhaled a long, heavy sigh, his gaze aimlessly sweeping the surroundings before finally settling on a convenience store across the street. Fortunately, he had broken down here. Had it been on the highway, he might have truly lost his sanity. Grasping his suitcase, he traversed the pavement and approached the store. Welcome. The door to the convenience store chimed cheerfully as a drowsy female attendant greeted him with a lackluster tone. However, as her eyes fell upon the newcomer, her fatigue evaporated in an instant. The man was exceptionally tall, nearly 6'3", with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His perfectly tailored black suit accentuated his physique, and his legs seemed to stretch on indefinitely. His face bore an aggressively handsome quality, with deep-set features and sharp lines that exuded an aura of intimidation, making it feel as though he possessed an imposing presence of nearly 9 feet. The attendant felt her knees weaken. In her mind, she chuckled softly. With alphas being a rarity, opportunities to encounter one were scarce, especially one as striking as this. Pretending to arrange the shelves, she couldn't help but steal glances, contemplating how to share her unexpected encounter with her colleagues later. Oblivious to the attendant's thoughts, Chu Yi walked straight to the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of water, and then picked up a pack of cigarettes from the shelf before heading to the checkout counter. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call. Big brother, he spoke softly, yet his voice reached the ears of the attendant. Big brother? The attendant's expression shifted, her gaze towards Chu Yi becoming markedly different. Was he part of a gang? The scrutiny was rather blatant, and Chu Yi, sensing the shift, cast a fleeting glance at the attendant. She immediately averted her eyes, her palms beginning to sweat. In his tailored suit and icy demeanor, he seemed to possess the kind of gaze that could suggest he was about to feed someone to the sharks. Was this the archetype of the sophisticated thug often depicted in dramas? Wearing the standard-issue bodyguard uniform, Chu Yi could not shake the feeling that this young woman was harboring rather impolite thoughts. Nevertheless, he had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with a stranger. After exchanging a few words with Su Meng, reassuring him not to worry, he ended the call. Su Meng inquired about his progress in resigning from his position as Qin Chuan's bodyguard. What progress could there be? None whatsoever. It was utterly frustrating. However, he could not voice such sentiments to his brother. Despite Qin Chuan's despicable nature, his strength and resources were undeniable. His brother had invested so much into the company, and Chu Yi could not afford to add to his burdens. That will be 35 yuan. The attendant's voice trembled slightly. Chu Yi glanced at her, puzzled. Before scanning the payment code, he collected his items and turned to leave. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Let go of me. What are you doing? Chu Yi paused, turning to observe. Not far away, a man was forcefully gripping a young girl's wrist, while she struggled desperately to break free. The girl's figure seemed familiar. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, preparing to step forward to assess the situation. Vivi, the attendant beside him suddenly exclaimed, rushing past him like a gust of wind. Chu Yi watched as she sprinted towards him, before positioning herself in front of the man with outstretched arms. Her bravery was commendable, yet her petite frame appeared somewhat fragile in the face of his imposing presence, rendering her unable to protect those behind her. With a cold gaze, Chu Yi dismissed any further contemplation and strode forward. He was not the type to engage in acts of heroism, but at that moment, he indeed sought an outlet for his pent-up frustration. The man harassing the girl was a beta, robust among his peers, and upon encountering the shop attendant's obstruction, his anger found immediate release. Get out of the way. Mind your own business, he bellowed, raising his hand to strike the attendant's face. However, just as his palm was about to descend, a hand suddenly appeared, effortlessly halting his blow. The man struggled momentarily, only to realize he was immobilized, which ignited his fury. Who the hell are you? He spat. As he instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he turned his head and, upon recognizing the newcomer, found his words lodged in his throat. Chu Yi stood there, towering over the beta, casting a formidable shadow that exuded an air of authority. The beta feigned composure, yet the fear in his eyes betrayed his trepidation. What you want? Before Chu Yi could respond, the girl he had shielded exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Chu Yi paused and turned his head. A delicate yet familiar face came into view. His expression shifted. Miss Liu. It was none other than the young princess he had encountered at the Liu family gathering not long ago, Liu Chengwei. The panic in Liu Chengwei's eyes dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. She immediately pointed at the beta man, accusing him, "This person has been following me recently. I don't know him at all." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi turned back, casting a disapproving look at the beta. The man, now desperate, protested, "How could you say you don't know me? We attend the same school. We volunteered together at the last school celebration." Liu Chengwei furrowed her delicate brows, her expression filled with indignation. "So what? There are countless volunteers at school. Am I expected to know every single one? How can you say that?" The beta's face flushed crimson, his emotions flaring as he retorted. "You smiled at me that day and even released your pheromones. Don't you remember? Your peach-scented pheromones filled the entire event room." Before he could finish, Liu Chengwei interrupted him with a furious shout. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chapter 36. The affable Qin Chuan Ci. Liu Chengwei's chest heaved with anger. Her beautiful face flushed. "I absolutely did not." "You did." The beta insisted, his agitation mounting. "You wore that white dress, smiled at me, and your peach-scented pheromones." A chilling glare fell upon him. Chu Yi's expression darkened, his voice devoid of warmth. "Get lost." The beta's bluster came to an abrupt halt. Meeting Chu Yi's gaze, his legs trembled involuntarily. He had a premonition that if he uttered another word, that fist, as large as a sandbag, would come crashing down upon his face. After a prolonged struggle, beta's lips trembled for a moment, yet he ultimately refrained from making another sound and fled, rolling away in haste. Chu Yi's gaze was icy. He had encountered such individuals frequently. Those who, upon seeing an omega, harbored impure thoughts, shamelessly uttering repugnant words, and in the end, deceiving even themselves while feeling wronged, all the while exhibiting a cowardly penchant for preying on the weak. Once the menace had departed, Liu Chengwei's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief before turning to Chu Yi. "Brother, thank you for rescuing me once more." The word brother rang out clear and tinged with youthful innocence. Chu Yi paused, unable to suppress a smile. At 27, he found it fitting to accept her address, given that Liu Chengwei was merely 18. He did not correct her, instead gazing at her with curiosity. "What brings you here?" The little princess of the Liu family ought not to be in such a place. Liu Chengwei beamed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed to the female attendant beside her. It's the weekend, and I'm here to visit my classmate." She introduced, "This is my classmate, Zhao Cici. We both attend St. Louis High School, and she is a special admit with exceptional grades. She has consistently held the top position in our school." At this moment, Zhao Cici felt her cheeks flush. She had not anticipated that this alpha was acquainted with Liu Chengwei. The embarrassment of having imagined him as part of some underworld gang made her feel as if her toes were digging into the ground. "Thank you." She quietly expressed her gratitude to Chu Yi. Upon hearing the name St. Louis High School, a flicker of light momentarily trembled in Chu Yi's eyes. He chuckled at Zhao Cici's words, not giving it much thought. Zhao Cici, unaware of his subtle shift, noticed his smile and, emboldened, asked, "Could I get your contact information?" The moment the words escaped her lips, both Chu Yi and Liu Chengwei were taken aback. In the next instant, Liu Chengwei quickly regained her composure, feigning indignation as she exclaimed, "Zhao Cici, you sly one. I want it too." Saying this, she promptly pulled out her phone, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Yi, revealing a hint of anxiousness unbeknownst to her. Chu Yi gazed at the two expectant girls before him, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he thought little of it and began to retrieve his phone from his pocket, ready to exchange contacts. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. "What brings you here?" That voice. Chu Yi's heart sank as he whirled around. Qin Chuan Ci stood behind him, exuding warmth and charm in a well-tailored, expensive suit that accentuated his distinguished stature, his eyes holding profound significance. "Uncle Qin?" Liu Chengwei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. She was oblivious to the intricacies of the business world, but recalled her grandfather's repeated admonitions to treat Qin Chuan Ci with utmost respect. Although Zhao Cici did not know him, she followed suit, softly echoing, "Hello, Uncle Qin." Having been preempted by the two young ladies, Chu Yi belatedly spoke up. "Mr. Qin." Qin Chuan Ci smiled, nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Chengwei and Zhao Cici as a form of greeting. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards Chu Yi, his tone as casual as if discussing the most mundane matter. "You've been late for quite some time. Come with me." Lu Chengwei, observing the scene, blinked in confusion and asked, "Uncle Qin is here to see Brother Chu?" Just as Chu Yi was about to respond, a hand unexpectedly draped over his shoulder. The warmth seeping through the fabric made Chu Yi stiffen, casting a startled look at Qin Chuan Ci. However, Qin Chuan Ci did not meet his gaze. Instead, he smiled more broadly at Lu Chengwei. "Yes, he is currently working with me." After saying this, he offered no further opportunity for anyone to react, pulling Chu Yi along with a half-forceful grip as they turned to leave. Lu Chengwei watched their departing figures, her expression somewhat bewildered. Beside her, Zhao Cici whispered, "They seem to have a good relationship." I suppose," Lu Chengwei replied vaguely. After all, Brother Chu had saved Uncle Qin before. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cici immediately became intrigued, insisting that Lu Chengwei share the story behind it. Lu Chengwei agreed with a smile, yet a curious thought lingered in her mind. Was Uncle Qin truly such an affable person? There was an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Chu Yi was led across the street by Qin Chuan Ci. Once they reached the other side, he felt the weight on his shoulder increase and raised his hand to shake off the hand that had draped over him. Qin Chuan Ci seemed unbothered. The smile faded from his face, returning to its usual aloofness as he opened the car door and entered. His voice was devoid of emotion. "Get in." Chu Yi frowned, recalling his suitcase. He turned to find that the driver had already placed his luggage in the trunk without him noticing. A sense of oddness washed over him, but he dismissed it and moved alongside the driver, opening the passenger door, ready to enter the car. However, the door remained stubbornly immovable. He looked in confusion at the driver in the driver's seat. The driver wore an impeccable professional smile. "Mr. Chu, you will sit in the back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the window of the passenger seat began to rise, completely obstructing Chu Yi's view. Expressionless, he stood still for a moment before finally opening the back door and sitting inside. The interior of the car was spacious. Qin Chuan Ci was looking down at a document, and since Chu Yi entered, he had not spared him a single glance. Chu Yi wondered why Qin Chuan Ci was here, and as he remained silent, the tension in his heart gradually eased. The car started, moving so smoothly that he barely felt any bumps. With Qin Chuan Ci silent, and Chu Yi unwilling to initiate conversation, he recalled how late he had stayed up the previous night. Gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, almost too burdensome to keep open. Unbeknownst to him, a faint scent of early snow was quietly diffusing throughout the car, subtly creeping over his body before stealthily infiltrating his breath. Chu Yi's body instinctively sensed something was off, but the overwhelming drowsiness rendered his eyelids unresponsive, leaving him with no extra thought to spare for such sensations. Slowly, his eyelids gently descended. His body swayed slightly with the motion of the vehicle, leaning against the frigid window, gradually sliding down until it tilted forward. Just as his head was about to collide with the backrest of the front seat, a hand deftly caught him. With a subtle exertion, the hand guided Chu Yi's body in a different direction. A muffled thud resonated as he collapsed onto Qin Chuan Ci's lap, his tousled hair spilling out, revealing the delicate whiteness of his neck. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze remained fixed on the documents before him, his expression unwavering. Yet one hand slowly descended, traversing the broad expanse of Chu Yi's back, eventually resting softly upon the nape of his neck, fingertips gently caressing. At that moment, the soundproof partition in front rose appropriately. Chapter 37. Little Brat X, Bad Dog Chu Yi was roused from his slumber by a subtle jolt. As consciousness returned, his nostrils filled with a crisp, snow-like scent, chilling yet imbued with an inexplicable assertiveness. He abruptly opened his eyes, taking in the luxurious interior of the car, while outside the window, The scenery whirled past in a blur. His gaze swept within the vehicle. The soundproof partition had been lowered at some point, and the driver was intently focused on the road. Beside him, Qin Chuan Ci's demeanor remained unchanged from when he had fallen asleep, still absorbed in his documents. Sensing Chu Yi's gaze, those detached and indifferent eyes finally lifted from the papers, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. "It appears you did not sleep well last night." Qin Chuan Ci's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. "You dozed off on your first day of work." Those words instantly replaced the rising tension and curiosity in Chu Yi's chest with a wave of embarrassment. Rendered speechless, he turned his head to look out the window and muttered an apology. Internally, Chu Yi felt a pang of frustration. This was a humiliation in his career. Previously, he could pull all-nighters and still arrive at work brimming with energy, never once dozing off on the job. Yet today, a mishap had occurred, and particularly in front of Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci observed the taut profile of Chu Yi, his thoughts plainly visible on his face, eliminating the need for guessing. The usual aloofness in his eyes was momentarily softened by a hint of amusement, and he let out a soft chuckle. The documents were snapped shut with a resounding clap. Just as Chu Yi shot a bewildered glance his way, Qin Chuan Ci spoke. "We've arrived. It's time to disembark." Taken aback, Chu Yi turned to gaze out the window, only to realize that the car had gradually entered an estate, finally coming to a stop in front of an imposing villa. He quickly collected himself and exited the vehicle. As he looked up at the structure before him, its angular lines and striking design resonated with Qin Chuan Ci's own demeanor. With little time for contemplation, the driver emerged from the trunk with his luggage. Chu Yi silently followed behind Qin Chuan Ci into the villa, dragging his suitcase along. At the entrance, a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat awaited them, immediately bowing respectfully upon their arrival. "Sir, Qin Chuan responded lightly, turning to the man and introducing him. "This is Chu Yi, our new bodyguard. Please arrange a room for him." After saying this, he walked directly into the depths of the villa, not granting Chu Yi a second glance. The man approached Chu Yi with a professional, gentle smile. "Mr. Chu, greetings. I am the steward here. You may call me Uncle Zhang." Chu Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then followed Uncle Zhang to his quarters. His room was a modest two-person accommodation located on the villa's side wing, impeccably clean yet sparsely furnished. It was evident that the adjacent bed was already occupied, presumably by another bodyguard. Chu Yi set down his luggage, intending to tidy up a bit. However, before he could even unzip his suitcase, the door swung open from the outside. He turned to see a remarkably tall and muscular man standing in the doorway, his physique straining against his tactical uniform, exuding a potent alpha presence. Chu Yi recognized him during the chaotic incident in the red light district when Su Jin was in heat. This man had also managed to escape from that tumultuous room. The alpha's eyes widened upon seeing Chu Yi, and he broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth. "You the new brother? I'm Zhou Wu, and I'll be your roommate from now on." He stepped inside and naturally began to explain the job responsibilities. "Here, when the boss is not around, we take turns patrolling and standing guard. When he is, we follow his arrangements. It's quite straightforward." Chu Yi had no objections, shoving his suitcase under the bed, ready to commence his duties. Yet, after less than half an hour of patrolling alongside Zhou Wu, an overwhelming fatigue began to seep through his limbs. It was not just weariness. There was an unmistakable soreness reminiscent of laboring on a construction site. Chu Yi forced himself to stay alert, trailing behind Zhou Wu. As time passed, he finally discerned the source of his discomfort. With a slight frown, he lifted his hand to touch his gland. The moment his fingertips made contact with the skin, a sharp pain shot through him, twisting his expression in agony. What is happening? He dared not probe further, his face reflecting the lingering pain. How could his gland be in distress? In a moment of reflection, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the events that transpired not long ago at the club, where Qin Chuan had acted. Could it be that he had sustained an injury, then that had gone unnoticed, now manifesting itself? The notion that he, an alpha, was experiencing gland issues due to another alpha left Chu Yi's expression grim. How utterly unfortunate. He lowered his hand, resolving to disregard it, believing it would likely heal on its own in a few days. "Brother, are you all right? Your face looks quite pale," Zhou Wu remarked, sensing something was off. "It's nothing," Chu Yi replied in a low voice. Zhou Wu, sensing the situation, refrained from pressing further. He had noticed Chu Yi's gesture towards his gland and surmised it was likely a gland issue, but being aware of its sensitivity, he tactfully avoided any probing questions. Though his gaze kept drifting back to Chu Yi's face. Feeling the scrutiny, Chu Yi looked up and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something on my face?" Zhou Wu, upon being questioned, chuckled and candidly remarked, "We've actually met before. Do you remember?" Chu Yi undoubtedly recalled their encounter, aware it was in the red light district. "I knew it." Zhou Wu laughed, adding, "To be honest, I was quite surprised that you were hired as a bodyguard by the boss." Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. "I was surprised as well." No. Zhou Wu waved his hand, seemingly concerned about being misunderstood. Lowering his voice, he clarified, "I mean no offense. Please don't take it the wrong way." He leaned in closer, with a conspiratorial glint in his eyes, and asked, "Your pheromones have a scent of roses, right?" The topic of pheromones, when discussed between an alpha and an omega, is often flirtatious, whereas between alphas, it tends to be provocative. However, Zhou Wu's gaze was open and sincere, clearly devoid of any ulterior motives. Chu Yi, understanding this, nodded. "Yes, what of it?" Zhou Wu smiled. "The boss detests the scent of roses." Chu Yi's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Wu. "Detests the scent of roses?" Zhou Wu nodded. "When Su Jin was under the influence and in heat, you also released pheromones, didn't you? That overpowering rose fragrance was unmistakable. I sensed it then, and the boss surely did too. I thought there would be no chance of meeting again, yet here you are, hired as a bodyguard." With this revelation, many of Chu Yi's previous confusions found clarity. No wonder Qin Chuan Ci's attitude towards him had been so hostile that day at the club, and why Xiangqin's demeanor had been peculiar afterward. The root of it all lay here. Unable to contain himself, Chu Yi scoffed disdainfully. So, Qin Chuan Ci's inexplicable disdain for me was all due to this? How absurd. The scent of pheromones is beyond my control. Is he throwing a childish tantrum over something so trivial? No, that's not right. A child wouldn't meddle in someone else's relationship or play the role of a third party. Qin Chuan Ci is no child. He is simply a malicious dog. Zhou Wu, noticing the shift in Chu Yi's expression, assumed he was troubled by the boss's disdain and playfully patted his shoulder. "Haha, but this just proves your prowess. The boss detests the scent of roses, yet still hired you, which indicates he values your abilities. Shall we practice together sometime?" At this, Chu Yi momentarily suppressed his grievances towards Qin Chuan Ci and met Zhou Wu's gaze, nodding in agreement, sure. He was curious to discover just how significant the gap was between himself and the elite bodyguards surrounding Qin Chuan Ci. The two continued their patrol side by side, oblivious to the figure seated on the balcony of the villa's second floor. Qin Chuan Ci sat on a sofa, his gaze detached as he surveyed the scene in the courtyard below, his eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. Chapter 38. No, I am about to divorce. Thus, a week passed working for the Qin family, unexpectedly tranquil. Chu even experienced a peculiar illusion that serving as Qin Chuan Ci's bodyguard seemed no different from being a bodyguard for anyone else, perhaps even easier. In his imagination, the scenarios in which Qin Chuan would devise various ways to trouble him never materialized. In reality, as a newcomer, he had scarcely encountered Qin Chuan in person. The duties of the bodyguard were beyond his purview. The crucial task of personal protection was certainly not assigned to him. Each day unfolded with him patrolling the vast estate of the Qin family, alternating shifts with his more experienced colleagues, standing guard. This role was so leisurely it bordered on tedium. To date, Chu Yi had not encountered any audacious thieves daring enough to venture into such a place to steal or break in. His colleagues possessed amiable personalities, and none had confronted him, accusing him of being unworthy of serving as a bodyguard for the Qin family, which left him somewhat disappointed. Moreover, the cuisine at the Qin residence was exceptionally delightful, and residing there spared him the discomfort of facing Bai Ziqi's visage. Chu Yi's spirits had remarkably improved, surpassing his previous state of mind. After a week, he had even gained 2 pounds. The bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze. After finishing his shower, Chu Yi emerged clad in a bathrobe, casually drying his damp hair with a towel. Zhou Wu was reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone, and upon hearing the commotion, he looked up. His gaze landed on Chu Yi, whose bathrobe was loosely tied and the neckline fell open, revealing a well-defined chest and sculpted abdominal muscles. Zhou Wu raised an eyebrow and let out a loud whistle. Chu Yi paused momentarily, shot him a glare, and tugged the collar of his bathrobe back into place. TCH, he scoffed. Zhou Wu grinned widely, unperturbed, and remarked, "We're both alphas. What's the harm in a glance? If you ask me, you ought to work on that physique." As he spoke, he abruptly flung off the thin blanket covering him. Clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, he playfully slapped his well-defined 8-pack abs, proudly showcasing them to Chu Yi. "See, this is perfection." Unlike Chu Yi's aesthetic physique that appeared lean when clothed yet muscular when undressed, Zhou Wu's muscles were of a genuinely robust build, exuding an explosive sense of power. Chu Yi was rendered speechless. He tossed the towel towards Zhou Wu's face in exasperation. "Put on some clothes." Zhou Wu effortlessly caught the towel, his smile widening. "You're just envious." "Absolutely. Boring," Chu Yi muttered, rolling his eyes and choosing not to engage further. Yet, deep within his eyes, as Zhou Wu had noted, a flicker of envy did indeed pass through. He instinctively touched his own abdomen. Previously, he had trained to meet Zhou Wu's standards. However, for reasons unknown, despite the significant increase in his strength from rigorous training, his physique had shown little change. If only he could achieve the same build as Zhou Wu, standing there like a small mountain, his intimidating presence would certainly be unparalleled. In that case, during his time in the red light district, he might not have always been mistaken for a kept boy by Su Meng. With a silent sigh, Chu Yi contemplated whether to extend his training session, but after assessing his freshly washed body, he ultimately dismissed the thought. He retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet and carelessly dried his hair until it was merely damp before climbing onto his bed. Grasping his phone from the bedside, the screen illuminated to reveal the name of Ziqi prominently displayed. 5 unread messages awaited his attention. Ziqi, i.e., is your work going well over there? Ziqi, why aren't you responding? Is something wrong? Ziqi, I'm really worried about you. Please reply when you see this. Ziqi, Qin Chuan Ci hasn't troubled you, has he? Ziqi, i.e., in total, there were 5 succinct messages. Yet, Chu Yi discerned that Ziqi was indeed anxious. Previously, when he was away for work, Ziqi's inquiries had always felt superficial, akin to a standard operating procedure to fulfill a task. It was unusual for him to send multiple messages in quick succession due to a lack of reply. Clearly, he feared that after an encounter with Qin Chuan Ci, Chu Yi might utter something inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, he tapped a response on the screen. "All is well. It's just like any other job, but the regulations here are strict, and I can't respond immediately." The moment he sent the message, a reply came almost instantaneously. "Ziqi, that's good to hear. Please take care of yourself while you're out there. If anything happens, you must let me know. I'm very concerned about you." Chu Yi lowered his gaze, studying the words on the screen. His expression remained composed as he resisted the urge to caress Ziqi's avatar with his thumb. After a brief moment, he replied, "Chu, yes, it's late, and I have a busy day ahead tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now." Once he sent that message, he promptly closed his phone and tossed it aside, exhaling softly as he shut his eyes. Nearby, Zhou Wu had been eavesdropping intently, and upon noticing the conversation had concluded, he immediately teased, "Not bad, brother. Messaging someone deep into the night? I saw your phone buzzing. Is it a romantic interest?" Chu Yi opened his eyes and glanced at Zhou Wu, a faint smile gracing his lips. "A loved one." Zhou Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You're married?" "Chehu you know dit." "Yes, beta?" Zhou Wu inquired curiously. Chu Yi shook his head. "A male, an exceptionally distinguished Omega." "Wow," Zhou Wu exclaimed, sitting upright on the bed, his voice rising an octave. "I remember you were in the red light district, right? In such places, Omegas are treated like treasures, especially distinguished Omegas. That's quite a fortune you've got." "Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. An Omega, particularly a distinguished one, is always a hot topic among alphas. Zhou Wu's curiosity ignited, and he leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How did you two meet? Do tell. At this, Chu Yi tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, seemingly lost in genuine recollection. How did we meet? Let me think. His voice was soft. We attended the same high school. He was in the library, unable to reach the books on the top shelf, so I helped him. At that time, he didn't know me, but I knew him. He was quite famous, the center of attention for everyone at school. Zhou Wu felt a surge of excitement. Wow, it's a campus story. What happened next? How did you end up together? Chu Yi paused, his gaze drifting as if he were recalling a distant memory. Later, we would occasionally cross paths at school. Our social standings were vastly different, yet he was remarkably kind, never caring about those disparities, always engaging me in conversation. Subsequently, an event occurred that plunged me into despair. During that time, he was the only one who approached me to offer comfort. He treated me to a bowl of spicy hot pot. After that, I began to pursue him. Zhou Wu asked, and then you became a couple? Chu Yi turned to him and nodded. Yes, that was the outcome. Zhou Wu ran his fingers through his crew cut. Incredulous. Is it really that simple to pursue an exceptional Omega? Chu Yi smiled without responding, observing the affectionate demeanor Chu Yi had just displayed. Zhou Wu couldn't help but inquire, given how he acted just now, your relationship must be quite good, right? The smile on Chu Yi's face gradually faded. He gazed calmly at Zhou Wu, his eyes devoid of emotion. Then he spoke. No, we are on the verge of divorce. Chapter 39. Qin Chuan's anger. The excitement on Zhou Wu's face slowly diminished, leaving him in a state of shock. He blinked, his mind momentarily blank. Huh? The room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. The corners of Chu Yi's mouth twitched slightly, tinged with disappointment. His voice barely above a whisper. It's my fault. I lacked the ability to meet his needs. Zhou Wu licked his dry lips, utterly at a loss for words. He wished he could rewind to 5 minutes prior, to slap the overly curious version of himself. Why did he have to be so nosy? Matters between a married couple are hardly any of his concern. Seeing Chu Yi's current demeanor made it evident that he had yet to move on. It was indeed a sensitive subject. Yet, despite this, an insidious thought bubbled up within him. Why? Why must they divorce? Fortunately, he managed to swallow that reckless question. Chu Yi noticed Zhou Wu's awkwardness and instead smiled. Let's get some rest. We have work tomorrow. With that, he turned away, lying down with his back to Zhou Wu, leaving him with only a silhouette. Zhou Wu stared at that silhouette, his throat tightening, his expression difficult to read. Clearing his throat, he struggled for a moment before uttering an utterly nonsensical remark. The next one will be even better. You're so handsome. You have nothing to worry about. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Wu wished he could disappear. What am I even saying? He irritably ran his fingers through his crew cut, ultimately deciding to remain silent, and turned off the bedside lamp with a decisive snap. Darkness enveloped the entire room. Chu Yi lay with his eyes closed, his eyelashes fluttering softly in the dark. This was the first time he had uttered the words about wanting a divorce from Bai Ziqi to another person. It was far more painful than he had anticipated. The slight sense of relief he had managed to accumulate over the past week shattered in that instant, plunging him into the depths of despair. His heart ached dully, but perhaps it was indeed time to put an end to this marriage. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the lump in his throat. A solitary, scalding tear slipped from the corner of his eye, silently merging with the pillow beneath him. Chu Yi forced himself to empty his mind, commanding his body to succumb to slumber. Yet, the discomfort did not cease with his descent into sleep. The dull ache in his heart gradually morphed into a profound physical distress. Struggling through the haze, Chu Yi managed to open his eyes. His mind felt as though it were filled with molasses, rendering his thoughts sluggish. The room enveloped in darkness. His companion Zhou Wu had already succumbed to sleep. Straining to sit up, he released a heavy gasp from his throat. An inexplicable restlessness surged through every fiber of his being, compelling him to smash something, to unleash this uncontainable frenzy through violence. His mouth felt parched. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as if it were ablaze. In an attempt to alleviate this sensation, Chu Yi threw back the covers and groped his way out of bed. He pushed open the door, navigating towards the bodyguard common area as refrigerator, relying on memory. With a sharp sound, the refrigerator door swung open, a flood of cold, white light illuminating his sweat-drenched forehead and reddened eyes. Chu Yi seized a bottle of icy water, eagerly twisting off the cap and tilting his head back to guzzle it down. The frigid liquid coursed down his throat, providing a modicum of relief. After consuming the entire bottle, the tumult within him subdued slightly, and his muddled mind began to clear. It was then that Chu Yi sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, raising his hand to touch the glands at the nape of his neck. Upon contact, a jolt of electrifying sensation shot through him, involuntarily eliciting a pained gasp. The glands felt alarmingly hot. Instantly, his expression darkened. He was entering a sensitive phase. How irritating. His sensitive period had been expected to arrive later, yet it had come prematurely. The reason, he surmised, was not difficult to deduce. He had initially thought the glandular pain would soon subside, but for reasons unknown, it had lingered, causing his pheromone state to deteriorate. Just moments ago, he had resolved to divorce by Qi, and the emotional upheaval had ignited the fuse. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, striving to quell the destructive urge threatening to overwhelm his reason. In his suitcase lay alpha suppressants. He needed to return and inject himself before the pheromones erupted completely. With this thought in mind, he retrieved another bottle of cold water from the refrigerator and turned to head back to his room. However, the moment he pivoted, his heart jolted violently. Behind him, unbeknownst to him until now, stood a figure. Chu Yi was taken aback, adrenaline surging through him. The nerves bordering his sensitive phase were abruptly stimulated, snapping like a taut string. Rage and fury surged to the forefront, leaving him no time to ponder the identity of the intruder. His body reacted instinctively. A punch infused with anger was mercilessly directed at the shadowy figure's face. A thud resonated with the sound of flesh colliding. The individual clearly had not anticipated such a direct assault, taking the blow squarely and emitting a muffled groan. The shadow staggered backward several steps, crashing heavily against the wall. In the darkness, Chu Yi could not discern the face of his opponent. Yet the fact that the person remained silent after being struck only heightened his suspicions. The pent-up aggression from his sensitive period erupted completely. Unable to fell his adversary with a single blow, a fierce glint ignited in Chu Yi's eyes as he twisted into a bow stance, preparing for a second strike. However, just as he lunged forward, a rush of frigid air enveloped him, akin to plunging into a snowstorm, the biting cold permeating his entire being, rendering his mind blank. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, his legs buckled, and he fell headlong into the embrace of his opponent. A hand encircled his waist. With a resounding slap, the light switch on the wall was activated. Blinding illumination flooded the entire security personnel's lounge. This was the territory of the bodyguards, yet at that moment, an individual who should never have been there stood prominently. Qin Chuan Ci. He raised a hand to touch his cheek, a sharp sting radiating through him. His expression darkened. It was the first time in his life he had been struck. Qin Chuan Ci looked down at the culprit who had collapsed in his arms. Chu Yi's eyes were tightly shut, breaths rapid, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Even in unconsciousness, his brow remained furrowed, betraying his discomfort. Qin Chuan Ci clenched his teeth, the flames of fury within him intensifying. Perhaps he should drag this fellow to the pool for a thorough dunking before discussing anything else. The thought lingered in his mind as his expression grew increasingly frigid. The pain on his cheek had not abated with time. Rather, it intensified. At last, his countenance darkened. He harshly seized Chu Yi by the collar, pressing him against the wall. Then, lowering his head with a vengeful intent, he opened his mouth, aiming for the enticingly fragrant gland that exuded a beguiling scent of roses. The tips of his canine teeth grazed the tender skin, ready to pierce through and leave a temporary mark of his own. Yet, Qin Chuan Ci's movement halted. The scent of roses, now tinged with the owner's suffering, trembled with vulnerability, as if silently pleading for mercy. Qin Chuan Ci's brisist. Ultimately, he could only impatiently click his tongue. Retracting his sharp canines and instead extending his tongue to lavishly lick the heated skin. The unfamiliar, moist sensation ignited a conflagration within Chu Yi's frayed nerves, awakening him abruptly. Yet, his consciousness remained clouded. Chu Yi trembled all over, low moans escaping his throat. He could not control his body, instinctively struggling, kicking back desperately. Several kicks landed solidly against Qin Chuan Ci's legs. As Qin Chuan Ci absorbed the trembling, rose-scented pheromones emanating from Chu Yi, his own tumultuous pheromones found solace, enveloping him in a sense of ease, even as he felt the person in his arms struggling with increasing intensity. The force of Chu Yi's thrashing grew to a point where he could barely contain it. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze turned icy. A potent wave of cedar pheromones was suddenly unleashed, forcefully suppressing Chu Yi. Yet, the sensation of his gland being licked was overwhelmingly stimulating. Despite being overwhelmed by the pheromones, Chu Yi's struggles showed no signs of abating. Qin Chuan Ci, irritated by his defiance, bared his fangs once more, pressing them heavily against Chu Yi's gland. The threat implicit in his actions. He warned, "Try moving again." The pheromones became sharp and perilous. Indeed, Chu Yi quieted considerably. However, amidst the haze of consciousness, a tumult of indignation at being violated and the helplessness of his resistance intertwined, causing his eyes to well with tears. His intermittent, low moans gradually transformed into whimpers tinged with sorrow. The once sweet rose pheromones were now marred by a hint of bitterness. Qin Chuan Ci paused in his actions, taking a deep breath enduring the moment. Miraculously, the threatening chill of the pheromones softened, gradually soothing Chu Yi. As anticipated, the bitter taste slowly dissipated. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Chuan Ci lifted his head, withdrawing from Chu Yi's flush gland. Without support, Chu Yi's strength was entirely sapped, and he slid down the cold wall, collapsing to the floor. Chapter 40. The Elegant Hunter, Injured Version. The lingering sweetness of roses remained on Qin Chuan Ci's lips. He swallowed, his throat moving as he licked his fangs. The heat and chaos within him were momentarily calmed by that brief contact. Yet, it was far from sufficient. This was merely a stopgap, igniting a deeper yearning. His gaze darkened as it fell upon the crumpled figure on the ground. The stinging heat on his cheeks persisted, a reminder of the audacity of the individual before him. Chu Yi was curled up, his consciousness clouded, feeling as though the skin on the back of his neck had been seared, both painful and unbearable. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch the source of his torment. However, the moment he made contact, the pain was excruciating and his hand recoiled, a whimper escaping his throat. Laced with sobs, this sound pierced Qin Chuan Ci's ears, prompting him to take a deep breath, suppressing the anger that threatened to surface. He crouched down, his well-defined fingers reaching out to cover Chu Yi's trembling eyes. The warmth of his palm bore a hint of chill. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Chu Yi, and the panic of losing his sight engulfed him. Like a startled wildcat, he began to thrash violently, his body tense, his elbows striking out instinctively. This time, Qin Chuan Ci was prepared. His gaze hardened, and with lightning speed, his other hand deftly seized Chu Yi's elbow. However, Chu Yi's raw strength caused Qin Chuan Ci's arm to tingle. In the next instant, the biting cold of the pheromones ensnared Chu Yi completely. The struggles that once seemed fierce diminished visibly, and ultimately his body softened as he lost consciousness, falling into a deep slumber. Qin Chuan Ci furrowed his brow and released his grip. A sudden pang of pain radiated from the arm that had just been blocked, intensifying his ire. He remained silent for a considerable period. Ultimately, a murmur escaped his lips in the vast, empty lounge. "I will endure you once more." Qin Chuanzi's expression was inscrutable. If he could, he would have preferred to drag this disobedient individual away immediately to engage in whatever was necessary. His pheromone state was far from optimal, desperately requiring a sufficiently compatible target for complete release. He believed he had been considerate enough of Chu Yi's feelings. An alpha's constitution is inherently ill-suited to be the one to bear the brunt. to prevent Chu Yi from suffering excessively due to bodily rejection reactions during the marking process. Qin Chuan Ci had been preparing him for quite some time. Unbeknownst to Chu Yi, he subtly nourished his body with his own pheromones, bit by bit. This was a desensitization process designed to familiarize Chu Yi with his pheromones. Hence, Chu Yi's glands continued to be uncomfortable, unable to heal for an extended period. Chu Yi thought that the susceptibility was primarily triggered by glandular and emotional factors, but the root cause lay in his continuous exposure to a high-grade pheromone environment. Qin Chuan Ci had anticipated all of this, which is why he had been monitoring the situation closely. That evening, while handling work in the study, upon witnessing Chu Yi stumble out, he made his appearance. In his mind, the entire process should have resembled an elegant hunt. He envisioned himself as a skilled hunter, discreetly tightening the encirclement, watching as the prey unwittingly stepped into the trap, only to be effortlessly captured in the end. However, this hunt certainly did not include the scene of him being struck by the prey. Qin Chuan Ci's demeanor turned frigid as he retrieved the alpha suppressant he had prepared from his pocket and injected it into Chu Yi's arm. The frigid liquid coursed into his body, and Chu Yi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After observing for a moment and confirming that Chu Yi's condition had stabilized somewhat, Qin Chuan Ci bent down, cradling the man in his arms, and turned off the lights. Though he was carrying an adult male, his steps remained steady and silent as he slowly made his way to Chu Yi's dormitory. Zhou Wu was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise stirred him awake. The sound was barely audible, yet he had always slept lightly. When Chu Yi first left, he had indeed awoken, but was too lazy to open his eyes and paid it no mind. At this moment, he assumed it was Chu Yi returning. Zhou Wu turned over in bed, mumbling, and raised his hand to switch on a bedside lamp. The dim yellow light flickered to life. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he mumbled indistinctly, "What's wrong? Why are you out so late?" His words were abruptly cut off. Zhou Wu's eyes widened gradually. The sight before him caused his mind to momentarily stall. Chu Yi lay on his own bed, eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Yet, standing at the bedside, tucking Chu Yi in, was none other than Qin Chuan Ci. Am I dreaming? The light blared brightly, yet Qin Chuan Ci's actions showed no sign of hesitation, as if he were entirely indifferent. He quietly tucked the corners of Chu Yi's blanket, thoughtfully applying a barrier spray, ensuring everything was in order. Then, he slowly turned his head to gaze at Zhou Wu, who was now completely petrified on the bed. His eyes, under the dim light, appeared exceptionally deep and indifferent. Zhou Wu met Qin Chuan's cold gaze, their stares clashing in the stillness. In the next moment, Zhou Wu extended his hand and gently switched off the bedside lamp. With a soft click, he gradually shrank back under the covers. The room fell into darkness once more. Zhou Wu stilled his breathing to the utmost extent. Before long, he heard the sound of the door opening. In the enveloping darkness, Zhou Wu kept his eyes wide open, entirely devoid of any sleepiness. The following day, a jarring alarm clock jolted Chu Yi awake. He frowned, reaching out to grope on the bedside table, irritably silencing the alarm. It was time to rise for work. Chu Yi yawned and stretched, sitting up in bed. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his eyes widened, and he raised his hand to roughly touch the nape of his neck. A scream echoed throughout the room. Across the room, Zhou Wu, sporting two large dark circles from a sleepless night, sat bolt upright in bed. He turned his head to see Chu Yi grimacing and clutching his neck, his face contorted in pain. Zhou Wu's expression instantly morphed into a complex myriad of emotions. Recalling the scene from the previous night, his mind began to race, conjuring up 1,000 untold narratives. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was in such excruciating pain that he remained oblivious to his roommate's discomfort. This was far worse than being cornered and beaten by a group of people in an alley. Chu Yi's features twisted as he frantically tried to remember. He recalled that last night, he seemed to have entered a sensitive period prematurely. Enduring the agonizing pain at his nape, he carefully sensed the pheromones within him. Yes, they were still volatile, but constrained within a manageable range, confirming his sensitive state. Clearly, he had received an inhibitor. Wait, did I administer myself? Chu Yi struggled to recollect, his expression abruptly faltering. No, He hadn't had the chance to retrieve the inhibitor from his room last night. He had merely taken a bottle of water from the fridge, and upon turning around, encountered someone behind him. He had been startled and instinctively thrown a punch. The other person had remained silent, and he had contemplated striking again. But then, everything after that became a blur. Chu Yi's complexion shifted. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that he had completely lost control last night due to his sensitive period and had been stopped by that person he had bumped into. This was rather awkward. Not only had he lost control, but he had also struck the other person first. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Yi turned to Zhou Wu, who was getting dressed, and inquired, "Hey, Zhou Wu, do you know who brought me back last night?" Zhou Wu's movements came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head, shaking it vigorously like a rattle, forcing an unnatural smile onto his face. Huh, I don't know. Yesterday, I had quite a dreadful sleep, ha. As Chu Yi observed his expression, which was more pitiable than laughable, he felt a twinge of curiosity but did not dwell on it. Last night, during my susceptible period, it seems I lost control and acted rather wildly. A brother assisted me, yet I believe I may have inadvertently struck him. Please help me inquire about his identity today, so I can seek him out to apologize and express my gratitude. Chapter 41. Visiting the doctor, you actually struck someone. Zhou Wu's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. Chu Yi was taken aback by his exaggerated reaction, blinking in surprise at Zhou Wu's nearly contorted face. Indeed, you can't be serious? He remarked, somewhat bewildered. I will apologize. If necessary, I'll let him retaliate. Zhou Wu's face twitched violently, and his gaze towards Chu Yi was complex beyond description. Finally, he forced out a couple of dry chuckles. Haha, yes, I overreacted. I shall make inquiries for you. Inquire? Nonsense. He would rather lose his memory on the spot. Chu Yi nodded, choosing not to probe further into Zhou Wu's peculiar demeanor. Clearing his throat, Zhou Wu hastily changed the subject. Ahem, you must report your susceptible period promptly. You can take leave. Given your current state, you should rest today. This remark did remind Chu Yi. Oh, that is splendid. I happen to need to visit the hospital. The hospital? Zhou Wu's expression shifted to one of alarm, his gaze involuntarily darting towards Chu Yi's lower body. Just as Chu Yi was about to clarify, he caught Zhou Wu's strange look and instinctively glanced down at his trousers. Everything appeared clean, no embarrassment there. Chu Yi let out a sigh of relief and asked, Is there a problem? No, nothing at all. Zhou Wu quickly averted his gaze, forcing a smile and even giving him a thumbs up, a large one at that. A vein throbbed at Chu Yi's temple in silent exasperation. What on earth was going on? He noticed that his roommate seemed rather off this morning and irritably pointed to the back of his neck. I need to visit the hospital. It's been troubling me here. Zhou Wu finally grasped the situation, nodding vigorously. All right. Just tell the captain. Both swiftly donned their attire and made their way to the bodyguard area. The captain was having breakfast, and Chu Yi approached him to discuss his susceptible period and the need for leave due to his physical discomfort. The captain had no objections regarding the leave for the susceptible period. After all, an alpha during that time is akin to a walking powder keg, and a loss of control during work would only complicate matters for everyone involved. Chu Yi felt a sense of relief. Afterward, Zhou Wu went off to his duties while Chu Yi returned to the dormitory, grabbed his identification and phone, and prepared to venture out. However, just as he reached the side door leading outside, he was intercepted. The person blocking his path was none other than the captain, who had just approved his leave. Chu Yi wore a puzzled expression. The captain, appearing somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and began, Apologies, Chu Yi. After my report, your leave was granted, but the application to go out was denied. Chu Yi was taken aback. Why? The captain scratched his head and explained, as I mentioned when you arrived, the Qin family does not permit outings without special circumstances. This applies not only to bodyguards, but to all servants as well. He paused momentarily, then added, But do not worry, the Qin family has a family doctor. The master wishes for you to go see him directly. Family doctor? Chu Yi echoed the term, his brow furrowed in confusion. The captain of the bodyguards nodded, sharing his own sense of bewilderment. The Qin family indeed had such a custom, yet was not inflexible. Especially in the case of illness, requests were generally granted after proper submission. He was perplexed as to why Chu Yi's request had been denied this time. particularly given the stern tone of the orders from above, insisting that he must detain the individual and escort him to the family doctor. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was likely Chu Yi's unique pheromone scent that had caused the trouble. Perhaps the master was intentionally making things difficult. With this thought, the captain's gaze shifted toward Chu Yi, now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Unaware of the bodyguard captain's expression, Chu Yi wore a look of confusion as he was accompanied by several colleagues toward the main residence. Thus, he walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of people. Chu Yi blinked, glancing back over his shoulder, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. This procession did not seem like an escort to a medical appointment, but rather like a form of confinement. As they delved deeper into the Qin family's grand estate, the sensation of discomfort intensified within him. He turned to the bodyguard captain, his eyes probing for answers, but the captain merely shook his head, indicating that he too was merely following orders, his own mind brimming with questions. At last, they halted before a door. A maid standing by pushed it open and gestured for Chu Yi to enter. He stepped inside. The room was vast and adorned with understated elegance, dominated by an enormous sofa positioned centrally, while a single armchair rested by the window. There sat Qin Chuan Ci, engrossed in a book, a cup of coffee resting on the low table beside him, his profile turned toward the entrance, not casting a glance in Chu Yi's direction. The family doctor had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chu Yi, a warm smile broke across his face as he gestured for him to take a seat on the central sofa. Chu Yi recognized this doctor. He had treated the cut on his hand after it had been injured by glass during a previous encounter at the Liu family residence. He complied and sat down. With a soft click, the door behind him closed. Instinctively, Chu Yi glanced back, realizing that all his colleagues had exited the room. The expansive space now contained only him, the family doctor, and Qin Chuan Ci. An involuntary frown creased Chu Yi's brow. He stealthily stole a glance at the figure by the window. Remarkably, aside from his first day at work, he had not encountered Qin Chuan Ci again until this moment, and the sudden proximity made him somewhat anxious. The glands at the nape of his neck seemed to thrum with an unsettling itch. The family doctor's voice broke through his reverie. "Is there any discomfort you are experiencing?" Chu Yi pressed his lips together, redirecting his gaze to respond. "My glands have been painful, likely since about 10 days ago." No sooner had he spoken than a soft, derisive chuckle echoed from behind him, causing Chu Yi's expression to falter. Before the doctor, he restrained the impulse to roll his eyes, suppressing his annoyance. Why must Qin Chuan Ci linger here during his consultation? The glandular issue seemed irrelevant to the physician, yet it felt peculiar if others were to learn of it, especially when that other was none other than Qin Chuan Ci, the source of his distress. The doctor maintained an unperturbed expression as he donned gloves, meticulously examining Chu Yi's cervical glands and posing several inquiries regarding pheromones and bodily responses. Ultimately, he straightened up and smiled, stating that it was merely a minor stimulation from the pheromones and nothing to worry about. He then retrieved a vial from his medical kit and handed it to Chu Yi, instructing him to take one tablet in the morning and one at night, assuring him that he would likely recover in about a week. Chu Yi accepted the vial, which was transparent, devoid of any label or packaging, containing a dozen pristine white tablets that appeared rather suspicious. Casting a wary glance at the doctor, he considered that common folk typically placed more trust in hospitals, especially when the prescribed medication was a product lacking any certification. Nevertheless, Chu Yi ultimately tucked the vial away and nodded in acquiescence, recognizing he had little choice. Chapter 42. Sunflower Chu Yi rose to his feet and turned to cast one last glance at the man seated by the window. Aside from that ambiguous scoff, Qin Chuan Ci had offered no further indication of his thoughts. He remained in the same poised and silent posture as when Chu Yi had entered. Sensing that Qin Chuan Ci had no intention of speaking, Chu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer, sir," he murmured, regarding it as a mere expression of courtesy. There was no reply. Resolved not to prolong the awkwardness, Chu Yi turned and exited the room. The door clicked shut, severing the two worlds. Within the room, Qin Chuan Ci finally moved, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip. The bitter liquid slid down his throat. Yet it did little to quell the restless pheromones within him. He turned his head, a bandage covering the left side of his face, a jarring imperfection that disrupted his usual flawless demeanor, adding an unusual note to his characteristic aloof elegance. The family doctor, sensing the tension, lowered his gaze, refraining from lingering too long. How long until I can mark him? Qin Chuan Ci's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. The family doctor felt a tightening in his chest. Mr. Chu, your current pheromone adaptability is still quite low, which is why your glands are rejecting it and causing adverse reactions, he articulated cautiously. It may require some additional time. Qin Chuan Ci's brow furrowed, his tone growing colder. How much time? The family doctor felt a pang of anxiety, bowing his head even lower. Approximately 3 months. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly glanced at Qin Chuan Ci's expression, which had darkened considerably upon hearing his response. The doctor, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, hastened to add, "But I have just prescribed a medication mixed with your pheromones to assist in his adaptation. Should he adhere to the dosage, the desensitization process will significantly accelerate. Depending on Mr. Chu's absorption rate, the timeline may be continually shortened. In the briefest of moments, a month may suffice." Qin Chuan Ci snapped the book shut with a resounding clap. He leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow beneath them. The pheromones swirling within him roared restlessly. The fleeting tranquility brought by the faint scent of roses he had absorbed yesterday was nearly extinguished, and he could foresee that tonight the pain induced by the pheromones would return with a vengeance. This was amidst a relatively harmonious compatibility with Chu Yi's pheromones. After having savored that fragrance which brought him peace for a month, he would have to endure an entire month more. The troubles of being an alpha, Qin Chuan Ci mused. If Chu Yi were an omega, he would not have to go through such convolutions. He slightly opened his eyes, his gaze obscured. So be it. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for the family doctor to take their leave. He believed he had sufficiently considered Chu Yi's feelings. Should his pheromones spiral out of control during this month, he would simply bear it. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze fell upon the cover of the book, his expression returning to indifference. Meanwhile, Chu Yi traversed the corridor of the main residence. Occasionally, a uniformed servant would pass by and pause to greet him. He forced a smile in return. Once alone, he raised his hand, eyeing the medicine bottle he held. After a moment's contemplation, he uncorked the bottle and brought it to his nose for a sniff. There was no discernible scent. Chu Yi grimaced slightly, recapped the bottle, and tucked it into his pocket. After much deliberation, he concluded that he had been overthinking. The grievances between him and Qin Chuan Ci hardly warranted such concern that the latter would poison him. After all, as the family doctor of a prominent household, the unmarked and unlabeled medication should be understandable. Lacking the discernment, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter and continued onward, veering into a corridor. The corridor was devoid of adornment, with bare, brown earth exposed, appearing rather unsightly, starkly contrasting with the exquisite design of the adjacent passageway. Reputedly the most elegantly crafted section of the estate. Chu Yi had patrolled this area before and found it jarringly out of place each time. The ugliest aspect was juxtaposed with the most beautiful. His gaze lingered momentarily, reminiscent of a dilapidated red light district set against the backdrop of a flourishing metropolis. Much like himself and Qin Chuan Ci. Taking a deep breath, he averted his gaze, realizing he had begun to spiral into such chaotic thoughts once more. Chu Yi had to admit to himself that he harbored a subtle sense of rivalry towards Qin Chuan Ci, despite the fact that their disparities were hardly comparable. Perhaps it was due to Bai Ziqi, because Bai Ziqi had chosen Qin Chuan Ci over him. He was plagued by such unwarranted notions. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, collected his thoughts, and prepared to depart the main residence with haste. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Bo. The old butler was standing at the edge of the barren land, slightly bent over, seemingly engrossed in something. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhang Bo turned his head and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu. Zhang Bo. Chu Yi greeted him with a nod. A gentle smile appeared on Zhang Bo's face as he acknowledged him with a brief nod. Chu Yi, believing it was merely a casual greeting, lifted his foot, preparing to depart. This area had once been adorned with an abundance of sunflowers. However, Zhang Bo suddenly spoke. They were the lady's favorite flowers. Chu Yi halted in his tracks, retracting his foot as he regarded Zhang Bo, blinking in surprise at the vacant space before them. Then why were they all removed? Because they were incompatible, Zhang Bo replied succinctly, his answer peculiar. Incompatible? Chu Yi pondered, reflecting on the golden sunflowers and the elegant, opulent corridor that emphasized his fetishism. Acknowledging that they indeed clashed in style, he blinked again, uncertain of how to respond, and could only ask awkwardly, what about planting something else? Upon hearing his query, Zhang Bo chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps in the future. After saying this, he lowered his gaze and gestured towards the spot where he had just stood. The lighting there was splendid. A small round table had once been placed in that very location, where the lady loved to sit. Zhang Bo's voice softened, laced with nostalgia. When she was expecting the master, the lady would sit here, sipping tea while watching the flowers outside the corridor and conversing with the child in her womb. She spent most of her time here. So, when the table was removed and the flowers were uprooted, I felt a pang of sadness for a while. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi quickly realized that the lady Zhang Bo referred to as Qin Chuan Ci's mother. However, from Zhang Bo's description, it seemed that Qin Chuan Ci's mother had cherished this place dearly. Then why was it done? Just because of a fleeting notion of incompatibility? Chu Yi pondered in confusion. Zhang Bo observed the bewildered expression on his face and smiled, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Look at me, getting old and talkative. I heard you were unwell, and yet here I am, keeping you for so long. My sincerest apologies. Chu Yi shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Bo turned to leave. Chu Yi watched the butler's retreating figure before glancing back at the barren earth, suddenly recalling something. Not long ago, in Qin Chuan Ci's office, he had encountered Qin Yuan, who, at that time, Qin Chuan Ci had remarked was the child of his stepmother. The term stepmother caused a shift in Chu Yi's gaze, as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He then retracted his gaze and stepped away. Regardless of the narratives entwined within this, it was of no concern to him. Chapter 43. The Internal Spy for Chu Yi. This was merely an inconsequential interlude. Rather than pondering the intricate secrets of the Qin family, he prioritized his health. It turned out that his previous wariness and suspicion had been unfounded. The medication prescribed by the Qin family's physician, though lacking in branding, proved remarkably effective. On the very first day of consumption, the nagging pain in his nape vanished without a trace. Now, a gentle press would not elicit the sharp, jarring sensations it once had. Yet, there was an odd feeling lingering. The skin surrounding the glands felt perpetually swollen, emanating an inextinguishable warmth, tinged with a slight numbness. Chu Yi attributed this to the normal process of wound healing. With the significant issues concerning the glands resolved, his mood visibly improved, and even the sensitive period seemed less arduous. His sensitive phase typically lasted around 15 days, with symptoms that were not particularly intense. In the absence of omega pheromones for soothing, he was able to maintain self-control by regularly administering suppressants. During these days, Chu Yi remained obediently in his dormitory, relying entirely on his good friend Zhou Wu for meals. His daily routine revolved around eating and sleeping, with the remaining time spent expending excess energy. To be frank, the monotony was nearly unbearable. When Zhou Wu entered with a meal tray, Chu Yi was on the floor performing push-ups, with his upper body bare. Sweat glistened as it traced the contours of his taut muscles, accentuating the powerful outline of his back, which shimmered subtly under the light. Zhou Wu's gaze fell upon the damp skin, causing him to blink. He then awkwardly averted his eyes and hastily placed the food on the table. He swore he was as straight as an arrow, only interested in fragrant, soft omegas, and perhaps the delicate betas. In any case, rough and rigid alphas were entirely out of the question. When it came to muscles, he preferred those with explosive bulk. However, Zhou Wu had to admit that, despite Chu Yi's gender and muscular type not aligning with his aesthetic, the sight was indeed somewhat pleasing. No wonder the boss held him in such esteem. Chu Yi pushed himself up, completing his 100th push-up, exhaling deeply. He stood and casually grabbed a towel draped over the chair to wipe off the sweat, droplets cascading from his defined abdominal muscles and disappearing into his waistband. Why was Zhou Wu silent? He had heard him enter long ago. Yet this person remained as mute as a clam, which was rather inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Zhou Wu, jolted from his musings by the sound, looked up at Chu Yi, his expression difficult to decipher. Over the past few days, Chu Yi had been living a life of leisure in the dormitory, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Not only within their group of bodyguards, but the entire upper echelons of the capital were in the throes of a minor upheaval. Yesterday, while on duty with colleagues, he encountered the long-absent boss. Prior to this, the group of bodyguards had been whispering among themselves, as everyone knew how much of a workaholic Qin Chuan Ci was. However, Mr. Qin had not set foot in the company for a full week. It would have been one thing had he been occupied with other matters, but he hadn't even left the estate. They joked that perhaps the boss was experiencing his sensitive period, just like Chu Yi. Yet, upon this encounter, the truth was revealed. Their boss, renowned for his impeccable elegance, bore a glaring bruise on his handsome face, specifically on his left cheekbone. In that moment, the souls of the bodyguards nearly fled in terror. The injury was unmistakably the result of a beating. After spending an entire week confined at home, nursing my injuries, I cannot fathom how this situation unfolded. How is it possible that this group of bodyguards, standing like sentinels at the door, allowed the boss to be assaulted on his own territory? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that there are indeed individuals audacious enough to strike Qin Chuan Ci. Initially, Zhou Wu shared in the collective shock, but after a moment, something struck him, rendering him suddenly silent as a lamb. At this moment, observing the calm and collected Chu Yi, who was wiping away his sweat, Zhou Wu couldn't help but smirk, genuinely exclaiming, "Ah, I must say, you are truly remarkable." Chu Yi paused his movements, blinking in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp his line of thought. However, it soon dawned on him. You're referring to 100 push-ups, right?" Chu Yi let out a scoff, tossing the towel aside. Enough of that nonsense. He assumed Zhou was merely being polite. Given the physical standard of the Qin family bodyguards, 100 push-ups would merely serve as a warm-up. Zhou Wu himself could easily manage 200. "I'm being sincere," Zhou Wu insisted, shaking his head, devoid of any pretense. His sincerity was palpable. When he initially heard from Chu Yi that there had been a scuffle, he was surprised, yet he didn't dwell on it, assuming it was merely a shove or two. If it had escalated seriously with the boss's temperament, wouldn't he have sought out the young man? Yet, upon reflection, it appeared he had not pursued the matter at all. The Qin family certainly had the finest medical supplies, along with a family doctor attending to him. Remarkably, it took a whole week for Qin Chuan Ci to step outside. And even then, the bruises on his face remained conspicuously evident. Zhou Wu could scarcely imagine how severe the initial injuries must have been. As the saying goes, strike not the face. Yet, this young man seemed to have a penchant for targeting the face, and he struck with such force. The rumors outside have spread like wildfire. Various affluent families are discreetly inquiring about who dare to lay hands on Qin Chuan Ci. His fellow bodyguards are fervently collecting information, as if fueled by an adrenaline rush. Meanwhile, the sole individual privy to the details can only stand by, shaking his head vigorously, feigning ignorance. "Come on, brothers. Can't you think for a moment? The boss is in the main residence. Who could possibly approach him? Clearly, there's a traitor within." Listening to Zhou Wu's earnest words, Chu Yi was utterly perplexed. Sensing the gravity of his tone and realizing he was not joking, he hesitated and replied, "Well, thank you." Zhou Wu chuckled awkwardly, hastily changing the subject, fearful of inadvertently revealing too much. "Ahem, let us eat. The food is getting cold." Chu Yi nodded, dismissing further thoughts, and took a seat, diving into the meal. Zhou Wu followed suit, wordlessly shoveling a large mouthful of rice. As they ate, Zhou Wu's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Instinctively, he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. In the next moment, he froze. Half-chewed food lingered in his mouth, forgotten. On the screen was a succinct system notification. Quietly resting there, You have a new friend request. Note, Qin Chuan Ci. Chapter 44. New medication, what the hell? Zhou Wu exclaimed, springing abruptly from his chair. As Chu Yi was consuming his meal, he was startled by Zhou Wu's exaggerated reaction and turned to look. What's wrong? Zhou Wu's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and he suddenly howled, "Oh, it's nothing, huh? Oh, dear, my stomach hurts." Before Chu Yi could respond, Zhou Wu seized his phone and dashed into the restroom. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Chu Yi stared, wide-eyed, at the closed bathroom door. Was it really that urgent? He glanced down at his meal, paused in silence for a few seconds, and then quietly picked up his plate and moved to the farthest chair from the restroom. Inside the restroom, Zhou Wu leaned against the cold door. He lowered his gaze once more at the glaring friend request on his phone screen. This is a disaster for bodyguards like them. Even the captain communicated through superiors like Assistant Jiang or Uncle Zhang, who possesses the personal contact information of their boss. Now, he not only had it, but the boss himself had added him. It was obvious why. Zhou Wu swiped on the screen and accepted the request. Almost instantaneously, a message popped up, as if the sender had been waiting on the other side. Qin, have Chu Yi get the medicine again. It was a message devoid of tone or superfluous words. Zhou Wu's brows furrowed immediately upon reading it. Medicine? What medicine? He pondered for a moment before recalling something. This week, Chu Yi had been taking a pill from a small white bottle every morning and evening. Zhou Wu's eyes widened in realization. Goodness. When Chu Yi was escorted to the main residence by the captain and the others, he had been patrolling and thus unaware of the specifics. However, he did hear Chu Yi mention the medicine, which was prescribed by the family doctor to treat his persistent gland issue. Now, considering Qin Chuan's message, could there be a problem with that medicine? With that thought, Zhou Wu's expression grew conflicted. Holding his phone, he hesitated for a moment before replying with a simple message. Received. After sending it, there was no further response from the other side. After lingering in the restroom for quite some time, Zhou Wu finally steeled himself and stepped out, a frown etched across his face. Chu Yi was busy eating and paid him no mind. Zhou Wu walked over slowly, casting a furtive glance at the nape of Chu Yi's neck as he passed. He knew he must appear rather suspicious, yet he reassured himself in silence. This was all for Chu Yi's good. Stretching his neck, Zhou Wu tried to get a clearer view of the patch of skin partially obscured by hair. Chu Yi's short hair at the nape had grown a bit long, obstructing his line of sight. Nevertheless, he managed to see it. The small area of skin around the gland was an abnormal shade of crimson, far from a healthy complexion. The skin appeared particularly thin, and the delicate, bluish veins beneath were faintly visible. It seemed as though a gentle pinch could cause it to rupture. Stop! Zhou Wu scolded himself internally, shaking off the errant thoughts. He recalled that Chu Yi had previously mentioned that the medicine was particularly effective, alleviating pain with just one dose. Damn, this is truly unfair. How can one be so oblivious to the vulnerability at the nape of their neck? A profound sense of guilt gnawed at Zhou Wu, twisting his expression in turmoil. Chu Yi was in the midst of his meal when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhou Wu had been out of the restroom for quite some time. Why was he still standing behind him? Curiosity piqued, he turned his head. At that moment, his gaze locked onto Zhou Wu's eyes, which were fixated intently on the nape of his neck. With remarkable swiftness, Chu Yi raised his hand and slapped it over the back of his neck. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Zhou Wu. What are you doing? Zhou Wu, caught red-handed, jumped in surprise and hurriedly gestured to explain. No. I was just taking a look. I sensed something about your gland. As he spoke, his voice dwindled under Chu Yi's increasingly suspicious gaze, eventually trailing off entirely, a wave of guilt washing over him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Wu decided to embrace the situation, continuing as per the directive. I was just checking. Have you run out of that medicine? I noticed something seemed off, and while I was patrolling outside, I encountered the doctor. He asked me to inform you to go and fetch some more medicine. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's wary expression eased somewhat. He released his grip on the back of his neck and shot Zhou Wu an exasperated glance. If you wanted me to get the medicine, you could have just said so. You didn't need to act so sheepish. I thought you were up to something. Zhou Wu let out a nervous laugh, internally apologizing to Chu Yi. I'm really sorry, brother. I had no choice. I'm just trying to make a living under boss Qin. Chu Yi, however, did not question Zhou Wu's words too much. The medicine's effects were indeed immediate, and he had recently run out. All right, I'll go after I finish eating. Chu Yi lowered his head, resuming his meal. Zhou Wu quickly nodded and hurriedly returned to his seat. Chu Yi ate with remarkable speed, finishing his meal and tidying up his plate before bidding Zhou Wu farewell and stepping out. He recalled that the family doctor resided nearby. With purpose, he headed in that direction. Soon, they arrived at a door. Chu Yi knocked, and the doctor's voice resonated within. Guomin. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was bathed in soft, warm light. The family doctor welcomed him with a smile. You've arrived? Chu Yi nodded, his gaze surveying the room. It did not resemble a medical facility. Rather, it resembled an upscale private lounge. Simply decorated, yet exuding an air of luxury in every detail. Most striking was a massive black glass wall that reflected his silhouette, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Chu Yi rubbed his fingertips together, squinting slightly, before withdrawing his gaze and casually selecting a sofa to sit upon. The doctor approached him and began the routine inquiry. Have you finished the medicine? Yes, I have. The gland should not be causing you pain anymore, correct? As the doctor spoke, he gestured for Chu Yi to relax and donned his gloves in preparation for the examination. Do you experience any other discomfort? Chu Yi pondered for a moment before responding candidly. The pain had subsided, yet an odd sensation lingered. He furrowed his brow, striving to articulate the feeling. There was a slight swelling, accompanied by occasional warmth and numbness. The doctor, unfazed, maintained a composed demeanor, as if this was entirely anticipated. He meticulously examined the nape of Chu Yi's neck, then straightened up, retrieving a pristine syringe and a blood collection tube from the nearby medical station. Given your symptoms of mere pheromone stimulation, you should have recovered by now. The doctor's voice resonated with professionalism and assurance. The persistence of your condition suggests that it may not be a trivial matter. There could be a mild viral infection. To be prudent, we need to draw some blood for a detailed analysis. A viral infection? Chu Yi paused, contemplating the notion, which seemed quite plausible. He was all too aware of his own body, and that peculiar sensation in the glandular area was indeed unsettling. If there were any underlying issues, it would be prudent to uncover them sooner rather than later. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Seeing him nod in agreement, the doctor skillfully drew a vial of blood. The dark red liquid flowed slowly through the tube into the collection vessel. Subsequently, the doctor retrieved a similar unmarked vial from the medicine cabinet and handed it to Chu Yi. This time, however, the number of pills inside was markedly diminished. This is an anti-inflammatory. Take 1 pill each day before bedtime, the doctor instructed. Chu Yi accepted the medication, nodding in acknowledgement. He instinctively shook the vial and cast a glance at the blood sample the doctor had carefully secured. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the vast black glass wall. That wall always evoked a sense of being observed. Doctor, Chu Yi suddenly inquired, what lies beyond that wall? Chapter 45. Qin Chuan Ci. Even the mix is unclear. The doctor followed the direction of Chu Yi's finger, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. That essay wall, isn't it? He replied with an air of nonchalance, as if Chu Yi had posed an utterly absurd question. Observing the doctor's inscrutable expression, Chu Yi remained silent for a few seconds before nodding and forcing a smile. Ah, well then, I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. With that, he refrained from asking any additional questions, rising swiftly and turning to exit with decisive grace. In the expansive, silent corridor, the sound of his shoes meeting the polished floor echoed crisply. Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged as he walked a distance before glancing back at the room he had just vacated. The door was ajar, leaving a narrow crack. Through that fissure, he could vaguely discern the family doctor organizing the medical station. Everything appeared perfectly normal. However, as Chu Yi withdrew his gaze, the luster in his eyes gradually dimmed. That doctor was lying. He was almost certain of it. In the debt collection sector of the red light district, nearly everyone would resort to deceit, each displaying their own distinct demeanor. Some ingratiating, others anxious, some feigning calmness, and a few utterly frantic. He has witnessed far too many attempts to deceive and evade scrutiny. To be fair, the doctor had not revealed any overt flaws. However, in the realm of the red light district, one relies not solely on keen observation, but also on instinct. A primal alarm had been triggered. This seemingly cultured and professional family doctor must have woven a subtle deception. Chu Yi reached into his pocket, retrieving the small white vial, identical to the previous one, devoid of any branding. He recalled the disquieting sensation that accompanied his initial acquisition of the medication. Yet at that moment, he had chosen to place his trust in it temporarily. The immediate efficacy of the drug seemed to validate his faith. Yet now, that unsettling feeling had resurfaced, stronger than ever before. His intuition had saved his life on numerous occasions. Chu Yi felt he should not doubt himself twice regarding the same matter. With this thought, he expressionlessly returned the vial to his pocket and quickened his pace. Inside the room, scarcely half a minute had passed since Chu Yi's departure. The enormous black glass wall suddenly rose smoothly, melding into the ceiling above. Beyond it lay a space more expansive than the waiting area outside. Qin Chuan Ci reclined languidly in the center of the room on a single sofa, surrounded by several solemnly dressed researchers in white lab coats. Upon spotting him, a doctor hurriedly entered and presented the vial of blood he had just drawn from Chu Yi. Sir, Qin Chuan Ci extended his hand, accepting the still warm sample. He lifted the tube to the gentle overhead light, the dark red liquid within exuding an almost bewitching sheen. In his mind, he recalled the seemingly casual yet piercing gaze with which Chu Yi had posed his earlier question. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "Quite perceptive." This stray cat he had taken in possessed claws sharper than he had anticipated. Qin Chuan Ci handed the blood sample to the lead researcher beside him. Post haste, he instructed, "I want to see the most detailed pheromone report." "Yes, sir." The researcher immediately bowed and took the vial, hastily retreating deeper into the laboratory, leaving only a few individuals standing beside Qin Chuan Ci. It was entirely within Qin Chuan Ci's expectations that Chu Yi would harbor suspicions. Although merely a petty criminal from the red light district, he had emerged from such an environment and possessed a strong sense of crisis. This was hardly surprising. Yet, Qin Chuan Ci had no regrets about his somewhat alarm-raising actions. He had to act. He needed answers. After all, he had been restless over this question for quite some time. A week ago, on the day Chu Yi first visited the main residence for treatment, it was also the first day he had absorbed Chu Yi's pheromones. No more than 24 hours had passed. Prior to that, whether at the Luo family estate or at the club, he had encountered Chu Yi's pheromones. Although it was far less intense than the current experience, it was sufficient for him to form a relatively accurate assessment of Chu Yi's pheromones and their calming effect on himself. Thus, on the day at the main residence, he discerned that the soothing influence of those pheromones would dissipate by that very night. At that point, he would be thrust back into a state of furious agitation. However, that had not come to pass. The reality was that this calming effect astonishingly persisted until after 8 o'clock the following morning. The entire night was eerily tranquil, which, in turn, left Qin Chuan Ci, who had been anxiously anticipating the onslaught of chaos, sleepless. Pheromones. Qin Chuan Ci had battled with this phenomenon for 30 years. He could never misjudge it. Therefore, the only explanation was that during this brief month since he first discovered the compatibility of Chu Yi's pheromones with his own, their congruence had increased. Was this even possible? Could compatibility be enhanced over time? Qin Chuan Ci's long fingers began to rhythmically tap against the armrest of the sofa, producing a dull sound that resonated with an acute sense of urgency within the quiet room. Why had the calming duration extended? There was only one answer. The frequency of his tapping accelerated, and the strikingly handsome face that perpetually maintained a perfect facade began to betray a hint of unrest. The family doctor observed Qin Chuan Ci's suppressed demeanor, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How was he to convey to his employer that Chu Yi's adaptability to the medication was average? At this rate, it would take at least another 2 months for him to reach a level capable of enduring remark. The doctor swallowed hard, steeling himself as he stepped forward. "Sir," he cautiously began to report on Chu Yi's physical condition. Upon finishing, he quickly added, "However, rest assured, I have specially included omega pheromones that are highly compatible with him in this new medication to expedite the process." The doctor felt quite clever for this maneuver, believing he had secured his position. This would allow the glandular nerves to remain in a state of relaxation and guidance, significantly reducing Mr. Chu's bodily rejection response and suffering during the future marking. Having said this, the doctor let out a quiet sigh of relief. In his view, Qin Chuan Ci could absolutely not endure another 2 months. The fate of forced marking was inescapable for Chu Yi. His remedial action would please his employer and mitigate the alpha's anguish, a truly perfect balance. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of several researchers standing behind Qin Chuan Ci shifted drastically, casting furtive glances at him. Qin Chuan Ci's previously lowered eyelashes shot up at the doctor's words, his gaze locking onto the physician before him. "What did you just say?" Qin Chuan Ci's voice was calm and soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. "High compatibility omega pheromones?" Upon hearing this, the doctor's heart plummeted. The pride on his face froze, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "I was merely trying to," he stammered, attempting to explain. Qin Chuan's voice pierced the silence once more. "Do you think you are very clever?" The moment the words left his lips, the color drained from the doctor's face, leaving him pallid. In the next heartbeat, a tempestuous wave of icy energy erupted from Qin Chuan, surging towards the doctor like a tsunami, leaving him no chance to react before he was flung across the room. A resounding crash echoed as the doctor collided violently with the wall behind him. The sound of bones fracturing resonated in the now silent chamber, sending shivers down the spines of all present, compelling them to bow their heads in dread. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow tightly. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully retracted his pheromones. He had been teetering on the brink of a violent outburst, and the doctor's provocations had sent his emotions spiraling out of control. An uncontrollable surge of frustration churned within him, icy pheromones swirling around his form, perfectly restrained to avoid inflicting harm upon anyone else in the room. However, this restraint depended solely on his conscious awareness. Rising slowly to his feet, Qin Chuan's demeanor regained its composure and elegance, though the turbulence in his eyes remained evident. Without casting a glance at the doctor in the corner, he spoke coldly, tend to him. "I expect a report by tomorrow morning." With that, he turned and strode out of the room. As Chu Yi walked down the corridor toward his dormitory, his mind raced with thoughts. Life had been rather too tranquil of late. He had been deceived by the calm facade that Qin Chuan projected, forgetting that when this individual had initially sought him out as a bodyguard, there had been ulterior motives at play. Reflecting on it now, he recalled the scene from a week prior when he had been intercepted by the bodyguards on his way to the hospital, causing his heart to flutter. Just then, a young servant carrying a tray happened to pass by the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi approached and grasped the servant's shoulder firmly. Chapter 46. Bitter Revelations. Startled, the young servant turned around in alarm. Chu Yi quickly released his grip, donning a friendly smile tinged with urgency and apology. "Hello, I'm sorry to have startled you. My roommate, the other bodyguard, is feeling unwell and needs to see a doctor." As he spoke, he scrutinized the servant's subtle expressions. "But I've heard that the Qin residence has strict rules against bodyguards and servants going out freely. Is that not the case, even in a serious situation?" The servant hesitated for a moment, their gaze lingering on Chu Yi's handsome visage. Instantly, a rehearsed smile blossomed on the servant's face. "Yes, sir. The estate has regulations in place for everyone's safety, prohibiting unauthorized outings." The servant's voice was gentle and courteous. "However, you need not worry. The Qin family has a dedicated team of doctors available 24 hours a day, ready to provide the most professional assistance whenever necessary." Upon hearing this, the anxiety on Chu Yi's face seemed to ease. He nodded, as if releasing a breath of relief. "All right, I understand. Thank you. You're welcome." The servant smiled politely, bowed slightly, and turned to leave with the tray in hand, moving with steady steps, devoid of any hint of panic. Chu Yi stood rooted to the spot, his expression gradually freezing into a mask of coldness. The servant's acting was vastly inferior compared to that of the doctor. That fleeting glance had clearly been a means of confirming his identity. This was indeed a conspiracy. A thought emerged within him. The doctor, the bodyguard, the servant. Surely he was not the only outsider in the entirety of the Qin family estate. How absurd! Was he truly losing his mind? Frustrated, Chu Yi tugged at his hair, realizing he had genuinely stumbled into a trap. In retrospect, it was all riddled with flaws. During his first week, the bodyguards assigned to protect Qin Chuan Ci had been replaced several times. He felt as though he were being subjected to a form of hazing. Yet, he was met with excuses about newcomers needing to acclimate to the environment, preventing him from stepping foot outside the estate. If he was not mistaken, Qin Chuan Ci had no intention of letting him leave the Qin residence from the very beginning. This was not employment. It was a veiled form of house arrest. This realization sent Chu Yi's heart racing, a profound sense of crisis engulfing him, alarms sounding frantically in his mind. What were Qin Chuan Ci's true intentions? Gritting his teeth, Chu Yi rapidly calculated the possibilities of escape. Just then, a measured cadence of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. The sound was soft, gliding over the polished floor, yet it felt as though it were treading upon Chu Yi's taut nerves. He abruptly turned around. The figure of Qin Chuan Ci suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Dressed in casual attire, the man exuded elegance, walking at a leisurely pace as if merely taking a stroll. Chu Yi's spine straightened instinctively. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Chuan Ci, moving in tandem with the man as he drew closer. Closer still. At the moment when Qin Chuan Ci was about to brush past him, Chu Yi's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. Just as he clearly discerned the man's form, his movement stilled. A faint crack resonated in the air. Chu Yi's eyes narrowed as he glanced downward, noticing that the medicine bottle from his pocket had slipped out and fallen to the ground. The bottle shattered upon impact, and a few white pills tumbled out, barely emerging before being crushed under a gleaming black shoe. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Qin Chuan Ci's eyes. The latter seemed to have only just noticed him, a perfectly measured look of surprise gracing his features. Then, with a smile, he nonchalantly lifted his foot. On the ground, the white pills had been reduced to a fine powder. "My apologies," Qin Chuan Ci said, raising an eyebrow, his tone dismissive, devoid of any trace of regret. Chu Yi allowed a cold laugh. If there had been even a hint of genuine remorse on Qin Chuan Ci's face, he might have believed the incident was unintentional. How intriguing. He had initially harbored doubts about the medication's safety. However, with Qin Chuan Ci's actions, he found himself questioning whether the medicine was indeed problematic. He cast an uncontrolled glance towards the bruise, his voice strained as he slowly began to speak. "Are you really 2 days hence at the charity gala?" Qin Chuan Ci interrupted him directly, stating, "You shall accompany me." He hoped that this would not be a harbinger of complications for your inaugural foray into the professional world. Having said this, Qin Chuan Ci did not spare him another glance, nor offer Chu Yi an opportunity to respond, striding past him with unwavering resolve. Chu Yi stood frozen in place, watching Qin Chuan Ci's retreating figure, his mind buzzing with confusion. Just a moment ago, he had been speculating that Qin Chuan Ci was confining him, plotting an escape. Now, he was presented with a chance to venture out. What on earth? Chu Yi felt a splitting headache, raising a hand to rub his temples. He lingered for a considerable time, his gaze falling upon the scattered remnants of the powdered medication on the floor. Should he request another dose from a doctor? Perhaps not. After contemplating, Chu Yi turned and made his way toward the dormitory. The dormitory was empty. Zhou should still be outside on patrol. Chu Yi intended to confront him about whether he was indeed a spy dispatched by Qin Chuan Ci, but first he resolved to take a shower. Upon entering the bathroom, he shed his clothing and turned the water to its maximum flow. Bare-chested, he strained to peer into the mirror, attempting to discern the current state of his glands. But that area remained an absolute blind spot to his view. He could only wait until after his shower to lie in bed, retrieving his phone, twisting his body to snap several pictures of the back of his neck. Yet, when he examined the results, the images were either misaligned or blurred into a pixelated mess. Utterly indecipherable. Frustration surged through him like a tempest. Damn it, Chu Yi angrily hurled his phone onto the soft bed. When Zhou Wu entered, he was met with this scene. What happened? Zhou Wu was startled, taken aback by Chu Yi's fierce demeanor. Why such anger? Chu Yi gasped for breath, slowly lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Zhou Wu, remaining silent. Prior to entering, Zhou Wu had been mentally preparing himself, reminding himself to remain composed and not to reveal any clues. However, before he could even begin his act, he found himself unnerved by Chu Yi's predatory stare. A sense of guilt washed over him, causing his eyes to instinctively wander elsewhere, unable to meet Chu Yi's gaze. This minute action incited a bemused laugh from Chu Yi. The sound of laughter only heightened Zhou Wu's discomfort, making him feel as though the hairs on his back were standing on end. He stiffly turned away, removing his outerwear and hanging it on a coat rack, deliberately averting his back to conceal his expression. Chu, he straightened his posture on the bed. I have a question for you. If you still consider me a friend, you must speak the truth. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Wu's back. Surely not. What was happening? Had he suddenly become a detective? How could he perceive the hints so swiftly? Had his identity been compromised less than half a day after joining? Chu Yi's voice cut through the silence once more. I ask you, did Qin Chuan Ci issue a command forbidding me from leaving this estate? Zhou Wu, upon hearing this, froze in surprise. He turned his head, the confusion and bewilderment in his eyes utterly genuine. What is this? He looked at Chu Yi, his expression one of utter perplexity, clearly indicating that he was at a loss. Chu Yi fixed his gaze on him and continued to inquire. Is it true that the regulations in the manor prohibit bodyguards and servants from seeking medical attention even when unwell? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu fell silent. The truth was, they could go out. Yet, he felt that answering this question would be akin to betraying his employer. He scratched his head, his expression fraught with conflict. Being a straightforward alpha, not adept at deception, he harbored guilt towards Chu Yi but feared defying Qin Chuan Ci. For a moment, he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a single word. Observing his demeanor, Chu Yi let out a sigh, his tense shoulders slumping. He could surmise Zhou Wu's psychological state. All right. Chu Yi's tone softened. Let me rephrase my inquiry. I will ask questions, and you need only nod or shake your head. Is that acceptable? I won't mention anything regarding Mr. Qin, just some everyday matters, all right? Zhou Wu regarded Chu Yi, sensing that he had been offered an escape route, and hesitantly nodded. Fine. Chu Yi's dark eyes locked onto him. First, answer my previous question. Yes or no? Zhou Wu blinked, reflecting carefully before shaking his head. Chu Yi's heart sank. Indeed. That wretched Qin Chuan Ci. He asked again, is there an issue with my medication? Zhou Wu's expression shifted instantly. Does this count as relating to Mr. Qin? The room fell into a profound silence. Chu Yi remained still, watching him without hurry. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Wu finally nodded. Chu Yi's eyes subsequently closed. Blood surged to his head. He restrained his fury and continued to question Zhou Wu. In the main residence, in the living room, Qin Chuan Ci reclined on the sofa, his long fingers delicately pinching a gold-embossed charity gala invitation, his gaze languidly fixed upon it. Zhang Bo stood respectfully beside him, quietly saying, Mr. Chu is quite assertive. Zhou Wu has likely divulged most of what he knows by now. A faint smile curved the corners of Qin Chuan Ci's lips. It matters not, he replied indifferently. I intended for Zhou Wu to accompany him. Apart from a few key personnel, most servants and bodyguards in the manor were oblivious to Qin Chuan Ci's schemes. However, the servants, trained by Zhang Bo, could often discern their master's thoughts better than the bodyguards. Nonetheless, whether they were aware or not, or if information would be leaked, Qin Chuan Ci remained unconcerned. After all, there was no escape for anyone. Zhou Wu was the most amiable among the bodyguards, and Qin Chuan Ci had specifically assigned him to Chu Yi's side to provide companionship. This way, should Chu Yi become upset, he would not have to bear it alone, which could prove detrimental to his well-being. Qin Chuan Ci set the invitation down and lightly tapped his fingers on the smooth coffee table. Otherwise, the taste may turn bitter. Chapter 47. The charity gala. During his conversation with Zhou Wu, Chu Yi unraveled many uncertainties, yet the intentions of Qin Chuan Ci remained an enigma. Even though he was aware of the multitude of issues at hand, he found himself powerless in his circumstances, left with no choice but to maintain the status quo and continue his work. The fleeting passage of 2 days brought forth the awaited task notification for the charity gala. As night fell, the resplendent lights illuminated the entire Qin family estate. In the parking lot, several luxury cars stood ready in silence. Like his fellow bodyguards, Chu Yi donned a crisp black suit, lining up at the entrance to await instructions. His expression was impassive, his gaze fixed in a single direction. Before long, the grand doors of the estate creaked open. A tall figure emerged from within. Qin Chuan Ci, clad in a sleek black suit, appeared even more statuesque against the dark fabric, exuding an air of noble aloofness. The bruise on his face had faded considerably over the past 2 days. It was almost imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. However, upon closer inspection, the mark revealed itself as a glaring imperfection upon an otherwise flawless surface, strikingly noticeable. Seemingly unfazed by it, Qin Chuan Ci made no attempt to conceal the blemish. He descended the steps with deliberate grace. Chu Yi's eyes were drawn to him, and after a moment's hesitation, he let out a barely audible scoff. What a pompous display! Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Chuan Ci's gaze swept through the crowd, landing squarely upon him. That tranquil yet penetrating gaze seemed to delve into Chu Yi's thoughts, causing an involuntary tightening in his chest. Almost instinctively, he averted his eyes, seeking distraction elsewhere. Could this man possibly possess mind-reading abilities? Chu Yi swallowed hard, attempting to regain his composure without the weight of Qin Chuan Ci's stare upon him. Yet, that gaze remained unwavering. In the full view of the assembled guests, Qin Chuan Ci altered his course, striding toward the rear of the bodyguard formation. He navigated past the imposing alpha bodyguards and ultimately halted before Chu Yi, standing at an impressive height of 187 meters. Chu Yi was considered tall among alphas, capable of looking down on most. Yet, before Qin Chuan Ci, he found himself at a disadvantage, his height falling short by nearly half a forehead. This slight disparity in stature, amidst the tense atmosphere of their standoff, rendered him subconsciously subordinate. Chu Yi steadied his breath, striving to conceal any semblance of unease. Observing him, Qin Chuan Ci's lips curled into a faint smile. "Mind your appearance," he remarked softly, laced with a hint of amusement. As he spoke, he lifted a hand, his long fingers delicately smoothing out the slightly turned collar of Chu Yi's shirt, which had been unknowingly askew. The coolness of his fingertips brushed against the skin at Chu Yi's neck, sending a subtle chill through him, mingled with a faint trace of snow-like fragrance wafting from Qin Chuan Ci. Once he completed this seemingly trivial act, Qin Chuan Ci withdrew his hand, his smile undiminished, as if he were merely a considerate superior attending to his subordinate. Without further ado, he turned and walked toward the lead vehicle. The driver had already opened the car door for him. Chu Yi stood rooted in place, gazing at the retreating figure of Qin Chuan Ci until the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, completely severing his line of sight. "Stop dawdling, let's go," urged Zhou Wu's voice beside him. Regaining his senses, Chu Yi nodded and turned to follow Zhou Wu's lead. He raised his hand, expressionless, to adjust his collar, then waved his hand vigorously in front of his nose, dispelling the lingering chill of the snow. Subsequently, he and Zhou Wu boarded a car at the rear. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the estate, swiftly merging into the city's dazzling nightscape. The charity gala was hosted at a prestigious hotel in the city center. The Qin family's license plate was well known throughout the capital, and as soon as their convoy arrived at the hotel entrance, it instantly became the center of attention. Countless flashes erupted, and reporters surged forward, under the protection of a multitude of bodyguards. Qin Chuan Ci alighted from the vehicle with a composed smile and gracefully entered the opulent venue. As a member of the security detail, Chu Yi blended into the ranks, quickly taking his designated position alongside his colleagues once inside. The team leader closely followed Qin Chuan Ci, never straying from his side. The other bodyguards dispersed into various corners of the venue, each bearing a notably serious expression. At the previous banquet held by the Liu family, Their absence had nearly resulted in a calamity for their employer. Fortunately, Chu Yi had been present, ensuring their patroness' safety. This evening, they had to remain utterly vigilant. After all, in this capital city, there were more than a few who wished for Qin Chuan Ci's demise. In contrast, Chu Yi's demeanor was considerably more relaxed. He stood in a relatively secluded corner, observing Qin Chuan Ci being surrounded by a throng of admirers. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted as he spotted a familiar figure, He Xiangchun. With He Xiangchun present, his elder brother's presence was imminent. Chu Yi's gaze immediately darted around He Xiangchun, searching for Su Meng. Not finding him, he began scanning the venue. Ultimately, he did not locate Su Meng, but a bright and vivacious voice chimed beside him first. Chu Yi. Chu Yi was taken aback and turned his head. Lu Chengwei stood beside him, her bright eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Today, she wore a pink strapless cocktail dress, bouncing over to his side, unabashedly appraising him from head to toe. Hey, I spotted you standing here at a glance. She gave Chu Yi a thumbs up, the most handsome in the entire venue. Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her candid compliment. This young lady certainly had a sweet tongue. He didn't take it to heart, but it undeniably brought him joy. Miss Lu is quite beautiful as well, he responded courteously. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengwei raised an eyebrow and pretended to pout, puffing out her cheeks. We've known each other for so long. Why do you still call me Miss Lu? Just call me Chengwei or Wei Wei. Chu Yi felt a twinge of discomfort, but seeing Lu Chengwei's expression, he hesitated before eventually nodding. All right, Chengwei. Lu Chengwei immediately broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling. Brother, are you working right now? Chu Yi nodded, his gaze softening somewhat. Lu Chengwei, with her lively personality, resembled a carefree little sparrow, chirping away with numerous questions directed at him. Chu Yi patiently answered her one by one. Not far away, on the second-floor corridor, Qin Yuan held a glass of champagne, observing the scene below with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gradually, his gaze shifted to another figure nearby, Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci maintained that familiar, insincere smile. Engaging in conversation with a prominent business figure, his demeanor elegant and his words composed. Yet, his eyes occasionally darted toward the bodyguard in the corner. Huh. Qin Yuan swirled the liquid in his glass, his smile deepening. How amusing. Chapter 48. 31%. As Qin Yuan contemplated this intriguing scene, Chu Yi, who had been conversing with Lu Chengwei, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the distance like an arrow, landing coldly upon him, devoid of any emotion. The smile on Qin Yuan's face faltered for a moment. He had not anticipated being noticed from such a distance. Qin Yuan quickly adjusted his expression, raising his champagne glass in a distant salute toward Chu Yi. He then took a small sip of the drink, choosing not to linger and instead blending into the shadows of the corridor. Brother Chu? Lu Chengwei's voice pulled Chu Yi back to reality. Following his line of sight, she curiously peered toward the second floor, only to find the corridor empty. What's wrong? Is there something over there? Chu Yi withdrew his gaze, the coldness dissipating, replaced by warmth. No, I just saw someone I know, but they've already left. Lu Chengwei nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Pausing for a moment, she observed Chu Yi, feeling her heart race and her cheeks involuntarily warm. To mask her emotions, she cleared her throat and mustered the courage to ask, Brother Chu, are you currently working for Uncle Qin? Chehu Yi nodded. Although he was reluctant, it was indeed the truth. Lu Chengwei smiled upon hearing this, then rose on her toes. Have you considered changing jobs? She leaned in closer, her voice lowered as if sharing a great secret. Come work with us at the Lu family. Whatever salary Uncle Qin offers, I can persuade my dad to give you double. No, triple, as the young girl spoke. Her gaze unwittingly flickered toward the direction of Qin Chuan Ci, unsure if her nervousness stemmed from her first attempt at poaching or simply a fear of that man. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi's eyes shifted slightly. A warm current flowed through his heart, soon replaced by a sense of helplessness. He was genuinely pleased that Lu Chengwei could say such things, yet he feared that Qin Chuan Ci would not allow him to leave. Looking at Lu Chengwei's anxious yet hopeful face, he truly did not wish to involve her in the mess between himself and Qin Chuan Ci. He sighed. preparing to gently decline her offer. Chunwei, a gentle male voice resonated nearby. As Chu Yi turned his head, he observed a pair of distinguished middle-aged couples approaching. The gentleman exuded elegance, while the lady radiated grace. They were none other than Lu Chunwei's parents. With a composed smile, Lu's father nodded at Chu Yi. "Good day, Mr. Chu," he began. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance regarding our daughter's recent predicament. You are indeed a benefactor to the Lu family. Just a trivial matter, Mr. Lu. You are too kind," Chu Yi replied courteously. "If you ever require any assistance in the capital, please do not hesitate to reach out to us," Lu's father said, handing him a business card with utmost sincerity. Chu Yi accepted it graciously. Then, Lu's mother cast a glance at her daughter, whose discontent was plainly evident, and shifted her tone slightly. "This child has been rather spoiled since her youth. She is lively and speaks her mind, sometimes rather recklessly. Please do not take her words to heart, Mr. Chu." Chu Yi tightened his grip on the business card. He smiled, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded. "Rest assured. Mrs. Lu, I understand." It appeared that there were others, not just himself, who wished to keep Lu Chunwei at bay. Seeing this, the Lu couple exchanged nods and engaged in a few pleasantries before taking their daughter, who pouted with evident reluctance, towards the opposite side of the venue. Chu Yi watched the trio's retreating figures, a faint smile tugging at his lips, before pocketing the business card. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. The familiar chill of snow once again invaded his senses. Without needing to glance back, he knew who had arrived. Qin Chuan Ci had taken his place beside him. "It seems you and Miss Lu have found common ground," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. "Not at all," Chu Yi replied, his expression unchanged. Qin Chuan Ci observed him with a low chuckle. He turned his head, using his chin to gesture toward a figure not far away. "Do you see that individual?" Confused, Chu Yi followed his indication. There stood a young male alpha, holding a wine glass, engaged in conversation with an air of exuberance. "That is the young master of the Su family." Qin Chuan Ci's voice resonated softly in his ear. The Su family specializes in overseas trade and possesses substantial assets. This young master, being the only son, has already made significant contributions to the family business at such a young age. Qin Chuan Ci paused, his gaze shifting back to Chu Yi, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. More importantly, he is the suitor meticulously chosen by the Lu family for Lu Chunwei. Initially perplexed by Qin Chuan Ci's seemingly trivial remarks, Chu Yi soon grasped the underlying implications. A surge of indignation ignited within him. What nonsense was this lunatic conjuring in his mind? Clenching his teeth, he replied with deliberate emphasis, "I am married, and there is a 9-year age difference." "Oh!" Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon an amusing revelation, his smile deepening. "I'm delighted that you still remember such details. I brought you here to work, not to flirt with an inexperienced young O." This statement, delivered with a smile and devoid of any accusatory tone, nonetheless provoked an amused ire in Chu Yi. He turned his head, gazing at Qin Chuan Ci with a sardonic intensity. "Of course, I will diligently fulfill my duties. Unlike certain individuals who, fully aware that others are married, still rush to flirt." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering. His eyes roamed over the contours of Chu Yi's features. Moments later, his grin widened, becoming even more radiant than before. Alas, he leaned closer to Chu Yi's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. "That's how villains operate. Wow, how utterly shameless. Flirting with another's omega, and yet speaking with such audacity." Chu Yi, incensed, inhaled deeply, wishing to deliver a punch to that mouth which so brazenly distorted the truth. Yet, Qin Chuan Ci seemed unperturbed and continued to relish the sight of Chu Yi's vexation, leisurely adding, "In truth, you need not confine your attention solely to young ladies like Miss Lu. This gathering is of a unique nature. Only the elite of the capital are permitted here." His gaze swept across the venue. "You possess an admirable appearance. Should you choose, you could easily attract any individual present. And whatever you and Su Meng desire would be within your grasp. Ah, of course," he added, "with the exception of children like Lu Chunwei, one must exercise caution in selecting a target." Is this scoundrel ever going to cease? Is he utterly devoid of task today? The veins on Chu Yi's temples throbbed, his fists clenched tightly. Observing this, Qin Chuan Ci finally smiled with satisfaction, opting not to elaborate further. He adjusted his cufflinks and turned, making his way towards He Xiangchun in the corner. In that corner, He Xiangchun leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a smile dancing on his lips. While Chu Yi occupied a corner, wherever Qin Chuan Ci stood became the epicenter of attention. Their conversation, seemingly overlooked, was in truth scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes. He Xiangchun wagered that no one would dare approach Chu Yi for the remainder of the evening. "What is this?" He Xiangchun inquired with a playful tone as Qin Chuan Ci approached, his voice laced with mockery. "Claiming territory?" Qin Chuan Ci raised his gaze slightly, responding coolly. "His idle chatter during work hours is excessive." "Ah, TSK. He Xiangchun shook his head. "What is the compatibility level between you two, anyway?" As a longtime friend of Qin Chuan Ci, he could easily discern the reasons behind his unusual behavior. Qin Chuan Ci did not shy away from the question, calmly stating a figure, 31%. Upon hearing this number, He Xiangchun's smile noticeably shifted. 31%? That's rather high. He clicked his tongue, stroking his chin, suddenly recalling something. "Wait, what was your compatibility with that little white one?" Qin Chuan Ci replied evenly, 26%. "Huh." He Xiangchun burst into laughter, his expression one of realization. "No wonder. I was wondering why you hadn't been frequenting the red light district lately. It seems you have found something better." He patted Qin Chuan's shoulder, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, with a height advantage of 5 points, the presence of the old guard was no longer necessary. Qin Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the swirling liquid in his glass, his deep-set eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. He Xiangchun, unfazed by his quietude, continued unabated. "However, I must caution you, this Chu Yi is married and moreover an alpha." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. "I've heard that this fellow is quite fond of his omega at home. What do you intend to do about it?" At last, Qin Chuan lifted his gaze, his eyes cool and detached, seemingly unimpressed by He Xiangchun's words. He slowly uttered 4 words. "So what?" He Xiangchun was taken aback, watching as Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha!" The sound echoed in the corner, drawing curious glances from those around them. Yes, it's not a big deal." He Xiangchun laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face, wiping his eyes as he continued. "After all, you can do as you please, ha!" Having known Qin Chuan for many years, He Xiangchun often found him pretentious. Yet he couldn't deny that Qin Chuan usually maintained a commendable standard of conduct. And yet, here he was, brazenly attempting to pursue a married man. He wore an air of nonchalance, as if it were his right. "Oh dear, I misjudged you, Chuan. I told my parents you weren't a good person, but they wouldn't believe me." A smile returned to the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth, warm and inviting as jade. He offered no rebuttal, allowing his friend to mock him freely. Meanwhile, Chu Yi stood rigidly in place, his expression a mask of displeasure. From afar, he observed He Xiangchun laughing heartily beside Qin Chuan. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but he felt certain they were discussing him, mocking him. With a cold demeanor, he pursed his lips and averted his gaze, choosing not to linger on that corner. Let them laugh. Let them enjoy themselves. One day, he vowed, he would make these two stumble spectacularly. The subsequent proceedings of the evening unfolded seamlessly, as predicted by He Xiangchun, following Qin Chuan's earlier display. No one dared approach Chu Yi again. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, Chu Yi, a bodyguard by nature, found no reason for the high-profile attendees to engage with him. He was content to relish the tranquility. Time passed steadily, and Chu Yi stood erect. It seemed this tedious soiree would conclude without incident. He allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Suddenly, however, his attention sharpened. A faint trace of omega pheromones, sweet and tantalizing, brushed past his nose before vanishing in an instant. So subtle, it was almost imperceptible, yet Chu Yi was certain he had detected it. The crowd was dense, and the occasional leakage of pheromones was not a significant concern. Yet there was no omega in close proximity. Chu Yi lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings until his focus landed on a figure clad in a server's uniform, who was leisurely approaching him with a tray destined to pass right by him. He glanced back at Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged as he turned his attention to the server, making an assessment in his mind, beta. However, he was entirely convinced that the fleeting trace of omega pheromone had emanated from this very server. Although that scent was no longer detectable, a glint of cold light flickered in Chu Yi's eyes. He quickly surveyed the area in the direction the server was headed, ultimately fixing his gaze on a distant passageway. In the shadows of the corridor stood a figure, peering in his direction. The distance was too great to discern features, but the silhouette clearly indicated it was an omega. Coincidentally, at the moment Chu Yi glanced over, the omega immediately turned away and swiftly vanished into the corridor behind. When Chu Yi arrived, he had reviewed the hotel's floor layout. That passage could lead to any floor within the establishment. He withdrew his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor. The server, now standing before him with the tray, was about to brush past when Chu Yi abruptly raised his hand, firmly grasping the server's shoulder. The server was startled by the sudden action, nearly losing his grip on the tray. He looked up to meet Chu Yi's icy stare. Chu Yi's gaze slowly traversed the contents of the tray, ultimately resting on the wine glasses filled with rich red wine. The exquisite liquid swayed gently, creating ripples in the glasses. Chu Yi remained silent, fixated on the wine. The server, perplexed, ventured to speak. "Good day, would you like some wine?" Hearing this, Chu Yi finally shifted his gaze from the glasses to the server's face. He continued to remain silent, merely observing him with a chilling intensity. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere seemingly growing heavier. Under Chu Yi's formidable presence, the server felt an unwarranted pressure, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the bodyguard's suit, fear flickering in his eyes. Just as the server was on the verge of succumbing to the weight of the moment, Chu Yi suddenly released his grip. A slight smile graced his lips. "It's nothing, my apologies, I mistook you for someone else." The server exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He quickly mustered a smile, nodding repeatedly at Chu Yi before hastily departing. Chu Yi remained rooted in place, watching the server's retreating figure with an indifferent expression. That server was heading toward the direction where Qin Chuan Ci stood, engaged in lively conversation with those around him. As the server approached, a man conversing with Qin Chuan Ci inadvertently shifted, extending a foot right into the path. The waiter let out a startled cry and was abruptly sent tumbling to the ground. The tray slipped from his grasp, and the glass filled with crimson wine traced an elegant arc through the air, its contents spilling forth in an instant. With a resounding splash, the scarlet liquid drenched Qin Chuan Ci from head to toe. This unforeseen incident instantly captured the attention of everyone present. In that moment, the entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Standing beneath the crystal chandelier, Qin Chuan Ci's expensive black suit was marred by large dark stains. The fallen waiter, shocked, quickly raised his gaze and was met with Qin Chuan Ci's face, which turned as pale as a sheet. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to." The waiter stammered, utterly flustered. Qin Chuan Ci remained rooted in place, glancing down at his disheveled appearance, then at the trembling waiter who looked on the verge of fainting. Rather than displaying anger, a graceful smile emerged on his face. "It's quite all right." His voice was as calm and gentle as ever, seemingly unbothered by the mishap. Upon hearing these words, the previously tense atmosphere around them lightened considerably. However, the hotel manager rushed over at once, unleashing a torrent of scolding upon the unfortunate waiter. The surrounding crowd chimed in, expressing their relief that it was Mr. Qin involved rather than anyone else. Qin Chuan Ci chose not to speak further, merely observing the tearful waiter being berated, refraining from uttering any platitudes of consolation. Chu Yi watched this scene unfold, having anticipated every reaction and expression from Qin Chuan Ci. Yet at that moment, the smile on Qin Chuan Ci's face suddenly faltered. He cast a deep glance at the still reprimanded waiter before turning to those beside him and stating he needed to handle something, then walked alone towards the upper floors. As he watched Qin Chuan Ci's retreating figure, Chu Yi could not help but let out a soft scoff, just as he had expected. Serve him right. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Chu Yi had predicted, chaotic and frantic. The urgent voice of the head of security crackled through the earpiece, commanding everyone to assemble immediately in the second-floor guest area. Deliberately meandering through the crowd below, Chu Yi eventually ascended the stairs with the others at a leisurely pace. All of the Qin family's bodyguards ultimately congregated before the door at the end of the second-floor corridor. The door stood wide open. A disheveled young Omega was being roughly dragged from the room by the team leader. Clutching his torn clothing, his face streaked with tears and defiance, he shouted desperately, "I'm an Omega. He needs me. Without my pheromones to soothe him, he'll go mad. You're putting him in danger." His sharp cries echoed down the quiet corridor, yet no one paid him any heed. The bodyguards stood as an impassive wall, their expressions devoid of emotion as they watched him being taken away. They remained still, for what awaited this Omega was far more dreadful than mere physical force. Chu Yi stood at the rear of the crowd, his gaze coldly fixed upon the unfolding scene. The Omega before him was the very same individual he had observed moments earlier, slipping into the passageway below, just as he had imagined. Qin Chuan Ci must be in quite a predicament now, lacking the comfort of an Omega and having to rely solely on suppressants. Chu Yi turned his head away, rapidly replaying all the sorrows of his life in his mind, barely managing to suppress the involuntary curve of his lips. He was acutely aware that the drink on the tray held by the beta waiter was most likely tainted. Yet, he refrained from intervening. It was all too clear what the Omega intended to do to Qin Chuan Ci. Even a child could deduce it. Ridiculous. He had once thought that the machinations of the upper echelons were astute, but in the end, they were no different from the sordid tactics employed in the red light districts. A sense of satisfaction swelled within Chu Yi. Outside, all the bodyguards stood with bowed heads, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Time passed, second by second. Approximately 10 minutes later, a familiar figure emerged from around the corner of the corridor. It was Assistant Jiang. He hurried along, and upon seeing him, the crowd immediately parted to clear a path. Assistant Jiang did not pause for a moment, striding straight into the room. A few minutes later, he reappeared. His gaze swept across the crowd as if searching for something, ultimately landing on Chu Yi at the back. He spoke, his voice clear. "President Qin requests your presence inside." In an instant, every bodyguard's eyes turned toward Chu Yi. Maintaining his composure, he felt an involuntary tightening in his chest. The small thrill of having thwarted Qin Chuan Ci's plans dissipated as if doused by a bucket of ice water. He paused, and under the scrutiny of the onlookers, took measured steps toward the room. Behind him, the door clicked shut as Assistant Jiang secured it from the outside. Chu Yi instinctively glanced back at the closed door, his expression darkening slightly. He slowly turned to face the interior of the room. It was vast and extravagantly decorated. However, at present, the curtains were drawn tight, with only a dim floor lamp beside the sofa casting a feeble glow. The inadequate lighting rendered the entire space shrouded in obscurity. Qin Chuan Ci sat languidly on the sofa, clad in a silk bathrobe, its collar carelessly open, revealing a well-defined chest. Half of his handsome face was engulfed in shadow, obscuring his expression. The air was thick with a faint scent of snow pheromones mingled with nicotine. On the coffee table before him, an ashtray was already teetering with numerous cigarette butts. Beside the ashtray lay a mobile phone, its screen illuminated, silently playing something. Chu Yi's gaze instinctively flickered toward the phone's display. Just a glance sent a chill through him. The screen revealed footage from a corner of the banquet hall. In the clip, he could be seen gripping the beta waiter's shoulder with a frigid stare. Following that, the scene shifted to Qin Chuan Ci, drenched in wine, turning to leave with a triumphant sneer on his face. None of these images were captured by the hotel surveillance. The angles were too precise, clearly directed at him. The scoundrel has been fixated on him from the very beginning. Chu Yi's expression was exceedingly grim, his throat constricted, as he racked his brain, contemplating how to justify himself. The man on the sofa spoke. You are truly wicked. Qin Chuan Ci's voice was soft, laced with a hint of huskiness from a recent smoke, devoid of discernible emotion. Why didn't you warn that beta? Because of your momentary anger, he now not only loses his job, but also faces the expense of a suit worth thousands. His tone was as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi fell silent. At this juncture, any lies would be futile. He took a deep breath and coldly retorted, "This is the result of his negligence at work. I have no obligation to assist him." A low, sardonic laugh emerged from Qin Chuan Ci's throat. He lifted his head, extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray with deliberate slowness. As he did so, his face, previously shrouded in shadow, was fully illuminated by the light. He remained strikingly handsome, though a turbulent undercurrent swirled within his profound gaze. "As my bodyguard," Qin Chuan Ci began, enunciating each word carefully, "do you not have an obligation to protect me?" Chapter 51, Madman. As his words fell, Qin Chuan Ci rose to his full height. Standing at 6 feet and 3 inches, he emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He strode toward Chu Yi, step by deliberate step. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, his muscles instinctively tensing in response to the approaching threat. He met Qin Chuan Ci's gaze and coldly stated, "I assumed that when you sought me as a bodyguard, you would anticipate such an outcome." Oh, Qin Chuan Ci had closed the distance, now less than half a meter apart. "Did you foresee the consequences of your actions?" Chu Yi took a deep breath. To be fair, he knew. He understood that being discovered would undoubtedly provoke Qin Chuan Ci's retaliation. Yet in a fit of rage, he had succumbed to a glimmer of hope, permitting everything to unfold. He simply hadn't anticipated that Qin Chuan Ci would uncover the truth so swiftly. Chu Yi's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. Now that the matter had been exposed, he recognized the reality of the situation. He was indifferent to how Qin Chuan Ci might retaliate against him. However, he could not allow his elder brother to be implicated due to his momentary folly. With this thought, all his emotions were forcibly suppressed in an instant. He lowered his gaze, bowing his head. "I apologize, Mr. Qin. I acted alone." No. Before Chu Yi could finish his apology, he was interrupted by Qin Chuan Ci's light laughter. "You need not apologize to me. It is already meaningless. You brought this upon yourself, Chu Yi." "What do you mean?" Chu Yi, bewildered, raised his head, seeking clues in Qin Chuan Ci's expression. But in the next moment, a hand forcefully pushed against his chest. The tremendous force sent him staggering backward, his back colliding heavily with the cold wall. Chu Yi let out a muffled grunt, stifling the urge to retaliate. It appeared that Qin Chuan Ci intended to strike him. That was fine. Such force was manageable. Yet the next second, he realized something was amiss. The frigid breath of snow erupted behind him. Chu Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a cry from his throat. Realizing what Qin Chuan Ci was doing, Chu Yi lost his composure entirely. This madman was marking him in a state of panic. He struggled fiercely, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting. Yet it was futile. The cold and domineering snow pheromone flooded into his body through the wound like a raging torrent, conquering every inch of him. The once dormant rose pheromones caught unawares were seized the moment they came into contact with the snow, no matter how they writhed or attempted to escape to the farthest corners of his being. They were ultimately pursued and consumed by the insatiable snow pheromone. Tears spilled from the corners of his eyes. His hands futilely pressed against the wall, nails scraping the wallpaper as he desperately sought an escape. But before he could carve out a path to freedom, a larger, more heated hand clamped down, pinning his hands firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. In his world, only the scent of snow remained. Breathing was snow. His heartbeat was snow. Even his mind was suffused with snow. Pain became the most intense sensation. The alpha's incompatibility with this pheromone triggered a violent rejection within Chu Yi, causing him to grit his teeth, trembling all over as he fought against the violation. But it was all in vain. This was a dead end. In his desperation to escape the situation, he was even prepared to sacrifice the flesh at the back of his neck. Sensing his prey's intentions, Qin Chuan Ci's cold gaze betrayed no reaction. After holding back for so long, the pheromone had finally found an outlet. There was no way he would relinquish it easily. The marking continued unabated. He released the grip that had restrained Chu Yi, but then one arm encircled Chu Yi's waist while the other seized his neck, pulling upward with force. In an instant, Chu Yi was yanked away from the wall. The pain at the back of his neck intensified, and in his panic he struggled, even losing his shoes in the process. The inertia caused both him and Qin Chuan Ci to stumble backward, regaining their balance only after several steps. The strength to resist was quickly drained. Chu Yi became a lamb to the slaughter, helplessly leaning against Qin Chuan Ci as if he were a large doll being manipulated. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. After an indeterminate period, the fury in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes gradually subdued, licking the blood that oozed from the gland wound. He maintained a cold expression, yet he did not engage in any further actions and simply released Chu Yi. The force that had constrained his body vanished. Chu Yi's body instantly fell, landing with a thud, half of him weakly draped over the soft edge of the bed. He trembled in pain, sobs escaping his throat. Chu Yi cried uncontrollably, tears glistening on his lashes, rolling down in large droplets, staining the pristine sheets with dark splotches. Qin Chuan Ci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Chu Yi, who was hunched pitifully by the bedside. Yet there was not a trace of compassion in his eyes. Turning away, he settled back onto the sofa, crossing his legs once more, awaiting in silence. Chu Yi had never felt such torment in his life. The sensation of being engulfed by despair was far more terrifying than physical pain. The flesh at the nape of his neck seemed to pulsate with an overwhelming presence. Even the gentle breeze from the air conditioning brushed against his skin, setting his nerves ablaze, nearly driving him to madness. Damn it! Chu Yi could no longer muster any energy to acknowledge the presence of another person in the room. He could only curl up like a dying beast, whimpering and praying for the remnants of this overwhelming despair to dissipate swiftly. Chapter 52. Do you think it's possible? After what felt like an eternity, the agonizing sensation gradually subsided to a bearable level. His muddled mind finally began to function again. Slowly, he recalled the humiliating predicament in which he found himself. Supporting himself with his arms on the soft edge of the bed, he rose bit by bit. Turning his head, he directed his gaze towards the man seated leisurely on the sofa. His eyes were aflame with resentment, disdain, and a hint of fear he had not even recognized within himself. Since the moment the marking had concluded, Qin Chuan Ci had remained seated, observing Chu Yi. Upon seeing Chu Yi finally stand, Qin Chuan Ci lifted his wrist to glance at his watch. You took 5 hours to recover. It seems the drug was absorbed quite poorly. Drug? Chu Yi's newly cleared mind took a moment to comprehend. But soon, he grasped what Qin Chuan Ci was implying. It was evident that he could not be bothered to feign innocence any longer. His lips were as pale as paper, and his gaze towards Qin Chuan Ci brimmed with disbelief. Are you insane? Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to the accusation. He retrieved a small vial from his suit pocket and casually placed it on the coffee table before him. This medication will help you adapt. Take it as before, and next time it won't be so painful. These words ignited Chu Yi's nerves in an instant. Rage surged within him. He lunged forward, sweeping his hand to violently knock the vial off the table, shattering it on the floor. I am an alpha, he bellowed. The vial crashed against the hard floor, splintering into pieces, white pills scattering everywhere. Having been marked against the wall, if he still could not decipher Qin Chuan Ci's intentions, he would indeed be a fool. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained unchanged. He merely tilted his head to glance at the broken vial on the ground before returning his gaze to Chu Yi's flushed face. Why go to such lengths? The only one truly hurt is you. Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi's patience had reached its limit. All the accumulated humiliation and anger erupted into a fist that flew towards that loathsome face, slicing through the air. Qin Chuan Ci's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, dodging to the side while raising his hand to block. But it was futile. The punch landed squarely on his left cheek. Perhaps it was due to Chu Yi having recently endured a brutal ordeal, His physical condition was severely compromised, rendering his punch far less forceful than the last. However, Qin Chuan Ci's left cheek was still nursing its wounds, and now, with an additional injury, the pain was sufficient to draw a sharp intake of breath. Another blow landed. Qin Chuan Ci's expression darkened to a point where it seemed water could drip from it. He turned to see Chu Yi preparing to strike again and swiftly seized Chu Yi's wrist. The two of them instantly grappled upon the sofa. What vexed Qin Chuan Ci was that even though Chu Yi had just been forcibly marked and was in a weakened state, his strength remained alarmingly formidable. He received a series of kicks, for 5 in total, one of which insidiously aimed directly at his groin. Anger surged within Qin Chuan Ci, and he could no longer maintain his composure. A potent wave of icy pheromones erupted from him, enveloping Chu Yi completely. Instantly subdued, Chu Yi collapsed onto the sofa. Gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on Qin Chuan Ci with fierce intensity. Qin Chuan Ci's countenance was grim. You ought to rectify your impulsive tendency to resort to violence. At this, Chu Yi's chest heaved violently. Battling against the pheromone pressure, he suppressed a breath and raised his other hand to strike at Qin Chuan Ci's face. Qin Chuan Ci leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the blow, his expression darkening further. He intensified the release of his pheromones, pinning Chu Yi firmly against the backrest of the sofa, rendering him immobile. Realizing he could not break free, Chu Yi finally abandoned his futile struggle, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Perverse fiend. Qin Chuan Ci frowned. He descended from Chu Yi, observing the lethal glare emanating from him on the sofa, and suddenly chuckled. To say such a thing is rather ungrateful. If I were truly a pervert, you wouldn't be able to bear your fangs at me like this. Chu Yi glared at him, letting out a cold laugh. Huh, so will you let me go now? Qin Chuan Ci replied, I could, but if you dare to strike me again, we might have to remain in this room until tomorrow. As he spoke, his gaze subtly flicked toward the wide, spacious bed nearby. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Chu Yi followed his gaze to the bed, a chill running down his spine. He had never imagined being threatened in such a manner. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he tempered his irritation. Really? Qin Chuan Ci offered no response. In the next moment, the pressure of the pheromones surrounding Chu Yi abruptly lessened. He immediately sat up, warily observing Qin Chuan Ci's every move. Rising to his feet, he noticed that Qin Chuan Ci made no attempt to impede him, and thus he turned, slowly making his way to the door. Just as his hand was about to grasp the doorknob, Qin Chuan Ci's voice resonated from behind him. I'm granting you a week off. Go get a divorce. Chu Yi's hand, poised to grasp the doorknob, froze mid-air. He slowly turned around, glaring at Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci met his gaze with an open expression, seemingly unfazed by the implications of his words. Chu Yi's chest rose and fell violently, the wound at the nape of his neck throbbing with each heavy breath. Through clenched teeth, he managed to utter 3 words. On what grounds? In Qin Chuan's eyes, there was not a hint of disturbance as he listened to Chu Yi's inquiry, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. After all, he harbored no affection for you. Boom! This statement caused the veins on Chu Yi's forehead to bulge, his eyes instantly turning crimson, as if he wished to devour Qin Chuan whole. This scoundrel. Observing Chu Yi's enraged countenance, Qin Chuan's smile gradually faded. Or do you wish for me to be your lover? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? Absurd in the extreme. The fury within Chu Yi, quelled by Qin Chuan's mere words, transformed into sheer incredulity. How on earth did their relationship become entangled with the notion of lovers? A knot of frustration lodged in Chu Yi's chest, rendering him breathless and causing his cheeks to flush. Ultimately, he erupted in laughter tinged with rage. And what about you? He fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan, retorting, would you have me as your bedfellow? Do you truly think that is feasible? Though their acquaintance had been brief, Chu Yi had gleaned ample insight into Qin Chuan's character, given the latter's utter lack of pretense in his presence. He would never be foolish enough to believe that Qin Chuan marked him out of love. This man was a rogue, a beast, and utterly callous. Either he had never experienced an alpha before and was momentarily driven by curiosity, or he harbored ulterior motives. In response to Chu Yi's probing, Qin Chuan's answer came effortlessly. Why would it not be possible? He met Chu Yi's gaze. Being my bedfellow, my lover, would grant you countless advantages: power, status, wealth. Should you merely speak up, these would become exceedingly easy for you. Huh? A laugh escaped Chu Yi's throat, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. I sincerely appreciate Mr. Qin's kind offer. His voice was icy. I declined. Having uttered those words, Chu Yi wished to spend not another second in the presence of this madman, turning to leave. Chapter 53. In a fit of anger, Qin Chuan appeared to have anticipated this reaction, unfazed. No matter. In truth, your choice is unnecessary. I shall grant you a week to settle your personal affairs, and I hope you can accomplish it on time. His voice paused, laced with a hint of amusement. Do not make me assist you. Chu Yi clenched his jaw, desperate to avoid sharing the same space with Qin Chuan any longer. Grasping the doorknob, he attempted to exit, only to find the door locked from the outside, rendering it impossible to open. Infuriated, he shook the handle vigorously without a second thought. Click! A faint sound echoed as the lock was disengaged from the outside. Upon hearing the noise, Chu Yi yanked the door open with fervor. Outside stood Assistant Jiang. Poised with the key, his expression calm. Beside him remained only the bodyguard Zhou Wu. The others had seemingly vanished. Zhou Wu nervously rubbed his hands, his face filled with concern upon witnessing Chu Yi's furious demeanor. 5 long hours. Who knows what transpired within? Mr. Chu. Assistant Jiang retracted his hand, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he inclined his head slightly toward Chu Yi. Chu Yi paid him no mind and turned to leave. Behind him, Assistant Jiang's voice resonated once more. Mr. Chu. However, Chu Yi remained oblivious, his footsteps unyielding. Your shoes. Assistant Jiang raised his voice slightly. Suddenly, Wu halted, glancing down at his feet. Only white socks adorned them. A surge of irritation mixed with embarrassment flooded his heart. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently. After a brief standoff, Chu Yi turned around. He strode back to Assistant Jiang, snatched the shoes, and immediately departed. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, he discovered that the banquet had long since concluded, leaving only a handful of staff members to tidy up the remnants. Chu Yi did not linger, making his way directly to the corner where he had stood guard during the dinner. His gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity, ultimately settling on a potted erica palm used for decoration in the corner. He approached it. Several waitstaff, astonished by his sudden rummaging through the flower pot, exchanged bewildered glances, with some attempting to intervene. Sir, you... Chu Yi paid no heed to their voices, his hands continuing their relentless search. Indeed, soon he felt a cold, hard object within the pot. It was a miniature camera. Damn it, he cursed as the camera was forcefully hurled to the ground. Chu Yi stomped on it repeatedly. The sound of shattering echoed. The startled waitstaff were taken aback by his abrupt actions, and as they considered approaching, they caught a whiff of something, their expressions shifting to one of dread as they retreated in fear. Oblivious to their reactions, Chu Yi, seeing the camera utterly reduced to debris, finally exhaled a breath of frustration and exited the hotel in silence. The dawn light painted the city in a somber hue. As Chu Yi walked along the desolate streets, his expression darkened ominously. Elderly morning exercisers and commuters hurriedly veered away upon catching sight of him. The once spacious sidewalk was now monopolized by his imposing presence. Chu Yi sensed the wary gazes of those around him. Assuming his fierce demeanor frightened passers-by, he attempted to soften his expression. Yet it proved futile. Wherever he went, onlookers displayed a mix of terror and disdain, retreating further away. Gradually, Chu Yi began to realize that something was amiss. Images of Qin Chuan Ci pressing against his nape, invading with reckless abandon, flashed through his mind. A thought surfaced. Chu Yi halted, raising his hand stiffly to his nose and inhaling gently. Damn, it had absorbed the scent. His expression froze abruptly. He whirled around, scanning the surroundings, where astonished, disdainful, and even slightly intrigued eyes met his gaze, striking him like a thunderclap. An alpha, reeking of another alpha's pheromones, and so intensely imbued with a possessive aura. The implications were unmistakable. He had been parading through the streets, brazenly marked by Qin Chuan Ci's scent for far too long. Clenching his teeth, Chu Yi wished fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Suppressing his fury, he scanned the surroundings and hastily entered a convenience store. Ignoring the terrified expression of the attendant, Chu Yi's gaze darted rapidly across the shelves. He made a beeline for the personal care section, seizing a bottle of pheromone-neutralizing spray, and began to fervently spray it on his neck, wrists, and clothing. He ceased only when he was certain that not a trace of Qin Chuan Ci's scent lingered on him. That, sir." A trembling voice from the attendant broke through the haze of his frantic actions, tinged with a hint of sobs. You need to pay first." At the sound, Chu Yi turned his gaze toward the young beta, who had nearly shrunk beneath the cash register, pressed his lips together, and remained silent. He wandered through the convenience store once more, retrieving the largest neck patch from the shelves. He then retreated to a corner where no one could see, his expression dark as he tore open the packaging. The cold patch adhered to the still aching gland at the back of his neck, causing him to wince in pain. Yet he refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. Having completed his tasks, Chu Yi approached the cash register once again. The young attendant, having observed his earlier disregard and retreat to the corner, hesitated, contemplating whether to call the authorities. However, in the next moment, he saw Chu Yi approaching, which startled him into standing upright. Ignoring the attendant's reaction, Chu Yi placed his items on the counter and managed to utter an apology from deep within his throat. "Excuse me." He then took out his phone to make the payment. Just as he turned to leave, a casual glance caught his eye, revealing someone seated at a small table nearby, a face that seemed vaguely familiar. Chu Yi paused for a moment before recalling who it was. Wasn't this the beta waiter who had been taking advantage of buying Omega at the banquet? The beta was cradling a bowl of freshly prepared instant noodles, shoulders shaking as tears cascaded into the soup, sobbing as he ate, a pitiful and disheveled sight. Chu Yi lowered his gaze, standing in silence for a moment before finally asking, "What are you doing here?" The beta, startled by his words, raised his swollen, tear-streaked eyes and stared blankly at Chu Yi. Recognizing him as the bodyguard from the banquet, he glanced around to confirm that it was indeed him speaking. Sniffling, he stammered, "Why, yes, it's you, Mr. Bodyguard. I was fired and have to pay over 200,000 for the suit. I'm still a student. I'm still in school. Sobi. By the end of his sentence, the beta could no longer contain himself, bursting into loud, heart-wrenching sobs while clutching the bowl of noodles. Chapter 54. The desire for divorce. The cries were sharp and jarring. Chu Yi, already in a foul mood due to Qin Chuan Ci, found the incessant weeping nearby to be unbearable, causing his head to throb. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and shot a glance at the beta, hoping to silence him. Yet, seeing the wretched figure before him, he ultimately refrained from speaking. In a daze, he seemed to see in that curled-up, helpless form a reflection of himself from years ago, huddled in a bridge's underpass, weeping in despair after dropping out of school. This thought only deepened his agitation. With a sigh, Chu Yi withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one free and lighting it. He took a deep drag, savoring the smoke before exhaling slowly, allowing the moment to stretch on. Chu Yi placed a bank card on Beta's desk, producing a soft sound. It contained 200,000, with the last 6 digits of the password. Be more mindful in the future. After saying this, Chu Yi extinguished his cigarette and left the convenience store without a backward glance. Just as he had responded to Qin Chuan Ci's inquiries, he still perceived no connection between Beta's current predicament and himself. Even if he had offered a warning back then, the outcome might have been different. But why should he care? The malevolent individuals were not him. They were strangers. Why should he relinquish an opportunity to vent his frustrations for someone he did not know? There was no benefit in it. In this world, particularly in places tantalizingly close to fame and fortune, even those not directly involved ought to remain wary of hidden daggers. Relying on the goodwill of others is futile. Observing coldly from the sidelines and reveling in another's misfortune is the choice of the majority. His already abysmal mood had now plummeted to the depths of despair. The thought of Beta evoked some rather unpleasant memories. Chu Yi stood by the roadside, exhaling a plume of smoke. His car remained at Qin Chuan Ci's place. To return home, he had no choice but to hail a taxi. Soon, a cab pulled up before him. Chu Yi entered the vehicle. It was time to go home. Home, he thought by Qi. Lowering his gaze, he paused for a moment, and under the driver's urging, finally disclosed the address. It was not home. It was the company. The taxi halted at the foot of the office building. The sky was now fully bright. Chu Yi paid the fare and opened the door. Having spent a sleepless night, his eyelids felt heavy, and his steps were somewhat unsteady and weak. He had intended to catch a brief nap in the car, but his dismal mood rendered sleep impossible. Ultimately, Chu Yi could only enter the office building with bloodshot eyes. It was just past 9, the peak hours of commuting had subsided, and there were only a few individuals at the elevator entrance. Bowing his head, he adjusted his collar to conceal the neck patch, eager to return to his office. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside. Just as the doors were about to close, a large hand caught the gap. "Wait!" A familiar voice called out. Chu Yi lifted his head to see Su Meng's equally sleep-deprived face. He yawned as he stepped in, instantly animated upon recognizing Chu Yi. "Chu Yi." Su Meng's face was alight with surprise. Chu Yi forced a smile. "Big brother." "Hey, you rascal." Su Meng joyfully clapped him on the shoulder. "Aren't you working as a bodyguard for Boss Qin? What brings you back?" Boss Qin. At the mention of this title, Chu Yi's gaze instinctively drifted elsewhere. He evaded Su Meng's probing look and replied vaguely, "I just took a week off, so I returned." Su Meng furrowed his brows. How many years had he known Chu Yi? He could tell what the lad was up to just by the way he moved, the way Chu Yi appeared. It was evident he harbored something troubling. "What's wrong?" Su Meng pressed, lowering his voice. "Is Boss Qin unhappy with you? Did he make things difficult?" Chu Yi's fingertips curled slightly. Difficulties? He would much prefer if Qin Chuan Ci were merely creating obstacles for him. Gazing into Su Meng's eyes, filled with concern, a warm current coursed through Chu Yi's cold heart. Yet, regarding this matter, he shook his head. Given Su Meng's temperament, if he were to learn of this issue, he would likely risk confronting He Xiangqin to bring Chu Yi back. However, this situation was orchestrated by He Xiangqin. Chu Yi found it hard to believe that he was entirely oblivious. Even if He Xiangqin were to advocate on his behalf, would Qin Chuan Ci truly allow him to depart? Unlikely. In the end, it would amount to nothing but futile effort. More importantly, Chu Yi felt utterly embarrassed to discuss the matter of an alpha wanting to pursue him with Su Meng. It was utterly absurd and humiliating. Chu Yi took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. "Not really. Just annoyed." "Annoyed?" "Su Meng shabao fu dai de. What is bothering you?" He scrutinized Chu Yi's haggard face, his mind racing. Annoyed? What could possibly trouble Chu Yi? Counting on his fingers, it ultimately boiled down to that person. At this thought, Su Meng's expression shifted to one of disdain. "Wait, you're supposed to be on bodyguard duty, and you're still fixated on by Jiqi's affairs? Is Boss Qin giving you too little work? Are you bored?" Chu Yi's expression stiffened. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, after enduring last night's nightmare, Bai Jiqi no longer seemed to be the primary source of his distress. It was Qin Chuan Ci, the man's silhouette, along with his chilling words, now vividly replayed in his mind. "Get a divorce. Don't make me help you." Chu Yi lowered his gaze. Slowly, he turned to Su Meng, his lips moving slightly. Ultimately, he spoke. "Brother, I want a divorce, Bai Jiqi." Su Meng abruptly halted, as if he had been pressed on pause, frozen in place. After a few seconds, as if not having heard correctly, he turned to Chu Yi. "What did you say?" "I said," Chu Yi repeated, "I want a divorce." Su Meng's eyes widened gradually, first in disbelief, then erupting in sheer elation. "Really?" Before Chu Yi could respond, the elevator arrived. Ding! The doors slid open. Chu Yi nodded gently and stepped out. Just as he lifted his gaze upon exiting the elevator, his attention was captured by a figure in the corridor outside. A petite child was dragging a bucket larger than herself across the floor, cleaning up. Chu Yi instinctively squinted and asked, "When did our company start hiring child labor?" Still caught up in the excitement of Chu Yi's revelation, Su Meng turned to look ahead upon hearing Chu Yi's unexpected remark, quickly realizing, "Oh, isn't she the one you brought back?" Chu Yi frowned. "I brought her back?" Hearing the exchange between Chu Yi and Su Meng, the little one turned to look at them. Upon catching sight of Chu Yi, the little girl shrank back slightly and whispered, "Hello, big brother." Chapter 55. Chu Yi regarded the diminutive figure before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he finally recalled who the child was. Previously, during a visit to the home of a rotund gambler to collect debts, the debtor had been unable to pay and had attempted to resist. In a moment of desperation, he had offered his daughter as collateral. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize her?" Su Meng's voice interjected, laced with curiosity. "That kid, Sun Miao, said you arranged this." Chu Yi's gaze returned to the girl. He paused and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Before Su Meng could respond, the small girl spoke up, her voice as delicate as a whisper. I want to work to pay you back." "Work?" Chu Yi's eyes shifted from the mop handle, which was thicker than the girl's own arm, to the water bucket beside her, nearly half her height. The absurdity of the situation struck him. Surely, her notion of working did not entail cleaning here? "Sumang chuka ni babi," a grin spreading across his face. "You've got some guts, Haven to you? This is quite amusing. Usually, the children of debtors are terrified and cry at the sight of us. But you, so small, dare to approach and offer to work to repay your debts. Truly a first." Chu Yi found no amusement in the matter. He turned to Su Meng. "You aren't actually considering letting her replace our company's cleaning lady, are you?" Su Meng's smile vanished immediately, and he waved his hands dismissively. "No way." Chu Yi disregarded Su Meng and returned his attention to the little girl. His gaze was calm, yet devoid of emotion, inadvertently instilling a sense of pressure upon her. "What is your name?" In the rush of their last encounter, he had not learned her name. The girl, feeling increasingly anxious under his scrutiny, clutched the mop handle tightly. "Li Qian," she replied softly. "Chehui nodded." "Very well, Li Qian. Setting aside our company's policy against employing minors, do you believe your work efficiency could rival that of our cleaning lady?" Li Qian's head drooped even lower under his gaze, her small frame nearly curling in on itself. She bit her lip and managed to utter 3 words, "I can't compare." Chu Yi responded, "Then what makes you think I would pay you for cleaning? Do you expect compensation simply for your audacity? You can offer nothing and yet dare to challenge someone else's livelihood?" At his words, Li Qian's eyes brimmed with tears, though she dared not let them fall. A tumult of emotions surged within her, both injustice and fear. She was at a loss for what else she could possibly do. So young, she found no place that would welcome her. She had mentioned singing to repay her debts, yet she had no knowledge of how to earn money through song. When her father faced those debt collectors, she had hidden behind the door, hearing them declare that failure to repay would lead to dire consequences, death or worse. The harvesting of organs for sale. She did not want to die. She did not want to lose her organs. Fear and despair enveloped her, causing her small body to tremble. "Oh dear you!" Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Meng firmly clasped Chu Yi's shoulder and forcefully propelled him toward the office. "You nearly scared me to death. What are you standing around for? Is this the time to discuss such matters?" He smiled, attempting to divert the conversation. "What you said earlier, is it true? You won't have a change of heart, will you?" Su Meng continued to push Chu Yi along. Li Qian stood alone in the empty corridor, clutching a mop that towered over her, looking pitiful. The office door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Su Meng pressed Chu Yi onto the sofa and turned to retrieve a chilled soda from the small refrigerator beside him. With a swift motion, he opened it and thrust it into Chu Yi's hands. "Honestly, why are you being so harsh? It's not easy for someone to muster the courage, and you're about to scare it all away." Chu Yi remained nonchalant, merely gazing down at the soda can in his grasp. His voice was subdued. "She shouldn't even be here. Isn't that because of you?" Su Meng scoffed, rolling his eyes. "She's only 10, still a beta. What can she do? You were the one who wanted to bring her back in the first place. If she were a few years older and somewhat presentable, it would be different, but she's just an ignorant little child. Perhaps some perverts have that kind of desire, but unfortunately, we run a legitimate business here without such services. Generally, those desperate gamblers at the end of their ropes often resort to using their wives and children as collateral, while others may not be aware. We never accept such arrangements here, especially not with children who are utterly helpless. Bringing them back means we need to feed them. Does food come free? Typically, we detain the debtor themselves and handle things according to the circumstances. If they have a wife, she automatically inherits the debt. If they have children, they're simply abandoned to fend for themselves. Who would have thought that Chu Yi would, against all odds, bring someone back this time? Chu Yi furrowed his brows as he recalled the moment. Su Meng had called him, and in his haste to leave, he casually instructed Sun Miao to clean things up. Evidently, Sun Miao must have thought he intended to bring her back. It was truly bewildering. Yet now that she was here, Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, his long fingers absent-mindedly stroking the soda can, which bore vibrant patterns. He tilted his head, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly spoke. What if we send her to school? Huh? Su Meng, who was about to sit down, nearly lost his balance upon hearing this. Chu Yi added softly, after all, she can't do anything right now. Su Meng smirked, gazing at Chu Yi with an incredulous expression. A philanthropist, are we? He clicked his tongue and then plopped down beside Chu Yi, dismissively waving his hand. Sure, whatever you say. After all, you brought her back. You can handle it however you wish. Chu Yi nodded, falling silent once more. Su Meng had not intended to dwell on the matter. After all, she was just a child, and any approach would suffice. What truly occupied his mind was another, far more pressing concern. He leaned closer to Chu Yi, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon him. Are you certain? Do you really intend to divorce Bai Ziqi? Chu Yi tightened his grip on the soda can. After a brief moment, he nodded. Su Meng pounded his thigh, nearly leaping from the sofa in excitement. Is this for real? You really spent an entire night with Boss Qin, and he directly opened your run and do meridians. Obsving su mangsha zubidan de meno. Chu Yi tugged at the corners of his mouth, but could not summon a smile. He tilted his head back and took a sip of the icy soda, his gaze flickering. Chapter 56, Chu Yi. Do you love me? The night had deepened. Standing at the entrance of his home, Chu Yi hesitated momentarily at the password lock, ultimately keying in the familiar sequence of numbers. Beep. The door unlocked. He pushed it open. The interior remained unlit, with only the glow of the city's neon lights filtering through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining the contours of the furniture. Just as he was about to change his shoes, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, and the lights flickered on. Ai, came by Ziqi's delighted voice, as he rushed forward clad only in a thin bathrobe, barefoot, and collided into Chu Yi's embrace. The familiar scent of oranges enveloped Chu Yi in an instant. He stumbled slightly, his body stiffening, his hands instinctively curling at his sides. Ultimately, he did not respond as he had countless times before by gently returning Bai Ziqi's embrace. Instead, he turned his head, avoiding Bai Ziqi's cheek that sought his own, and gently pushed him away from his arms. Bai Ziqi paused for a moment, lifting his head to reflect the shape of Chu Yi in his beautiful eyes. Have you finished work? Chu Yi tugged at his lips, offering a faint smile. Not yet. I just took a week off to come back and see. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziqi exclaimed, Then I must prepare a splendid meal today. I just bought fresh ingredients this morning. With that, he turned and hurried into the kitchen. Chu Yi stood at the doorway, his gaze heavy upon the busy figure in the kitchen, remaining silent for a long while. After changing his shoes, he did not follow as usual, but instead walked wearily to the sofa and sat down. Bai Ziqi, an exceptionally cherished omega raised by the Bai family, had previously never lifted a finger in toil. Yet after marrying him, Bai Ziqi had learned to cook. Chu Yi would forever remember that during the first 6 months of their marriage, no matter how late he returned home, a table filled with steaming dishes awaited him. During that time, he felt immense satisfaction in such a life, cherishing Bai Ziqi in his palm. However, he later noticed that Bai Ziqi's hands were perpetually marked with tiny cuts and burnt scars. Before this, Bai Ziqi's hands had primarily been used for playing the piano. His heart ached profoundly. Thereafter, he never allowed Bai Ziqi back into the kitchen. And indeed, Bai Ziqi had not cooked since. Now, as Bai Ziqi picked up the spatula once more, his movements were clumsy and unrefined, cautiously chopping vegetables and fumbling with the fire, creating a sense of urgency. Ouch! Bai Ziqi cried out, having burned the back of his hand with splattering hot oil from the pot. Seeing this, Chu Yi finally rose from the sofa. He strode into the kitchen, grasped Bai Ziqi's wrist, and pulled him away from the stove. Let me handle it. After speaking, he averted his gaze from Bai Ziqi's expression, silently accepting the spatula from his hands and beginning to prepare the meal. Bai Ziqi stood at the kitchen door, observing Chu Yi's silhouette before gradually taking a seat at the dining table, engaging in a seemingly casual attempt to strike up a conversation, inadvertently inquiring about Chu Yi's work. Chu Yi was aware that Bai Ziqi had sensed something amiss. Indeed, Bai Ziqi was more adept at detecting emotions. Upon his return, apart from a few necessary words, he had maintained near-complete silence, a peculiarity that Bai Ziqi could hardly overlook. This marked yet another round of subtle probing. Chu Yi responded calmly. Yet every time Bai Ziqi nonchalantly mentioned the name Qin Chuan Ci, he would lapse into silence. Once, twice, thrice, the dialogue in the air gradually dissipated, leaving only the monotonous sound of the spatula clashing against the iron pot. Amidst the prolonged silence, Chu Yi quickly prepared 2 dishes and a soup. He plated the food and served it to the table. Bai Ziqi sat across from him, silently consuming a few bites of rice, seemingly unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere any longer. A gentle smile once again graced his face. "Ae, what troubles you? It seems your mood is not quite well." As he spoke, he rose to fill a bowl of steaming soup for Chu Yi, placing it beside him. "Don't let work bring you down. Now that we're home, please don't wear such a stern expression. It frightens me." He feigned a playful complaint, but as he raised his eyes, they fixed upon the nape of Chu Yi's neck, where a patch was affixed. "What happened to your neck?" Chu Yi's silence shattered before this inquiry. He swallowed the food in his mouth, his lips trembling. "It's an allergy." Bai Ziqi nodded, not giving it much thought. Yet, Chu Yi had to admit that, at that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety. He could assure himself that he had not acted inappropriately, but the brazen actions of Qin Chuan Ci inexplicably instilled a sense of guilt within him. Chu Yi pursed his lips, lifted the bowl of soup Bai Ziqi had served him, and drank in one go. Then, he raised his gaze, meeting the still, pure, and gentle face across from him, suppressing the bitterness that surged within, and spoke each word deliberately. "Let's divorce." Bai Ziqi's hand, gripping the chopsticks, suddenly stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. He stared blankly for a few seconds, as if he had not heard correctly, or perhaps could not believe what he had just heard. "What?" Chu Yi looked at him, reiterating with a clarity that surpassed before. "I said divorce." A profound silence ensued. Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted in the living room. "Why?" Bai Ziqi's voice instantly rose. "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" "You." Chu Yi raised his head, calmly interrupting him. "The red light district. Too many have seen you in Qin Chuan Ci's car." Those words rendered Bai Ziqi's prepared retorts lodged in his throat. Chu Yi also stood up, towering over Bai Ziqi, his gaze filled with an inescapable weariness and disappointment. "Long ago, many had seen it. I had been waiting for you to confess. So many times, each time you returned home, I hoped you would speak the truth to me. On that day, I expressed my intention to work at Qin Chuan's place, and I awaited your response. Yet, you remained silent." Chu Yi's voice trembled slightly, laced with repressed fury. "Even at this juncture, you still clung to hope, attempting to deceive me." Bai Ziqi observed him, the shock and panic in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a heavy gloom. Suddenly, he laughed, tinged with mockery. "Discuss it with you? What comes next? Can you truly forgive my actions? Why not?" Chu Yi nearly shouted, the pent-up emotions erupting at that moment. "You damn well know how deeply I love you." "Love me?" Bai Ziqi scoffed. "How can you mention love when you're now proposing divorce? Do you expect me to remain a fool forever?" Chu Yi's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse. "Are you waiting until you succeed before broaching the subject of divorce?" He fixed his gaze intently on Bai Ziqi's eyes. "Bai Ziqi, do you love me?" Bai Ziqi remained silent. His silence seemed to be the most eloquent answer. Chu Yi took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, all emotions had subsided, leaving only exhaustion. "Enough. Let be. We shall proceed with the divorce tomorrow." With that, he averted his gaze from Bai Ziqi, turned to grab his coat from the sofa, and exited through the door without a backward glance. Chapter 57. The quarrel the following day, in the early morning. Chu Yi stood by the roadside at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He was unaware of how long he had been standing there. Beneath his feet, A multitude of cigarette butts littered the ground. The swirling smoke obscured his chiseled features, and his eyes, usually imbued with a quiet strength, now appeared vacant and distant. An elderly sanitation worker in the vicinity glared at him, the broom in her hand scraping forcefully against the ground, producing a harsh sound. As Chu Yi prepared to light another cigarette, the woman could no longer contain her anger. She stormed over, broom in hand, indignantly confronting him. "Hey, do you have no sense of public decency, young man?" Fortunately, an elderly gentleman exercising nearby swiftly intervened, grabbing the woman's arm and pulling her back with great force. The man, wary of the situation, discreetly glanced at Chu Yi across the street, noting his lack of reaction before finally exhaling in relief. The woman shook off the gentleman's grasp, grumbling irritably, "What are you doing? Can't you see the no smoking sign posted there? Standing here all morning, just smoking and sweeping. It's never ending." The old man quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. His whisper was barely audible, akin to a mosquito buzzing. "Goodness. Keep your voice down. That person is the owner of Hu Wei." The mere mention of Hu Wei seemed to cast a spell, instantly freezing the fury on the woman's face, her anger dissipating. Reluctantly, she cast one last glance at Chu Yi, muttering a few defiant words under her breath. But ultimately, she dared not approach him again. In the chaotic years of the red light district, Hu Wei was the largest and most notorious gang organization, known to all and feared by many. Though these years have seen a transformation into a legitimate enterprise, many businesses that once skirted the line have retreated into discretion following the enactment of new federal regulations. Yet, in the eyes of the local populace, this remains a formidable underworld they dare not provoke. Chu Yi is not deaf. The loud voice of the elderly woman makes it impossible for him to remain oblivious. With a sigh, he returns the cigarette he had just drawn to the pack, acknowledging the trouble he has caused others. He changes his position, settling at the edge of a flower bed, striving to be less conspicuous. After storming out the previous night, he had not slept a wink. Betrayal has become an undeniable reality, and no amount of inner turmoil can alter that. Confronting Bai Ziqi is beyond his capability, and enacting revenge on Qin Chuan Ci is equally unattainable. All his emotions are bottled up inside, leaving him with nothing but frustration and fatigue. He had not intended to create such a scene, yet he ultimately lost control. It appears that his resentment towards Bai Ziqi runs far deeper than he had anticipated. Chu Yi inhales deeply, gazing up at the overcast sky, a hint of solitude etched on his face. While at the Qin family estate, he had resolutely decided to seek a divorce. However, the coercion from Qin Chuan Ci has now infused a sense of unwillingness within him. His mood has plummeted to an all-time low. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yi retrieves his mobile phone from his pocket, his fingers gliding across the screen until he dials the number that has become second nature to him. The phone rings for an eternity, and just as Chu Yi assumes the other party will not answer, the call connects. A profound silence envelopes both ends of the line. Ultimately, it is Chu Yi who breaks the silence, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night. "I'm at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where are you?" Bai Ziqi's voice emerges from the receiver, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Are you in such a hurry?" Chu Yi closes his eyes, pressing his fingers against his aching temples. Taking a breath, he steadies his tone. "Bai Ziqi, I do not wish to argue with you. Let us part amicably." Another silence ensues. After a considerable pause, Bai Ziqi's voice finally responds, "I'll be there shortly." With that, he decisively ends the call. Before long, a taxi pulls up at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The door swings open, and Bai Ziqi steps out, clad in a finely crafted white trench coat. He stands out strikingly amidst the chaotic and dilapidated streets of the red light district. However, the gentle smile that usually graces his face is now overshadowed by an air of gloom. The moment Chu Yi's gaze meets his, Bai Ziqi approaches him. Chu Yi rises, weariness etched across his features. He diverts his eyes, unwilling to meet Bai Ziqi's gaze, and walks towards the entrance of the bureau. Suddenly, a firm grip seizes his wrist, halting his steps. Bai Ziqi, lips pressed tightly together, watches his retreating figure, his voice strained. Are you truly set on divorcing me? Chu Yi closes his eyes momentarily, gradually retracting his hand. Yes. Have you considered, Bai Ziqi's voice rises slightly, what will become of me, alone in the red light district? At these words, Chu Yi slowly turns around, finally meeting Bai Ziqi's gaze. His gaze bore a hint of absurdity. Is this truly all you wish to convey to me at this moment? Bai Ziqi was momentarily taken aback by his scrutiny, her fingers instinctively tightening. The Bai family aspires to reclaim its former glory, but can only rely on the affluent families of the capital. We possess no other leverage. I am the sole omega in my family. The only resource I have is myself. Enough. Chu Yi interrupted her, his voice laced with exasperation, urging her to cease. We shall proceed with the divorce. How you choose to utilize yourself thereafter is of no concern to me. Divorce. Divorce. Bai Ziqi felt as though she had been pierced, her emotions surging as she shouted, "Is this the only phrase you can utter when speaking to me? Why can't you comprehend my plight? I do not understand you?" Chu Yi reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, the pent-up rage from the previous night erupting forth in a roar. Have I not understood you enough? Over the years, have I not treated you well? I have exhausted every effort to fulfill your every desire. And you? How have you reciprocated my feelings? His eyes brimmed with tears, his voice hoarse. I ask you if you love me. I have inquired in the past, and I inquire now. I have posed this question countless times. Why will you not provide an answer? Is this question so difficult? Witnessing the tears welling in Chu Yi's eyes, Bai Ziqi too succumbed to tears. She implored, "Then I wish to return to the capital. I wish for the Bai family to regain its former status. Can I speak to you about this? Is it within your power? You cannot achieve it. You merely wish for me to remain here, perpetually dwelling in this wretched red light district, to spend my life cohabiting with you, this petty rogue. Do you believe that because you command respect here, that you are somehow remarkable? Let me enlighten you. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You cannot possibly fathom the life I once led. You shall never comprehend the aspirations I pursue." Chu Yi stood and absorbing Bai Ziqi's Albert. He watched as she wept, struggling to regain her composure, her lips quivering, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Then why do you not divorce me?" Chapter 58. Qin Chuan Ci, the romantic sage. A cold wind swept through, stirring up dust from the ground, causing Chu Yi to shiver. The air fell into a profound silence. Nearby, several young couples waiting to obtain their marriage licenses observed the tense scene, holding their breath. At that moment, a girl in line suddenly changed color and let out a piercing scream. A car! Chu Yi instinctively looked up. At the end of his line of sight, an out-of-control sedan sped through a red light, barreling toward the sidewalk, directly towards Bai Ziqi. Chu Yi's pupils dilated. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He had no time to contemplate. Instinct overrode all disappointment and heartbreak. With a sudden leap, he extended his arm, grasping Bai Ziqi's waist and pushing her to the side. Bang! In the capital, at the upper echelons of the Qin Corporation's office, Qin Chuan Ci sat at his desk, fingers wrapped around an expensive pen, engrossed in reviewing documents. Thanks to Chu Yi, his physical condition has stabilized significantly over the past few days, although the pheromones within him still exhibit an unruly nature. This semblance of tranquility is, for him, a noteworthy improvement. Suddenly, a rapid knocking reverberates through the air. Before Qin Chuan could utter a word, the office door was thrust open from the outside. Assistant Jiang stormed in without a moment's hesitation. Qin Chuan's brows knitted slightly as he lifted his gaze, revealing a glacial demeanor. Assistant Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his stare, swiftly realizing his own breach of decorum. Yet he pressed on, steeling himself against his superior's penetrating gaze, and spoke. "President Qin, Mr. Chu has been in an accident and is currently in the hospital." The steel pen in Qin Chuan's hand slipped from his grasp, landing softly on the desk. The icy facade on his face shattered instantaneously, his expression arrested in shock. In the next heartbeat, he rose swiftly from his chair, seizing the suit jacket draped over the back, and strode purposefully toward the office exit. The black Maybach shot out of the Qin Group's underground garage like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the red light district. A journey that typically took over an hour was condensed into a mere 40 to 50 minutes. Ultimately, with a sharp screech of brakes, the Maybach came to a halt in front of the finest hospital in the area, Tung Hospital. In the VIP ward, Su Meng sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the unconscious Chu Yi. The pheromones emanating from him surged with anger and worry. It had been a long time since Chu Yi had been injured to this extent, and this incident was provoked by Ziqi's actions. He was infuriated. He had driven Ziqi away, and had it not been for Chu Yi's sake, he would not have hesitated to confront an Omega. At that moment, a knock echoed again at the ward door. "Damn it! Did you not understand me when I told you to leave?" Su Meng's anger ignited instantly as he roared without turning around. A brief silence ensued outside, before the door was forcefully pushed open. Hearing the sound, Su Meng turned his head with a fierce expression, but upon seeing the visitor, he was rendered speechless. Quickly retracting his curse, "Mr. Qin?" he exclaimed, incredulous. Qin Chuan disregarded him and strode directly into the room, followed closely by a visibly anxious assistant Jiang. Upon entering, Qin Chuan's gaze landed squarely on the individual lying on the bed. Chu Yi lay in stillness, ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. His once tranquil features were now marred by a slight furrow of his brow. Bandages were wrapped around his forehead, while several gashes marred his cheeks, and his lips appeared pallid, devoid of color. His left leg was encased in a heavy cast, propped up by support, presenting a rather disheveled sight. Qin Chuan stood at the bedside, observing the scene. The ward was enveloped in a harrowing silence, interrupted only by the monotonous beeping of medical equipment. Then, Qin Chuan's voice broke through the stillness. "My divorce? Have we come to the hospital over this?" Su Meng was taken aback once more. The mere presence of Qin Chuan in this place was shocking enough. He never anticipated that the first words out of his mouth would pertain to the subject of divorce. However, he did not dwell on it for long. It seemed rather unremarkable that a superior would be aware of a subordinate's familial circumstances. He sighed, his voice laden with indignation. Alas, he had set out to finalize a divorce, already standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, when suddenly, a vehicle careened towards them. In an instinctive act of protection for that individual, Xiao Yi had put himself in harm's way. Qin Chuan Ci remained silent. "Su man gontin, fortunati." There are no serious injuries. Xiao Yi was quick enough to evade most of the impact. However, the driver did strike his leg, resulting in a fracture, but with time, he shall recover. During his evasion, he struck his head against a tree behind the flower bed, and the doctor mentioned a mild concussion, which is why he has yet to regain consciousness. All things considered, it is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Qin Chuan Ci cast his gaze downward. "Lidsten intenties Su Mang spoke." He offered no overt response, merely lifting his eyes to survey the so-called VIP room. Despite being a single occupancy, the peeling wallpaper, outdated equipment, and disordered odors made it appear rather subpar. What kind of deplorable hospital is this? We must transfer him. With that, he turned without acknowledging anyone. Striding directly toward the exit, Su Meng stood bewildered by this abrupt decision, momentarily frozen in place, instinctively glancing at Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang wore a faintly professional smile, though internally he was sweating bullets. He had never anticipated hearing such disparaging language from Qin Chuan Ci. It was clear he was quite displeased, clearing his throat twice. Assistant Jiang met Su Meng's perplexed expression and explained, "Ah, Mr. Su, there's no need for concern. We will promptly transfer Mr. Chu to the Xining Hospital in the capital. The medical facilities and personnel there vastly exceed those of this establishment. As Mr. Chu is Mr. Qin's bodyguard, he is entitled to the highest standards of personal safety provided by our Qin family security team. Is that so? Such generous provisions? Sumang notet, momentia tiken abak." The Xining Hospital in the capital was the premier private institution under the Qin Corporation, boasting medical resources that were not merely superior to Tung Hospital, but leagues ahead. He glanced at the bed where Chu Yi lay, reflecting on how astute boss he had been in assigning Chu Yi to guard Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci settled back into the car, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. Soon, Assistant Jiang emerged from the hospital, having completed the necessary paperwork, and took his seat in the passenger side. Mr. Qin, the transfer procedures for Mr. Chu have been finalized. Qin Chuan Ci kept his eyes shut, offering no reply. Assistant Jiang, hesitant to speak further, retrieved a tablet from his briefcase and handed it over. Additionally, this is the surveillance footage from the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. It has been retrieved. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci finally opened his eyes, with an expression of indifference. He accepted the tablet, his fingertips gliding across the screen. The video began to play, capturing the early morning scene of Chu Yi standing alone on the street, despondently smoking. It progressed to the intense argument between him and Bai Ziqi, culminating in the moment the vehicle approached and Chu Yi unhesitatingly stepping in to protect Bai Ziqi. Qin Chuan Ci raised a hand, rewinding the video. He remained expressionless as he watched once more the scene of Chu Yi recklessly protecting Bai Ziqi. After a moment, a faint scoff escaped his lips. Ah, the romantic hero. Chapter 59. Hopefully, it is truly an accident inside the car. The air felt as if it had been drained. Qin Chuan Ci leaned against the back seat, his facial lines taut with tension. Regarding Chu Yi, Qin Chuan Ci harbored no excessive emotions. This rose blooming in a decayed land was merely a catalyst he fortuitously discovered and needed at the moment. How to treat oneself was solely the other party's affair. As long as he could obtain the pheromone, he need not concern himself too much. Yet now, he found himself genuinely angry. No, more angry than he had anticipated. The fire of rage surged within him from the moment he saw Chu Yi lying on the hospital bed. Qin Chuan Ci's lips flattened as he quickly attributed this overwhelming emotion to the marking. Yes, the marking. Chu Yi was someone he had marked. This man still bore his bite mark on his neck, yet showed no clarity regarding his own belonging. He could turn himself into a wreck even after a divorce. And all for someone else. Qin Chuan Ci took a deep breath, pheromones spilling from him, the chilling aura causing the temperature in the car to drop several degrees. He turned off the tablet, the screen darkening to reflect his brows and eyes. How did the two of them come to be together? Assistant Jiang was momentarily taken aback by this sudden inquiry. His mind raced to understand that when Qin Chuan Ci referred to the two of them, he meant Chu Yi and Bai Ziqi. He adjusted his glasses cautiously and began, according to the records, Mr. Chu has always pursued Bai Ziqi. Later, after the Bai family fell, Bai Ziqi nearly faced an attack from an enemy alpha, and Mr. Chu saved him. Consequently, they became a couple and soon married. Qin Chuan Ci lifted his gaze, his expression cold. This was evidently not the information he sought. The reason? Why did he like Bai Ziqi? Assistant Zhang's expression froze. Did an alpha need any reason to favor an exceptionally superior omega? Wasn't an instinct engraved in their very genes? He grew somewhat flustered as Qin Chuan Ci continued to regard him impassively. Assistant Jiang swallowed hard and quickly said, "I will have someone investigate immediately." He then lowered his head, retrieving his phone to send a message to someone. This time, Qin Chuan Ci did not press him further. He turned his head to gaze out the window as the vehicle slowly began to move, leaving behind the aging structure of Anting Hospital. His mood inexplicably soured, exceedingly displeased, like a cherished collectible being used as a makeshift table leg by someone unversed in its value, now marred with indelible stains. Suddenly he spoke. "Stop." The driver jolted, promptly bringing the car to a steady halt by the roadside. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze settled on the steps at the hospital entrance, not far away. A figure sat there. It was Bai Ziqi. The immaculate white trench coat he wore was now dust-laden and wrinkled, rendering him somewhat disheveled, unlike the previously displayed innocence and gentleness. At this moment, Bai Ziqi skillfully held a cigarette between his fingers, exuding an aura of a seasoned veteran as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze grew progressively colder, his hands resting on his knees, fingertips twitching. A thought emerged in his mind. Should he resolve this matter directly, right now? It would be a trivial task to eliminate an ambitious Omega who had survived solely on Chu Yi's favor, riddled with lies. As his thought reached its zenith, fleeting images from the surveillance footage flashed before his eyes. The out-of-control car and Chu Yi's unhesitating protection of Bai Ziqi. After a pause, Qin Chuan Ci leaned back slightly, sinking into his seat. Ultimately, He refrained from taking action against Bai Jiqing. Drive, he uttered softly. Wait a moment. Bai Jiqing, in a tumult of emotions, fixated on a stain on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a car he was intimately familiar with had just quietly departed from a nearby location. Su Meng's murderous glare lingered vividly in his mind. Bai Jiqing, you'd better pray that Chu Yi is unharmed. Otherwise, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave. Accompanying him to the grave. Bai Jiqing's lips curled in a self-mocking smile. In his current state, what difference did it make if he were dead? It had been a month since there had been any news from Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi was also set to divorce him. He felt like a joke, stranded in emptiness on both ends. Just then, a figure cautiously approached from the side. Jiqing, Luo'an's voice called from behind, tinged with a hint of timidity. He offered Bai Jiqing a bottle of soda. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiqing lifted his head and looked at Luo'an. He silently accepted the soda and stood up, pulling the tap. Sizzle. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand, splashing the entire bottle of soda onto Luo'an's face. Luo'an gasped, his body shivering from the cold, yet he curled his neck in fear, too afraid to move. The chilly autumn wind swept through, and the icy soda dripped from his hair, soaking his collar and making his teeth chatter. Did you not say it wouldn't be discovered? Bai Jiqing's voice was frigid. Luo'an lowered his head and softly explained, there are too many of Chu Yi's people in the red light district. Bai Jiqing pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and turned away, no longer looking at Luo'an. It was his own fault. He had been too careless, allowing Qin Chuan Ci to discover his residence in the red light district, leading to a series of subsequent blunders. Seeing Bai Jiqing fall silent, Luo'an hastily wiped the soda stains from his face with his sleeve and cautiously advised, "It's all right, Jiqing. In fact, it might be for the best that you divorce Chu Yi. This way, you won't have anything to worry about on Qin Chuan Ci's side." At these words, Bai Jiqing let out a derisive snicker. How dare you even mention Qin Chuan Ci to me? If Chu Yi knows, how could Qin Chuan Ci remain oblivious? Luo'an shrank his neck under his gaze, stammering a defense. Why, you can rest assured. I believe Qin Chuan Ci should still be unaware of this matter. If he were to find out, given his status, someone would have come to trouble us by now. Bai Jiqing's eyes flickered momentarily as he turned his head away. Luo'an's words held some merit. If Qin Chuan Ci truly knew he had been deceived for 3 months, regardless of how cultured and gentle he appeared, as the patriarch of the Qin family in the capital, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The lack of response from him likely indicated the presence of a new interest. After all, a man of his caliber was never short of Omega, seeking his affection. Bai Jiqing closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the surging resentment within him. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Luo'an's lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately, he turned away dejectedly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Bai Jiqing spoke again. I will ask you one last question. His voice was soft, carried away by the wind. That out-of-control car was an accident. You had nothing to do with it, correct? Luo'an tightened his grip on the drink bottle. He faced away from Bai Jiqing, remaining silent for several seconds. It wasn't me. Bai Jiqing smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. That is good. He forcefully threw the cigarette, but to the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe, his gaze sharp and menacing. Although the car was aimed at me, that position could have also struck Chu Yi. It is best if it truly was just an accident. Luo'an mumbled an affirmative, no longer daring to linger, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 60. White moonlight at the top floor VLP ward of Xining Hospital in the capital. Qin Chuan Ci sat comfortably on a single sofa beside the hospital bed. He casually flipped through a book, his well-defined fingers lifting a nearby cup of coffee for a sip before gently placing it down. The rich bitterness spread across his palate. He raised his eyes, glancing at the unconscious Chu Yi on the bed. The man's breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, seemingly in a deep slumber. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Qin Chuan Ci did not divert his gaze from the pages of the book. Come in, he said in a low voice. Assistant Jiang entered, treading lightly, avoiding eye contact as he approached Qin Chuan Ci. Qin Chuan Ci turned a page of the book and inquired, "What is the outcome?" Assistant Jiang bowed slightly, presenting a sealed envelope with both hands. "Everything is here." Qin Chuan Ci closed the book and set it aside, accepting the document. His eyes fell upon the paper with a measured intensity. It was a tedious tale. Those born in the red light district often faced a tumultuous fate. Chu Yi was one such individual. His mother succumbed to cancer, and his father fell victim to drugs. He lived with his grandmother from a young age, the stooped old woman sustaining him through a breakfast cart that opened at 3 in the morning, nurturing him with a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick, enabling him to attend school. Chu Yi himself was quite commendable, achieving excellent grades and consistently ranking first in his class. Eventually, he transformed into an alpha, a rare stroke of fortune in his otherwise challenging life. With exceptional academic achievements and the status of an alpha, Chu Yi was admitted as a special student to the prestigious Shengluan High School in the capital, with all tuition fees waived. That year, filled with anticipation, he stepped into the capital for the first time. Little did Chu Yi know that this would become one of the gravest errors of his life. Shengluan High School, renowned as the most illustrious aristocratic academy in the capital, boasted a student body that was 99% composed of those from privileged backgrounds. Naturally, they looked down upon Chu Yi, a mere commoner who had risen from the depths of the red light district. Moreover, Chu Yi was particularly conspicuous. Although he appeared somewhat frail due to prolonged malnutrition, his alpha genes ensured he was not hindered in stature, standing out like a crane among chickens. His handsome features hinted at the promise of great beauty. He resembled a wild rose blooming in the mire, strikingly out of place and alarmingly noticeable among the few special students. This singularity struck a nerve with certain individuals. Betas envied his lowly origins, yet resented his innate alpha status, while alphas despised his superior looks. As for the omegas, they bore no ill will towards Chu Yi, but regarded him as an amusing plaything to be manipulated at will. The bullying extinguished all of Chu Yi's hopes for a fulfilling school life. Having emerged from the red light district, he possessed no means of resistance and could only endure in silence. Qin Chuan Ci's fingertips gently tapped the paper as his gaze continued downward. In that murky environment, Bai Ziqi stood out as an exception, a truly unique exception. While many at Shengluan were disinterested in the cruel games of bullying, they merely observed with indifference, never offering assistance to Chu Yi. Bai Ziqi, however, was different. After their initial encounter in the library, Bai Ziqi seemed to have etched Chu Yi's image into his memory. Whenever they crossed paths subsequently, Bai Ziqi would take the initiative to greet him. Time and again, those who surrounded Chu Yi would halt their torment upon seeing Bai Ziqi's presence. Their conversations were sparse, yet each brief interaction provided Chu Yi with a momentary respite. Then, one day during Chu Yi's senior year, an incident erupted throughout Shengluan High School. Chu Yi was accused of attempting to assault an Omega, with evidence both testimonial and material. The Omega's parents confronted Chu Yi's grandmother in the red light district. The elderly woman, already in poor health, was overwhelmed by the shock and passed away on the spot. Consequently, Chu Yi dropped out of school. He found himself hiding beneath a bridge, weeping like a dog abandoned by the world. It was during this desolate moment that Bai Ziqi discovered him. Bai Ziqi offered him solace, unequivocally expressing his belief that Chu Yi would never commit such an act. He then took him to a nearby eatery, treating him to a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot after a day of fasting. The subsequent events were known to Qin Chuan Ci. Chu Yi returned to the red light district, where he was taken in by Su Meng, embarking on a life within the gang. During this time, he would occasionally seek out Bai Ziqi, his pursuit evident and unmasked. Qin Chuan Ci, having read this brief tale, wore an expression of neutrality, betraying neither joy nor anger. From the contents of this document, it is evident that Bai Ziqi possesses the potential to be a beacon of hope in the darkest of times, offering the only light available. Indeed, it is quite moving. However, a question arises. Qin Chuan Ci's fingertips lingered upon the words intent to infringe. Intent to infringe upon an Omega? Upon uttering this, Qin Chuan Ci's gaze shifted to the individual on the bed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought? You are capable of such acts? He chuckled, turning to face Assistant Jiang, a subtle frown beginning to form. "Do you believe this to be true?" Assistant Jiang, feeling a chill run down his spine, promptly replied, "This aspect remains in question. We are still conducting investigations. Given that it pertains to past events at Qin High School, we require some time." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci ceased to regard Assistant Jiang, seemingly acquiescing to his statement. He casually tossed the document onto the table and remarked, "Leave." "Very well." Assistant Jiang exhaled in relief and swiftly exited the hospital room, closing the door gently behind him. The room returned to its tranquil silence. Qin Chuan Ci reclined in his chair, his gaze once more resting upon Chu Yi. He was already well aware of Chu Yi's familial background and his previous attendance at Qin High School. Yet, some details were new to him. Contrary to his outward appearance, this individual truly seemed pitiable. Qin Chuan Ci's eyes fell slightly, and he unexpectedly extended his hand to gently support Chu Yi's head, urging him to turn, exposing the nape of his neck. The bandage there had long been torn away, revealing the mark left behind in its entirety. On the robust skin of the alpha, the bite mark appeared rather fierce at this moment. Qin Chuan Ci's fingertip delicately traced the edge of the mark. It seemed it would take a while for the pain to subside. He released his hand, allowing Chu Yi's head to return to its original position. Leaning back in his chair once more, his gaze deepened, lost in thought. Chu Yi felt as though he were ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness. In the unseen shadows surrounding him, it felt as if something was persistently watching and entangling him. He ran desperately, attempting to elude it. Yet, that thing remained steadfastly behind him, impossible to shake off. The more he ran, the more frantic he became, sensing the entity drawing ever closer in the darkness. Fear tightened its grip around his heart. Just then, a bright doorway appeared ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed inside. The brilliance was blinding. His eyelashes fluttered, and his consciousness slowly returned. An unfamiliar ceiling came into view. His head throbbed painfully, as if struck by a heavy object. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze sluggishly scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, he caught sight of a pair of piercing eyes fixed intently upon him. "Chu Yi, am I in hell?" Chapter 61. Wow, it's so high. The terrifying reality compelled Chu Yi to close his eyes once more. His vision plunged into darkness. He attempted to recall what had transpired. He remembered waiting for Bai Ziqi outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, and upon Bai Ziqi's arrival, they erupted into an argument. A car, out of control, hurtled directly towards Bai Ziqi. Chu Yi furrowed his brows. A soft scoff echoed in the quiet hospital room, laced with derision. "It seems that obtaining a divorce from you is no simple feat." Chu Yi opened his eyes. The tranquility that usually resided within them was now replaced by sheer exhaustion. He disregarded Qin Chuan Ci's mockery, his head slightly turning as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. It appeared to be a bedroom. "Where am I?" His voice was hoarse from slumber. Qin Chuan Ci replied, "The hospital. Where else did you think you could be? Did you eat gunpowder or something? Such hostility." Chu Yi averted his gaze, unwilling to engage in a quarrel. He attempted to prop himself up on the mattress, but a sharp pain shot through his left leg, eliciting a muffled groan. He glanced down to see his left leg encased in a thick layer of plaster, suspended by a brace. There was no panic in his eyes. He had a rough understanding of his condition. Abandoning the thought of rising, Chu Yi reclined once more, directing his gaze towards Qin Chuan Ci, who sat at his bedside. "What about Bai Ziqi?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci, who had been leaning against the chair, leaned forward slightly. A smile graced his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. "Your precious one is perfectly fine, not a scratch on her. Unlike you, who has rendered yourself incapacitated." Qin Chuan Ci's gaze fell upon Chu Yi's casted leg, the curve of his smile widening. "So, how do you plan to finalize the divorce within a week?" At this remark, Chu Yi could not help but move his dangling left foot, which throbbed with pain. Yet he was aware that it was merely a fracture. Having once been a frequent visitor to hospitals in the red light district, he was well acquainted with such matters, far from the exaggerated portrayal offered by Qin Chuan Ci. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. "I will get divorced. It is none of your concern. Moreover, even after the divorce, I could never be with you." Qin Chuan Ci chuckled derisively, rising from his sofa to pace to his bedside. That decision is not solely yours to make. The altercation with Bai Ziqi had drained his energy, and the impact of the car accident now weighed heavily upon Chu Yi, leaving him both pained and fatigued. Devoid of the strength to continue this exchange with Qin Chuan Ci, he could only state flatly, "There are other alphas in this world, not just me." A barely perceptible frown creased Qin Chuan Ci's brow. Chu Yi's words evoked a subtle discontent within him, though he could not pinpoint its origin at that moment. He responded in a cool tone, "But not every alpha can achieve a high compatibility rate with me." At this, Chu Yi lifted his gaze. He scrutinized Qin Chuan Ci once more, confirming what he had observed. Indeed, he was an undeniable alpha. How absurd it was! When had the compatibility between alphas become a topic of discussion? Chu Yi regarded Qin Chuan Ci with a changed expression, as if gazing at a madman. Could the compatibility between two alphas really soar to unimaginable heights? He inquired, "What is the compatibility rate?" Qin Chuan Ci fixed his gaze upon him, withholding an immediate response. Chu Yi observed the expression of Qin Chuan Ci, noting the silence that enveloped the moment as the latter gazed at him without uttering a word. A sense of unease began to stir within him. Surely, this could not be the case. Just as Chu Yi's incredulity deepened, Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke in a measured tone. 31%. A brief silence hung in the air. Chu Yi stared at Qin Chuan Ci, his expression blank for several seconds. Then, with a roll of his eyes and an utterly unperturbed tone, he retorted, "Wow, that's impressively high. Don't make me laugh. If I were randomly select an omega from the street, the pheromone matching rate would likely exceed 40%. An alpha discussing matching rates with such a serious demeanor. What did he expect? After all this time, only to produce a mere 31%? 31%. And he spoke of it as though it were 91%. How utterly absurd. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yi closed his eyes, choosing not to engage further with Qin Chuan Ci. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching to loosen his constricting tie, his expression returning to its customary coolness. Chu Yi's reaction was anticipated. Qin Chuan Ci had no intention of offering any explanations. 1 week, 3 days remain. If you're not divorced within these 3 days, I shall assist you. With that, Qin Chuan Ci turned on his heel and departed the hospital room, leaving the door to close softly behind him, plunging the space into silence. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yi felt a mixture of emotions. In the past, such a veiled threat from Qin Chuan Ci would have ignited a fiery anger within him. Yet now, he was more fatigued than furious. His mind was already overwhelmed with the complexities regarding Bai Ziqi, leaving him with no energy to respond to Qin Chuan Ci's statements. His gaze fell, the argument at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau vividly replaying in his mind. To claim he was unhurt would be a falsehood. It became clear that Bai Ziqi had held such disdain for him. He believed he had given everything he could, striving to meet Bai Ziqi's expectations, only to discover it was a one-sided endeavor. In Bai Ziqi's eyes, no matter how hard he tried, he remained merely a lowly figure, a petty criminal lost in the red light district. But if he was so contemptuous of him, why had he chosen to marry him in the first place? Chu Yi would have preferred Bai Ziqi to have been more forthright from the outset, clearly presenting his ulterior motives. He believed that, at that time, he would have willingly accepted the role of a pawn. Perhaps then, he would not feel such a profound sense of degradation. Yet Bai Ziqi chose to marry him, performing the charade so convincingly, so authentically, that Chu Yi had been led to believe everything he possessed was genuine. Exiting the hospital building, Qin Chuan Ci entered the vehicle that awaited him at the roadside. Assistant Jiang opened the door for him, and after he settled into the car, closed the door and swiftly returned to the passenger seat. Seated in the back, Qin Chuan Ci maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of discontent. Assistant Jiang and the driver exchanged a discreet glance, both relieved. The boss had been in a rather foul mood lately. Just as they began to relax, Qin Chuan Ci spoke again. What was the matching rate between Chu Yi and Bai Ziqi? Assistant Jiang hesitated for a moment before instinctively responding, "Report, President Qin. It is 72%. Inside the car, silence descended once more. The voice of Qin Chuan Ci revealed no discernible emotion as he spoke softly. "Is that so?" Assistant Jiang fell silent, daunted. The boss remained the same, albeit with a greater air of displeasure than before. It seemed that Mr. Chu had awakened. Just when he braced himself for an impending storm, Qin Chuan Ci's voice resounded once more, steady as ever. Drive. Chapter 62 Chu Yi, I do not deceive. Since the day Qin Chuan Ci departed, he had not returned. Consequently, Chu Yi's life in the hospital became eerily tranquil. He now resided in a VIP suite on the top floor of the Xining Hospital in the capital, with a view of the vibrant CBD nightscape. The nurses treated him with utmost courtesy, leaving no room for neglect. Chu Yi understood that all of this was orchestrated by Qin Chuan Ci. However, to be honest, he felt no gratitude in his heart. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow. Su Meng sat at the head of the bed, skillfully peeling an apple with a small knife, his rough movements surprisingly deft. Before long, he had transformed the shiny apple into small pieces, sculpted into the shape of a rabbit. He inserted a toothpick into it and offered it to Chu Yi's lips. Here, Chu Yi gazed at the adorable apple rabbit, and at last, a hint of a smile graced his previously somber face. He opened his mouth and bit down, the sweet juice of the apple bursting within. Brother, you've been coming here often these past few days. Is everything all right at the company? With the formidable presence of He Xiangqin and Qin Chuan Ci, their Tiger Way company had become remarkably powerful, firmly establishing its foothold in the capital. Su Meng had excitedly mentioned over the phone that they were planning to relocate the entire company to the capital. Nothing to worry about. What could happen in such a short time? Su Meng waver dites me sin. Just as the words left his lips, the door to the hospital room creaked open slightly. A head peeked in. Sun Miao, upon noticing Su Meng and Chu Yi's gazes fixed on him, grinned widely as he entered, carrying several thermos containers. Yi ge. Lunch is here. He swiftly approached the bedside, deftly setting up a small table and arranging the dishes. With 3 dishes and a soup. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. The 3 gathered around the small table and began to eat. As they dined, Sun Miao's gaze inevitably drifted towards Chu Yi's left leg, which was elevated and encased in a thick cast, an eyesore to behold. After a few bites of food, the flavors began to lose their appeal. Casting a glance at Chu Yi's tranquil profile, he hesitated but ultimately could not restrain himself. Yi ge, since you and Bai Jiqing didn't end up together this time, when do you plan to try again? As the words escaped his lips, Chu Yi's chopsticks halted midair, and Su Meng slammed down his bowl, glaring at Sun Miao. Why do you always have to prattle on? Sun Miao, taken aback, retracted his neck and muttered softly, I'm just concerned about Yi Ge. Ever since he learned of Bai Jiqing's infidelity with that wealthy old man, he had been anxiously hoping for Chu Yi to expedite the divorce. It had taken great courage for Chu Yi to make up his mind, and just when he was about to take the final step, an unexpected car had crashed into his plans. He truly feared that this collision would shatter the resolve that Chu Yi had so painstakingly built. Though Yi Ge felt a pang of sorrow from being struck by a vehicle, it was hardly a grave matter. Such minor injuries could hardly deter him. Yet for Bai Jiqing, this was a torment of the heart, a diminishing of intellect, a pressing concern. Su Meng cast an irritated glance at Sun Miao. In truth, he too harbored doubts. They had arrived at the doorstep of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and could they still stage a performance of self-sacrifice? What was the point of this marriage? It was as he had said before. Of course, he was worried about Chu Yi's hospitalization, but he was quite displeased with how this matter was being handled. What was the purpose of it all? Chu Yi's gaze swept across Su Meng and Sun Miao's faces, observing their contrasting expressions of indignation and sympathy, and his earlier gloominess dissipated considerably. He let out a gentle sigh. Divorce. Tomorrow it shall be. What? Su Meng and Sun Miao exclaimed in unison, their faces a portrait of disbelief. As Chu Yi beheld their astonishment, he couldn't help but smile, returning to his meal. The discomfort within him certainly lingered, akin to a needle prick, occasionally surfacing with a sharp pang. However, that quarrel at the Civil Affairs Bureau had decisively severed the illusion he had been clinging to. Many truths had long been laid bare. It was merely his own blindfold that had prevented him from seeing. Yet, no matter how much he wished to evade the reality, Chu Yi had to concede that this marriage, which he had treasured for 3 years, was but a carefully crafted facade by Baijiqi. He had once believed he had grasped the moon, only to realize now that perhaps he should never have harbored such delusions of possession. The moon, suspended high in the heavens, remained tantalizingly out of reach, obscured from clear view, which rendered it all the more enchanting. From infatuation to marriage, the span of over a decade led him to that moment at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he confronted Baijiqi. It was then that he truly approached the moon and finally perceived its authentic visage. The craters and imperfections were far more pronounced than he had ever imagined. Exchanging glances, Su Meng and Sun Miao still struggled to believe it. Is this for real? Ego, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Sun Miao leaned in closer, cautiously inquiring. Chu Yi raised his eyes, his gaze steady. I am not lying. With that, he picked up his phone, unlocked it, opened the chat interface, and presented it to them. On the screen, there was the divorce message he had sent to Baijiqi that morning. Below was Baijiqi's response. A single word, okay. Upon seeing this, Sun Miao scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, it's not that I didn't trust you. I just wanted to confirm, haha. He then furrowed his brow. But isn't tomorrow a bit too soon? You're still injured. Before he could finish, he suddenly slapped his thigh. No, actually, the sooner the better. The longer the night, the more dreams. What if something goes awry? Enough. Su Meng smacked his head. Are you engaging in a battle of wits with yourself? Iga knows what he is doing. You needn't meddle. Sun Miao covered his head, laughing heartily. It was evident that upon realizing Chu Yi's resolute decision to divorce, both their spirits visibly brightened, even accelerating their pace of eating. Chu Yi observed them with a smile, choosing not to speak further. He had contemplated waiting until his injury healed a bit more before proceeding. However, some individuals intrude upon matters that do not concern them, and they do so with great urgency. Chu Yi was quite reluctant to heed Qin Chuan Ci's warnings. Yet he felt an undeniable apprehension regarding the unpredictable actions of that madman. His current mindset mirrored that of Baijiqi from the past. He wished to prevent a meeting between Qin Chuan Ci and Baijiqi. He feared that the man might utter slanderous remarks before Baijiqi, tarnishing her reputation unjustly. After dining, the trio engaged in idle conversation for a while, but Su Meng and Sun Miao soon rose to take their leave, as a multitude of matters awaited them at the company. Chu Yi insisted on accompanying them, and unable to refuse, they summoned a nurse who assisted in pushing his wheelchair to the hospital entrance. Su Meng glanced back at Chu Yi and said, "We're off. Hurry back, it's freezing outside. Go. I'll visit you again next time." Sun Miao waved goodbye as he joined Su Meng in their vehicle. Watching as their car merged into the flow of traffic until it vanished from sight, Chu Yi finally withdrew his gaze. "Sir, shall I escort you back to your ward?" The nurse inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi shook his head. "No, please take me to the Alpha department first. Thank you." Chapter 63. Are you familiar with Enigma? Since that day, when Qin Chuan Ci had taken a bite at the nape of his neck, Chu Yi had not felt at ease. Previously, his attention had been diverted by various matters, allowing him to overlook the discomfort. Yet now, lying alone in his hospital room with nothing to occupy his mind, the persistent pain had rendered him quite irritable. Initially, he had intended to endure the discomfort, not wanting others to witness the unsightly mark on his nape. However, the visits from Su Meng and Sun Miao invariably heightened his anxiety. The adhesive patch had long since fallen off, leaving the bite mark exposed, and he feared that these two would discern something amiss, which was more humiliating, to lose face before his friends or before a doctor. After much internal struggle, Chu Yi chose the latter. The nurse pushed his wheelchair through the bright hospital corridors, ultimately halting in front of the outpatient area of the Alpha department. "Sir, we have arrived." "Thank you." Chu Yi replied to the nurse. "You may attend to your duties." He maneuvered the wheelchair himself to the self-service registration machine, obtained a number, and then quietly waited in the designated area. At midday, the clinic was not crowded, lending an air of tranquility. After a brief wait of 4 or 5 minutes, his turn arrived. "Please, number 137, Mr. Chu Yi, proceed to consultation room 3. Chu Yi wheeled himself in accordance with the electronic announcement, to room 3. Upon entering, he found a young woman seated behind the consultation desk. She wore a simple ponytail and black-framed glasses, appearing remarkably youthful, perhaps even a few years younger than himself. Chu Yi instinctively furrowed his brow. He glanced at the nameplate on her chest. Attending physician Lu Shuiying. In the medical profession, an excessively youthful visage often engenders skepticism regarding reliability. Yet, having come this far, Chu Yi could not simply turn around and depart without any action. Lu Shuiying regarded the wheelchair-bound Chu Yi with calm eyes as she adjusted her glasses. "Hello, please take a seat. What seems to be the issue?" Chu Yi pressed his lips together, maneuvering his wheelchair a bit closer, his voice somewhat muffled. "Pain in the gland." Lu Shuiying nodded in response. She rose from her chair, gracefully circumventing the table to approach Chu Yi from behind, intending to examine the nape of his neck. Sensing her fingers drawing near, Chu Yi's body tensed instantaneously, his countenance darkening ominously. The mere thought of the bite mark left by Qin Chuan Ci being exposed to another person's gaze filled him with an overwhelming desire to flee the scene. Lu Shuiying's fingers delicately parted the hair at his nape, her movements gentle. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the already scabbed but still ghastly mark. Soon after, she withdrew her hand and returned to her seat, her expression unperturbed. Noticing her composure, a degree of the tension within Chu Yi subtly eased. He had braced himself for either mockery or disdain, yet Lu Shuiying's silence spoke volumes. The reason behind Chu Yi's glandular discomfort was evident, and Lu Shuiying refrained from uttering any further trivialities, granting him a slight sense of relief. After a brief silence, she produced a form and handed it to Chu Yi. Turn left upon exiting the Alpha department and proceed for a pheromone test. Bring the results back once they are ready. Chu Yi nodded, accepting the form. Eager to leave without delay, he maneuvered his wheelchair swiftly out of the consultation room. The door clicked softly as it closed behind him. Inside the room, Lu Shuiying's previously calm demeanor was abruptly shattered. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and she abruptly raised her hand to cover her eyes, letting out a barely audible gasp from her throat. Goodness, Chu Yi found that bite mark exceedingly embarrassing. However, for her, as a professional doctor, the true essence of the Alpha's predatory nature was not encapsulated by the wound itself, but rather by the lingering pheromones that remained. Although the wound had clearly scabbed over, she had still sensed an overwhelming aura of aggression and possessiveness in that fleeting moment of proximity, as if the other was warning her against her prying. Lu Shuiying took a deep breath, recalibrating her emotions to re-enter a professional mindset and prepare for the next patient. Half an hour later, Chu Yi returned, holding the printed pheromone report. He glanced at it briefly, the dense array of data and technical jargon causing him a headache. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he wheeled himself back into the consultation room. Upon seeing him, Lu Shuiying was the first to speak. "Has the report come in?" Chu Yi nodded and handed her the paper. Lu Shuiying accepted the report and examined it closely. At first, her expression remained relatively calm, but as she continued to read, her demeanor grew increasingly grave. Her brows furrowed tightly, and she intermittently lifted her gaze to regard Chu Yi with an incredulous look several times. Chu Yi felt a chill creep into his heart, a sense of foreboding slowly arising. Damn it, that madman Qin Chuan Ci couldn't have actually damaged his glands, could he? After a prolonged silence, Lu Shuiying finally set the report down. She paused for several seconds, her hands intertwined under her chin, before speaking slowly. "Mr. Chu Yi, is it?" Chu Yi affirmed with a slight nod. Lu Shuiying's gaze bore into him intently. "How much do you know about your boyfriend's gender?" Chu Yi's expression remained impassive. "I do not have a boyfriend. None." Lu Shuiying widened her eyes, and then quickly realized her lapse in professionalism, swiftly regaining her composure. She cleared her throat and rephrased her inquiry. "Are you familiar with Enigma?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yi furrowed his brow even deeper. "Isn't that just an urban legend?" Lu Shuiying nodded, her expression somewhat complex, as if uncertain of where to begin. Please take a look at this." She slid the report back across the table to Chu Yi. "Observe here. Your pheromone activity and Q value are exceptionally high." She pointed to two specific data points. The former indicates that you have recently been in a high-concentration environment of pheromones, significantly above your own level, which explains why your pheromones are exhibiting such tension, excitement, and heightened aggression akin to a state of heightened sensitivity. However, you personally do not feel this way, correct? Chu Yi furrowed his brow and instinctively nodded. Lu Shuiying continued. Your lack of sensation is attributable to this Q value. Typically, significant fluctuations in Q values are observed only during the estrus period of omegas. Alphas experience only slight variations during their heightened sensitivity phase. Yet your value is remarkably high and has remained so. She adjusted her glasses and delivered her conclusion. This suggests you are in a state of estrus. Chapter 64. Do you need legal assistance? The last two words left Chu Yi utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Lu Shuiying. Estrus? He had never imagined that this term would one day apply to him, an alpha. Or rather, in a state resembling estrus, Lu Shuiying clarified. In our known social gender hierarchy, alphas are at the pinnacle, even among alphas of varying ranks. While there may be differences in ability, such drastic physiological effects are inconceivable. Even a temporary marking from a superior alpha could never induce such a condition in another alpha, unless the one marking you is of a higher rank. The reason I describe your state as resembling estrus is that your pheromone levels indicate you are indeed in estrus, yet your body does not display the corresponding external symptoms. Thus, I deduce that your high Q value is a means of adaptation. The elevated activity without sensation is also a result of this adaptive process. Lu Shuiying gazed at him as she articulated her final inference. However, this adaptation requires time and may provoke rejection responses, which is why your glands have been persistently painful. I suspect that you may have previously experienced a disruption during your heightened sensitivity phase. Seated in his wheelchair, Chu Yi was left in a daze, his mind blank and struggling to process this overwhelming influx of information. He yearned to stand up and accuse Lu Shuiying of being a quack, of spouting nonsense. Yet, he felt an unshakable sense of inability to refute her claims, for each of her statements corresponded to his recent physical reactions. Lu Shuiying observed the astonishment etched on Chu Yi's face, her heart a tumult of emotions. Enigma. To her, this term existed solely within the realm of academic hypothesis. As Chu Yi remarked, it is akin to an urban legend. She had never encountered it herself, yet upon glimpsing Chu Yi's report, the recent sensation of that pheromone warning surged forth in her mind, instantly conjuring the term enigma. An uncontrollable thrill welled up from the depths of her being. She had devoted herself to the study of pheromones, and now a sample of legendary provenance had emerged. The implications for her research were undeniably profound. Instinctively, she yearned to inquire about the identity of this enigma, to uncover every detail pertaining to him. However, reason intervened. Observing Chu Yi's astonished and absurd expression, she suddenly recognized a pressing concern. The matter of Chu Yi's marking was likely not voluntary. Compared to her scholarly fervor, this man before her might require tangible assistance. Lu Shuiying inhaled deeply, striving to render her voice steady and trustworthy. Mr. Chu, she adjusted her glasses, her tone earnest. Perhaps you could benefit from some legal assistance? No sooner had the words left her lips than the door to the examination room was forcefully flung open from the outside. A middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle rushed in, breathless and visibly alarmed. Upon catching sight of Chu Yi in the wheelchair, he stammered, Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu. Chu Yi slowly turned his head. His gaze did not linger on the man for even a second. Rather, it passed through him, landing on the tall and poised figure behind. Qin Chuan Ci. The man, clad in a deep gray suit, bore an indifferent expression. Meeting Chu Yi's eyes, he exhibited no sign of guilt and instead strode confidently into the examination room. Lu Shuiying was momentarily taken aback by this sudden commotion. She watched in astonishment as the handsome man approached her, gracefully picking up the pheromone report from the table. He cast a brief glance at it before raising his gaze to meet Lu Shuiying's. Have you discerned any issues? He inquired, seemingly addressing her. Lu Shuiying was momentarily stunned. Noticing the director beside her nearly on the verge of fainting, she quickly grasped that the identity of the individual before her was undoubtedly significant. Instinctively adjusting her glasses to regain some composure, she stated with utmost sincerity, "I believe this gentleman may have suffered severe pheromone infringement without his knowledge, and his glands have undergone a force marking. According to the report data and clinical deductions, there is a high probability that the perpetrator is an enigma." Lu Shuiying. Before Qin Chuan Ci could respond, the director let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "What nonsense are you spouting? What enigma? You must have lost your mind from reading medical literature." He berated her while simultaneously bowing apologetically to Qin Chuan Ci. "Mr. Qin, please do not heed her ramblings. She is merely a newcomer. She knows nothing. Her skills are lacking. Rest assured, I will have her." Before he could finish, Qin Chuan Ci cast a chilling glance in his direction. The director's voice abruptly ceased, cold sweat trickling down his temples, leaving him too frightened to utter another word. The world fell into silence. Qin Chuan Ci redirected his gaze towards Lu Shuiying, scrutinizing her for several seconds. "Your name is Lu Shuiying, is it not?" After being reprimanded by the director moments ago, Lu Shuiying appeared somewhat cowed, yet instinctively nodded in agreement. "Asuta smiled curve, Qin Chuan Ci's lips." "Good." Upon finishing his words, he folded the report and placed it into the inner pocket of his suit. He then approached Chu, resting his hands naturally on the wheelchair's handles, preparing to depart. Outside the consultation room, a crowd of doctors and nurses had gathered in the corridor, drawn by the director's earlier shout. Upon seeing Qin Chuan Ci pushing Chu Yi out, they all parted to create a pathway. Lu Shuiying followed suit, her gaze lingering on Qin Chuan Ci's retreating figure as thoughts raced through her mind. The bite mark, the pheromone, an unsettling hypothesis suddenly arose, sending a chill through her body. At that moment, a finely crafted business card was unexpectedly offered to her from the side. "Hello, Dr. Lu," a man greeted with a professional smile. "I am Jiang Feng, assistant to President Qin. Regarding your recent diagnosis and some academic inquiries, President Qin wishes for me to discuss them with you in depth." Lu Shuiying mechanically accepted the card, her fingertips icy. She raised her eyes to see Chu Yi being wheeled into the elevator, the doors slowly closing, swallowing the last remnants of light. A look of concern surfaced in her eyes. The elevator ascended smoothly, enveloped in silence within the confined space. Upon reaching their floor, Qin Chuan Ci pushed Chu Yi out of the elevator. The crowd dwindled until only the two of them remained. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yi finally spoke. "Are you Enigma?" Qin Chuan Ci nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Without a hint of hesitation, he admitted it straightforwardly. Chu Yi suddenly laughed. "Huh, this is utterly absurd." Qin Chuan Ci's tone remained calm and unruffled. "What of it? Does your desire for me as a bed partner relate to this?" Chu Yi turned his head to look at Qin Chuan Ci. Chapter 65. The life-saving pill. Upon hearing this question, Qin Chuan Ci chuckled softly. He did not respond immediately, instead guiding Chu Yi back to the VIP ward. Upon entering the room, he positioned the wheelchair before the floor-to-ceiling window and leisurely made his way to a nearby sofa, crossing his legs with an air of elegance. It was only then that he addressed Chu Yi's earlier inquiry, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Yi's. "Of course. Otherwise, what do you think it is for?" His eyes swept over Chu Yi, laced with an evaluative glint. "Do you perceive yourself as particularly charming?" Chu Yi's expression remained cold, unfazed by Qin Chuan Ci's slightly mocking tone. "Why?" Qin Chuan Ci raised his gaze to meet Chu Yi's eyes. Noticing that Chu Yi was not as enraged as he had anticipated, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his deep-set eyes lost all trace of jest. "Do you truly wish to know? Once you learn, escape will be impossible." "Chu Yi sukofu koldi. Then will you let me go now?" "Not a chance." Qin Chuan Ci replied, a terrifyingly candid smile gracing his lips. Chu Yi fell silent. Qin Chuan Ci lowered his gaze, his slender fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the sofa, producing a rhythmic sound as if he were contemplating whether or not to explain to Chu Yi. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. It was not that he wished to conceal the truth. Rather, he believed that knowing would bear little significance. "We are mutants of the alpha type, a phenomenon that was once common thousands of years ago, but is now virtually unseen. The utilization of pheromones is akin to that of alphas, albeit with an additional function. Chu Yi's brow furrowed slightly. What function? Qin Chuan Ci smiled, withholding an answer. A crisp, icy aura emanated from him, resembling a living mist that gently wafted towards Chu Yi. As Chu Yi inhaled that scent, he opened his mouth to speak. But in the next moment, his eyes lost their luster, becoming hollow and bewildered. When he regained his clarity, the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. He found himself inexplicably standing before Qin Chuan Ci, locking gazes with those smiling eyes, now vividly clear. A chill ran through Chu Yi's heart as he turned to glance at his original position. The floor-to-ceiling window was 10 meters away. How had he traversed that distance? He had no recollection whatsoever. Shocked, Chu Yi looked at Qin Chuan Ci, recalling the events that had unfolded at the Liu family estate and the club. Qin Chuan Ci's smile remained gentle, his pupils clearly reflecting Chu Yi's current state of alarm. He spoke slowly, his voice soft. Just like this. It compels obedience. Chu Yi stared at Qin Chuan Ci, his expression one of astonishment. The surreal scene before him led him to believe he was ensnared in a dream. His gaze towards Qin Chuan Ci transformed entirely. Was it the same that day at the Liu family estate and the club? His voice was somewhat hoarse. Qin Chuan Ci acknowledged it candidly. Yes. Receiving this confirmation, Chu Yi's heart sank. Why did you do that? Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained unchanged. Because it was necessary. The acquisition of any power demands a price. Just as you previously mentioned, casually pulling any Omega off the street might yield a 40% match rate. Yet, with Enigma, that is simply unattainable. The genetic hierarchy of Enigma surpasses other genders significantly, which implies that finding a suitable match is exceedingly difficult. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze rested upon Chu Yi, his eyes calm. Moreover, given the intensity of Enigma's pheromones, prolonged absence of an appropriate match for guidance could lead to death from a psychic storm. Historically, this has been the primary cause of death for Enigmas. That day at the Liu estate, you saved me, bled for me, and from your blood, I sensed a high match rate between your pheromones and mine. At this juncture, Qin Chuan Ci fixed his gaze on Chu Yi's eyes. Chu Yi, do you consider 31% low? As he listened to Qin Chuan Ci's words, his gaze trembled slightly. Qin Chuan Ci's expression revealed no emotion, yet his voice was chillingly cold. No. In fact, prior to you, no one had ever exceeded a match rate of 30 with me. Among them, an astonishing 99% fail to even reach 10. Qin Chuan Ci leaned slightly forward, the crisp scent of pheromones enveloping him once more. Chu Yi, regardless of your reluctance, the moment this figure emerged, it became inevitable that I could not relinquish my pursuit. I need you. Qin Chuan Ci's voice deepened, and Chu Yi's breath caught abruptly, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably for a brief moment. At that instant, as Qin Chuan Ci uttered his final words, Chu Yi discerned a fleeting vulnerability on the typically composed and elegant face of his counterpart. It was a weariness and yearning buried deep beneath a formidable exterior. However, when he sought to confirm this impression, Qin Chuan Ci had already reverted to his usual, unflappable demeanor, as if everything had merely been a figment of Chu Yi's imagination. Chu Yi regarded him, then averted his gaze, a tinge of self-mockery in his voice. It seems that rescuing you back then was indeed a grave mistake. In response, Qin Chuan Ci chuckled softly. Huh. The laughter resonated through the vast hospital room, laced with a hint of delight. You ought to be grateful to your past self. Had I not discovered you at the Luo family, your ambitions to ascend with Xiangchen would have ensured that I would eventually uncover you. If that were the case, I wouldn't have expended such effort to help you adapt. I could simply have employed pheromones to ensure your compliance, and you would have instinctively offered your nape to me. That would have been quite painful. He gazed at Chu Yi, a cruel curve gracing his lips. But the pain would not be mine. Chu Yi inhaled deeply, a constriction in his chest causing him discomfort. Qin Chuan Ci's words left him momentarily at a loss for rebuttal, as if all strength had drained from him. He leaned helplessly against the back of his wheelchair, massaging his aching brow. He wished Qin Chuan Ci were merely a typical affluent individual, whimsically seeking a companion for the night. At least that would promise moments of intimacy, offering a glimmer of hope for the future. Now, he had become a lifeline for another. With the roles reversed, he would never allow anyone to escape his grasp. Raising his eyes once more to meet Qin Chuan Ci's, Chu Yi pondered and unexpectedly posed another question. Is he Xiangxin also an enigma? Qin Chuan Ci smiled, his brows arching slightly. What makes you say that? Chu Yi scoffed, his tone resolute. It is what it is. After all, during that incident at the club, Su Jin had forcibly induced arousal with drugs, filling the room with pheromones that nearly drove all alphas into frenzy. Yet, only Qin Chuan Ci and his Xiangxin remained unaffected, akin to eunuchs, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Chu Yi had come to realize that this might also explain the low compatibility rate of enigmas, rendering them relatively insensitive to pheromones. Chapter 66 Qin Chuan Ci. I shall consider it. Noticing that Chu Yi had already deduced the truth, Qin Chuan Ci remained unfazed by how his Xiangxin had been exposed, effortlessly betraying him. Yes, indeed. Although my current lifestyle is quite debauched, I was not always this way. After enduring several episodes of mental turmoil, I ultimately capitulated to my genetics. The likelihood of finding a highly compatible partner is exceedingly low, thus I opted for a strategy of quantity over quality. Quantity over quality? Chu Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, his mind drifting to his Xiangxin's carefree lifestyle, momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to abandon this train of thought and turned to meet Qin Chuan's gaze, posing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. How long do you intend to keep me bound? Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Chuan provided a direct response. Unless something unforeseen occurs, indefinitely. A frown creased Chu Yi's brow. What if someone with a higher compatibility than me comes along? This was merely a hypothetical scenario, as one must cling to a semblance of hope. After all, upon hearing this, the smile on Qin Chuan's lips slowly faded. He studied Chu Yi's face for a moment before replying. If you manage to find such a person, I might consider it. With that, Qin Chuan stood up, seemingly intent on leaving without further delay. I have matters to attend to, so you should remain here quietly and refrain from wandering off. Approaching the door, his hand resting on the doorknob, he paused as if recalling something, then turned back to add, 3 days, tomorrow marks the final day. I believe you cannot initiate a divorce on your own at this point, so I will accompany you tomorrow. You. Chu Yi was taken aback, about to retort. But Qin Chuan had already opened the door and exited with purpose. The door clicked shut, plunging the world back into silence. Alone in the hospital room, Chu Yi felt a surge of irritation, maneuvering his wheelchair to gaze out at the bustling city beyond, lost in thought for a while. Eventually, he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened the browser. In the search bar, he typed the word that had altered the course of his fate. Enigma. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan strode down the cold corridor, exuding an air akin to that of a runway model. He reflected on Chu Yi's earlier words. A person with a higher compatibility than Chu Yi? No, that was implausible. Qin Chuan's expression remained calm, yet a shadow loomed in his eyes. There was indeed something he had not disclosed to Chu Yi, a fact even his Xiangxin was unaware of. They had already tested their compatibility 3 times. The first yielded 28%, the second 31%, and at Xining Hospital, the third test revealed 36%. The reasons for these fluctuations eluded the Qin team for the time being, but if this figure were to rise further, taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan suppressed the tumult of emotions rising within him and quickened his pace to leave. The next day, Chu Yi glanced at the time displayed on his phone. The appointment with Bai Ziqi at the Civil Affairs Bureau was imminent. He had no desire to accompany Qin Chuan and planned to make his own way to the bureau. To this end, he had charted a route with minimal foot traffic. Yet, midway through, he was intercepted by a nurse from the hospital. Looking up, he saw a slightly plump nurse beaming warmly at him, her seemingly gentle hands firmly pressing down on his wheelchair. Chu Yi attempted to exert force, but the wheels merely skidded in place, failing to advance an inch. He ceased his efforts and turned to scrutinize the nurse before him. Her expression was kind, but beneath the impenetrable smile lay the strength to immobilize him entirely. Chu Yi gazed at her, unable to discern the scent of pheromones, momentarily perplexed about her gender. Alpha? The nurse, with a smile that curved like a crescent moon, responded playfully, No, I am an Omega. Omega? Chu Yi was taken aback. The nurse seemed accustomed to such reactions, laughing heartily. Not what you expected, right? Chu Yi averted his gaze, acknowledging that it was indeed not easy to tell. But that's quite advantageous. You possess great strength and are less likely to be bullied. In the workplace, Omegas often struggle to survive and occasionally face harassment. Strength is the finest shield, regardless of gender. The nurse appeared momentarily stunned. The alphas she had encountered in the past, upon seeing her unconventional physique as an Omega, would either dismiss her or make snide remarks about her weight and build. This was the first time an alpha had spoken to her in such a manner. Her smile became considerably more genuine. I understand, as I have personally dealt with numerous jerks. She proudly lifted her chin. I am quite strong. Those petty bullies are no match for me. Moreover, with my professional skills, I work at Xining Hospital under the Qin Corporation, earning a salary higher than many ordinary alphas. I am quite pleased with myself. Listening to her, Chu Yi smiled, finding her somewhat endearing. The nurse had gleaned some information about Chu Yi from her superiors. Although she generally held little regard for alphas, she felt a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate individual who had been subjected to exploitation. Seeing that he was not unpleasant, she was willing to engage in further conversation. However, she swiftly changed her tone, maintaining her smile. That said, you ought to be prudent. Securing employment as an Omega these days is quite challenging. If I let you slip away under my watch, I would undoubtedly face consequences. Chu Yi's smile instantly vanished. Indeed, he found himself without further opportunities to speak. Just then, Qin Chuan Ci approached from a nearby flower bed. Upon seeing him, the nurse nodded slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Yi before turning to leave swiftly. Qin Chuan Ci came up behind Chu Yi, his hands naturally resting on the wheelchair. What were you discussing? His voice was neutral, devoid of emotion. Nothing much, Chu Yi replied, his expression equally subdued. Qin Chuan Ci chuckled lightly, not probing further, and began to push him toward the parking lot. The Qin family vehicle awaited, the driver having already opened the back door. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating, and with one hand pressed against the door frame, he exerted his core to maneuver himself inside. However, just as his body had entered halfway, he felt a sudden tightness around his waist. An arm forcefully encircled him, and in the next instant, he was lifted from the wheelchair, his feet leaving the ground. The unexpected sensation of weightlessness triggered an immediate alertness within him. His body reacted faster than his mind. Chu Yi raised his elbow and aimed it backward. Ugh! Qin Chuan Ci let out a muffled grunt, his brow furrowing tightly as he endured the pain radiating from his shoulder. Yet he securely placed Chu Yi onto the soft seat of the rear compartment. He straightened up, one hand pressed against his recently injured shoulder, his expression far from pleasant. Another blow had been dealt. Are you a cat? Qin Chuan Ci's voice turned icy. Just a little poke and you lash out? Don't need to clip your claws for you to learn some restraint? Indeed, Chu Yi had been startled. In the past, anyone who dared to touch his waist would often be aiming a knife at him, so he instinctively retaliated. By the time he realized the situation was amiss, he had already eased off. Otherwise, with that angle and full force, he could have sent Qin Chuan Ci to the hospital in one strike. However, despite acknowledging his overreaction, Chu Yi could not muster an ounce of regret. Coldly, he retorted, "Who told you to lay hands on me? I can manage on my own." Qin Chuan Ci narrowed his eyes, a glint of icy coldness fleeting through his gaze. He let out a derisive laugh, but chose not to respond further, turning instead to the other side, opening the car door, and taking a seat. Chapter 67. Helping you adapt. As the car door shut, the interior dimmed. Noticing that Qin Chuan Ci had obediently climbed in without uttering a word, a sense of foreboding surged within Chu Yi. He instinctively leaned against the car door, curling into the corner, his body taut, while his gaze, seemingly casual, drifted towards the window, keeping a watchful eye on Qin Chuan Ci's every movement. Logically, having reached this point, he had nearly resigned himself to his fate. Those who recognize the moment are the true wise men. Given Qin Chuan Ci's power, he had no room for choice. Having fought his way from the red light district, enduring countless injuries and hardships, he had finally scraped together some money. Yet before he could spend it, he was expected to risk everything for the sake of dignity, Engaging in a mutually destructive confrontation with Qin Chuan Ci? That was simply out of the question. Since he could not escape the fate of being bitten by a dog, he could only think calmly about how to extract the medical expenses from this dog. Along with interest, he would stop at nothing to demand every benefit he was entitled to from Qin Chuan Ci. Yet, while reason could persuade him, the disgust remained, and occasionally, he struggled to suppress his temper. He did not wish to provoke Qin Chuan Ci, but he often felt that Qin Chuan Ci was deliberately trying to irritate him. The car started smoothly. With assistant Zhang absent, there was only a driver in the front seat. Just as Chu Yi was on high alert for a sudden outburst from Qin Chuan Ci, he caught a glimpse of the driver moving in his peripheral vision. Chu Yi's gaze snapped towards him. The driver pressed a button, and a soundproof partition began to rise slowly between the front and rear seats. Chu Yi's back straightened instantly. "What are you doing?" he demanded sternly. The driver, seemingly oblivious, kept his neck stiff, ignoring Chu Yi as he focused on driving. The partition continued to rise, completely severing the line of sight to the front. The back seat transformed into a completely enclosed, cramped space. Chu Yi immediately turned to the man beside him, Qin Chuan Ci. His hand still resting on his shoulder, which ached faintly, slowly turned his face, finally directing his attention towards Chu Yi. In that instant, Chu Yi's heart leapt into his throat. Observing Chu Yi's tense demeanor, Qin Chuan Ci remained unfazed, his voice flat as he asked, "Does your gland still hurt?" Chu Yi was taken aback. Immediately, that ominous premonition peaked. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Rest assured, my wounds are not fully healed. I shall not mark you." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yi found it difficult to believe even a single punctuation mark. If there were a mirror, he would gladly offer it to Qin Chuan, urging him to behold the lack of conviction in his own eyes. Indeed, the next moment, the curve of Qin Chuan's lips deepened. "But I can assist you in adjusting." No sooner had the words left his lips than an aggressive chill emanated from Qin Chuan, instantly filling the confined space with its frigid aura. Chu Yi's eyes widened in shock, and his glands throbbed painfully. His pheromones seemed to respond uncontrollably to some unseen summons. He doubled over, his forehead nearly touching the barrier in front of him, gasping for breath. His body betrayed him, the glands burned, and the pheromones were drawn forth from their depths. The scent of roses mingled with the icy air, creating no sense of repulsion. Trembling, Chu Yi pressed his hand firmly against the nape of his neck, gritting his teeth, yet he could not stem the waves of floral fragrance that enveloped him. "Damn it," he muttered through clenched teeth, "you truly are a beast." This was undoubtedly the most scathing remark he had ever hurled at Qin Chuan. His body was utterly beyond his control, and the sensation of his pheromones being forcibly drawn forth was profoundly unpleasant. The more Qin Chuan acted with abandon, the clearer the feeling of being firmly ensnared became, and with clarity came an intensifying terror. Qin Chuan seemed indifferent to Chu Yi's insults, not even a flicker of his brow betraying any reaction. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The rich, sweet scent of roses blended with his icy aura, and he immersed himself in it, allowing the chaos of his own pheromones to settle somewhat, while his mental turmoil gradually eased. The small ember of irritation ignited by Chu Yi's earlier words dissipated entirely. After a moment, he opened his eyes and gazed at the bent figure of Chu Yi, his fingertips twitching slightly. In the next heartbeat, he lifted his hand to rest gently on the quivering back of Chu Yi. The icy aura softened considerably, gently permeating and soothing the agitated turmoil within Chu Yi's mind. By personally guiding the pheromones to assist Chu Yi in acclimatizing, the process would not be overly painful. Yet, for an alpha, it remained a torment. He could not see Chu Yi's face, but it was not hard to imagine the expression he wore. No, it would likely be even more vivid. After all, having been forcibly marked once, the glands retained a memory. The reinvasion by the same pheromones would surely evoke a sensation that was deeply unforgettable. The more Qin Chuan pondered, the stronger his desire grew to witness the expression on Chu Yi's face at that moment. However, it was evident that Chu Yi had no intention of granting him that opportunity. "Get away!" His hand was forcefully swatted aside. The sharp sound rang out, and Chu Yi's strike was not without strength, leaving Qin Chuan's hand tingling. Yet perhaps due to the intoxicating sweetness of the rose scent, Qin Chuan felt no anger whatsoever. He slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze resting on the strands of hair that obscured Chu Yi's face, as if striving to penetrate that barrier and glimpse the emotions hidden beneath. After a few seconds, Qin Chuan Ci withdrew his gaze. Never mind. There is ample time ahead, and he will have countless opportunities to observe in the future, so there is no need to rush. With this thought, Qin Chuan Ci produced a small vial from his suit pocket. The transparent glass container held a few pure, white pills nestled within. He shook the vial, a hint of amusement in his voice. Last time I provided you with medication for adaptation, but seemed you did not favor it, having spilled it. Therefore, I must assist you personally this time. He offered the vial to Chu Yi. After you try it, which one do you prefer? Silence enveloped the car. Chu Yi made no response, maintaining his bent posture, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression indecipherable. Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging Chu Yi's stubbornness. He was about to retract the vial when, unexpectedly, a hand surged forth from below, gripping his wrist tightly. Qin Chuan Ci's motion faltered. He cast his eyes downward, fixating on the bony fingers of that hand, which trembled slightly, perhaps due to the owner's discomfort. A low, subdued voice emerged. "Give me the medicine." Though vexed, Chu Yi deemed it unnecessary to endure hardship out of momentary anger. Moreover, allowing Qin Chuan Ci to reclaim the medication would feel akin to playing into his hands. Between two evils, he chose the lesser. He preferred to take the medicine rather than endure another second of this feeling. Chapter 68 Chu Yi, Qin Chuan Ci paused. Listening to Chu Yi's hoarse voice, his expression unchanging. After a few moments, he used his other hand to gently pry open the fingers that gripped his wrist. He then cradled Chu Yi's palm, placing the cold vial steadily into the center of his hand. Finally, he assisted Chu Yi in closing his fingers around it. His tone remained calm. "Hold it well." Chu Yi's mind was a tumultuous mess due to the pheromones, leaving him little attention for Qin Chuan Ci's subtle actions. The moment he grasped the medicine, he swiftly twisted open the cap, poured out a pill, and without a glance, tilted his head back to swallow it whole. Qin Chuan Ci observed his actions, choosing not to speak further. Subsequently, he made no additional movements, simply intertwining his hands and leaning back against the seat, resuming his composed demeanor. However, he did not retract his pheromones. The crisp scent of snow continued to permeate every corner, incessantly stimulating Chu Yi, feeling the deliberate provocation. Chu Yi's frustration mounted, yet he found himself powerless against Qin Chuan Ci's actions. He could only lean against the car window, striving to ignore the intrusive chill, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down amidst his disheveled hair, dampening his collar. The vehicle journeyed onward. Time passed, and as the scenery outside began to feel increasingly familiar, Chu Yi's focus shifted in another direction. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not far off. He split his attention, scanning the outside world with vigilance, apprehensive of catching sight of Baijiqi's figure. Thankfully, he did not. As the vehicle rounded the corner, the sight of Baijiqi remained elusive. There was still some time left before their agreed rendezvous, suggesting that the other party had yet to arrive. Chu Yi pressed his lips together and spoke, "Please stop here. I shall proceed on foot for the rest of the journey." The driver, however, showed no inclination to heed his request, maintaining the same speed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yi reluctantly shifted his gaze to Qin Chuan Ci. "Is this enough for you? We are already here. I will handle the divorce myself without your escort." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan Ci finally lifted his eyelids and cast a glance in his direction. "What did I ever say I intended to escort you?" His tone was unperturbed. "You are enveloped in my pheromones. Are you not concerned that your precious darling will catch a whiff?" Qin Chuan Ci's words struck Chu Yi like a bucket of ice water. Indeed, after being steeped in Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones for so long, it was evident how potent the scent had become. Such a situation could not merely be brushed off with an excuse of accidental exposure. Furthermore, he had neglected to bring any pheromone-neutralizing spray. Chu Yi's expression darkened. How could he possibly alight from the vehicle to meet Baijiqi in this condition? Just the thought of it felt like descending into hell. The architect of this predicament remained, unrepentantly exuding pheromones. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yi suppressed his fury. How long do you intend to flaunt your pheromones? In response, Qin Chuan Ci's lips curved into a slight smile, and under the scrutiny of Chu Yi's ire, he finally ceased his release of pheromones. Adjusting his cuff, he replied nonchalantly, "I am not flaunting anything." Chu Yi glared at him, his demeanor frigid. He then scanned the cramped confines of the vehicle, failing to locate what he sought, and ultimately returned his gaze to Qin Chuan Ci. The pheromone-neutralizing spray? Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard a rather amusing inquiry. No. How do you expect me to step out without it? Chu Yi's voice escalated involuntarily. Leaning back leisurely against the seat, Qin Chuan Ci's gaze drifted past Chu Yi's furious visage. That is precisely what you ought to contemplate. His nonchalant tone ignited all of Chu Yi's emotions. This man was doing it on purpose. Fury surged within him, and the pheromones that had just begun to settle were once again stirred into turbulence due to this violent emotional fluctuation. The glands of the nape of his neck swelled abruptly. A buzzing in his mind caused Chu Yi to momentarily see blackness, the world spinning around him. He stifled a groan, hastily raising a hand to brace himself against the front partition, barely managing to steady himself. Hearing the pained exclamations beside him, a deeper smile graced Qin Chuan Ci's lips as he shook his head. Without another glance at Chu Yi, he raised his hand to push open the car door. Alarm bells rang in Chu Yi's mind at this movement. Without a moment's thought, he reached out and grasped Qin Chuan Ci's clothing tightly. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Qin Chuan Ci paused, glancing down at Chu Yi. The latter's face had drained of color, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Qin Chuan Ci, filled with disbelief. Qin Chuan Ci spoke in a light-hearted tone. "It is merely a cigarette. There is no need for such agitation." Chu Yi remained silent, resolutely holding on to him. What a jest! Having coexisted in this confined space for an extended period, it was as though he had absorbed the chill emanating from Qin Chuan Ci, while the fragrant scent of roses clung to Qin Chuan Ci in return. Moreover, what if Bai Ziqi were to catch sight of them? Observing the expression in Chu Yi's eyes, Qin Chuan Ci seemed to grasp the underlying tension. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to offer an explanation. "Rest assured, I am unlike you. I am Enigma. Concealing pheromones does not necessitate the use of sprays." As he spoke, he exerted a slight force, causing the luxurious fabric to slip effortlessly from Chu Yi's damp fingers. The car door swung open with a click, allowing the cold wind to rush in. "Wait, damn it!" Chu Yi exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but as he rose, the door was already shut. "Is this really about concealing pheromones?" he thought. "I had arranged to come here to divorce Bai Ziqi. Does that scoundrel not comprehend the gravity of his actions? Appearing so brazenly?" Chu Yi's brow furrowed deeply, and the glands of the nape of his neck throbbed with a burning pain due to his agitation. Unable to withstand the turmoil any longer, he collapsed, half draped over the soft back seat. His vision swirled, and at that very moment, the one thing he feared most came pass. Bai Ziqi arrived punctually at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He donned casual attire, accentuating his slender, upright figure. His handsome face bore no expression as he stood quietly by the roadside, occasionally drawing astonished glances from passers-by. After Chu Yi was hospitalized, he had visited, but the doctor merely informed him that the patient had been transferred to another facility without divulging further details. He sought out Su Mang and his associates, only to be met with cold glares and indifference. It was not until yesterday that he received news from Chu Yi, which, regrettably, pertained solely to the divorce. It appeared that Chu Yi was resolutely determined. Bai Ziqi's lips curled downward slightly. He waited in place for 5 minutes, yet still saw no sign of Chu Yi. With a sigh, he retrieved his phone and dialed that familiar number. Inside the car, Chu Yi lay sprawled across the back seat when the phone vibrated. With great effort, he turned his head, and upon seeing the name Ziqi on the caller ID, his heart clenched in panic. He dare not answer. Fortunately, after a brief ring, the call ended on its own. Chu Yi exhaled quietly in relief. However, before he could catch his breath, a clear voice, tinged with apprehension, suddenly pierced through the air from outside, freezing his blood. "Mr. Qin?" The voice was timid, yet melodious, a sound that would typically be delightful to the ears, yet sent shivers down Chu Yi's spine. It was Bai Ziqi. Chu Yi remained frozen in the back seat, paralyzed with trepidation. Just moments ago, while Bai Ziqi was attempting to reach him by phone, he had inadvertently caught sight of a black car parked at the distant street corner. The sleek contours of the vehicle, along with its understated yet unmistakably luxurious sheen, compelled him to instinctively terminate the call. No matter how long he had mingled in the seedy underbelly of the red light district, the discerning eye of the former scion of the Bai family remained unclouded. Even from a distance, he could almost ascertain that it was indeed a car belonging to the Qin family. Was Qin Chuan Ci here as well? An overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within him. His purpose for being here today was to initiate a divorce from Chu Yi. Yet, in front of Qin Chuan Ci, he had crafted a persona of a solitary Omega, bravely navigating life in the red light district after his family's downfall. Should Qin Chuan Ci catch him in this predicament, Bai Ziqi's expression would undoubtedly darken. However, he swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure and hastily sent a message to Chu Yi. I suddenly have something come up today and cannot make it. Your injuries should still be healing, so please do not come. After hitting send, he inhaled deeply and tucked his phone back into his pocket. From another perspective, this might be an opportunity. It had been some time since Qin Chuan Ci last reached out to him, likely due to the presence of someone new in his life. This unexpected encounter, if navigated skillfully, might present a chance to rekindle the affections of his former lover. He adjusted his collar and began to stride towards the luxurious vehicle. As he drew nearer, he indeed spotted the figure on the opposite side of the car. The man leaned against the vehicle, a lit cigarette poised between his fingers. The smoke enveloped him, rendering his handsome, refined profile somewhat indistinct. Noticing someone approach, Qin Chuan Ci casually glanced over. Upon recognizing the visitor, his gaze flickered momentarily, followed by a light chuckle escaping his throat. Bai Ziqi felt the tension within him ease slightly at the sight of that hint of amusement on Qin Chuan Ci's lips. He approached with measured steps, halting at a distance that conveyed intimacy without overstepping bounds. Slightly tilting his body, Bai Ziqi presented his most exquisite profile, his voice soft and gentle. What a coincidence, Mr. Qin, to find you here. Qin Chuan Ci lifted his eyelids, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing him inch by inch. As a former contender for his affections, Bai Ziqi not only boasted a pheromone compatibility rate exceeding 20%, but also possessed a visage that aligned perfectly with Qin's aesthetic preferences, soft, sweet, resembling a delicate porcelain piece. Yet, that was all there was to it. It failed to reach the heights of being utterly captivating. Seeing that Qin Chuan Ci merely assessed him without uttering a word, Bai Ziqi's heart raced, prompting him to call out once more, infusing his tone with just the right amount of familiarity. Mr. Qin? Finally, Qin Chuan Ci shifted his gaze away, offering a brief smile. Was this Omega to be deemed foolish or audacious? After deceiving him, did he not feel the need to hide away, yet dared to approach so boldly? Did he truly believe his cleverness could forever keep Qin in the dark? Bai Ziqi's smile faltered for a brief moment. Having experienced the genuine warmth of Qin Chuan Ci, he could unmistakably discern the underlying chill in his demeanor. Suppressing a curse within, Bai Ziqi's face quickly displayed a layer of grievance. Had he been very busy lately? He lowered his eyelashes, his voice tinged with disappointment. Actually, I've sent you many messages. Upon hearing this, the smile on Qin Chuan Ci's face suddenly appeared more genuine. He looked at Bai Ziqi with keen interest. I've been a bit busy. Is that so? Bai Ziqi replied, trying to bridge the gap in their relationship swiftly. Is it work-related? You should take care of yourself and not overexert. It's manageable. Qin Chuan Ci responded nonchalantly. Do you know that a new cafe opened in the capital that is specifically designed for relaxation? Really? Qin Chuan Ci replied, half-heartedly engaging in the conversation. However, his interest soon waned. Bai Ziqi had lost his value in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes. Previously, he had not bothered to confront him, merely viewing him as a trivial ant. Yet, after Chu Yi's injury, while saving Bai Ziqi, this once inconsequential figure had become particularly irksome. Now, the only reason for their exchange was to amuse the agitated cat in the car. This, however, did not imply that he wished to continue the idle chatter with Bai Ziqi. Qin Chuan Ci lowered his gaze and sighed. Bai Ziqi's words faltered, and the subsequent inquiries about his well-being lodged in his throat, prompting him to sensibly fall silent. After such a lengthy conversation, Qin Chuan Ci's attitude was unmistakable, a strong sense of resentment bubbling within. Bai Ziqi bit his lip, as if finally resolved to take a final gamble. He tilted his head slightly toward Qin Chuan Ci, adopting a posture that rendered him endearingly naive. His tone bore a hint of grievance, yet was infused with a playful charm, soft and tender. After all I've shared with you, don't you have anything you wish to share with me? This position inadvertently exposed the delicate nape of his neck, unguarded before Qin Chuan Ci's gaze. The chill in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes intensified. If his prior words had merely been a test, this action served as a blatant insinuation. Chu Yi. Qin Chuan Ci concealed the coldness in his eyes, pausing as he met Bai Ziqi's doe-like gaze. A wicked thought surged within him, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. After finishing his last puff of smoke, he exhaled slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, his handsome visage appeared shrouded in an ethereal haze. Something you wish to share? Qin Chuan Ci feigned contemplation. Then, as if recalling something, he turned his attention back to Bai Ziqi, a gentle curve gracing his lips, the final syllable rising playfully. Have I ever mentioned to you that your husband is particularly fragrant? The moment the words left his lips, Bai Ziqi found himself momentarily stunned. His mind went blank, seemingly unable to process the weight of such a statement. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. His gaze drifted, and he noticed that the previously sealed car window had been left ajar. Through the gap wafted the familiar scent of roses. Chapter 70. Divorce Bliss. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Bai Ziqi stood frozen in place, the color draining from his face as all his facades and schemes shattered in that instant, leaving behind only a void of confusion. Qin Chuan Ci nonchalantly extinguished his cigarette in the trash bin by the roadside. He then raised his hand, tapping lightly on the cold car door. Talp, talp? A light chuckle escaped Qin Chuan Ci's lips. They summoned you for a divorce, yet you remain cowering inside? The cold wind, carrying the scent of roses, blew against Bai Ziqi, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. In the oppressive silence, the car door clicked open from within. Chu Yi stepped out, head bowed, balancing on a medical crutch, moving with a certain slowness and silence. He did not glance at Bai Ziqi, but instead turned slightly, lifting his gaze to Qin Chuan Ci. His eyes reddened. In the next moment, Chu Yi abruptly raised his other hand and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The punch was fueled with every ounce of strength. Qin Chuan Ci's head snapped to the side from the force, his striking figure staggering backward several steps before he managed to regain his balance. He lifted his head, revealing a handsome profile now marred by a bruise, with blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. The sharp pain radiated through him. Qin Chuan Ci raised his hand, casually wiping the blood from his lip, his gaze fixed on Chu Yi, whose eyes were now bloodshot. His brow furrowed slightly from the pain, yet his eyes betrayed an unyielding coldness. Qin Chuan Ci did not react excessively to the blow. He merely glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. The Civil Affairs Bureau closed at 5:30. Chu Yi remained silent, no longer looking at Qin Chuan Ci. He turned away, leaning on his crutch, limping towards the direction of the bureau. Bai Ziqi stood rooted to the spot, his pupils trembling violently. He glanced at Chu Yi's retreating figure, then fearfully at Qin Chuan Ci, only to find himself ensnared by the latter's frigid, steely gaze. There was no trace of friendship in those eyes. They regarded him as one would a lifeless object. Bai Ziqi shuddered all over, daring not to meet Qin Chuan Ci's gaze any longer, and in a daze, followed closely behind Chu Yi, his throat parched with dread. It was utterly absurd. Everything was far too absurd. He lifted his eyes, fixated on the stumbling figure ahead. Just then, the wind picked up, tousling the loose strands of hair at the nape of Chu Yi's neck. A bite mark, caked with dry blood, became starkly visible in the air. Bai Ziqi's pupils constricted suddenly. He rushed to Chu Yi's side, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Yet, as his fingertips neared, The chilling aura that perpetually surrounded Chu Yi held him back, rendering him motionless. That was the scent of Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones, thickly entwined around Chu Yi, asserting its dominion. Tears welled in by Ziqi's eyes, his voice trembling with furious indignation. Chu Yi, don't you have anything to explain to me? Chu Yi, however, remained oblivious, continuing his forward march, unwilling to acknowledge Bai Ziqi as an alpha, bearing the bite mark of another man on the back of his neck. Every glance from passers-by felt like a mocking derision directed at him. Bai Ziqi, witnessing his impenetrable demeanor, felt an eruption of pent-up anger and grievance. He cried out, yanking off the bag from his shoulder and hurling it towards Chu Yi's back. Chu Yi. The bag struck with a muffled thud before falling to the ground. Chu Yi did not falter in his steps. His lips pressed tighter together as he yearned to escape quickly. Yet, Bai Ziqi refused to relent. His piercing wails drew the attention of even more onlookers. Finally, Chu Yi's pace halted. He slowly turned to face the tear-streaked Omega, his lips pale. The Civil Affairs Bureau was nearing closing time. Chu Yi, you bastard! Bai Ziqi screamed, utterly breaking down. The influential elite he had desperately clung to had never regarded him, while the husband he had discarded unexpectedly caught the eye of that very man. This overwhelming contrast and sense of humiliation stripped him of rationality. He glared at Chu Yi, tears cascading down his cheeks. Are you taking revenge on me? Were you already involved with Qin Chuan Ci? He felt like a fool, performing for Chu Yi, believing it amusing and satisfying. Chu Yi gazed at him, his jaw clenched. Even now, Bai Ziqi's words could pierce him with ease. It appeared that in Bai Ziqi's heart, he was nothing but a despicable creature. Chu Yi took a deep breath, his expression turning icy. If you persist in this manner, do not expect to extract anything from me. Bai Ziqi stood frozen, unable to fathom that the once obedient Chu Yi would speak to him with such coldness. After uttering those words, Chu Yi did not cast another glance his way. He turned, leaning on his cane, and continued towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Bai Ziqi remained rooted in place, watching Chu Yi's silhouette grow ever distant. After a long moment, with tear-streaked cheeks, he finally followed. The federal marriage laws were not intricate. Whether marrying or divorcing, as long as both parties were present with complete documentation, the process moved swiftly. Chu Yi and Bai Ziqi sat side by side at the service counter. Bai Ziqi sobbed quietly, his shoulders trembling. Chu Yi's complexion was pale, silent as ever. The staff, observing their state, contemplated offering words of comfort. However, Chu Yi was utterly exhausted, devoid of any inclination to entertain the staff's idle chatter. Where is the documentation? His demeanor was far from cordial, an aura of coldness emanating from him, causing the staff to recoil. Sensing Chu Yi's resolute stance and Bai Ziqi's silence, they refrained from further discourse, swiftly processing their paperwork. The divorce certificate was soon placed in their hands. In that moment of receiving the document, Chu Yi wished to linger not a second longer. He leaned on his cane, turning to leave with resolute decisiveness. Bai Ziqi held the glaring little red book, momentarily stunned, before hastily following suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two were poised to part ways. After a brief moment of calm, the anger within Bai Ziqi gradually ebbed, and his rationality slowly returned. Observing Chu Yi's retreating figure, he spoke. Were you coerced? Having been married to Chu Yi for 3 years, Bai Ziqi understood the essence of the man well. Chu Yi would never stray. Even if he sought vengeance, he would never resort to such means. Chu Yi paused, his voice hoarse. Do you still care about this? Bai Ziqi replied. Is it because of me? His association with Qin Chuan Ci had inadvertently thrust Chu Yi into the man's line of sight. Chu Yi lowered his gaze. No, regardless of Bai Ziqi's fidelity, he and Su Meng were destined to meet Xianchen. Establishing a connection with Xianchen would inevitably entangle them with Qin Chuan Ci. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziqi clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. So, even if I remain faithful, you will ultimately divorce me. In the end, Bai Ziqi was still attempting to shift the blame. Chu Yi let out a light scoff. He turned his head, perhaps. But the stark reality is that you have left me with no grounds for resistance. As long as you acquiesce to Qin Chuan Ci, the company's resources will flourish. and everyone in the capital will clear the way, paving a bright path ahead. Chu Yi had to consider Su Mang and his subordinates. Only Bazik instinctively became his sole reason to confront Qin Chuan Ci to the bitter end. Yet Bazik did not grant him that opportunity. Chu Yi departed, hearing Bazik's anguished cries behind him, but he did not look back. In this lifetime, he wished to never see Bazik again. Similarly, he had no desire to encounter Qin Chuan Ci. Thus, after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chu Yi refrained from seeking out Qin Chuan Ci. Instead, he first sought a convenience store, purchasing a pheromone-neutralizing spray and several neck patches. He concealed the bite mark, spraying himself thoroughly until the scents of rose and cedarwood dissipated entirely. Having completed this, Chu Yi aimlessly wandered the streets for a while. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a bustling bar, settling into a corner booth where he ordered one strong drink after another. The waitstaff, busy with their duties, passed by Chu Yi repeatedly, and suddenly one of them felt a sense of familiarity. Balancing the tray, they seized the opportunity to approach and get a better look at Chu Yi's face. Noticing the gaze, Chu Yi abruptly looked up. His bloodshot eyes radiated impatience, startling the waitstaff, who nearly dropped the tray. Yet, that single glance allowed the server to recognize Chu Yi completely. "Yi? Yige?" he exclaimed in a flustered manner. Chu Yi ignored him, downing another shot. This time, he was not heartbroken for Bazik, but rather hoped to intoxicate himself, temporarily forgetting the two scoundrels, Bazik and Qin Chuan Ci. Seeing this, the server dared not intrude further and hurried to the bar to whisper a few words to the bartender. The bartender, upon hearing the words, lifted his gaze towards the corner. Lo and behold, indeed it was true. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the bar. The newcomer, with long legs, entered the establishment, causing an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. His tall and imposing stature commanded the attention of all present, his handsome and refined features captivating. The bartender's heart sank. He could instantly tell that this individual was no harmless presence. He feared trouble was brewing, and his nerves tightened in response. Fortunately, the man made no overtly disruptive actions. He merely surveyed the bar with his gaze, then chose a seat neither too close nor too far from Chu Yi, quietly ordering a drink from the server. This lack of further action relieved the bartender's tension. He had initially thought that the trouble was a result of E.G.'s actions, and that this man had come seeking revenge. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared outside the bar, Tao Hong. This establishment was also under her management. The bartender noticed Chu Yi, leaning on a cane, consuming alcohol excessively alone and fearing potential issues. He directly called her. As she stepped inside, the bartender gestured towards a corner. Tao Hong followed his indication, her brow furrowing in concern. In the corner booth, Chu Yi was nearly submerged beneath a pile of empty bottles. She hurried over. Chu Yi, holding a glass, was swaying unsteadily, on the verge of pouring the contents into his mouth. Suddenly, a hand appeared, firmly gripping his wrist. The liquid sloshed dangerously in the glass, nearly spilling. Chu Yi, his vision blurred from intoxication, felt a surge of irritation at the interruption. He lifted his head, glaring fiercely, but upon recognizing Tao Hong, the anger in his expression softened somewhat. He stubbornly shook off her hand, bringing the glass back to his lips for a hefty gulp. "Tao Jia," he mumbled, his words slurred. Tao Hong's gaze fell upon his plastered left leg, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I heard you were in an accident and was quite worried for you. Now it seems my concern was misplaced. You appear quite lively, managing to venture out for drinks even with a leg in plaster. Impressive." Chu Yi's mind, muddled by alcohol, was slow to process her words. He waved dismissively, his tongue tripping over itself. "I'm just having a little drink. It's no big deal. No big deal." Tao Hong observed his drunken state, pressing a hand to her temple in frustration as she kicked away an empty can. "With a leg like that, you still dare to come here alone for drinks? Aren't you afraid someone might come looking for trouble?" Chu Yi had made many enemies in the red light district. Those individuals refrained from acting out of fear of his might and potential retaliation. However, exceptions existed. Given his current state, encountering someone hot-headed could lead to dire consequences. Yet, A drunkard is often impervious to reason. Chu Yi paid no heed to Tao Hong's concerns, his mind a foggy mess, solely focused on drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Observing his condition, Tao Hong let out a resigned sigh. She waved her hand at the two alpha bodyguards trailing behind her, signaling them to take the person away. Let go. The moment the two alphas touched Chu Yi's arm, he began to struggle violently, shouting nonsensically and causing quite a commotion. Tao Hong Xiao Fu Dao Dai De. The only person capable of provoking such a reaction from Chu Yi could only be one individual. That Omega. What mischief is he up to now? An unpleasant feeling rose within Tao Hong as she observed the drunken Chu Yi shaking her head in resignation, deciding to leave with him. However, as she turned, she unexpectedly collided with a solid wall. When did someone appear behind her? Tao Hong slightly frowned, halting her steps. She raised her gaze and discerned the features of the man before her. He was an alpha, strikingly handsome, yet marred by a ghastly bruise that detracted from his overall allure. Stepping back a pace, Tao Hong regarded the man's unfriendly expression and, connecting the dots, cursed inwardly. Chu Yi, you're truly something else. She discreetly shielded the inebriated Chu Yi behind her, donning a charming smile. Good sir, may I inquire what seems to be the issue? Hand him over. The man, clearly unimpressed by her facade, spoke in a deep voice, reaching out for Chu Yi. Tao Hong slide deep in pe. Ah, sir, there's no need to rush. Let us discuss this calmly. It may well be a misunderstanding. She extended her hand, gently pushing aside his outstretched arm. He is a valued guest of ours, and unless you provide a reasonable explanation, we cannot simply hand him over to you. As her words fell, the man produced a finely crafted business card from his suit pocket. Tao Hong raised an eyebrow. In the red light district, cards of such quality were quite rare. She accepted it, glancing down. When her gaze landed on the name Qin Chuan Ci at the bottom, her fingers instinctively tightened around the card. Her eyes flickered. Qin Chuan Ci. While this name might be unfamiliar to most for her, who had recently been targeted by this influential figure during a purge of his enterprises, it was all too clear. She instinctively turned her head, glancing at the now quiet Chu Yi. Just moments ago, he had been causing a ruckus, but now he leaned against the two alphas, soundly asleep. Qin Chuan Ci disregarded Tao Hong and walked past her. He approached the bewildered alphas and easily lifted the intoxicated Chu Yi from their grasp, pulling him close. Seeing that Tao Hong did not intervene, the two alphas allowed Qin Chuan Ci to proceed. The movement stirred Chu Yi slightly, and he emitted a soft sound, managing to open his eyes a crack, his blurred vision landing on a familiar profile. Damn it, he muttered, frowning as he attempted to wriggle away in the opposite direction. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained indifferent as he grasped Chu Yi's wrist and yanked him forcefully. Chu Yi stumbled, his body uncontrollably leaning back into Qin Chuan Ci, resting his head against his shoulder. He struggled briefly, yet ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of drowsiness and drifted into a deep slumber. Qin Chuan Ci securely cradled him in his arms, his gaze subtly shifting. Each breath that Chu Yi took wafted gently against the nape of his neck, akin to the caress of feathers, stirring his senses. Qin Chuan Ci paused for a moment, nudging Chu Yi's head to the side before lifting him up, turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit the bar, a voice called from behind. Wait, it was Tao Hong. Qin Chuan Ci hesitated slightly, turning his head to meet her indifferent gaze. Tao Hong stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed, scrutinizing him as if weighing her thoughts. Perceiving her concerns, Qin Chuan Ci took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, it is merely a private matter between us. Nothing as you might imagine. With that, he disregarded Tao Hong, carrying Chu Yi and disappearing through the bar's entrance. Tao Hong remained rooted in place, her expression shifting as she watched him depart. Private matter? She mulled over those words, finding them laden with ambiguity, even tinged with a certain inexplicable intimacy. Drawing a deep breath, she dispelled her unrealistic conjectures, retrieved her phone, and dialed Su Meng, recounting the events that had just transpired. After concluding the call, she gazed in the direction where Qin Chuan Ci and Chu Yi had vanished, hoping that all was indeed well. By now, dusk had settled. The driver had been waiting outside the bar for quite some time. Upon seeing his employer carrying Chu Yi out, he hurried over. President Qin, He swiftly opened the rear door, carefully assisting in placing Chu Yi onto the back seat. Qin Chuan Ci released his hold, but did not follow him inside. He lingered outside, his eyes resting on the sleeping face within the vehicle. Chu Yi leaned against the plush seat, his countenance slightly flushed from the effects of alcohol, his brow furrowed even in slumber, with a few crystalline tears clinging to his long, thick lashes. Qin Chuan Ci exhaled deeply, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. The flame flickered in the night. He inhaled, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs before exhaling slowly. The driver, having arranged the interior of the car, noticed his employer's reluctance to enter and stepped aside, standing quietly with his hands at his sides, wary of disturbing him. The late autumn breeze carried a chill, sweeping through the chaotic structures of the red light district, brushing against Qin Chuan Ci's profile, tugging at the corners of his lips in a painful reminder. He gazed at the figure inside the car, his expression inscrutable. He felt no regret for his actions that day. An omega, such as that, would never find closure unless matters were laid bare. The cigarette quickly burned down to its end. Qin Chuan Ci discarded the butt onto the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe, and spoke coldly. Next time he speaks, you may listen. The driver paused momentarily before comprehending whom Qin Chuan Ci referred to, promptly bowing his head in acknowledgement. Yes, President Qin. The vehicle smoothly departed from the cacophonous area, heading towards Xining Hospital. When Chu Yi awoke, it was already the following morning. The aftermath of a hangover left him with a throbbing headache. After a considerable pause, he gingerly sat up in bed, cradling his heavy head in his hands. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately settled upon the bedside table, where a small red booklet lay quietly. It was the divorce certificate. A flood of chaotic memories surged back into his mind. Chu Yi slowly lowered his hand from his forehead. He had indeed divorced by Ji. The relationship that had endured for so many years had come to an abrupt conclusion. Chu Yi pressed his dry lips together, yet surprisingly, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Perhaps it was due to the clear-eyed realization of Baijiqi's true nature, for the love that once flourished had diminished through repeated disappointments. What remained was a melancholic reflection on the heartfelt devotion that ultimately led to such an unfortunate and regrettable outcome. In truth, the act of divorce itself stirred little emotion within him. Sitting on the bed, Chu Yi found himself lost in thought. Soon, a couple of knocks on the door broke the silence. Guomin. He looked up to see the door being pushed open just a crack, revealing Zhou Wu's head peering in. Upon noticing Chu Yi's gaze, he offered a couple of sheepish smiles and entered the room. I thought you were still asleep. Chu Yi managed a faint smile in response. Zhou Wu, relieved to see that Chu Yi did not seem to reject him due to Qin Chuan's departure, stepped closer to the bedside and sat down. It was evident that he had something on his mind, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Hey, what's this? Zhou Wu's eyes fell upon the red booklet. He picked it up, and upon reading the words divorce certificate, his smile instantly froze. Silently, he placed it back down. Goodness, this divorce certificate resembles a marriage certificate. Observing Zhou Wu's flustered demeanor, Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter tinged with a hint of raspiness. It's nothing. I told you it's over. Zhou Wu nodded, yet his expression conveyed an unspoken complexity. Chu Yi had previously only alluded to the matter, leaving Zhou Wu unaware of the specific reasons behind their divorce. However, now, piecing together his boss's peculiar behavior, Zhou Wu had concocted a narrative of a nefarious wealthy man coercing a married individual into divorce. In his mind, he harshly condemned Qin Chuan. Previously, he had regarded Qin Chuan as an admirable boss, handsome, generous, and seemingly of good character. Now, however, that illusion had been thoroughly shattered. Chapter 73. Thank him. Gazing at Chu Yi, Zhou Wu sighed and hesitantly spoke. Well, to be frank, I'm here on a task assigned by Assistant Jiang. Zhou Wu's demeanor became somewhat awkward. He asked me to use your phone to add your boss as a friend. What? Chu Yi looked at him incredulously. Confirming that Zhou Wu was not jesting, he let out a silent sigh and reached for his phone. Zhou Wu's eyes brightened at the sight and quickly sent over Qin Chuan's business card. Chu Yi gazed at the snow-capped mountain avatar in the chat box, his expression devoid of emotion as he added it. There was no need to become entangled over such trivial matters. Zhou Wu was merely a worker. And why should a laborer make things difficult for another laborer? Moreover, given his current distorted relationship with Qin Chuan Ci, adding each other as friends was inevitable. After completing this task, Chu Yi turned his head to glance at Zhou Wu, who wore a look of relief, and suddenly asked with a smile, "What will you do if I refuse?" Zhou Wu's jubilant expression faltered. His eyes darted about, revealing a hint of awkwardness as he stammered, I plan to sneakily take your phone while you're asleep and unlock it using your face." Chu Yi's smile abruptly faded. He thought to himself, how could Zhou Wu possibly appear at the hospital so early? On the other side, Qin Chuan Ci was occupied in his office. The glaring purple bruise on his handsome face was quite conspicuous, causing Assistant Jiang to glance over repeatedly. His phone vibrated in his pocket, prompting Qin Chuan Ci to furrow his brow. He subsequently retrieved his phone, where a new friend request was displayed. The avatar depicted an empty sky, and the note contained only two simple characters, Chu Yi. Qin Chuan Ci paused, his eyes widening slightly as he confirmed he was not mistaken. Chu Yi? He accepted the request. After waiting for a while without any response in the chat box, he took the initiative to send a message. Awake? Like a stone sinking into the ocean, there was no reply from the other side. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained unchanged. This was, in fact, within his expectations. It was normal for Chu Yi to ignore him, but the act of taking the initiative to add him as a friend was peculiar. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan Ci lifted his gaze towards Jiang Feng, who sensed the boss's scrutiny and maintained his calm demeanor. "I believe this may facilitate your future communication with Mr. Chu," Jiang Feng remarked. Qin Chuan Ci regarded him for a moment before resuming his work without further comment. The following day, the notification of a salary deposit chimed. Zhou Wu looked at the unexpected bonus in his bank account, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the office, Jiang Feng discreetly adjusted his glasses, believing he had unraveled the ultimate secret to pleasing his superior. A sly smile crept onto Jiang Feng's lips as he returned to his workstation. But before he could settle in, a colleague approached him and whispered, "Jiang, the CEO is looking for you." He nodded, unfazed. The recent bonus notification still lingered on his phone, and the series of numbers quickened his step. Jiang Feng straightened his tie and walked with poise towards Qin Chuan Ci's office. He gently knocked on the door. "Enter." Inside the office, Qin Chuan Ci was engrossed in paperwork, not even lifting his head. Jiang Feng approached respectfully. "CEO, you called for me?" The sound of a pen scratching across the pages filled the air. It was only after signing the last document that Qin Chuan Ci closed the file and raised his gaze. His eyes settled on Jiang Feng. "What about the matter I entrusted to you?" "Oh no." The smile on Jiang Feng's face slightly faltered. The sense of solidity that came with the pocketful of bonuses evaporated in an instant. He suppressed the impulse to wipe away the sweat, maintaining his composure. "Mr. Qin, the matter concerning Mr. Guan Chu dates back a decade. St. Louis High School has sealed and destroyed much of the information for confidentiality. To thoroughly investigate, it will require some time." Qin Chuan Ci's brow furrowed, a chill gathering in the depths of his gaze. "What about the involved party?" "The individual in question is Lin Nuo, the youngest scion of the Lin family." Jiang Feng's voice dropped. "Thus, our people need to tread lightly." Upon hearing the name Lin Nuo, Qin Chuan Ci's eyes flickered momentarily. How fortuitous! He lowered his gaze and picked up another document, seemingly disinclined to pursue the topic further. "You may leave now." Jiang Feng felt as if a weight had been lifted, turning to exit. "As soon as possible." Qin Chuan Ci's voice rang out once more, and Jiang Feng felt the pressure mounting with those final two words. Previously buoyed by the prospects of a flourishing career, he now found himself enveloped in a cloud of despair. Jiang Feng exhaled deeply, his expression sharpening once again. It seemed they could no longer afford to show St. Louis High School any leniency. Time flew swiftly. Chu Yi had spent a full 2 months in the hospital. The remarkable efficacy of the Qin family's specially developed medication had yielded astonishing results. Bones that would typically require extensive time to heal exhibited a miraculous recovery under his condition. Although he was still unable to engage in vigorous activity, he could walk as well as any other person. When Su Meng entered the room, He saw Chu Yi standing by the window, having discarded his hospital gown in favor of his own clothing, poised for discharge. Wow, Suman et Galim, hurrying over to pat Chu Yi on the shoulder. You seem to be recovering quite well. I know that when my underlings suffered similar injuries, they were bedridden for at least half a year. Your recovery in just 2 months is truly remarkable. That day, when Tao Hong called to inform him that Chu Yi had been drinking alone at a bar, only to be retrieved by Qin Chuan Ci himself, it had astonished him. Later, upon inquiring, he learned that the young man had divorced the Omega, feeling despondent and resorting to alcohol, thus necessitating Qin's intervention. Now that he had recovered so swiftly, it was clear that this was once again due to Qin's arrangements. Truly, what a phenomenal boss. Previously, he had harbored some private grievances against him, but now he felt guilty for such thoughts. Of course, the truth Su Meng was privy to came solely from Chu Yi's abbreviated account. Chu Yi felt embarrassed. He could not confide in his elder brother that, as an alpha, he had been forcibly marked by another. Moreover, with the company leaning on Qin Chuan Ci and He Xiangshan as their support, and the two being allies, he did not wish to burden Su Meng and the others with his predicament. The marriage was already dissolved. He could not conceive of a way to extricate himself from Qin Chuan Ci's influence at present. Speaking further would serve no purpose. This directly led to the image of Qin Chuan Ci in Su Meng's mind being nearly gilded, on the verge of achieving a saintly status. Chu Yi, of course, remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of his elder brother. He heard Su Meng's words, shifted his left foot slightly, and his gaze darkened. He was acutely aware that his swift recovery was due to a particular individual. Feeling troubled, Chu Yi averted his eyes, his voice devoid of inflection. Well, it seems my normal life is unaffected. That's good. Su Meng chuckled heartily, adding this time, you must express your gratitude to Boss Qin. Technically, your injury cannot even be classified as a work-related one, yet he arranged everything so clearly for you. Truly benevolent. Stop dwelling on those trifles. I will handle everything at the company, so you can focus on working with Boss Qin. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's lips twitched. Haha, yes, thank him. Thank him, thank his entire family, and thank his ancestors for 18 generations. Chapter 74. This is little Yi's. Su Meng observed Chu Yi's compliant demeanor with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he slapped his thigh. Oh dear, look at my memory. I almost forgot. Guess who has arrived? Chu Yi was taken aback. Who? Su Meng grinned and called toward the doorway of the ward. Come in. As his words fell, a figure peeked in from behind the door. Chu Yi's expression shifted to one of peculiarity upon recognizing the newcomer. Li Qian. The young girl was clad in a pristine school uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing a clean little face. She looked at Chu Yi with a hint of nervousness, but fear had dissipated. Meeting his gaze, she exclaimed with conviction, Big brother. Chu Yi turned his attention to Su Meng, seeking clarification. Su Meng shrugged, his expression rather helpless. This little girl insisted on coming and begged me for several days. Chu Yi chose not to comment further. His gaze returned to Li Qian. After 2 months apart, it was evident she had gained some weight, no longer resembling the frail figure that seemed ready to topple with the slightest breeze. She appeared to have grown taller as well. Regardless, the fact that this little girl had taken the time to visit him warranted a response. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, You've grown taller. Li Qian's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She raised her hands, gesturing between herself and Chu Yi. Yes, before, I only reached this high, but now I can reach this. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. Li Qian then turned to retrieve the backpack she had been carrying. She crouched down, unzipped it, and began rummaging through its contents. Soon, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood up abruptly. She held out a test paper, unfurling it before Chu Yi. On the pristine white sheet, a bold red 100 adorned the top. The girl's voice rang out, bright and clear. I scored 100. When Li Qian saw Chu Yi, she had not even considered the possibility of returning to school. Her childhood environment had been harsh and chaotic, and despite her mother's relentless efforts to shield her from sordid realities, she could not escape the influences surrounding her. She was mature for her age and possessed knowledge beyond her years. The words Chu Yi had spoken during their first encounter had seemed absurd to her, with the understanding that no one would entertain such requests. When she was taken away, she had already prepared for the worst, being sold or worse still. Yet, the outcome was astonishingly unexpected. She was led to a warm bath and provided with decent food. The days spent with these gangsters turned out to be more comfortable and relaxed than the 9 years she had lived with her biological father. She felt grateful, relieved not to have been forced into unspeakable acts or sold for organs. School? That was a luxury she barely dared to dream of. Yet this very thing happened. Later, she learned from Sun Miao that the person financing her education was none other than the stern older brother before her. Thus, Li Qian felt it was her duty to occasionally update him on her progress, ensuring he did not feel his investment had gone to waste. Consequently, she studied harder than ever before. Chu Yi gazed at the perfect score on the exam paper, momentarily taken aback. He then smirked and uttered 4 words, "Well done." His reaction was surprisingly indifferent. Initially, his promise to support her education had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Now, he wondered why he had even made that promise. But that was the extent of his involvement. He had left the subsequent matters to Sun Miao, not even knowing which school Li Qian attended, let alone having any expectations for her grades. He had never anticipated any form of repayment. This indifferent response did not disappoint Li Qian. After 2 encounters that yielded no praise, she had come to understand her older brother's temperament. She folded the test paper neatly and returned it to her backpack, her expression unyielding. Raising her face, she spoke earnestly, "Brother, you may not know, but I am 9 years old this year, attending elementary school in winter, currently in the 4th grade." A chuckle escaped Su Meng, who could not contain himself. Chu Yi was taken aback by Li Qian's statement. Blinking, he noted that this little girl was indeed different from others, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand." Just then, there were 2 knocks on the ward door. The 3 turned their gazes toward the entrance. The door was ajar, revealing a figure standing quietly outside, accompanied by a respectful assistant. It was Qin Chuan Ci. "Su man hudit, for what?" "Boss Qin, what brings you here in person?" Chu Yi curled his fingers at his side and echoed Su Meng as greeting. "Boss." Li Qian blinked her wide eyes, glancing between Su Meng and Chu Yi. Although she did not grasp the situation, mimicking the adults seemed prudent. So she followed suit and called out, "Boss Qin." Her youthful voice sounded particularly out of place. Perhaps it was the first time someone had addressed him in such a crisp tone. Qin Chuan Ci finally shifted his gaze from Chu Yi, looking down at Li Qian with a polite smile. "Hello." He then turned to Chu Yi and remarked, "It seems you are recovering well." Chu Yi forced a smile. "Thanks to you." Qin Chuan Ci nodded, agreeing with Chu Yi's assessment. "Your current condition still does not permit you to handle high-intensity work. You could rest for another half-month, and on the way, I will take you back." "Back? To where?" A jolt ran through Chu Yi's heart. Could it be that they were heading back to the Qin family manor for a half-month respite? He frowned instinctively, ready to protest. "I can stay at a hotel." After divorcing Bai Jiqi, he had forfeited the house and the car, but hotels were not ubiquitous, after all. However, before Qin Chuan Ci could respond, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a smile, taking over the conversation. "Mr. Chu, have you forgotten? I previously mentioned that the Qin family's personal bodyguards are required to be on duty. Although President Qin has granted you a leave of absence, you still need to remain within the security perimeter of the Qin residence." Chu Yi maintained a stoic expression. "Oh, it was to be expected. It would have been strange if they agreed otherwise." Su Meng, seeing his demeanor, patted Chu Yi and shot him an admonishing glance. "Oh, what do you mean by oh? How rude." He quickly donned a smile, attempting to ease the tension with Qin Chuan Ci and Jiang Feng. "Haha, President Qin, please don't take offense. What he means is that he has received the message. He just got out of the hospital, so his mind is a bit hazy." Chu Yi felt a mix of irritation and amusement at his brother's antics. Jiang Feng, noticing the situation, followed Su Meng's lead, his gaze falling on the quietly seated Li Qian. Out of social courtesy, he casually remarked, "Mr. Su, you are too modest. Is this your daughter? She is quite adorable." He had researched Su Meng's background and was aware that he had a daughter who mostly lived with his ex-wife. Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to meet Li Qian's eyes. He then raised his head, waved his hand, and chuckled. "Assistant Jiang is joking. My daughter is with her mother. This is not mine. This is Chu Yi's. Chapter 75. What wonderful news! The entire hospital room froze. The gazes of all four individuals were fixed on Su Meng. Li Qian appeared bewildered, glancing at the composed Su Meng, then stealing a look at Chu Yi, only to find him in shock, his mouth slightly pouting. The professional smile on Jiang Feng's face began to crack for the first time. He trembled as he adjusted his glasses, confusion and alarm flashing in his eyes. Mr. Chu has a child? This wasn't in the information. In that moment, the four of them harbored four distinct thoughts. While only the oblivious Su Meng remained unaware of the awkwardness. He felt the weight of their stares and, finally sensing something amiss, blinked in confusion at Chu Yi. Why are you looking at me like that? To him, this seemed perfectly natural. Chu Yi had taken the child in, providing for her needs, and now even covering her education expenses. Wasn't that tantamount to adoption? Chu Yi zitka Su Meng, utterly baffled as to why he would make such a statement. Before he could voice his confusion, a cool voice resonated quietly from his side. Your child? Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke. His tone was light and even, devoid of discernible emotion. Chu Yi's heart raced at those words. He turned to meet Qin Chuan Ci's gaze, which bore into him with a steady intensity, devoid of questioning or scrutiny, revealing not a hint of emotion. Observing Chu Yi, who was visibly parched, he pressed his lips together and ultimately managed to utter two simple words, no. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hospital room lightened considerably. Jiang Feng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though his livelihood had been precariously kicked away, only to be securely caught once more. Of course, he had meticulously scrutinized Chu Yi's background, examining every detail twice over, with increasing thoroughness. Even the fact that he used to play in the mud as a child was unearthed. Yet, not a single word mentioned that Chu Yi and Bai Ziqi had a child. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng cast a lingering glance at Su Meng, who had just spoken with such reckless abandon. Are you intent on ruining me? Qin Chuan Ci, upon hearing Chu Yi's decisive response, appeared calm as he nodded. Indeed, he had allowed himself to be swayed by Su Meng's careless remarks. Bai Ziqi was unwilling to bear a lifelong mark for Chu Yi. How could she possibly endure the pains and risks of childbirth for him? A faint smile briefly flickered at the corners of his lips, only to vanish in an instant. Qin Chuan Ci regarded Chu Yi, his voice regaining its customary gentleness. This is truly good news. Chu Yi looked at his smiling face, feeling an inexplicable twinge of pain at the nape of his neck. He abruptly averted his gaze, unable to look further. Over the course of 2 months, the bite mark on the back of his neck had long faded, the skin now smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of having been forcibly marked. Yet, the more unremarkable it appeared, the less he wished to share the same space as Qin Chuan Ci, whether it was merely a psychological effect or not. Every glance and every word from the other party felt predatory. Su Meng was thoroughly bewildered by this disjointed exchange. He glanced between Qin Chuan Ci and Chu Yi, ultimately nudging Chu Yi with his elbow. What's going on? What do you mean? Su Meng asked in a hushed tone. Aren't you planning to adopt her? Chu Yi licked his dry lips, exasperatedly looking at Su Meng. Brother, when did I ever say I wanted to adopt her? Hey, Su Meng exclaimed, eyes wide. Then why are you providing for her, sending her to school, and going through all this trouble? What's your intention? Chu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. I'm simply sponsoring her. Listening to the banter between Su Meng and Chu Yi, Jiang Feng finally pieced together the origins of the young girl. During his second detailed investigation into Chu Yi's background, he had indeed discovered that Chu Yi had rescued a child from a debtor. It must be her. Qin Chuan Ci, however, was not particularly concerned with Li Qian's true identity. As long as she was not the child of Chu Yi and Bai Ziqi, nothing else mattered to him. He raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. Let us go. As he spoke, the previously bickering Su Meng and Chu Yi fell silent. The group followed Qin Chuan Ci, making their grand exit from the hospital. At the entrance, Su Meng greeted Li Qian and the others before departing, leaving Chu Yi alone to confront Qin Chuan Ci. A black sedan quietly awaited by the roadside. Qin Chuan Ci approached the rear door and personally opened it. Please step inside. Chu Yi stole a glance at Qin Chuan Ci, before bending down to enter the spacious back seat. As soon as he settled in, Qin Chuan Ci followed suit, shutting the door with a decisive thud that shut out the clamor of the outside world. The vehicle smoothly pulled away, merging into the flow of traffic, and headed towards the Qin family estate. Despite the ample space within the car, Chu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of confinement. Qin Chuan Ci sat right beside him. This was not their first shared ride, but each time it proved to be an uncomfortable ordeal. Chu Yi averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Qin Chuan Ci's eyes or engage in any form of communication. Instead, he propped his elbow against the window ledge, resting his chin in his hand, and turned his head to gaze outside. This posture allowed him to focus entirely on the view beyond the glass, pretending as if he were alone in the vehicle. However, midway through their journey, a realization struck Chu Yi. While this position effectively shielded him from seeing Qin Chuan Ci, it left his entire nape exposed to the scrutinizing gaze of the man beside him. The skin that had once borne a mark was now fully visible to the man with ulterior motives. If it had been any ordinary alpha, it might have been tolerable, but it was Qin Chuan Ci. A chill swept over Chu Yi's nape. His body stiffened momentarily before he feigned composure, slowly turning his head back and adjusting his posture to press his entire back firmly against the seat. A faint scoff, barely audible, emanated from beside him. Chu Yi's brows furrowed immediately as he shot a glare at Qin Chuan Ci. Yet, Qin Chuan Ci did not return his gaze, instead elegantly crossing his legs and staring straight ahead, as if the sound had merely been a figment of Chu Yi's imagination. Then, a voice broke the silence. "Have you finished the medication?" Chu Yi hesitated for a moment. The special medication, purportedly designed to help him acclimate to the Enigma pheromone, had been taken in several doses. The most recent bottle delivered by Jiangfeng a fortnight ago, now nearly empty. "I've finished it," he replied. Qin Chuan Ci nodded, a satisfied tone in his voice. "That's good." With that, he lapsed into silence, closing his eyes to rest. The car fell into another silence, causing Chu Yi, who had been waiting for Qin Chuan Ci to provide him with more medication, to frown slightly. He gazed at Qin Chuan Ci's handsome profile, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Moistening his parched lips, he could not resist the urge to speak. "Aren't you going to give me any more?" Qin Chuan Ci's eyelashes fluttered, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You don't need to take any more." Those words plunged Chu Yi into an icy abyss. He inhaled sharply, the previously unblemished skin on his nape inexplicably beginning to throb with phantom pain. Memories of that chaotic night surged forth, crashing through the dam he had meticulously constructed over the past 2 months. The humiliation of being marked, the invasive chill that penetrated his mental realm, rampaging without restraint, consuming every inch of territory and enveloping his pheromones. That sensation of teetering on the brink of collapse, yearning to faint from the overwhelming turmoil, vividly returned. Chu Yi's complexion visibly paled. He lowered his head, his gaze devoid of focus, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to recall the arm that had tightly gripped his waist, forcibly controlling his form. His pupils constricted abruptly. The hand that hung by his side quietly curled into a fist. His breath began to quicken. Just then, a hand unexpectedly reached out, carrying the chill of snow, gently covering the nape of his neck. Chu Yi's body stiffened suddenly, every hair on his body standing on end. Yet the anticipated pain and violation did not ensue. Only a wave of warmth emanated from the gland area, the body heat of another person clearly transmitted through the palm. Besides this audacious act, the hand did not engage in any further offensive gestures. Qin Chuan Ci's voice resonated in his ear. "Do not be anxious. Last time was an accident. This time will not hurt." The gentle chill of snow, accompanied by his words, slowly enveloped Chu Yi with a soothing quality. It was as if he were softly comforting a startled kitten, each delicate tendril exuding an assurance of harmlessness, a stark contrast to the fierce and domineering demeanor of before. Remarkably, under the gentle caress of the snow, Chu Yi's tense body gradually relinquished the deep-seated fear rooted in memory. His breathing began to stabilize. Chu Yi pressed his lips together. Upon regaining composure, his heart, however, remained far from at ease. the fact that his body had indeed accepted Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones. Under the latter's calming influence, signified an unsettling acknowledgement. Chu Yi slowly raised his hand and brushed Qin Chuan Ci's hand away from the nape of his neck. He turned his head aside and murmured, "What are you pretending to be a good person for at this moment?" Qin Chuan Ci withdrew his hand, chuckling softly. "I just wanted you not to be afraid. It's not as terrifying as you think." He paused, leaning slightly forward, tilting his head to regard Chu Yi as he asked gently, "Chu Yi, have you ever heard a saying?" Chu Yi glanced at Qin Chuan Ci. "What saying?" With a persistent smile gracing his lips, Qin Chuan Ci tilted his head, his gaze fixed on Chu Yi's face, his tone gentle, as if sharing a profound aphorism. "Life is akin to violation. If one cannot resist, then one should indulge." Chu Yi fell silent. The driver in the front seat and Jiang Feng both unconsciously minimized their presence, observing with eyes focused forward, feigning ignorance of the conversation. They were taken aback that the boss could utter such words. After a few seconds of quiet, Chu Yi let out a laugh. "No retort. You truly are shameless." Qin Chuan Ci's smile remained unchanged. Such an insult was merely a gentle breeze to him. He straightened his posture, resuming his noble and elegant demeanor. "Chu Yi, you will understand in the future." "Understand what? That you are indeed shameless?" Chu Yi chose to ignore him thereafter. The remainder of the journey passed in silence. The black sedan smoothly entered the Qin family estate, traversing the meticulously manicured lawns and gardens, ultimately coming to a halt before the main residence. As Chu Yi exited the vehicle and stood on the steps, he gazed at the imposing structure before him, his heart heavy with melancholy. He had returned. Qin Chuan Ci strode past him with long strides, heading directly towards the main residence. Chu Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and followed suit, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. However, as they traversed the expansive living room and passed through the lengthy corridor, Chu Yi discerned that the path was increasingly amiss. Abruptly, he halted in his tracks. "Where are you taking me?" he inquired. Qin Chuan Ci turned his head to regard Chu Yi, responding nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. "I am returning to my room." With a thunderous roar, Chu Yi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He glared at Qin Chuan Ci, akin to a furious adversary. "What do you intend to do in your room with me? You had just been discharged from the hospital." The audacity of Qin Chuan Ci seemed to mock him. Observing the tense expression on Chu Yi's face, Qin Chuan Ci fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into a low, mocking laugh that echoed through the empty corridor, exuding unrestrained amusement. "Didn't you follow me of your own accord? I never asked you to come along." Chu Yi's expression froze, his chest heaving with pent-up frustration, caught in a state of turmoil. "Damn it." Qin Chuan Ci regarded his ashen complexion before turning and walking deeper into the main residence, his demeanor composed and graceful. Chu Yi remained rooted to the spot, fixated on that retreating figure, until Qin Chuan Ci vanished around the corner of the corridor. He exhaled sharply, a cloud of frustration escaping his lips, and strode off in another direction. The bodyguard's designated resting area was situated in the wing of the main residence, distinctly separated from the living quarters of the owner. Upon entering, Chu Yi was greeted by a lively scene. It was lunchtime. Several bodyguards who had finished their shifts were gathered, enjoying their meals and engaging in conversation. As Chu Yi scanned the crowd, his gaze quickly landed on Zhou Wu, who was seated alone in a corner. He selected a few of his favorite dishes from the passing cart and approached with a tray in hand. Zhou Wu was deeply engrossed in his meal when he instinctively looked up, sensing a shadow looming over him. Upon recognizing the visitor, his eyes widened in shock like saucers. "Chu," he exclaimed, his voice booming, successfully capturing the attention of everyone in the break room. A dark-skinned, robust bodyguard was the first to react, staring at Chu Yi in disbelief. "Chu, you're back at work. I thought you had been dismissed." The surrounding individuals echoed his astonishment, their expressions mirroring that of the burly bodyguard. After all, during the charity gala, although no one knew the specifics of Chu Yi's actions, they had witnessed him being summoned by President Qin for a private reprimand, only to vanish from sight for over 2 months. To everyone's perception, he had undoubtedly been shown the door. Among them, only Zhou Wu, who was privy to part of the truth, quietly lowered his head. Chapter 77. Uncertainty amidst the collective gaze. Chu Yi forced a couple of awkward chuckles and settled down in front of Zhou Wu. "No, I'm on vacation," he explained, maintaining a composed facade. "Having sustained an injury previously, I have just returned after a 2-month convalescence in the hospital." "Is that so?" The dark-skinned bodyguard nodded, his initial shock giving way to a dawning realization, and he leaned in with curiosity. "Pray tell, what transpired that day? Why did the boss summon you for a discussion?" Without lifting his eyelids, Chu Yi replied nonchalantly, "The server who was serving drinks passed right before me, and the issues with him were quite apparent. However, I was momentarily distracted and failed to notice in time. Consequently, the boss brought it to my attention." The bodyguard immediately donned a look of understanding. He had little genuine interest in Chu Yi. Rather, he found it curious that Chu Yi had not been dismissed and had returned to work. Having satiated his curiosity with his inquiries, he was about to turn back to his meal when another bodyguard interjected. During the days of your absence, there was another incident, did you hear?" Chu Yi paused his actions of picking food, lifting his gaze. "What incident?" The dark-skinned bodyguard perked up at this, interjecting again. "It's about that affair from when you first arrived. The boss was assaulted. Are you aware?" Chu Yi fell silent. He was indeed aware of that incident from when he had just arrived. At that time, his sensitivity period had flared unexpectedly, and in a state of confusion, he recalled striking someone. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered that the individual had repaid his aggression with kindness, not only refraining from pursuing the matter, but also assisting him with the aftermath. He had long wished for an opportunity to express his gratitude in person, yet he had never been able to find the individual. Later, he had spotted Qin Chuan Ci with injuries on his face in the corridor, leading him to suspect he might be the assailant. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his sensitivity period was a result of Qin Chuan Ci's influence. Thus, one could argue that the latter had brought this upon himself. Unaware of the subtle shift in Chu Yi's demeanor, the speaking bodyguard continued. "Initially, that individual was never identified, and we were all perplexed. Then, lo and behold, about 2 months ago, someone struck again. This time, it was even more vicious. The sight on our boss's delicate skin was horrendous. Yet the perpetrator remains elusive." The captain inquired with the boss, but gleaned no useful information. That incident, Chu Yi reflected silently, returning his focus to the food on his plate. Nearby, another bodyguard slammed his thigh, joining the conversation with a tone rife with indignation. "Indeed, what kind of situation is this? The key point is that this assailant is extraordinarily elusive, striking precisely when we are most vulnerable or absent. The boss has not provided any specific directives, merely stating that there is no need for further investigation, leaving us utterly perplexed, unable to locate the culprit." Once this topic was broached, the entire break room erupted in conversation. "I firmly believe it must be an insider. How else could someone know the boss's whereabouts and security gaps so intimately? That cannot be right. Who among us would possess such audacity? Could it be a top-tier assassin sent by a business rival? Come now, a top-tier assassin? You've been reading too many novels." Fortunately, the soundproofing in a lounge is remarkably effective. Otherwise, the commotion could very well have torn the roof off. The imposing bodyguard observed the quiet, dining figures of Chu Yi and Zhou Wu in the corner, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the fervent discussion surrounding them. He casually inquired, "Hey, you two, why so silent? Any clues?" "Zhou Wu, haven't you been getting closer to Assistant Jiang lately? No news at all?" Zhou Wu suddenly called out, felt a pang of guilt, and lifted his head. Meeting the bodyguard's gaze, he shook his head vigorously, his expression brimming with sincerity. "I have no idea, really." Nighttime. The living room of the main residence. Qin Chuan Ci sat comfortably on the expansive sofa, his demeanor relaxed. The television in front of him was playing a historical power struggle drama, featuring none other than his younger brother, Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's acting was exceptional. Regardless of Qin Chuan Ci's opinions, the public's acclaim for him was overwhelmingly positive. On the screen, Qin Yuan portrayed the Ninth Prince, donned in a dark dragon robe. holding a bloodied sword, standing amidst a sea of corpses within the palace. He had eliminated all obstacles, staining the palace with crimson, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of power. The camera focused on him as he slowly raised his sleeve, confronting the terrified officials kneeling below. His eyes emanated an unyielding fierceness and isolation. Observers might ponder, can such a solitary emperor truly rule? As Qin Chuan Ci watched Qin Yuan's performance, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, followed by an ambiguous chuckle. He certainly knows how to please himself. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Feng hastened to the side of the sofa and slightly bowed. Mr. Qin, the results from St. Louis High School have come in. Qin Chuan Ci, intrigued, gradually lifted his gaze. Jiang Feng handed over a sealed dossier, and upon receiving it, Qin Chuan Ci tore open the seal, scanning the contents swiftly. Jiang Feng stood behind the sofa, silent and attentive. Chu Yi's days in the Qin family estate were unexpectedly tranquil. Aside from being unable to leave, there were no significant issues. In the initial days, he was consumed by the anxiety that Qin Chuan Ci might mark him. But it seemed that Qin Chuan Ci had completely forgotten about him. There were hardly any encounters within the estate, which gradually eased Chu Yi's tense nerves. He began to genuinely recuperate. However, spending extended periods indoors can lead to a sense of stagnation. Though the doctor had advised against vigorous exercise, simple strolls were permitted. Chu Yi soon discovered an exquisite location, the corridor of the main residence. When Qin Chuan Ci was present, he would never venture into the main house. But once Qin Chuan Ci left for work, he made a point to visit. The sunlight here was splendid, streaming down from above. If one disregarded the barren land bordering the corridor and focused solely on the interplay of light and shadow within, the beauty was indeed breathtaking. Leaning against a cold stone pillar, Chu Yi basked in the gentle warmth of the early winter sun, its rays neither harsh nor intrusive. He squinted, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The warmth enveloped him, and a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him, rubbing his slightly weary eyes. He felt his eyelids grow heavy. Straightening up, he stretched languidly, preparing to return to his dormitory for a brief respite. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a familiar figure caught his eye, hastily moving in another direction. The silhouette appeared strikingly recognizable. Chapter 78. Dining Chu Yi squinted again and called out, "Dr. Liu?" His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the expansive space. The figure froze, halting in its tracks. After a moment, it slowly turned around, forcing a smile upon its face. "Ah, Mr. Chu, what a coincidence." It was none other than Dr. Liu Shuiying, the physician who had attended to Chu Yi at Xining Hospital. Internally, Liu Shuiying lamented her predicament. The moment she spotted Chu Yi from a distance, she had instinctively turned to flee. Who would have thought that after just one encounter, he could recognize her from so far away? Chu Yi approached heir susuri, observing her visibly tense demeanor with curiosity. "What brings you here, Dr. Liu?" Liu Shuiying awkwardly scratched her head. "I've been summoned by President Qin to serve as a family doctor." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Xining Hospital was indeed a property of the Qin family, and it was entirely reasonable to transfer a doctor for such a role. However, Liu Shuiying's anxious and flustered appearance puzzled him. "Is something troubling you?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, Liu Shuiying forced a chuckle, scratching her cheek as her voice lowered. I apologize for not being able to assist you last time." Chu Yi paused for a moment before breaking into a gentle laugh, shaking his head. "Not all. I truly appreciate the information you provided. To be honest, given the circumstances then, I thought you might face repercussions for that incident. Knowing you are unscathed now brings me a sense of relief." Chu Yi felt genuine gratitude toward Liu Shuiying. Were it not for her, he would likely still be in the dark, naively believing that Qin Chuan Ci was merely an alpha with a dominant pheromone. Hearing Chu Yi's words, Liu Shuiying's tense nerves began to relax. She glanced around to ensure no one was near before leaning in closer, lowering her voice. "Actually, on your first day at the hospital, orders were given to handle your case with utmost caution, forbidding any unnecessary examinations. However, our director's niece has always had a bone to pick with me. She looked upon me with disdain and deliberately failed to notify me. As a result, I ended up conducting your examination. She intended to set me up for trouble, but in the end, the unfortunate one turned out to be her. Listening to Lu Shuiying's vivid account, Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing the relaxed smile on his face, Lu Shuiying felt a weight lift from her heart. Lu Shuiying refrained from meeting Chu Yi because, in her eyes, he was a victim, while the perpetrator was none other than her employer, Qin Chuan Ci. At one point, she had fervently vowed to provide him with legal assistance, only to find herself working under the very hands of the murderer, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of guilt. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of compassion involuntarily flickered in her gaze as she looked at Chu Yi. "All right, I have work to attend to, so I won't keep you," she said, glancing at the time. "I heard you just got discharged from the hospital. Make sure to rest well." Chu Yi nodded and waved her off. "Okay, you take care." Watching Lu Shuiying's retreating figure, the smile on Chu Yi's face gradually faded. He had certainly noticed the look she cast at him in parting. Compassion? Sympathy? He never imagined there would come a day when he would be regarded with such eyes. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, a complex feeling swelling within him. He turned to retrace his steps back to the dormitory. However, as he reached the corner of the corridor, a solid wall of humanity unexpectedly loomed before him. Chu Yi abruptly halted, but inertia caused him to stumble forward, crashing directly into the embrace of the other person. A chill permeated his nostrils. Qin Chuan Ci, slightly swayed by the impact, instinctively frowned. But upon recognizing who was in his arms, his brow involuntarily lifted. Chu Yi swiftly regained his balance, and, upon seeing Qin Chuan Ci, his brow furrowed. Why was this man leaving work so early today? Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Chuan Ci's voice rang out first. "What brings you here? Just taking a stroll?" "A stroll?" Qin Chuan Ci's gaze drifted past Chu Yi to the corridor behind him, seemingly pondering. "Do you enjoy it here?" Chu Yi responded vaguely. "It's all right." Qin Chuan Ci chuckled, not pressing the matter further, as if it had merely been a casual inquiry. He shifted the conversation with a casual tone. "Since I ran into you here, I might as well inform you directly. Tomorrow, you will accompany me." Chu Yi replied, "Did you not say I should rest for half a month?" Qin Chuan Ci revealed an enigmatic smile, his gaze settling on Chu Yi's face, his voice gentle. "It's not about going to work. I'm taking you out for a meal." With that, he offered Chu Yi no chance for further questions, stepping aside to walk past him with long strides. Heading deeper into the main residence, Chu Yi stood frozen, watching Qin Chuan Ci's figure vanish at the end of the corridor, his brow knitting into a frown. What was the purpose of dining together? The following day, Chu Yi donned a bodyguard uniform, standing by the car, awaiting Qin Chuan Ci. Soon, Qin Chuan Ci emerged from the main residence, clad in a gray cashmere coat that softened his usual meticulous demeanor, giving him an air of warmth akin to jade. His gaze fell upon Chu Yi, lingering momentarily on the uniform. "I mentioned today isn't work." Chu Yi replied, expressionless, "Is still work." Qin Chuan Ci chuckled lightly, but did not insist. Instead, he approached and opened the car door. "You go in first." Without hesitation, Chu Yi bent down and entered the vehicle. The door shut, enveloping them in silence, broken only by the barely audible sound of their breathing. Qin Chuan Ci swiftly boarded the vehicle, taking a seat beside him. The man's aura, imbued with a refreshing chill reminiscent of snow, lingered tantalizingly at the tip of Chu Yi's nose, prompting him to instinctively inch closer to the car door. Seemingly oblivious to this subtle movement, Qin Chuan Ci withdrew his phone, gesturing as if engaged in a flurry of messages. Chu Yi paid little heed to this. His curiosity piqued instead by the purpose of their outing. It was implausible that Qin Chuan Ci had merely invited him for a meal. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yi turned his head and broke the silence. "Where are we headed?" Without diverting his gaze from the phone screen, Qin Chuan Ci's lips parted slightly, revealing 4 words, "Tianqiong." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi silently averted his eyes, puzzled by the unfamiliarity of the term. Noticing that Qin Chuan Ci seemed unaware of his confusion, he discreetly retrieved his own phone from his pocket and swiftly typed the 4 characters in the search bar. Tianqiong. An array of information flooded the browser, overwhelming him momentarily until he fixated on 6 words. top-tier restaurant in the capital. Observing the map's location, he noted it was not particularly far from their current position. A frown creased his brow as he traced his fingers over the cold screen of his phone, a growing unease settling in his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he could no longer contain himself and spoke again. "It can't just be the two of us, right?" Finally, Qin Chuan Ci shifted his gaze from the phone to him, an intrigued expression gracing his features. If that's what you wish, once we conclude our business here, I could take you elsewhere." Which word gave away my thoughts. Chu Yi forced a smile, though it lacked sincerity. "Thank you, but that's unnecessary." He then turned away, choosing to disregard Qin Chuan Ci. As long as it wasn't a solitary meal with Qin Chuan Ci, he would be content. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 79. Qin Chuan Ci. Showtime. The interior of the car descended once more into silence. Before long, the vehicle came to a smooth halt before the grand edifice of the Tianxiong Yunding restaurant. Chu Yi disembarked, following Qin Chuan Ci closely. Upon their arrival, a waiting staff member, upon sighting Qin Chuan Ci, promptly approached them, leading the way as they made their way to the elevator. Eventually, they reached a private room on the 14th floor. Inside, a semicircle of well-dressed individuals, men and women alike, sat in anticipation. The moment Qin Chuan Ci stepped into the room, all conversation ceased for an instant, followed by an immediate surge of warmth and enthusiasm enveloping the atmosphere. "Brother Chuan Ci, Mr. Qin, what a surprise to see you." Everyone rose in unison, their faces alight with a mixture of fervent excitement and almost obsequious admiration. Among them was a woman in a champagne-colored dress, her delicate features betraying a hint of shyness as she approached Qin Chuan Ci. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a playful allure. "Brother Chuan Ci, I truly didn't expect you to come today." This woman was none other than Lin Xiaonan, the esteemed daughter of the Lin family in the capital. Observing this interaction, the onlookers harbored various thoughts. It was well known within their circle that this Lin heiress had devoted her affections entirely to Qin Chuan Ci, resolutely dismissing all marriage proposals at the age of 30, declaring she would marry no one but him. Qin Chuan Ci exhibited little reaction to Lin Xiaonan's nearly overt affection, merely offering a slight smile. "I had nothing pressing, so I came over," was his succinct response, bordering on indifference. Yet, none present found this unusual. Rather, they deemed it entirely appropriate. After all, he was Qin Chuan Ci, the scion of the esteemed Qin family in the imperial capital. For these individuals, merely catching a distant glimpse of him at elite gatherings was considered a tremendous privilege, and approaching him was beyond their station. Today, at this modest, welcoming banquet, sharing a table with Qin Chuan Ci was akin to a fortuitous windfall. Qin Chuan Ci remained unmoved by their enthusiasm, his gaze sweeping the private room before he casually chose an unoccupied seat. Only then did the attendees notice the silent figure of Chu Yi trailing behind him. Dressed in a starkly incongruous security uniform amidst a sea of opulent attire, he appeared particularly out of place. Confusion and disdain flickered across the faces of the gathered crowd. Why was a bodyguard not stationed downstairs or outside, but instead accompanying them here? However, since he was brought by Qin Chuan Ci, no one dared to express their misgivings openly. It was Lin Xiaonan who first reacted, smiling as she turned her attention to Chu Yi, feigning curiosity. "Brother Chuan Ci." This is Chu Yi's expression soured the moment he entered the room. At the mention of his name by Lin Xiaonan, he imperceptibly trembled, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Qin Chuan Ci's voice broke the tension, casual in tone. "A friend, with a matter to attend to, so I brought him along." "A friend? Qin Chuan Ci's friend?" The minds of the attendees buzzed with astonishment. To be acknowledged as a friend by Qin Chuan Ci, one could hardly expect even a janitor to be treated with such reverence. In an instant, the gazes directed at Chu Yi transformed, the previous disdain evaporating, replaced by warmth and flattery. "So, he was a friend of Mr. Qin. That makes him our friend too. Please take a seat." Qin Chuan Ci gestured, pulling out a chair beside him for Chu Yi. Under the weight of scrutinizing eyes, Chu Yi stepped forward, inching toward Qin Chuan Ci and taking a seat. He surveyed the room, absorbing the sycophantic expressions of the crowd, feeling as though he were an observer in a grand, yet hollow performance. Seeing him seated next to Qin Chuan Ci, Lin Xiaonan beckoned the others to resume their seats, discreetly situating herself on the opposite side of Qin Chuan Ci. "I haven't caught your name yet. I'm Lin Xiaonan," she said, smiling warmly and graciously at Chu. Snap back to reality. Chu Yi tightened his grip beneath the table. "Chu Yi," he replied. Lin Xiaonan nodded, scrutinizing him closely. He was indeed handsome, yet his demeanor suggested he belonged to a different echelon. Perhaps he was merely fortunate, having unwittingly forged a connection with Qin Chuan Ci. With this thought, Lin Xiaonan's interest waned. Her aspirations lay with Qin Chuan Ci, and she harbored hopes of entering his circle. But at first glance, this friend seemed little more than a mere courtesy from Qin Chuan Ci. Though unaware of the reasons behind Qin Chuan Ci's decision to bring this individual along, Lin Xiaonan, as the esteemed daughter of the Lin family, deemed his current demeanor unworthy of her attention. Subsequently, she disregarded Chu Yi and engaged in conversation with others, noticing that he was not the focus of anyone's gaze. Chu Yi stealthily reached beneath the table, tugging at the hem of Qin Chuan Ci's coat. Lowering his voice, "What are you up to?" From the moment he entered, he sensed something amiss. Among those present, he recognized nearly half, having encountered them at Shengluan High School. Particularly, Lin Xiaonan, whose name he had not known at the time. Yet he would never forget the sound of her voice throughout his life. Qin Chuan Ci seemed oblivious to Chu Yi's inquiry. He casually lifted a glass bottle from the table and poured half a glass of drink for Chu Yi. "You can have this. It won't be long before you need it." This action instantly drew the attention of everyone in the private room, especially Lin Xiaonan, whose gaze fixated on the drink poured by Qin Chuan Ci for Chu Yi. After a brief silence, Lin Xiaonan charmingly spoke up, "Brother Chuan Ci, I would like to have some of this too." Upon hearing her, Qin Chuan Ci raised his eyelids and slid the remaining half-full bottle towards Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, appearing unfazed as she elegantly poured herself a glass. Taking a delicate sip, the overly sweet flavor failed to dissolve the bitterness within her heart. Lin Xiaonan lifted her eyes, her gaze surpassing Qin Chuan Ci, and for the first time, she truly acknowledged Chu Yi's presence. "I wonder how Mr. Chu knows Brother Chuan Ci?" she inquired with an innocent curiosity, her smile radiant. Though surprised by Qin Chuan Ci's actions, Chu Yi found himself unable to ponder their significance, as Lin Xiaonan's question demanded his immediate response. Pressing his lips into a straight line, he replied dryly, "It's merely a coincidence, nothing of particular note." This dismissive answer left Lin Xiaonan feeling dissatisfied. However, she maintained her enthusiastic smile, pressing on, "And what does Mr. Chu do for a living?" "Bodyguard." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Xiaonan's eyes. "So, he truly is just a bodyguard." Internally mocking him, she persisted, "Then what about Mr. Chu's family?" The moment those words slipped from Lin Xiaonan's lips, Chu Yi's fists clenched tightly. He chose not to respond. Chapter 80. Qin Chuan Ci. Showtime. Seeing him remain silent, Lin Xiaonan concluded that he was merely a fortunate individual who had latched onto the affluent Qin Chuan Ci. Just then, Qin Chuan Ci finally spoke, turning his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Lin Xiaonan. "Why are you so inquisitive? Are you interested in him?" Lin Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately donned a feigned pout, lightly swatting Qin Chuan Ci's arm in mock annoyance. "Brother Chuan Ci, you know very well that I—" Her words trailed off as she sighed wistfully, her gaze darting back to Chu Yi. "Ah, dear brother, do not think me overly inquisitive. In this current world, be it Omega or Alpha, there are countless individuals striving to take shortcuts. My concern is merely for your well-being, lest you fall prey to deception." With that said, she turned to Chu Yi, a smile of apology gracing her features. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Chu. I did not intend to imply that you are a fraud. It is simply that within our circle, we are particularly vigilant about such matters. Should my words offend you, I sincerely apologize." Chu Yi regarded Lin Xiaonan's disingenuous expression, the veins at his temples throbbing with barely contained rage. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, Qin Chuan Ci interjected, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "It seems you are genuinely concerned." His gaze swept across the varied expressions of those present. "Since you are so curious, allow me to introduce him." Qin Chuan Ci's words rendered the private room instantly silent. "He is currently, albeit temporarily, under my employ. However, it would be more accurate to say he is assisting me. Previously, in the red light district, wait." Suddenly recalling something, Qin Chuan Ci scanned the room. "Surely, many of you must recognize him? He was a special recruit from your own school, St. Lun High School." The inflection of Qin Chuan Ci's voice rose slightly as he turned to Chu Yi beside him. "Is that correct?" Chu Yi stood frozen, not just him, but everyone in attendance was equally stunned. A few who had not attended St. Lun High School remained perplexed, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. However, another segment of the crowd underwent a transformation of expressions, their faces shifting from confusion to shock, and finally to dread, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Their gazes towards Chu Yi were filled with incredulity. The name Chu Yi resonated with familiarity, yet they had not pondered it deeply until this moment, when the words St. Lun High School and Special Recruit coalesced, unlocking a decade-old memory with a jolt. "St. Lun High School?" Lin Xiaonan queried, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Chu Yi once more, still unable to place him. She then turned to the others present, noticing that several faces had turned ghastly pale. "Do you know him?" No one replied. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. A fashionably dressed male, Omega, entered, flanked by a throng of admirers. A smile adorned his face as he prepared to greet the assembly, only to be met with an eerie silence, the anticipated warm welcome conspicuously absent. He was Lin Nuo, the guest of honor for this welcoming banquet. Returning from 5 years abroad, he had expected to be met with exuberance. The Omega's attractive brow furrowed as he contemplated the unexpected quietude. In the room, Qin Chuan Ci's voice rang out once more, not once glancing at Lin Nuo at the entrance, seemingly oblivious to his arrival, or perhaps unfamiliar with him. Qin Chuan Ci's tone was casual, as if recounting an inconsequential piece of old news. After all, he had dropped out during his senior year of high school. Wrongfully accused by his classmates, he was pursued to his home, which ultimately led to the demise of his only family member, a frail elderly man in his 70s, who had risen at dawn to sell breakfast in order to support his education. In the end, he left this world without knowing the truth, succumbing to the stresses of life, while his beloved grandson was unable to bid him farewell, passing away on the spot. As Qin Chuan Ci spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The sound of the lighter echoed in the otherwise silent private room. A thin wisp of blue-white smoke ascended slowly, obscuring his handsome yet cold visage. Lin Xiaonan had fallen utterly silent. She gazed at the man who was enveloped in smoke, the color draining from her face as her gaze uncontrollably drifted towards Chu Yi. His sharply defined, strikingly handsome features began to merge with the image of a drenched, disheveled young man standing in the corridor, refusing to bow his head, a memory etched deep within her mind. Lin Xiaonan's teeth began to chatter, her throat dry as she swallowed hard, trembling as she grasped the hem of Qin Chuan Ci's garment. Her voice emerged hoarse and barely recognizable. "Xuan, Shan Si Yi." Qin Chuan Ci paid her no mind. It seemed he had only just noticed Lin Nuo standing at the door, a smile gracing his lips. Our guest of honor has arrived for the welcome banquet. Why is no one extending their greetings?" The room remained enveloped in silence. Lin Nuo was oblivious to the preceding events, yet he had caught the last few words uttered by Qin Chuan Ci. In an instant, the distant memories he had buried resurfaced, piercing through the mists of time and vividly replaying in his mind, causing his expression to darken significantly. He recognized Qin Chuan Ci. His presence at the welcome banquet should have filled him with pride, yet he found himself unable to muster a smile. Confusion reigned as he pondered why this esteemed figure from the Qin family would publicly bring up such matters. Qin Chuan Ci swiftly provided an answer. He elegantly picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of meat onto Chu Yi's plate. "Your old classmate has arrived. Aren't you going to greet him?" Chu Yi with his gaze lowered, focused on the morsel of meat Qin Chuan Ci had placed before him. Gradually, he lifted his head, turning his neck to meet the smiling visage of Qin Chuan Ci. Without uttering a word, Qin Chuan Ci simply returned his gaze, an indulgent smile dancing in his eyes. Under the weight of the man's silent scrutiny, Chu Yi slowly turned his head, finally locking eyes with the bewildered Omega at the door. Lin Nuo was also observing Chu Yi. Initially, a flicker of confusion and displeasure crossed his face, but as his gaze met Chu Yi's, shock washed over him like a tidal wave. How could it be him? Hui. In that moment, Lin Nuo felt as if his throat had closed up, rendering him utterly speechless. His eyes darted uncertainly between Chu Yi and Qin Chuan Ci, struggling to reconcile the starkly contrasting identities of the two men before him. Before he could grasp the situation, Qin Chuan Ci made a move, placing his phone casually on the central revolving tray of the dining table. Chapter 81. Qin Chuan's farewell. As the screen illuminated, a video commenced its playback. The footage, somewhat shaky, appeared to be clandestinely recorded in a lounge, where all individuals donned the uniforms of St. Long High School. At the center of a throng stood an Omega, unmistakably Lin Nuo from a decade past. Hey, I must say, life has grown exceedingly tedious, Lin Nuo remarked with a hint of malevolence gracing his smile. Let's engage in something more entertaining, shall we? He lowered his voice conspiratorially to those surrounding him, suggesting, let us incapacitate that wretch, drag him to a room, and I shall enter later to claim he attempted to assault me. What do you think? Upon his utterance, a wave of exhilaration erupted among the crowd. Goodness, that plan is rather ruthless. A beta jested. Are you sure about this? You are an Omega. Wouldn't this inadvertently reward that wretch? Lin Nuo swiftly rebuffed the beta, exclaiming, how could I allow him to lay a finger on me? If he dares to touch me, I shall incapacitate him on the spot. The raucous laughter, sharp and derisive, reverberated through the speakers, filling every corner of the private room. The expressions of those who had once attended St. Long High School soured, their faces paling as cold sweat drenched their backs. Two among them appeared particularly ashen, for they recognized themselves within the video. The scene shifted abruptly to a surveillance recording. Several betas entered, carrying the unconscious Chu Yi, tossing him onto a mat before departing with laughter. Soon after, Lin Nuo entered the frame, brandishing his phone and capturing a series of photographs of the insensible Chu Yi, even flashing a victory sign as he posed with his prize. He then retrieved a small spray bottle from his pocket, administering several sprays to Chu Yi's face, an Omega pheromone inducer. Following this, he removed his jacket, leaving only a flimsy short-sleeved shirt, and deliberately tugged at it. Before long, Chu Yi's body began to writhe unnaturally upon the mat, forcibly awakened by the drug and pheromones. As he regained consciousness, he staggered to his feet, disoriented and dazed. At that moment, Lin Nuo let out a piercing scream. Help! In the next instant, the door to the room was violently flung open by a group of individuals. The video abruptly ceased. With a thud, Lin Nuo's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold floor. Chu Yi stared intently at the now darkened screen, his eyes unblinking, as if his very soul had been extracted from his body. Why the silence? Qin Chuan broke the suffocating quietude, his tone remaining gentle, even laced with a hint of amusement. No one dared to speak. Since no one wishes to voice their thoughts, allow me to articulate them, Qin Chuan said leisurely, brushing off the ash from his cigarette, his gaze drifting lightly toward Lin Nuo. Young Master Lin, your acting skills are rather lacking. Lin Xiaonan's complexion had already drained of color. At first, she may have harbored a glimmer of hope, yet the instant this video was unveiled to the public, all self-deception was shattered into irreparable fragments. Qin Chuan Ci's presence today was not for a welcome banquet. Rather, he had come to exact revenge on behalf of Chu Yi. She abruptly turned her head, her voice sharp as she commanded her brother, who lay crumpled on the ground. Lin Nuo, apologize to Mr. Chu. The force of her words jolted Lin Nuo awake, as if from a nightmare. He lifted his gaze, only to find Chu Yi engrossed in his phone, oblivious to him, and noticed Qin Chuan Ci's cold, indifferent countenance behind Chu Yi. A flood of terror gripped his heart. "Why, yes. I'm sorry, Chu Yi," he stammered, his voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. "I was just trying to joke. I never meant to." Chu Yi did not acknowledge him. Tears streamed down Lin Nua's face, mingling with his fear. "I'm truly sorry. I really am." Lin Xiaonan rose to her feet, inhaling deeply as she forced a smile, one that was more grotesque than sorrowful, directed at Chu Yi. "You apologize, Chehui. My brother was young and naive. He truly did not intend to act this way." In fact, her words were abruptly cut short as Qin Chuan Ci stood up. The simplicity of this action made Lin Xiaonan shiver, her remaining words lodged in her throat. Ignoring her, Qin Chuan Ci strode towards Chu Yi, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, leaning slightly down, his warm breath brushing against Chu Yi's ear. Why the silence? Chu Yi was at a loss for words, staring intently at the phone on the table, his mind replaying the video, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the strain. A long, slender hand tenderly wove through his soft hair, soothingly massaging, before applying a subtle pressure. Following this gentle force, Chu Yi's gaze finally shifted from the phone to the floor, where Lin Nua was weeping profusely. Qin Chuan Ci's voice was deep and melodious. "Why do you not strike him? I merely spoke a few words to you, yet you dare to retaliate against me. He committed this act, and you merely observe? Do you believe I am more vulnerable than he?" In the next moment, Chu Yi sprang to his feet, his body moving faster than his mind. And with a fist that left a blur in its wake, he struck Lin Nua squarely in the face. The resounding thud sent a tremor through everyone present. Lin Nua was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thump as the back of his head struck the floor. A searing pain engulfed him, momentarily clouding his vision, and tears, snot, and blood swiftly smeared across his face. He clutched his face and head, emitting a wail. "Little Nua!" Lin Xiaonan screamed, rushing to his side to help him up. "Sister, my nose hurts so badly it's broken." Lin Nua cried out incoherently while seated on the ground. Raised in an overly pampered environment as an Omega, he had never endured such suffering throughout his life. Lin Xiaonan, witnessing her brother's bloodied visage, raised her head sharply. Her eyes red and fixed on Qin Chuan Ci, her voice hoarse. Qin Chuan Ci, yet Qin Chuan Ci did not spare her even a glance. He appeared unsatisfied with the outcome, looking down at Chu Yi with a calm demeanor. "Just one punch? How remarkably kind. That's enough." Lin Xiaonan finally reached her breaking point, crying out, "Qin Chuan Ci, what do you want from me?" Upon hearing her fierce exclamation, Qin Chuan Ci finally shifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes settling upon her. He observed the shattered pain in Lin Xiaonan's eyes, and, as if recalling something, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. "By the way, didn't you slap him once?" Lin Xiaonan's eyes widened in shock, her blood seemingly freezing in her veins at that moment. The smile on Qin Chuan Ci's face slowly faded as he spoke. "Slap him back." "Qin Chuan Ci, are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiaonan screamed in disbelief. Chu Yi stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Qin Chuan Ci's gaze returned to Chu Yi's face, his tone cold as he commanded. "I said, slap him back." The instant his words fell, Chu Yi abruptly turned. A crisp and resounding slap echoed through the air, landing forcefully on Lin Xiaonan's face. The impact was so intense that her entire body turned, her fair cheek reddening visibly, while a sharp ringing filled her ears. All the words she had intended to say, all her cries, were stifled in her throat by that single blow. Trembling, she covered her burning, stinging cheek with her hand, slowly turning her head to meet Chu Yi's gaze. Chapter 82. Thank you. The world seemed to split in two. Pain and humiliation surged as Lin Xiaonan's chest heaved. Time rewinding back to a gloomy day a decade ago. She was still in college then, having received a tearful call from her younger brother, Lin Nua. On the phone, her brother's voice was filled with terror and grievance, recounting how he had almost been assaulted by a lowly scoundrel from the red light district. Though she appeared delicate, her temper was fiery among Omegas, and upon hearing this, she rushed to Qin High School to seek justice. At that time, she did not grasp why such a grave matter prompted her brother to call her, instead of informing their parents. Driving recklessly to Qin High School, She alighted from her car to witness someone pouring a bucket of cold water from the school building, drenching a boy below. Her sole focus was on finding the perpetrator who had violated Lin Nuo, paying little heed to the scene unfolding before her. Yet, as she reached the principal's office, she encountered that very boy, drenched and shivering in the corridor, his black hair dripping with water. This boy was the assailant who had attempted to violate her brother. Consumed by rage, Lin Xiaonan charged at him without a second thought. A resounding slap echoed as she struck his face. The boy did not retaliate, nor did he respond to her insults. He consistently denied his involvement in Lin Nuo's assault. His obstinacy infuriated Lin Xiaonan even more. After reporting the incident to the police and watching the boy being taken away, she still felt unsatisfied. She immediately had someone investigate the boy's background, then drove straight into the red light district. She found the boy's home and, confronting the wrinkled old woman, exposed her grandson's shameful deeds to the world. The neighbors pointed and whispered, their foul words raining down like refuse upon that dilapidated dwelling. However, she did not anticipate that the old woman would be so fragile. Before she could utter more than a few words, the elderly lady clutched her chest, swayed, and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lin Xiaonan cursed her misfortune. Upon returning home, she gloomily recounted the incident to Lin Nuo. To her surprise, upon hearing that someone had died, her brother's face turned ashen, and he hesitantly revealed the truth to her. Lin Xiaonan was momentarily speechless and reprimanded her brother a few times. After pondering for a moment, she made a phone call to leverage connections and had the young man released from the police station. Subsequently, she cast the matter aside completely. An alpha from a slum and a prematurely departed old woman were, in her life, mere inconsequential specks of dust. Little did she know that a decade later, this speck of dust would return to her life, accompanied by a storm. Chu Yi felt a slight numbness in his palm. He lowered his gaze to the pitiful sight of the Lin siblings on the ground, a surge of malice welling up within him. He was not a good person. After a decade of navigating the sordid underbelly of the red light district, he had witnessed too many vile deeds and had committed a share. A single punch or slap would never suffice to erase the resentment and hatred he had harbored for 10 long years. Had this been his territory, with no one else around, he might have recklessly ensured that the brother and sister paid a far more painful price. Yet ultimately, he chose to do nothing. Chu Yi strode past the pair, leaving the private room without a backward glance. Qin Chuan Ci did not stop him. The man's gaze shifted from Chu Yi's retreating figure to Lin Xiaonan, his expression indifferent. The Lin family had failed in their upbringing. It was therefore his duty to educate them. He instructed her to accompany him home and await further news. After speaking, Qin Chuan Ci turned and left the private room leisurely. Lin Xiaonan gazed at his departing figure, tears streaming down her face. It was only when Qin Chuan Ci had completely vanished that the guests present dared to move. They no longer cared about the welcome banquet, hastily gathering their belongings and dispersing like frightened birds. A meticulously arranged welcome-back feast concluded in an utterly tragic and embarrassing manner. The night deepened. Chu Yi stood by the roadside, lost in thought as he gazed at the incessantly flowing vehicles ahead, their glaring headlights tracing long arcs in his pupils. Leaving his mind blank, after a long pause, he slowly turned around. Qin Chuan Ci was seated on a bench behind him, reclining casually. Noticing Chu Yi's gaze, the man lifted his eyes to meet his. "Do you have a cigarette?" Chu Yi invited. At this, Qin Chuan Ci remained silent. Rising to his feet and walking slowly to Chu Yi's side, he offered a cigarette pack and a lighter. Chu Yi accepted them, skillfully lit one, and inhaled deeply, the smoke bringing a moment of clarity amidst the darkness. He turned his attention back to the stream of cars and asked, "How did you know?" The wind was somewhat strong that night. The hem of Qin Chuan Ci's clothing fluttered in the breeze, his demeanor calm. "If I am a marquis, a background check is inevitable." Chu Yi nodded, choosing not to respond further. 10 years had elapsed. Too long. The incident marked a pivotal moment in his life. And for countless nights thereafter, he found himself consumed by regret over his decision to attend St. Louis High School. Yet, a decade is an extensive span of time, long enough to blur the edges of his memory. As the years slipped by, He even began to question whether he had truly made that choice at all. Alphas are inherently susceptible to the provocations of pheromones. Perhaps he had unwittingly entered a sensitive period, leading him to heir. However, now, clarity has emerged. He was not at fault. He had not acted wrongfully. Chu Yi exhaled a plume of smoke slowly. Given the Lin family's influence, it seemed unlikely that he would ever uncover this truth in his lifetime. The nightmare that had haunted him for 10 years was effortlessly stripped of its grotesque facade this night. It was nothing more than a cruel and absurd jest. The Lin siblings, once perched high above him, now found themselves in a position of disgrace, having denied him any room for rebuttal. The tables had turned. He now looked down upon them. The once insurmountable mountain that had suffocated him now appeared as insignificant as an ant. It seemed as though he could crush it beneath his foot with ease. Chu Yi lowered his gaze, recalling the words Qin Chuan Ci had spoken to him in the car. "You will understand in the future." At that moment, he had deemed it a shameless remark. Yet now he found himself beginning to comprehend it, if only slightly. Chu Yi harbored no fondness for Qin Chuan Ci. The man was callous, malicious, and authoritarian. Beneath his seemingly refined exterior lay a domineering soul, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. He had even intruded upon Chu Yi's romantic entanglements, one of the reasons Chu Yi had so despised him. However, as time passed, that battered and decayed marriage had long rotted away, no longer serving as a rationale for his disdain. In fact, due to the events of this evening, a sense of gratitude had begun to blossom within him. It must be said that Qin Chuan Ci possessed an undeniable talent for swaying hearts. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chu Yi murmured softly, "Thank you." His voice was barely audible, almost whisked away by the wind. Yet Qin Chuan Ci heard him. He slightly turned his head, casting a brief glance at Chu Yi. The evening breeze tousled Chu Yi's hair, revealing his wistful profile. A car sped by, its blinding high beams momentarily illuminating the night. In that light, the face that was typically so stern appeared softened, its lines less harsh. Chapter 83. Submission. Qin Chuan Ci regarded Chu Yi and suddenly let out a scoff. The night air swirled around them, casting a play of light and shadow across his handsome visage as he revealed his true predatory nature. "You think a mere thank you will suffice to dismiss me?" Chu Yi's fingers, holding the cigarette, paused momentarily. He turned his head, silently meeting Qin Chuan Ci's gaze. The street lamp's glow outlined the other man's tall figure and chiseled features, his eyes unreservedly revealing his desires. Chu Yi understood well. Qin Chuan Ci would never engage in a losing transaction. If he were to open a gateway to paradise for you, it was inevitable that he would demand an equivalent, or perhaps even greater, compensation in return. Dignity, freedom, or even one's body. Slowly, Chu Yi raised his hand, brushing aside the strands of hair at the nape of his neck. He fully exposed the delicate, pale nape of his neck to Qin Chuan Ci's gaze, slightly lowering his head. This was a posture of utter submission. After 10 years of lingering injustice, the truth had finally come to light. This outcome was not something that could be achieved by his futile pride. Qin Chuan Ci observed the scene before him, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. He raised his hand, the knuckles distinct and cool, gently brushing against the warm, delicate skin. The veins beneath his touch pulsed faintly. A fleeting smile graced Qin Chuan Ci's lips, lasting but a moment. He withdrew his hand, uttering not a word, and turned to leave. Chu Yi sensed his movement, lifting his gaze to Qin Chuan Ci's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. "Where are you going?" Qin Chuan Ci did not pause, merely turning his face, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "To book a room." The two words struck like a stone into the depths of Chu Yi's heart. He stood rooted to the spot, watching as Qin Chuan Ci opened the car door and entered. After a long silence, the cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingertips. Coming back to his senses, he discarded the butt onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, then lifted his foot to follow. In the presidential suite at the top floor of the hotel, the dimly lit room was enveloped in a warm yellow glow, rendering everything ambiguous. Chu Yi, clad in a bathrobe, stood at the center of the room, staring at the excessively tidy large bed, his gaze trembling slightly. The air was thickening with a subtle chill. Behind him, a tall figure quietly approached. Chu Yi's breath caught in his throat. The scent of roses, born from anxiety and unease, involuntarily seeped out. A low chuckle brushed against his ear, warm breath cascading over his nape, sending a shiver down his spine. Then, a pair of hands encircled his waist from behind, slow yet assertive, finding the tie of his bathrobe. Chu Yi's hands instinctively clenched into fists. The tie was gradually pulled loose. His tense body froze in place, and, eventually, his fists slowly relaxed. The mark was left, falling into the clouds. There was no resistance, no struggle. This entire dreamlike state was far less agonizing than the pain felt at the charity gala. Yet, Chu Yi continued to weep, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his eyes, indistinguishable between pain and something else entirely. That night, for the first time in 10 years, Chu Yi dreamt of his grandmother. He found himself in that dilapidated, narrow room where his grandmother held him close, her tears scalding. She expressed her regret, lamenting that she should not have saved that little money by sending Chu Yi to St. Luan High School. Qin Chuan Ci leaned against the headboard, casting a glance at the still sleeping Chu Yi beside him. Chu Yi lay with his back to him, brows furrowed, long lashes adorned with teardrops that fell continuously, soaking the pillowcase beneath. Qin Chuan Ci remained quietly observant, his gaze obscured in the dim light. After a while, he moved his fingertips, raising his hand. His cool index finger gently brushed away the tears at the corner of Chu Yi's eye. Qin Chuan's fist clenched tightly before he withdrew his hand, diverting his gaze to the mobile phone on the bedside table. The screen illuminated, reflecting his indifferent brow and eyes. A message from Jiangfeng had just arrived, indicating that the matter was far from resolved. At the Lin family residence, a resounding slap echoed as Lin father raised his hand, forcefully knocking Lin Xiaonan into the ground. Her already swollen cheek now bulged painfully, igniting a fiery ache. Yet, the fury within Lin father showed no signs of abating. "Look at the trouble you've caused." He pointed an accusatory finger at his daughter, trembling with rage. Lin Xiaonan clutched her face, biting down hard on her lower lip as she raised her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at her father. "How could I have known that the wretched denizens of that red light district could establish a connection with Qin Chuan? You still don't realize your mistakes." Lin father roared, his anger boiling over as he kicked Lin Xiaonan's calf, threatening, "I'll put an end to you." "Enough. Please stop." Lin mother rushed forward to restrain her husband. Gasping for breath, Lin father's chest heaved violently. "When did this happen? Why was I not informed?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaonan suddenly let out a cold laugh. "How could you know? You care nothing for me or Xiao Nua. You are only concerned with Lin Yuqing. What does this have to do with Yuqing? Stop this nonsense and cease your groundless arguments." Lin father shouted in fury. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he listened to the report from the other end, his expression growing increasingly savage. Finally, with a resounding crash, he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Qin Chuan's name was forced through clenched teeth. He then turned to Lin Xiaonan with a fierce glare. "Are you satisfied now? Yuqing, you cling to him daily with your snide remarks. And now he's the one cleaning up your mess. You cause trouble outside every day. You should solve it yourself. What does your family's influence amount to? If I didn't care about you, you have been cast out long ago. Lin Nua is in a fog, but are you as well? You've brought disgrace upon the Lin family." Lin Xiaonan remained silent, her jaw clenched tightly. At this juncture, Lin father seemed to recall something, bellowing, "Where is Lin Nua? Where has he gone?" Lin mother stammered, He left early this morning. He runs off so quickly." With a fierce slap on the table, Lin father demanded, "Call him now and tell him to return at once. If he doesn't come back, he can forget about returning for the rest of his life." With tear-filled eyes, Lin mother trembled as she dialed Lin Nua's number. The first call went unanswered, the second unanswered, the third, fourth. Lin father's fury gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. Lin Xiaonan, too, sensed that something was amiss, and, disregarding the pain on her face, quickly pulled out her phone to call Lin Nua. The outcome was the same, no answer. Just then, both Lin mother and Lin Xiaonan's phones chimed simultaneously, signaling the arrival of the video. With shaking hands, Lin Mother clicked to open it. The next moment, Lin Nua's heart-wrenching cries erupted from the speaker. "Daddy! Daddy, help me! They're going to violate me!" Chapter 84. Old Qin in the video. Lin Nua's nose was bandaged, his face was smeared with tears and mucus, and his voice was laced with terror. He sat helplessly on the ground. Behind him, a multitude of alpha feet appeared in the frame. "Dono!" Lin's mother screamed, nearly fainting. Lin's father snatched the phone and immediately dialed the number for which the video had been sent. The call was quickly answered. Before he could speak, Lin Nua's desperate sobs and the sound of his repeated kowtows came through the line. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. I won't dare again. Chu Yi, I'm truly sorry." Lin's father took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Qin, this is excessive. I senti it?" On the other end of the line, a chuckling male voice responded, "I apologize, Lin, but Mr. Qin is not available." Assistant Jiang. Lin's father gritted his teeth. Assistant Jiang chuckled lightly. "It seems your son enjoys this game, so we invited him to join us for some fun." "Do you realize you are breaking the law?" Lin's father exclaimed sharply. "Perhaps," Assistant Jiang replied nonchalantly. Lin's father closed his eyes, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He understood he had uttered a futile remark. In the Federation, no, in any place, rules only ever applied to the weak. And Qin Chuan Ci had always been the one to set the rules. Surely now, the other party was eager to demonstrate what it meant to hold absolute power. Lin's father fell silent for a moment, as if he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. "What do you want?" Jiang Feng smiled, finally steering the conversation back on track. "Lin, how do you view your two children?" Lin's father furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Jiang Feng continued on his own. "As far as I know, the Lin family has a noble tradition, exemplified by your eldest son, Lin Yuqing. However, your remaining two children are quite disappointing." The voice on the line was not loud. It resonated deeply in everyone's ears. Lin Xiaonan trembled, a sense of foreboding rising within her. She screamed towards the phone. "What do you mean?" Jiang Feng heard her voice, but paid no heed, speaking directly to Lin's father. "Mr. Qin suggests that these two children are of no use to keep around. Wouldn't you agree?" This statement struck Lin Xiaonan like a bolt of lightning, exploding in her mind. She began to wail, her demeanor frenzied. "Qin Chuan Ci, where's Qin Chuan Ci? Let him talk to me." In her panic, she hastily grabbed her phone, her trembling fingers pressing the screen multiple times. She frantically dialed Qin Chuan Ci. The first, the second, the third. Just as the fourth call was about to automatically disconnect, it was answered. Lin Xiaonan instantly shouted, "Qin Chuan Ci, are you out of your mind?" On the other end, a man let out a faint breath, tinged with annoyance. "Miss Lin, after so many calls, I expected you would have something meaningful to say." Qin Chuan Ci's voice was flat, sending a chill down Lin Xiaonan's spine. "What do you want from me? My brother has been beaten to a pulp. The slap I delivered has been returned to me. Is it not enough to humiliate us in front of so many people? How peculiar." Qin Chuan Ci's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. "By your reckoning, isn't there still a life unaccounted for?" Lin Xiaonan's cries abruptly ceased. She stood frozen, her pupils dilated, her face etched with disbelief. Throughout, she had harbored a self-righteous hope regarding Qin Chuan Ci. She had always believed she was different. However, his words shattered her absurd illusions into fragments. Qin Chuan Ci bore not a trace of affection for her. Lin Xiaonan erupted into a shrill, distorted scream. "What do you mean? Are you asking me to pay for that dead old hag's life? She was merely a wretched being from a red light district. Why does she deserve it? What gave her the right? You treat me this way for the sake of a lowly creature from the red light district." At this juncture, she seemed to grasp something suddenly, her screams halting abruptly. The living room fell into a profound silence. Then, amidst a breakdown of laughter and tears, she exclaimed, "Chu Yi is an alpha, right? Ha! Qin Chuan Ci, you don't have those kinds of feelings for that wretch, do you? Ha ha, how disgusting. Beast, beast. I've waited for you all these years. And you ended up with an alpha. Is he there beside you? Let that wretch speak." Qin Chuan Ci distanced the phone slightly, tilting his head to glance at the still sleeping Chu Yi. Seeing no sign of awakening, he redirected his gaze. Qin Chuan Ci had little interest in engaging further with a madwoman. His voice turned cold as he addressed Lin's father on the other end. "Mr. Lin, perhaps you should consider Lin Yuqing's situation." After speaking, he disregarded Lin Xiaonan's increasingly frenzied screams and hung up the phone. Jiang Feng had remained silent since Qin Chuan Ci took the call. Now that the call had ended, he aptly remarked, "Mr. Lin, perhaps you still need a moment to ponder?" Lin's father's countenance had darkened to an extreme during Qin Chuan Ci's words. Hearing Jiang Feng's comment, he felt a cold contempt within. Consider? Every second he deliberated, the Lin family faced immeasurable losses. Lin's father glanced at his daughter, who knelt on the ground, laughing and crying like a madwoman. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, regret mingled with disappointment, before he slowly closed his eyes. Yes. No. It cannot be. Lin's mother could no longer contain herself, crying out and striking her husband's shoulder. "That was our child." Lin Xiaonan finally ceased her wailing, staring blankly at her father. Whispering, "What did you say, Dad?" Lin's father ignored the mother and daughter, opening his eyes to speak to Jiang Feng on the other end. "But you cannot act against Lin Nuo at this time." Jiang Feng scoffed. "I am pleased to see you have made the right choice. As for your son, merely a jest. We are quite discerning as well." With that, Jiang Feng hung up decisively. The phone line buzzed with a busy tone. Father Lin's countenance darkened as he turned to gaze at his dazed daughter, exhaling a long sigh. Subsequently, under Lin Xiaonan's desperate gaze, he averted his eyes. "I will have someone provide you both with a card. You shall fend for yourselves from now on." "Dad!" Lin Xiaonan cried out with anguish. Yet, Father Lin paid her no heed, merely commanding a nearby servant, "Pack their belongings." Chapter 6 Chu Yi slowly awakened. The sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes clouded with confusion. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tumultuous tide, leaving him momentarily speechless. A deep voice resonated from nearby. "Awake? Come for breakfast." At the sound of this voice, Chu Yi paused, gradually turning his head. Qin Chuan Ci was seated on the sofa, a lavish spread of food laid out before him on the coffee table. Chu Yi remained silent for a moment, slowly sitting up, but as he moved, a frown creased his brow. His body had been meticulously tended to, yet the discomfort lingering behind him was still palpable. As an alpha, he had been subjugated, tossed about throughout the night. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the experience was undeniably complex. His instincts clamored in protest. Yet he had to concede that in certain moments of the night, he had indeed reveled in that ethereal sensation. Noticing his hesitation, Qin Chuan Ci's lips curled into a smirk. "What is the matter? Is your pride wounded?" Chu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan Ci, his expression indifferent, as if he found the sudden provocation rather tedious. He tossed aside the covers and gently swung his legs over the side of the bed. On the nightstand lay a neatly folded set of new clothes. Noting that they were his size, he asked no further questions. Before Qin Chuan Ci, he donned the garments one by one, unashamedly bearing himself. He then made his way to the sofa opposite Qin Chuan Ci, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and spoke softly. "Not to that extent," he replied, addressing Qin Chuan Ci's earlier inquiry. Qin Chuan Ci chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. He poured himself a cup of red tea, his gaze fixed on the dining Chu Yi. At that moment, Chu Yi was entirely enveloped by Qin Chuan Ci's pheromones. The scent of roses, after a night of entanglement and solace, no longer resisted, but instead harmoniously blended with the ethereal ambience surrounding him. Perhaps it was due to the recent complete reassurance that his mental state was tranquil, and his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Qin Chuan Ci beheld this version of Chu Yi with great satisfaction. His gaze drifted from Chu Yi's face, trailing downwards to survey his entire form, ultimately resting on the nape of his neck, concealed by fabric. Qin Chuan Ci felt an urge to glimpse the mark there, yet his current position prevented him from doing so. Gently tapping his slender fingers on the armrest of the sofa, Qin Chuan Ci broke the silence, his tone laced with languor. "Does your nape ache?" Chu Yi's eating momentarily paused. He lifted his eyes to meet the man across from him. Noticing the absence of mockery on Qin Chuan Ci's face, His expression was calm, as if he were merely asking a casual question. Chu Yi fell silent for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. This was the truth. After the charity gala that night, he found himself more terrified of the marking itself than the entirety of last night's ordeal. The rejection reaction of the pheromone was far more devastating than the pain of the body. However, it was evident that the medication provided by Qin Chuan Ci was remarkably effective. The sharp pain at the nape of his neck felt more akin to the simple sting of a bite rather than the agonizing struggle against the pheromone. Noticing his head shake, Qin Chuan Ci let out a soft chuckle. He retrieved a black card from his suit pocket and casually placed it on the polished coffee table. Pushing it towards Chu Yi. In the morning light, the edges of the card gleamed with a resplendent metallic luster. You may take a half-month break and indulge yourself. As Chu Yi's gaze lowered, preparing to continue his meal, the black card appeared before him. He glanced at the card and then at Qin Chuan Ci. Without uttering a word, he extended 2 fingers and flicked the black card. With a swift whoosh, the card was propelled away, darting past the side of Qin Chuan Ci's face like a shadow. With a thud, the card collided with the wall behind and fell onto the carpet. The air fell abruptly silent. The smile on Qin Chuan Ci's face slightly stiffened, a red mark swiftly surfacing on his fair, handsome cheek. Qin Chuan Ci gradually narrowed his eyes. Chu Yi, without a glance in his direction, seemed as if he had merely swatted a fly, returning to his food with indifference. Having swiftly cleared his plate, Chu Yi stood up. He surveyed the room, locating the clothes he had discarded the previous day. For his pants pocket, he retrieved a metal bottle, an aerosol spray designed to eliminate pheromones. He promptly twisted off the cap and sprayed it liberally upon himself. Since that incident at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had developed the habit of carrying it with him at all times. The chilling mist quickly enveloped him, masking the scents of snow and rose. Once all traces of scent dissipated, Chu Yi ceased his actions. He returned the spray bottle to his pocket, turned around, and finally looked at Qin Chuan Ci once more. I shall go enjoy my holiday now. Do you have any matters to attend to? Qin Chuan Ci regarded him and suddenly smiled, gently spreading his hands in a gesture of dismissal. None at all. Chu Yi nodded, refraining from uttering another word, and turned towards the door. As his hand grasped the doorknob and he opened it just a crack, Qin Chuan Ci's deep voice resonated behind him, unhurried and tinged with amusement. I hope you can answer when I call. Chu Yi paused momentarily before disappearing through the doorway. In the room, only Qin Chuan Ci remained. Sitting on the sofa, he gazed at the empty space. What is this? Used and discarded? Stepping out of the hotel entrance, the bright sunlight compelled Chu Yi to squint instinctively. Standing amidst the bustling street, he inhaled deeply, raising his hand to touch the nape of his neck. Beneath his fingertips, he could distinctly feel several fine bite marks. There was no pain, yet it felt like an invisible brand, a constant reminder of all that had transpired the previous night and the inherent contradiction between him and an alpha. Chu Yi lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of complex emotions churning beneath. After a brief moment, he stepped forward and merged into the bustling crowd. He did not indulge in any leisure activities, but instead took a cab directly back to the red light district, the Tiger Mike Company. Insanity. It was absolute madness. Su Mang, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, felt as though he might take flight. For some inexplicable reason, during a mere nap, the company appeared to have ignited. The phone was nearly bursting from incessant calls. Various investment interests and collaborative projects rained down upon him like snowflakes. Each opportunity, one after another, left him dizzy, caught in a whirlwind of both joy and anguish. As Chu Yi entered, he found Su Meng buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, clutching his hair, his face contorted in frustration. Chapter 86, The Celebrity. Sensing someone had entered, Su Meng was initially irritable, lifting his head to deliver a reprimand. However, when he recognized Chu Yi, his eyes instantly sparkled and the irritation vanished. Damn, Yi, what brings you here? Chu Yi observed his demeanor and smiled. Working hard to earn a break. He approached the desk and glanced at the towering piles of documents. You seem quite busy. Allow me to assist you. Upon hearing this, Su Meng clicked his tongue. You should be resting during your hard-earned vacation." As he spoke, he pulled out several of the thickest folders from the mountain of files and unceremoniously shoved them into Chu Yi's arms. "These are the most urgent. You start with these." Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Su Meng's contradictory behavior. Embracing the files, he retreated to his long-unused office. The office was immaculate, clearly maintained by daily cleaning. Sitting in the familiar chair, he ran his fingers along the cold, smooth edge of the desk, feeling an unusual sense of reassurance wash over him. He had never anticipated that, one day, the monotony of work could become a source of inner tranquility. His emotions were undeniably complex. In just a few short months, his life had undergone a radical transformation, leaving him somewhat bewildered about the future. He craved familiarity to dilute this sensation, to reaffirm that he was still the Chu Yi who could steer his own life. Yet, neither Su Meng nor Chu Yi realized that a tempest was brewing. Unbeknownst to them, in another realm, unleashing colossal waves. In the upper echelons of the capital, a seismic shift was occurring. Have you heard? The Lin family has disowned Lin Xiaonan and Lin Nuo. Is that true? The Lin family only has one precious daughter. How could that be? Absolutely true. Someone captured video evidence. The two were seen dragging their suitcases, being expelled by security, and it was nothing short of disgraceful. This news detonated like a bombshell in the private chat groups of the affluent families. Initially, everyone thought it was a joke, while Lin Nuo was unfamiliar to them. Having gone abroad 5 years ago, Lin Xiaonan was certainly not. After all, Lin Xiaonan had recently hosted a magnificent banquet, inviting numerous guests, as she was the cherished jewel of the Lin family. How could it be, just a few days later, that she was cast aside as if she were refused? What could have transpired? The truth soon emerged. The Lin Group's stocks plummeted overnight, and several core projects were abruptly halted. The name Chu Yi quickly ascended from obscurity to the forefront of the elite circles of the imperial capital, prompting gasps of astonishment within mere minutes. Qin Chuan Ci, in his own manner, presented Chu Yi's business card to the entire upper echelon of the capital with an overwhelming audacity. Simultaneously, those who had, to varying degrees, participated in bullying Chu Yi during their time at Shenglun High School found their families receiving a dossier. There were no threats, no extortion, merely impeccably detailed records. The documents chronicled every misdeed their children had inflicted upon a boy named Chu Yi in their teenage years, who had cornered him in the restroom, dousing him with buckets of icy water, who had seized his scholarship and torn his textbooks to shreds, who had assaulted him in dark alleyways. Each incident, meticulously documented with time, place, and individuals involved, as if someone had been recording it all in real time. The final pages bore no signature and made no demands. Yet, the message conveyed by Qin Chuan Ci was unmistakably clear to each recipient of the files. Thus commenced a reckoning unnoticed by all but a select few at the pinnacle of the imperial capital as society. The reactions of the families receiving the documents varied. The frivolous scions, already deemed insignificant within their families, were summarily expelled. The Lin siblings, when cast out, at least received a bank card. Those others received nothing. All accounts were frozen, properties and vehicles reclaimed, and they were callously discarded by their families, cast to the societal underbelly to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, those already entrenched in positions of power or groomed as heirs among the participants fell into a state of panic. These individuals could not be easily forsaken. Consequently, they opted for a rapid descent into submission, frantically seeking information about Chu Yi. Chu Yi remained at the company, with Hu Wei's business flourishing recently. Su Meng was often occupied, and Chu Yi found himself shouldering part of the external negotiations. Yet, after a few encounters, he sensed something amiss. The demeanor of these prospective partners was overly cordial. Chu Yi's role in the company leaned towards being an action-oriented problem solver, rather than an eloquent negotiator. He was not adept at the art of verbal commercial negotiations, and previously, each engagement of this nature had felt interminably laborious. However, this time, the interactions flowed with an unsettling ease. He scrutinized the generous terms in the contracts, observing the faces across the table nearly breaking into smiles. Unable to resist the urge to repeatedly confirm the identities of the parties involved, lest there be a mix-up. Today, this individual has etched the essence of humility upon his visage. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Chu Yi regarded the middle-aged man across from him with a tranquil gaze. The peculiarity of the situation was palpable. When circumstances deviate from the norm, one must suspect ulterior motives. Suddenly, Chu Yi leaned forward slightly, returning a contract while probing the waters. I believe our company deserves an additional 20% in profit sharing. His tone remained even, yet the demand bore the weight of an outright heist. Even the most placid temperament would be pushed to its limits. However, upon hearing his words, the man stiffened momentarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A grimace more akin to sorrow than joy formed on his face as he meekly proposed, "Mr. Chu, this 20% is rather excessive." Chu Yi merely fixed his gaze upon him, silent. The man's flesh quivered slightly, and he struggled to articulate this. "This isn't entirely impossible, is it? Perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was indeed impossible." Chu Yi leaned back slowly, exhaling a measured breath. He then lifted his gaze and posed a question entirely unrelated to their collaboration. "Do you know me?" The man across trembled, forcing a laugh. "Ha ha, how can we not know Mr. Chu?" Observing his demeanor, Chu Yi gleaned the truth. The case was solved. His reputation had indeed preceded him. A slight furrow appeared on Chu Yi's brow as he reflected on the identities of Lin Xiaonan and Lin Nuo. In the restaurant, he had struck with unyielding force, and with so many eyes upon him, it would be a challenge to remain inconspicuous. Given this, the recent tranquility from the Lin family, devoid of any noise, seemed quite peculiar. Qin Chuan Ci. The thought of that man prompted a sigh from Chu Yi as he regarded the cooperation partner before him, who seemed to tread lightly. He waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely joking. Let us proceed with the original contract." At this, the other party appeared as if liberated from a great burden. Chapter 87. Another meal with the contract signed, the cooperation partner shed their earlier tension, showering praises upon Chu Yi. "Mr. Chu, achieving such success at such a young age is truly commendable. Now that I see you, your demeanor is quite extraordinary. You and General Qin are indeed a match made in heaven. Individuals like Lin Xiaonan pale in comparison to you. Justice has finally been served. It is a relief to the heart." Chu Yi, previously lost in thought, was abruptly pulled back upon hearing Lin Xiaonan's name. His brow knitted in confusion. What does this have to do with Lin Xiaonan? The cooperation partner, taken aback by Chu Yi's bewilderment, cautiously ventured, "Mr. Chu, you are not aware?" Chu Yi shook his head. The partner, invigorated by his ignorance, continued, "The Lin family recently announced that Lin Xiaonan and Lin Nuo have been completely disowned, severing all ties with the family." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's fingertips curled slightly, his gaze darkening, concealing his thoughts. The partner, noticing his demeanor, shifted their eyes and cleared their throat, a hint of obsequiousness creeping into their smile. "Ahem, Mr. Chu, taking advantage of today's opportunity, we wish to extend our apologies." "Apologies?" Chu Yi's contemplation was interrupted as he raised his eyes, a hint of inquiry in his expression. The smile of the collaborator faltered somewhat as he turned his gaze toward a small door nearby. The door was gently pushed open, and a female, Omega, emerged. Her head bowed, exuding an air of nervousness and timidity. Chu Yi cast a glance at her before shifting his focus back to the collaborator, uncertain of the significance of this encounter. At that moment, the Omega mustered her courage and raised her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Chu Yi, do you remember me?" Chu Yi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her face. After a considerable pause, his expression gradually turned colder as recognition dawned upon him. She was a student from Shengluan High School. Observing his change in demeanor, the Omega immediately lowered her gaze. She had been in the same class as Lin Nuo and was aware of what Chu Yi had endured during those years. Back then, bullying him had seemed to become a trend in the school. She had harbored no particular animosity or interest towards him, but succumbed to the prevailing environment, joining her friends in locking Chu Yi in the supply room of the gymnasium for an entire night. That was the only transgression she had committed. Yet, This solitary act had been uncovered by someone working for Qin Chuan Ci and presented directly to her father's desk. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Chu Yi, yearning to express something, only to find that he was not even gazing in her direction. Instead, he turned to the collaborator, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. Can the contract be renegotiated? I believe it would be best to proceed with the proposal I just mentioned. Once outside the building, Chu Yi stood at the side of the street, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. He should have anticipated this, even with Qin Chuan Ci's backing. These businessmen had no need to come crawling to him, subserviently offering their money. It seemed they were harboring guilty consciences. Chu Yi rubbed his temples, feeling a mix of annoyance and a peculiar novelty. Those who once held him in such disdain, treating him like an insignificant insect, were now compelled to bow and scrape before him, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Was this the taste of power? No, it was not his power. It was Qin Chuan Ci's. At that moment, an untimely grumble from his stomach snapped Chu Yi back to reality. He glanced around, hoping to find something to quell his hunger. Just then, a black sedan came to a halt before him. Chu Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. The rear window slowly descended, revealing Qin Chuan Ci's impeccably sculpted face. Qin Chuan Ci turned to observe him, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yi before his lips parted slightly. Check your phone. Chu Yi blinked in confusion as he retrieved his phone. The screen illuminated, clearly displaying 3 missed calls from Qin Chuan Ci. Maintaining a composite de menor, Chu Yi planet. I was in a work discussion and had my phone on silent. Qin Chuan Ci regarded him in silence. Under his scrutiny, Chu Yi furrowed his brows, perplexed by the meaning behind his silence. Instinctively, he glanced back at his phone screen, and a realization struck him. His fingertips glided across the screen, accessing the messaging app. Indeed, Qin Chuan Ci had sent him several messages, all of which had gone unanswered. Chu Yi's lips pressed into a thin line. He recalled that when he had just added Qin Chuan Ci's contact information, he was utterly displeased with him, so he had initially set his messages to Do Not Disturb. Chu Yi expressionlessly canceled that setting and then raised his head. I didn't see it. Qin Chuan Ci smiled, though the smile was faint and did not reach his eyes. He did not pursue the topic further, instead slightly turning to open the car door beside him, offering a silent invitation. Chu Yi stood still, gazing at the ajar door, and after a few moments of silence, he eventually pulled the door open and took a seat inside, perhaps due to a diminishing wariness and animosity towards Qin Chuan Ci. Conversing with him no longer evoked the discomfort and repression that it once did. Noticing Qin Chuan Ci's silence, Chu Yi initiated the dialogue. What do you want? The space within the car was serene. Qin Chuan Ci glanced at Chu Yi, his tone unremarkable. Let's go eat. The mention of dining out now instinctively linked in Chu Yi's mind with trouble. He looked at Qin Chuan Ci and asked, with whom? In response, Qin Chuan Ci turned off his phone, directing his gaze back to Chu Yi's face. With you? Me? Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback, slow to grasp the implication of Qin Chuan Ci's words. This meal would consist solely of the two of them. Chu Yi furrowed his brows slightly, unable to comprehend the significance of Qin Chuan Ci's actions. He believed he had garnered some understanding of Qin Chuan Ci by now. This was a man whose every action was inevitably driven by a clear purpose. He would not engage in any meaningless endeavors. While Chu Yi was indeed grateful for Qin Chuan Ci's assistance in avenging him, upon reflection, it seemed more like a necessary groundwork for Qin Chuan Ci's own interests. They had harbored significant conflicts, and even though he had come to terms with his feelings regarding Bai Jiqi, Qin Chuan Ci's identity as the interloper still lodged a thorn in his heart. Such a sharp relationship would not facilitate Qin Chuan Ci's ability to extract his pheromones for his survival. Thus, Qin Chuan Ci opted to soften their relationship through this manner. It proved effective. Chu Yi still found him quite annoying and bothersome, yet his initial revulsion had dissipated considerably. Now, this man unexpectedly suggested a private meal together. Chu Yi could not fathom what ulterior motive he might have. Chapter 88. A chance encounter at the restaurant Qin Chuan Ci was oblivious to Chu Yi's thoughts. His current mood could hardly be described as pleasant. Having granted Chu Yi a half-month leave, he found that the latter had simply vanished, ignoring calls and messages. It was only through inquiries to Su Meng that he was able to ascertain Chu Yi's whereabouts. Were it not for the improbability of it, Qin Chuan Ci might have suspected that Chu Yi was seizing the opportunity to escape. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yi and spoke in a bland tone. "Do you remember what I said when you left?" Chu Yi certainly remembered. He furrowed his brow, meeting Qin Chuan Ci's gaze with a somewhat stiff demeanor. "I didn't do it on purpose." Qin Chuan Ci regarded him with calm eyes. "Is that so? Even if you do not come, I shall return upon seeing you later." Chu Yi felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and averted his eyes. However, Qin Chuan Ci was not inclined to let him off so easily. "The next time you ignore my calls twice, I shall seek you out," he declared, his voice momentarily pausing before a hint of menace laced his tone. "At that time, we shall engage in something intriguing." Chu Yi was momentarily speechless. He turned his head, squinting slightly as he glanced at Qin Chuan Ci. Noticing that Qin Chuan Ci had turned his gaze away, he suppressed the words that were about to escape his lips. "Is it really necessary? Such madness." The car moved smoothly, eventually arriving at their destination, a restaurant. Qin Chuan Ci led Chu Yi inside, guiding him to a table by the window with an excellent view. The waiter presented them with 2 menus. Chu Yi took one and opened it, the dish names showcased in both Chinese and English, each more ostentatious than the last. Without the accompanying exquisite images, he would have had no clue as to what the words signified. However, what truly captivated his attention were the prices beneath the dish names. Chu Yi's expression darkened. He raised his head, casting a nonchalant glance at Qin Chuan Ci across from him. Chu Yi was not impoverished. His residence in the red light district was among the upscale apartments of that area. His delay in moving to the capital was not due to an inability to afford a home there, but rather the cumbersome and stringent qualifications and procedures required for outsiders wishing to settle in the city. Su Meng had initially sought to curry favor with He Xianchen, primarily hoping that he could assist them in navigating these qualifications. In summary, Chu Yi was not poor. No, one could argue he was indeed affluent. Yet, upon viewing this menu, he felt as if he were being taken for a fool. The prices of the dishes, ranging from several thousand to over 10,000, made his eyes twitch. He snapped the menu shut and looked at Qin Chuan Ci, whispering, "Are you just burning money for fun?" At this, Qin Chuan Ci raised an eyebrow. Seeing the confusion in Chu Yi's eyes, he suddenly laughed. "You need not worry about the bill." Chu Yi found this absurd and scoffed. "What? Do you intend to dine and dash?" Qin Chuan Ci replied, "This is a restaurant under the Qin Corporation. Simply order what you desire. If the prices bother you, would you prefer a menu without them?" In truth, there was more Qin Chuan Ci wished to convey. Presently, Chu Yi, irrespective of what he did or what he purchased, no longer needed to consider the price, merely a string of meaningless numbers. However, Qin Chuan Ci chose not to express this thought, intending for Chu Yi to grasp it on his own in due course. Upon hearing the mention of the Qin Corporation, Chu Yi had little left to say. With a stoic expression, he picked up the menu once more and casually selected the 3 most expensive dishes. After placing his order, he discreetly calculated the total in his mind, and a barely perceptible smirk graced his lips. How exorbitant! Qin Corporation. Qin Chuan Ci observed every subtle movement of Chu Yi, his smile broadening, the mirth in his eyes deepening. He then quickly finalized his order, closing the menu and handing it to the waiter. Just then, 2 figures entered the restaurant together. Among them was Qin Yuan. He surveyed the surroundings, preparing to find a seat at random, but was halted by his companion beside him. "Xiao Yuan, look, isn't that your brother?" Qin Yuan paused, following the direction of his companion's finger. Across several tables, at a window-side position in the restaurant, he immediately spotted Qin Chuan Ci. A smile graced Qin Chuan Ci's lips, suggesting he was in good spirits, as he turned his head to look at someone opposite him. The individual across was obscured by the tall back of a sofa, making it difficult for Qin Yuan to see clearly. However, he did not need to look closely to know who it was. Qin Yuan squinted slightly, withdrawing his gaze with a smile. "Yes, indeed. What is up?" His Omega companion, Li Mu, blushed shyly at his words, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Qin Yuan. "Aren't you going to greet him?" "Greet him?" Qin Yuan chuckled inwardly at the suggestion. He glanced at the Omega before him, whose eagerness to ingratiate himself was almost painfully evident on his face. How amusing yet pitiable. Li Mu, the male lead of a recently popular idol drama, possessed a pure appearance and a clean aura, aligning perfectly with current trends. His agent, a formidable character, had seized the momentum to secure him a role as the third male lead in the major production Chong Gufengyan, where the male lead was none other than Qin Yuan himself, though the outside world remained oblivious within the entertainment circle. It was no secret that Qin Yuan was the second young master of the Qin family. Naturally, Li Mu was keenly aware of this and sought to curry favor. Qin Yuan understood Li Mu's intentions all too well. He was merely a budding star hoping to rise, given the multitude of individuals attempting to flatter him. Qin Yuan paid little heed. However, since Li Mu was making such an effort to please him, he found no harm in teasing him a little. Over the past few days, Li Mu's antics had indeed been quite entertaining, prompting Qin Yuan to bring him to this restaurant, subtly showcasing his financial prowess and taste. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Qin Chuan Ci here. Reflecting on recent rumors and glancing at the visibly excited Li Mu beside him, Qin Yuan suddenly chuckled softly, appearing delicate, yet with grand ambitions. "So, do you really wish to go greet my brother?" Upon hearing this, Li Mu's bashfulness instantly froze on his face. He awkwardly raised his eyes to meet Qin Yuan's seemingly harmless yet perceptive gaze, quickly waving his hand. No. I just thought it would be inappropriate not to greet him since you ran into him. But if you don't want to, we needn't go." Qin Yuan's smile remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Li Mu for several seconds. The intensity of his stare made Li Mu's heart race, almost believing that his earlier intentions had been completely discerned. Just as Li Mu felt he could no longer bear the pressure, Qin Yuan leisurely spoke. "Oh, if you want to go, just go. My brother is very kind." As he spoke, he abruptly shifted the topic, feigning difficulty with a slight furrow of his brow. However, it seemed he was dining with a friend, and their conversation appeared to revolve around work. Would it be inappropriate for us to approach them? Perhaps we should wait a while. With that, without waiting for Li Mu's response, Qin Yuan strode directly toward a corner table. Chapter 89. Qin Yuan. I am here to stir things up. This particular spot offered a clear view of Qin Chuan Ci and Chu Yi's every movement, while the angle and potted plants provided sufficient cover to remain undetected by them. Seeing that Qin Yuan was not upset, Li Mu felt a wave of relief and quickly followed suit. Once seated across from Qin Yuan, his gaze inevitably drifted surreptitiously toward Qin Chuan Ci. In doing so, he also caught sight of Chu Yuan, who was the person opposite your brother. Qin Yuan slowly opened the menu and stole a glance. Chu Yi, my brother's friend. The way he emphasized the word friend carried a deeper significance. Li Mu nodded, grasping the menu, but his thoughts had already soared far beyond. To share a meal with Qin Chuan Ci and be referred to as a friend undoubtedly indicated a person of the same caliber. Li Mu could not resist another furtive glance. Unlike the refined and amiable Qin Chuan Ci, the individual named Chu Yi presented a much more striking appearance. With deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, he exuded an unmistakable alpha aura, his secondary sexual characteristics distinctly pronounced. He was strikingly handsome, radiating an air of aggression. Li Mu instinctively swallowed hard. Was this the alpha of the elite circles of the imperial capital? Each one more impressive than the last. He returned his gaze to Qin Yuan, cautiously inquiring, "Is Mr. Chu, like your brother, an exceptional alpha?" Exceptional alpha? Qin Yuan scoffed inwardly, though his demeanor remained amiable. Chu Yi is likely an ordinary alpha. Ordinary alpha? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in silence. The dishes for Chu Yi and Qin Chuan Ci soon arrived. As Chu Yi prepared to dig in, he suddenly halted, realizing that only gleaming knives and forks adorned the table, with no chopsticks in sight. Chu Yi fell into silence. He had never frequented such establishments and was unfamiliar with such utensils. Qin Chuan Ci observed Chu Yi's pause, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He shook his head, his tone laced with amusement. "You can't use them, yet you ordered steak." It was difficult to discern whether his words were mocking or teasing. With that, Qin Chuan Ci raised his hand, deftly grasping the knife and fork before him. The silverware transformed into elegant instruments in his long, graceful hands. The soft sound of cutting filled the air as he neatly sliced the steak into uniformly sized pieces, placing them delicately onto the porcelain plate. The entire process was seamless and aesthetically pleasing. Subsequently, Qin Chuan Ci switched the plates, placing the neatly prepared steak before Chu Yi, while the untouched plate remained in front of him. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. He stared at the plate of food that had just been presented to him, then glanced at Qin Chuan Ci, whose expression remained unperturbed, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. He pressed his lips together and reluctantly spoke. "How should I know? In such a large establishment, there isn't even a pair of chopsticks." As his words faded, a server appeared just in time to present the final dish. With a gentle motion, they placed a pair of wooden chopsticks beside Chu Yi and smiled before bowing and departing. The smile on Qin Chuan Ci's lips deepened. While slicing into the steak he had ordered, he remarked, "Well, that makes sense. Let them make the changes today." Chu Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Exhaling softly, he picked up the chopsticks and deftly lifted a piece of steak to his mouth. The succulent juices burst open in his mouth, the aroma rushing to his taste buds. Chu Yi's eyes involuntarily brightened. It was indeed delicious. He found himself eating at a noticeably quicker pace. Qin Chuan Ci watched him and gently reminded, "Take your time. People's tastes vary widely. Often, an expensive dish does not guarantee it will be palatable." Although this restaurant, under the Qin family, was not the most exclusive or costly, he had previously researched Chu Yi's culinary preferences. The dishes here were likely to suit his tastes, and indeed, they did. Chu Yi sampled each dish, discovering them all to be exceptionally tasty. Just as he was about to continue, he raised his gaze and met Qin Chuan Ci's smiling eyes. His movements slowed significantly. The joy he had unconsciously displayed after tasting the food gradually diminished. Ahem. While the flavors were commendable, he could not reconcile them with the exorbitant prices. It was simply a daylight robbery. Just as Chu Yi was about to resume his meal, two figures appeared beside their table. He paused, instinctively looking up. One of them he recognized, Qin Yuan. The other, a stranger, stood nervously behind Qin Yuan. With her signature innocent smile, Qin Yuan greeted Qin Chuan Ci first. "Brother." From the moment Qin Yuan arrived, the smile in Qin Chuan Ci's eyes faded. He lifted his gaze and cast a cool glance at Qin Yuan. "What brings you here?" Seemingly oblivious to the chill in Qin Chuan Ci's tone, Qin Yuan maintained her bright demeanor. "I came to have lunch with some colleagues and didn't expect you to be here, so I thought I'd say hello." As she spoke, her attention shifted to Chu Yi. She waved enthusiastically. "Good, it's been a while." Chu Yi looked up, observing Qin Yuan's overly enthusiastic smile, his brow furrowing slightly. "Yige, when did I become so familiar with Qin Yuan?" Yet, Qin Yuan appeared completely unaware of Chu Yi's discomfort, her smile as radiant as ever. "Last time I met Yige, I didn't properly introduce myself. I'm Qin Yuan. My brother must have mentioned me to you." She playfully winked, embodying a childlike innocence. Chu Yi, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan Ci across the table. Qin Chuan Ci's expression remained indifferent as he focused on his meal, not even lifting his eyelids. Chu Yi averted his gaze and nodded at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan remained unfazed by Qin Chuan Ci's cold demeanor, her smile unwavering. She turned slightly, pulling Li Mu forward. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Li Mu, my colleague." Pushed to the forefront by Qin Yuan, Li Mu appeared somewhat anxious as he bowed slightly to Qin Chuan Ci. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Li Mu, currently filming with Xiao Yuan. I did not expect to meet you here." At this, Qin Chuan Ci paused his actions, lifting his gaze to briefly linger on Li Mu before offering a polite smile. Hello." Just 2 words, with no further elaboration. The attitude was unmistakable. Li Mu's smile faltered for a moment, and he straightened up, his gaze shifting from Qin Chuan Ci's indifferent expression to Chu Yi, his face tinged with shyness. "Mr. Chu." "Hello." Chu Yi regarded him with a sense of bewilderment, nodding politely before returning his focus to the food on his plate. Qin Yuan observed the scene keenly, his gaze lingering on the plate before Chu Yi for a few seconds. There remained several evenly cut pieces of steak, which he had clearly seen Qin Chuan Ci slice himself. Chapter 90. The rogue arrives. Qin Yuan's smile suddenly broadened as he turned to Qin Chuan Ci, feigning reproach. Brother, I had no idea your relationship with Ego was so close. I had to hear it from others to learn about your affairs. Chu Yi's eating momentarily halted, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Although he navigated the lower echelons and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of high society, he could discern the sarcasm in those words. Yet, he was uncertain of the statement's intent. Was it a veiled jab at Qin Chuan Ci or at himself? Qin Chuan Ci's gaze settled on Qin Yuan's face. My social connections do not warrant your reporting. Isn't your filming going well? Focus on that and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Qin Yuan's smile remained intact. Really, I was merely making a casual remark. Your attitude is quite poor. He shrugged, adopting a pitiful expression as though he were the victim of a sibling's bullying. All right. Having greeted you, I shan't intrude on your world any longer. We shall take our leave. With that, Qin Yuan attempted to lead Li Mu away. Yet, at the moment they turned to pass the dining table, Qin Yuan inadvertently lifted his foot, inadvertently blocking Li Mu's path. Oblivious to the obstacle, Li Mu tripped and fell forward. He exclaimed, his balance lost, his body uncontrollably tipping forward. In a moment of panic, one instinctively grasps at anything nearby for support. Chu Yi felt a rush of air as Li Mu lunged toward him, instinctively leaning back to evade. However, the confined space restricted his movements. The fabric of his clothing was suddenly grasped with considerable force. Chu Yi felt a powerful tug, pulling him forward. Meanwhile, after the initial shock, Li Mu's mind swiftly processed the situation. Upon realizing he had clutched Chu Yi's attire, a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. He held his breath, his body swaying precariously as he unexpectedly lunged into Chu Yi's embrace. The atmosphere grew eerily silent in an instant. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. He had merely intended to cause some mischief, sending Li Mu, the expendable pawn, to probe Qin Chuan Ci's feelings towards Chu Yi. However, the position where Li Mu fell was less than ideal, and he initially believed that this attempt would end in failure. To his surprise, Li Mu adeptly seized the opportunity, effectively placing himself into Chu Yi's arms. Well, it could be considered a fortunate accident, achieving his intended purpose. Qin Yuan discreetly glanced at Qin Chuan Ci, who was coldly observing the entwined figures of Chu Yi and Li Mu, his lips forming a straight line. In the next moment, those frigid eyes suddenly lifted, locking with Qin Yuan's gaze across the room. That emotionless stare rendered Qin Yuan's expression of amusement frozen in place. His heart raced, and he hurriedly averted his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's mood had soured to an unbearable extent. The arrival of these uninvited guests had caused his chopsticks to hover uncertainly, wavering back and forth above two dishes without managing to grasp a single bite. Just as he prepared to finally dig in, he was abruptly tugged and bumped into. Moreover, Li Mu's head was remarkably hard. That last collision struck his abdomen with such force that it nearly forced out the morsel he had just consumed, stifling his irritation. Chu Yi was about to shove away the person clinging to him when he noticed Li Mu lifting his head. He remained in Chu Yi's embrace, one hand pressed against Chu Yi's solid chest, his face flushed, gazing at him with timid eyes. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Then he stilled. At that moment, even if he were as foolish as a pig, he should have grasped the meaning behind this encounter. This was a blatant display of flirtation. Chu Yi's mind momentarily stalled. It was his first experience of being taken advantage of by an Omega. Utterly speechless, he furrowed his brow and unceremoniously pushed the person away, too exasperated to utter a single word. Yet his gaze unmistakably conveyed the message. Get away. Just then, a cold voice pierced the air. Did you intentionally bring him here to cause trouble? Qin Chuan Ci spoke, directing his words at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan froze, his face a mask of innocence. The flush on Li Mu's cheeks vanished instantly upon hearing Qin Chuan Ci's words, leaving his face pale. He stammered, I am sorry, Mr. Qin. It wasn't intentional. However, Qin Chuan Ci couldn't even spare him a glance. He rose to his feet and turned to Chu Yi. This place is no longer suitable for dining. Let us change to another. Chu Yi, having lost all appetite, nodded and stood up, following Qin Chuan Ci. The two passed by Li Mu without bestowing another glance. Li Mu remained rooted in place, as if plunged into an ice cavern. He had overstepped. He indeed harbored some aspirations of climbing the social ladder. And who wouldn't he wish to take a shortcut, if one were available, to please Qin Yuan, aside from those resources? Is it not merely an endeavor to gain entry into Qin Yuan's social circle? Particularly concerning Qin Chuan Ci, who occupies a position at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. If one could manage to befriend him, the mere prestige associated with Qin's title would suffice to navigate the social realm with ease. However, as Qin Chuan Ci is Qin Yuan's elder brother, the recent demeanor exhibited by Qin Yuan swiftly tempered his aspirations, quelling any unwarranted ambitions. Should he fail in this pursuit and inadvertently incur Qin Yuan's displeasure, the repercussions would indeed be grave. Yet, upon encountering Chu Yi, his mind began to stir once more. Forming a friendship with Qin Chuan Ci, even if Chu Yi does not possess the same exceptional prowess, would undoubtedly indicate he is not an inconsequential figure. Consequently, he made a point to inquire about Chu Yi's secondary sexual characteristics. Upon learning that Chu Yi is an ordinary alpha, he felt a renewed sense of possibility. Individuals like Qin Chuan Ci, being extraordinarily superior alphas, typically seek out equally superior omegas. As an ordinary omega, the existence of Qin Yuan aside, his chances of success would be exceedingly slim. However, an ordinary alpha seemed perfectly suitable. Furthermore, compared to Qin Chuan Ci, Chu Yi's appearance as an alpha aligns more closely with his aesthetic preferences. With his focus redirected, all his thoughts converged upon Chu Yi. Thus, when he stumbled, he instinctively transformed this mishap into an opportunity. A typical alpha, even if initially indifferent, would never dismiss a beautiful omega who presents themselves so openly. Provided that Chu Yi was willing to establish a connection, he felt confident in his ability to ultimately win over this man. Yet, he encountered a significant setback. Not only did Chu Yi rebuff his insinuations, but he also inexplicably provoked Qin Chuan Ci's ire. This matter was clearly unrelated to Qin Chuan Ci. Why then, did he suddenly erupt in anger?